a few days, 7 days after this Thanksgiving weekend. You'll start to feel the number. We're also going to be doing, we've been advised to do now a winter plan, which adds factors to the yellow, orange, red, primarily hospitalization rate. We have to prioritize hospital beds. We have to make sure we don't overwhelm hospitals, and we don't go back into the emergency field hospitals. So we're going to watch the numbers over Thanksgiving. We're going to add in factors in the yellow, orange, red zones, primarily hospitalization rate, and prioritize those zones that are generating the highest hospitalization rate. And then we'll have announcements. The great fear is two things: overwhelm the hospital system and people die. Those are you want to get to the bottom line fears. Those are the fears. Overwhelm the hospital system, people die. Just going back to Monroe for a second. You had 75 people hospitalized November 4th. You went to 268. That's a 257% increase. It's one of the highest increases in the state of New York. What happened? And if they knew what was causing it, why didn't they stop it?
Well, like you said, it'd be difficult to enforce the 10-person gathering.
So is in the 257% increase all came from small gatherings?
I'm just telling you, the health commissioner said that he has not contact traced one case back to the January hair salon or another.
Well, then I would say to the health commissioner, you have a 257% increase. Obviously, you haven't figured out what's causing it, and if you have, you haven't stopped it. But if that continues, you will overwhelm the hospital system in a matter of weeks.
I have another question regarding microclusters. So we have some businesses going into orange today. We've seen a situation where there could be a business in orange on one side of the street, a business in yellow on the other side. And you said microclusters work. Some people are wondering, are they as effective upstate as they are downstate? And if so, you can go between the zones.
It's just as easy downstate. There's no difference. Downstate you also have across the street, because you have to draw the line somewhere, right? And wherever you draw the line, there's always going to be somebody on the other side of the street. That is an unavoidable situation. I mean, just think about it. You're focusing and defining a zone. You have to draw a line around the street. And yeah, then there's always somebody on the other side of the street or 1 block away. That is an unavoidable consequence.
I mean, in New York City, it's actually worse, right? Because in New York City, like literally it's drawn on a street and you're in an area where everyone's walking, and it's even more dense.
And I would add as well, we've seen in upstate, Broome County is a good example, and other places where zones have been implemented, and you've seen positivity, new cases per capita, daily hospital admissions reduced in a significant way. So this is both the restrictions, it's also a message to the community that you have a serious issue here in your community, and if action is not taken, the restrictions will get tighter, because we have to, as the governor said, it's about the hospital system, it's about saving lives, and if we don't take this action now, we know what's coming ahead. We know what the projections show is coming ahead.
Is there a concern for people going into orange just go across the street?
Of course, yeah, sure, they will. But the main point of the microcluster zone is this. Number one, the variance on the infection rate statewide is incredible. You can take one, even downstate, Manhattan, in Manhattan, at one area, you have some neighborhoods that are at 0.6. You have some neighborhoods in Manhattan 5 times the infection rate. 2 miles away. The way your community acts makes a difference. And that's why the microcluster points that out. You on 152 Main Street, you have a 4% infection rate. This is not in the abstract. Monroe County, the city of Rochester. 152 Main Street, you have a problem. I live on 152 Main Street. Yeah, I know. It's your house is in that zone. Oh, I better be careful. I better be careful when I go to the store. I better be careful when I get on the bus. Yeah, you better be. So it brings it to a focus where people actually get it, and then you can improve it in your community. Once that attention goes up, you mean it's my neighborhood? Yeah, your neighborhood. Not her neighborhood, your neighborhood. That focus, that attention, because it's just your behavior. Okay, now you got my attention. I'm going to be more careful. And I think that's one of the reasons why you see it coming down, because it's just a sense of awareness. If you wear this thing, if you're careful, the number comes down. And that's what the microcluster does. It says, your house, your block. And I think not only does it affect your behavior, you talk to your household, you talk to your children, you talk to your neighbor, you hear that we have 4 times the rate. No, I didn't hear. You go to your grocery store, you say to your grocer, you're supposed to be keeping people apart. You go to the cleaners, you say, you're supposed to be keeping people apart. And we've seen zones, once they're aware it's them, because, people here in Monroe County, that's everybody else. That's not me. That's not my neighborhood. No, it's your neighborhood. And once people are aware of that, it changes their behavior. Also, we don't want to slow any businesses. We don't want to slow any hair salons. So if you know that it's one neighborhood, but it's not a neighborhood half a mile away, then don't restrict the businesses half a mile away. Only restrict the businesses in that area, which is better and smarter and fairer. Why didn't we do this before? Because remember, before it was the entire region. Because we have more data now. Before, we didn't have that kind of data. It was Buffalo, Rochester, Western New York was just, one region. We have done almost, think about this, we've now done almost as many COVID tests as there are people in the state of New York. That's how many tests we've done. So we have a map with every COVID positive test. And you can look at that map and you can see right where they are. So what we say is when you see an intense cluster, that's a microcluster zone. And put a circle, not really a circle, whatever the shape of that cluster is, that's a zone. Don't affect the people half a mile away because they're fine. But tell those people in that area, you're not fine. Beware. Your neighbor may be infected. The kids your kids are playing with may be infected. And once they hear that, and they get that message, and they change their behavior, we've seen them drop. Not always, but sometimes.
More cluster zones will lead to more unemployment. A lot of these folks might only be eligible for $200 a week. How do they make ends meet?
Federal government has to pass a stimulus plan. You can't say to New Yorkers, or Virginians, or Texans, your choice is go to work and earn a check, or die. That's not America. That's not America. You can't say your choice is the economy or public health.
Governor, can you clarify your comments recently that Western New York hasn't felt the full wrath of COVID? That offended a lot of people who have lost loved ones, have lost their jobs. Can you respond to those people?
My point was a simple and inarguable one. On the numbers, Western New York has not been hit as hard as downstate New York was. That is a fact. It's just a fact. Did we lose people in Buffalo? Yes. Did we lose as many people in Buffalo as a matter of percentage as we've lost in New York City? No. Was the problem much worse in New York City? Yes. Was it much, did people feel it more intensely in New York City because the numbers were so much higher? Yes. That's just on the numbers. On the numbers. New York City, you heard sirens all night long. New York City, you saw tractor trailers parked on the street, storing dead bodies. New York City, you saw them open up emergency cemeteries and digging holes in the ground to bury people. Just the numbers in New York City were higher. Thank God that didn't happen statewide. Thank God. And this has been tragic everywhere. It has been tragic everywhere. But thankfully, Buffalo was not hit as hard on as New York City, and I want to make sure it stays that way. On the numbers. That's what that means. Have a happy Thanksgiving. You guys want to add anything?
Nope.
I'm going to give you this mask as a present. All the cool people are wearing this mask today. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should wear it. I'm just saying, all the cool people are wearing, see?
I'm not.
Put on your cool turkey mask.
I like
See?
my mask.
Come on, there it is. Let's take a picture with the cool mask. Cool kid mask. Okay, guys, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Celebrate, but don't be a turkey.
And welcome everyone here to News Now from Fox. Just listening to Governor Andrew Cuomo wrap up his briefing, the final push to alert people and warn people about getting together over the Thanksgiving holiday and extended weekend. Hi everyone, Mike Page here as we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. We are monitoring everything that's going to be coming out of the White House here, where this was the setup today. President Trump was expected to go to Pennsylvania to get an update with his legal team on the election 2020, on all of their legal challenges that are still pending. He was going to be in Pennsylvania with Rudy Giuliani, but President Trump had to cancel his trip. Somebody on the legal team tested positive, so we're not sure if still that Rudy Giuliani event will be happening, but we will definitely keep you updated and wanted to just alert you of that going on right now. So we'll keep an eye on all the developments out of the White House as well. I got some other related news regarding COVID-19 since we were just taking a listen into that update from the governor there of New York. States and cities around the country are stepping up enforcement of their coronavirus orders ahead of Thanksgiving, using a variety of means to attempt to get compliance and keep numbers down as winter and the flu season approaches. The increased enforcement comes as orders have become more strict, limiting the number of people Americans can socialize with, requiring masks in private residences where people from different households are present, and more. The Los Angeles mayor warned this week that, quote, "These are the most dangerous moments since the first days of this pandemic. It's not too late to turn things around, but time is running out." The Pennsylvania governor, Tom Wolf, referenced Projections that say Pennsylvania will run out of intensive care beds in December if we do nothing. Wolf and Garcetti are among two of the high-profile officials to announce more robust enforcement of their jurisdiction's health orders this week. Garcetti, the mayor of the second most populous city in America, said that those traveling into the city's airports would be required to fill out a form acknowledging the recommended 14-day quarantine for people coming into California. The form is similar to one used by New York City earlier this year, but with less invasive questions. People are required to fill out their first and last name and give a phone number. Notably, the 14-day self-quarantine is just a recommendation. We're asking everyone to cancel non-essential travel. If you must travel, travelers arriving at LAX or Van Nuys Airport from another state or country will be required starting tomorrow to fill out an online form to acknowledge California's recommended 14-day self-quarantine, Mayor Garcetti said of the form. Los Angeles has been the center of controversy multiple times this year over its enforcement of coronavirus orders. Wolf, the governor of Pennsylvania, meanwhile, announced just yesterday further measures that his state is taking to stem coronavirus spread before the holiday. Included in that is a one-night shutdown of alcohol sales for in-person consumption at places like bars and restaurants. He also implored Pennsylvanians to forego traditional large Thanksgiving gatherings. I know it's painful to miss seeing other loved ones, but we can't keep them safe by keeping our distance this year, Wolf said. We aren't out of the woods yet right now, and as of today, we are in a very dangerous situation. Wolf's extra measures also included a further emphasis for police to enforce them. Law enforcement will be stepping up efforts to enforce this COVID-19 safety plan, Wolf said in a tweet. They will issue citations and fines and possibly undertake regulatory actions for repeat offenders. Rachel Levine, the Pennsylvania State Health Secretary, read the statement verbatim at a Tuesday press conference but did not elaborate. Wolf was asked what he ramped up law enforcement would look like, but did not detail any increased patrols or anything else specific. However, he did say Pennsylvania would now follow a progressive discipline method for businesses not following orders. As they do in Ohio, the first time you violate, you get a warning. Second time, you have to close for 24 hours. Third time, you have to close for 24 hours. And then you get a fine, Wolf said. We have been enforcing these regulations. We have a hotline so that labor and industry, the state police, whoever can intervene and help protect and try to keep workers and customers safe. Meanwhile, in Maryland, the governor there, Larry Hogan, announced that the Maryland State Police will be dispatching, quote, high visibility compliance units. These will be groups of state troopers patrolling downtown areas, focusing on bars, restaurants, and event venues to ensure that there are not major public gatherings breaking coronavirus protocols. With the new surge of COVID-19 intensifying in Maryland and across the nation, today I announced a wide-scale compliance, education, and enforcement operation to help stop the virus and keep Maryland open for business. Among the places the compliance units will patrol in the state will be Baltimore City, Silver Spring, Bethesda, Bel Air, Fells Point. The latter two cities are college towns with younger populations. The nationwide have often ignored coronavirus protocols there. So we'll be keeping an eye on everything with compliance. Looks like some states are just continuing to beef up what they feel like they need to do these checks on bars and restaurants ahead of this extended holiday weekend here. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. A lot of people on the other side of that coin, we've been seeing on social media, really people not liking all of these added restrictions, saying where were the restrictions this summer when there was major protests and looting across the country as well. So they have that side to really consider as well. But anyway, you look at it, tomorrow is Thanksgiving, everybody. We're hoping that everyone is going to have a happy and safe holiday as we continue to give you these updates from across the country right here on News Now from Fox. We got you covered as always, and we'll be here tomorrow as well. Thanksgiving special, giving you all the news and updates of the day that we are seeing. Let's take you out live right now to the White House. You can see they are in busy decorative mode right now. They're getting ready for Christmas there, getting the wreaths up. That is a big task for the White House there, as they're putting up a lot of wreaths. So we'll keep showing you that throughout the day as we see their progress being made as well. All right, everybody, quick 2-minute break is scheduled right now, but don't you worry, on the other side of that 2 minutes, we do have more news and coverage to get to. We'll take you to an update in Chicago as they prep for Thanksgiving and give out those final warnings ahead of the holiday here. Stay right here with us, everybody. We're just staying focused here for you.
In enclosed spaces. So please, pardon my allergies this morning. So please only celebrate Thanksgiving with those in your immediate household or remotely over the internet. And I know this is going to be hard. It's hard for all of us. It's hard for me. I expected to be celebrating with my 92-year-old mother and other family members. But that's not going to happen this year. It is the best way for us to protect each other and celebrate future Thanksgivings together. It is truly a sacrifice for sure, but in my mind, it's an expression of love. In addition to that, I want to remind everyone that other features of our stay-at-home advisory remain in place. These include staying home unless you must go out for essential reasons like work, school, medical visits, food, or other essentials. Not allowing visitors in your house unless they're essential workers, like home health care or education. Avoiding travel. And always continue to wear your mask when you're leaving your home. And of course, social distancing and washing your hands regularly. These are the things that we laid out as essential to protect Chicago and save lives. Save your life, save someone you love, and the life of your neighbors throughout the city. Let me also mention something else that is important for us to be cognizant of over the holidays. To put it mildly, this has been an extraordinarily stressful and traumatic year. And every year around the holidays, between Thanksgiving and New Year's, we see that stress amplified. And sometimes we see it manifest in ways that are destructive to individuals and to lives. Since I became mayor, I've been committed to addressing the violence that plays out in the streets every day. And I'm acutely aware that violence, in many instances, begins at home. And we have a crisis on our hands that has not been discussed nearly enough, but I want to highlight it here today. And that changes with the budget that we passed yesterday. Last year, the Chicago Police Department identified nearly 45,000. Let me say that number again. Nearly 45,000 victims of domestic violence. And we've seen a dramatic increase in the calls to the Illinois Domestic Violence Hotline since the start of this pandemic. Victims are requesting support and creating safety plans for themselves and their loved ones. They need safe, immediate housing. And this is something that we have to address as another public health crisis in our city. And that is why we are investing $1 million new dollars to address the issue intersection of domestic violence and community violence. The two are linked for victims, perpetrators, and communities. And the city, for the first time, must link them in our funding and our policy making. This is a first and critical step to the foundation my team is building that breaks down the silos and gets at the root causes of violence, including domestic violence. We cannot address the crisis in our streets without also looking to the crisis that is playing out in too many homes in our communities. But I do want to emphasize this. If you do not feel safe in your home, please contact either 911 or 311, and we can help you. We can help you with a plan to be safe. I also want to take a moment to thank the network, Advocating Against Domestic Violence, and its membership for its partnership and continued advocacy on behalf of victims. Domestic violence is something that we all have to acknowledge, we need to support the victims, and we need to do everything that we can to lower the temperature and to reach out so that people are safe in their homes. And again, this is particularly true as we enter the holiday season, which can add another layer of stress on an already stressful and traumatic year. Now I'd like to turn our attention to our city's plans for distributing the COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available. First, I think we have to level set. We've seen some very encouraging news over the last 2 weeks about a vaccine being in the final stages of potential approval. That is incredible news. Make no mistake about it. However, I want to caution, and I'm sure Dr. Arter will talk more about this, that widespread community distribution in Chicago, and for that matter nationwide, is still months away. Who gets the vaccine first and the order thereafter is determined by federal rules, not state, not local, but federal rules. Nonetheless, I want to take this opportunity to provide some details on our plans for distribution when a vaccine does become available. We have been preparing for this eventuality since the pandemic began. We didn't start with a blank piece of paper. We're building upon systems that have been in place for years when it comes to distributing other kinds of vaccines. Early in the response, we began working with our healthcare and community partners to increase our ability for quick distribution when a vaccine came online. And as we speak, our Department of Public Health is working with partners at all levels, including hospitals, healthcare providers, and community leaders, to ensure equal vaccine access through flexible programs that can accommodate different scenarios when that vaccine becomes more widely distributed, ranging from using large centralized sites, such as city colleges, mobile sites deployed at trusted community settings, and in high-traffic community areas with the support of the Racial Equity Rapid Response Team members. I want to stress that our projected timeline is still very fluid because there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered about which vaccines are coming online and when. However, we are expecting to have the first supply of COVID-19 vaccine before the end of this year. And now, while again that is exciting news, per CDC and federal guidance, only a limited segment of the population will receive the vaccine first. This includes our frontline, high-risk healthcare workers and first responders, those people who are treating COVID patients themselves, and only a small fraction of those individuals will actually get the first tranche of the vaccine. Then that will be followed by especially high-risk individuals. And there are individuals with underlying health conditions, older adults living in congregate settings, among others, which will be in the queue to get the first doses of the vaccine when it moves beyond the initial stage. Though the timeline will vary depending on an array of factors, our goal throughout this process will be for everyone to be able to easily get a COVID-19 vaccine as soon as possible. While supplies will increase over time, at this point we expect all adults to be able to get vaccinated sometime in 2021. Until then, we have to remain diligent on the things that we know are the tools that will protect us, the things that we have outlined in our Protect Chicago campaign to prevent any further spread. Wearing a mask, social distancing, regularly washing your hands, as well as staying at home, avoiding travel, and again, canceling traditional Thanksgiving plans. We have to be in this together because we are in this together. The virus and the way that it spreads links all of us. What you do affects what he does. What you do affects what she does. All of us have to be in this together because everything that we do affects someone that we come in proximate contact with. We have to do this to slow the rise of cases, to bend them back down, to lower the percent positivity rates, to save lives, to save infections, and reopen our economy. Moving beyond this point, this crisis that we're in, to brighter, stronger, healthier, and more resilient future depends on the personal choices that each of us make in this moment and every moment thereafter. So I'm urging you again to step up, not just for yourself, but for your entire community. Thank you. Dr. Arwady.
Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, and good morning, everyone. I would like to start on this day before Thanksgiving by thanking the tens or likely hundreds of thousands of Chicagoans that have already made that difficult but correct decision to only have Thanksgiving with their immediate family, to not have others over, and not to travel. If we look at what's happening across the country, U.S. cases are surging everywhere. We are averaging more than 1 million new COVID cases diagnosed every week right now here across the country. And we have high concern for a post-Thanksgiving surge. I know many of you have seen the news coverage of the long lines at the airports, the many people who are continuing to travel. And unfortunately, when we're seeing numbers like this nationally, we know that COVID-19 is traveling with them. This graph here is actually data from Canada, and it highlights October 12th, which is the Canadian Thanksgiving. After the Canadian Thanksgiving, unfortunately, Canada saw a dramatic increase in COVID-19 cases. And let me tell you, the U.S. rates of cases right now are much worse than Canada's was. And our potential for a surge is much greater. So it's not too late to change plans you might have even for tomorrow. Anything that we can do as a city to limit this risk here is a win for you, your family, and Chicago. Here is what our numbers look like right now. Here in the city of Chicago, we've now had more than 150,000 people diagnosed with COVID-19. And 15% of those cases have been diagnosed in the last couple of weeks, are active right now. 83% of those people have recovered, more than 2% of those people have died. But if we take our almost 23,000 people who have active infection right now and have been tested, we know that there are between 5 and 7 times this number of cases if we include all the people who are not tested or do not have symptoms. And that means our estimate is that between 110,000 and 160,000 Chicagoans have active, meaning infectious COVID right now. And that means as many as 1 in 17 Chicagoans still has active COVID right now. If you've been paying attention, that's a tiny bit better than it was last week, where 1 in 15 Chicagoans had active COVID. But 1 in 17 Chicagoans, and that range is between 1 in 17 and 1 in 25, is at a point where it is not safe to gather and where we need everybody, as we have directed under the stay-at-home advisory, to be staying home unless it's for work, school, or essential purposes. If we look at our case numbers, we are now averaging still nearly 2,000 new cases diagnosed every day in Chicago residents. That's 6 times what we were seeing in September, 10 times what we were seeing in June. And we still have more than 1 Chicagoan being diagnosed with COVID every minute, assuming that we're testing 24 hours per day. And our test positivity, although we've started to see a little bit of early improvement, remains highly concerning. You can see in the darkest blue, these are our zip codes, particularly on the northwest, the southwest, and the far southeast side, that continue to be hardest hit by COVID. Positivity in those zip codes last week was between 17 and 26%. Everywhere in the city, every zip code, every age group, every race, ethnicity is part of this surge, and we need every part of the city to be part of bending the curve. I also want to highlight that we have not seen any slowing in our hospitalizations. And that's to be expected because unfortunately hospitalizations lag behind cases. ICU admissions lag behind hospitalizations, and then deaths lag behind that. Right now, there are more than 1,000 patients.
We continue to get updates in Chicago. We're going to be taking a quick 2-minute break here for you. When we come back, we're going to have some breaking news coming out of Pennsylvania regarding President Trump's legal challenges. This one just coming down, and we got the update coming for you in 2 minutes, everyone.
4 times just in the last 4 weeks since October 19. We're up to almost 100 deaths every week among Chicago residents. Even if this surge was done right now, we would not expect to see our deaths peak for several weeks. You may have seen the meme that's been going around Facebook that I think has a lot of truth to it. It's better to have a Zoom Thanksgiving than an ICU Christmas. It's true, and I want you to think about that as you're making your decisions, not just for Thursday, but for Black Friday, for the weekend that comes, and during the whole time that Chicago remains under that stay-at-home advisory, which does take us right now through the middle of December. Finally, I do want to add a little bit more detail to the vaccine update that the mayor gave. One thing that I am definitely giving thanks for this Thanksgiving is the remarkable good news that we've seen in early data from 2 vaccine trials. I want to be clear that we still do not have an FDA approved vaccine. December 10th is the date that the FDA has set for its first meeting to consider an emergency use authorization for the first COVID vaccine here in the U.S. We will be sharing, and this will be made public immediately upon conclusion of that meeting, the data that that team and the external experts will be using to make an emergency use authorization decision. There will be additional data related to the trial, related to the demographics of who was in this trial, related to side effects, and related to efficacy. The FDA will not approve.
Welcome, everyone, here to News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We want to take you out to this breaking news that we are getting from President Trump's legal team regarding Pennsylvania, everybody. So let me just read this coming here for you right here on News Now from Fox as we were just getting this in, and then we are actually going to take you out to Pennsylvania as well here. So just moments away from this update here as Jenna Ellis reporting this, that Pennsylvania court grants hearing in election integrity case challenging the constitutionality of Act 77. That's mail-in ballots here. So we're hearing the order right now. It says now, November 25th, 2020, upon consideration of petitioner's motion for emergency injunction, the subsequent filings by the parties, and the new allegations raised in petitioner's supplemental application for emergency relief filed at 11:42 p.m. on November 24th, 2020. It is hereby preliminary ordered and decreed there. And so that is important there, as Jenna Ellis is saying, the constitutional law attorney there and senior legal advisor for President Trump, saying that this is important because respondents are preliminary enjoined from doing so pending an evidentiary hearing to be held on Friday, November 27th at 11:30 there. So that is the big news coming there. It looks like they will be having a hearing on this for the mail-in ballots there. So we will continue to follow that here for you on News Now from Fox, but I want to keep the breaking news coverage going here because we're going to now take you out to Pennsylvania. This is a public hearing by the Pennsylvania Majority Policy Committee to discuss 2020 election issues and alleged problems. The hearing will feature also former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani as well. Let's listen into this.
Very different story. That's why we're here today, again, as agents of public opinion. Senator Mastriano and his staff have assembled a number of witnesses who will share their experiences with us regarding the conduct of this year's election. We look forward to listening to that testimony. But before we turn there, I want to introduce my good friend, our caucus administrator, and as of December 1st, our incoming majority leader. Congratulations to Kim Ward. Thank you for joining us. Please, Kim, your statement.
Thank you, Senator Argyle, and thank you, Senator Mastriano, for inviting me to participate in what I think is very, very important to the people of Pennsylvania. As Senator Argyle has said, we have been inundated with calls and emails and messages in our social media. People are not feeling good nor confident about the process and the results because of that process. The president and his team deserve, this is a president of the United States, not the president of your middle school board. So we need to make sure that they have the room that they need to explore every avenue. So when this is over, we know that the process, what worked in it, what didn't work in it, and what we need to do to fix it, and what we may need to do to address it. This has been very, very exhausting and hard on so many in Pennsylvania. And I look forward to listening to what the testifiers and Mr. Giuliani have to say to us today. So thank you very much again, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senator Mastriano.
Thank you, Kim. Senator Mastriano, please.
Thank you, Senator Argyle and Senator Ward. Thank you for being here and supporting this here, and welcome everybody to this most historic occasion and this most historic town. And what happened here in 1863, I think today we're going to see a turning of the tide, because we have not really heard the truth of the arguments made on the other side on what happened. And when we're dealing with a government and leadership in Harrisburg that wants to close their ears to what's happened during this election, and sadly many in the media that are complicit and want to write off what happened. So for me, on this battlefield and remembering what happened 157 years ago, especially 157 years ago last week, where Abraham Lincoln gave his most famous address, and I think his final sentence captures why we're here today. He said that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. And everything is at stake in what happened during this election cycle. Everything. The republic is at stake. This is no game for us. And for any veteran in this room here who wore the uniform, such as Brigadier General Scott Perry, thank you for being here, sir. Put their lives on the line here fighting for a country, and to see that there's a group in this state and country willing to throw away our valuable and precious freedoms here for power. You know, for me, there we go. And Mr. Mayor, it's going to be a fantastic hearing today. Despite pleas from our citizens, the governor refuses to even consider that there was any shenanigans in the elections here in our state, a state of 13 million people, and he wants to discount because his guy won that nothing bad happened, and that's just unacceptable. If there's any hint of fraud out there, we need to investigate. Any governor serving the people, this Commonwealth, would put aside his petty politics, and find out the truth if anyone was defrauded. And at this point here, he's unwilling to do that. Let me point out some hard facts here. We are in Adams County, named after our second president, John Adams, who famously said, "Facts are stubborn things." Let me lay out several of these inconvenient truths, as Al Gore would have us think. There have been many allegations of voting law violations across the state, and the governor serving the people would have to move heaven and earth to ensure no one was defrauded, but yet he's not moved to action. And even his Secretary of State, of course, says that there was no shenanigans of great concern. And I'll remind everyone that I was a no vote on the confirmation of Kathleen Boockvar 4 times that I interacted with her. I asked her, why are elections in Afghanistan more secure than in Pennsylvania? And she sat there and blinked and couldn't give me a straight answer. That elections are more safe and secure in a war-torn country, devastated by conflict since 1979. What is going on here? The place where this all started in 1776, and we can't get an election right? You got to be kidding me here. And so as a result of her inaction, the governor's inaction, refusal to even look into any of the allegations, and to discount the very essential freedoms of our citizens, we are here today to try to find out what the heck happened in the election. You know, and likewise, our Attorney General, our senior law enforcement official here, you know, instead of being focused on making sure things are lined up in the In kosher, before one vote was counted in Pennsylvania, the day before the election declared Biden the winner. I mean, there's nothing to see here. Could you imagine if the shoe was on the other foot? Would the media be so gracious and merciful and kind if it was a Republican? Absolutely not. And so, Houston, we have a problem here. You know, one of the most troubling things in this whole endeavor here, and it's not just because of the COVID, it's just a lack of transparency and accountability. So we're here to start shedding light on the darkness. And then, of course, we have a Supreme Court that rewrote election law. You know, Act 77 has been painted as a villain. Okay, we could debate that. But the real problem is when the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decided they're going to write legislation and rewrite our law. And because of that, obviously, Pennsylvania, we got a lot of problems there. And that opened the door to all the shenanigans and abuses and folly that we're dealing with here in the state this day. So what's going on here? Thousands of people from across the Commonwealth have reached out to us, tens of thousands, asking and demanding action. They deserve it. And as a result of the inability of our executive branch to do their job, we're stepping in here. We're co-equal members, and we're going to do our job. We're looking for transparency and truth. There's going to be no grandstanding here. We're after facts. And we're going to have a good layout here of what happened. And you're going to have to decide, good people of Pennsylvania, on what happened and whether there's a strong case to be made or not. You know, the forgotten men and women of our great state feel betrayed by their government, and I'm with them. I feel the betrayal as well. So we undertake these proceedings today to find out what happened, and then hopefully come up with an approach where that never happens again. And the issues are galore. You're going to hear about poll watchers being denied access, where election software vendors refuse to testify before the General Assembly. What do they got to hide? Do we expect the people to trust their government? And we got to earn their trust. And this is no game, and the very republic very much is at stake. Anyone who loves this country has to put aside their petty partisan politics and allow the light to shine where it is. And we're going to find the truth and celebrate it. You know, as a soldier and now as an elected member of the state Senate, I'm not going to stand aside, and neither of the members around me are as well. We're going to fight the good fight for freedom and secure our republic. Too many good men and women have gone before us who are giving their lives here, and to cast it aside now for power play is unacceptable and it's not going to happen. Thank you. We do our great men and women in uniform and those who lay down their lives and gain a last full measure of devotion a great disservice if we stand aside and allow bureaucrats and corrupt politicians to steal their voice and maybe even steal an election. We'll find out. John 8:3, thank you. John 8:3-6 says that if Jesus set you free, you're free indeed. We're going to walk as free people in Pennsylvania. This is where it all started. We choose this day to walk as free men and women in honor of the sacrifice not only of Jesus on Calvary, but also in honor of the sacrifice of brave men and women in uniform who fought for and secured our freedoms. We will be relentless in our pursuit of the transparency, of accountability, and truth. The time for dithering, politics, and games is over. The time for truth and justice is now. In conclusion, as Benjamin Franklin was leaving Constitutional Hall in 1787, he was approached by Mrs. Powell, and Mrs. Powell ran up to him. We surmise she knew him personally, and she said, "Well, Mr. Franklin, what do we have? A monarchy or a republic?" And he said, "A republic if you can keep it." This is our time to keep this republic. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Mastriano. We turn now to the introductions of our House and Senate members. Let's begin with our representatives here at this end of the table. Gentlemen, ladies.
Is it on? Yeah, Representative Dave Zimmerman, serving the northeast part of Lancaster County.
Representative Greg Rothman, the 87th District, Cumberland County.
Representative Mike Jones, 93rd District, York County.
Representative Paul Schemmel, portions of Franklin County. Representative Rob Kaufman, 89th District, Northern Franklin County.
Representative Stephanie Borowitz from the 76th District. I'm honored to be here fighting for freedom, so thanks.
Hi, Senator Judy Ward from Blair County, representing Blair, parts of Huntington, parts of Franklin County, part of Cumberland County, and all of Fulton County.
Wow.
You've already met Senator Kim Ward. I believe you know Senator Mastriano. There we go.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Mario Scavello from Monroe, Northampton County, and I can see New Jersey from my district.
Senator Mike Regan from Cumberland and York County.
Good afternoon. State Representative Dan Mao. Welcome to my 91st Legislative District.
Representative Frank Ryan from Lebanon County, Breakaway Burbank. Thank you.
We are also joined on Zoom Senator Brooks and Senator Hutchinson from Northwestern Pennsylvania, Senator Yaw from the Williamsport area, Senator Stefano from Southwestern Pennsylvania, Senator Laughlin from Erie, Senator Martin from Lancaster County, Senator Pittman from Indiana County, Senator Pat Brown from the Lehigh Valley. Also, my job as chairman is to remind our panelists to keep their microphones muted until it is your turn to speak, and also remind everyone to strictly observe our time limits. One other reminder to our senators and witnesses at the request of our Senate attorneys, this is a legislative hearing. Our purpose is to listen to the complaints of our constituents, the oversight of government agencies, and the need for possible legislation.
Stay right here with us, folks, on News Now from Fox, taking a quick 2-minute break.
Senator Mastriano, I believe you want to introduce our first witness for 15 minutes. And we will hold, to the representatives and senators so you understand, we will hold all of our questions until the conclusion of the 6th panel.
I would just simply say, welcome to America's Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Giuliani, for being here.
Senators, representatives, Senator Mastriani, and all the distinguished members of the legislature of Pennsylvania, we are very, very honored and very appreciative that you are giving us an opportunity to be heard, which we've been denied almost uniformly by the media and by legislatures elsewhere. All we ask is that you listen to the facts that we're presenting and then evaluate it. I can't help but note that we're doing it here in Gettysburg. Over 156 years ago, the fate of our country hung in the balance right here on this hallowed ground for 3 relentless days of bloody close combat between 2 armies that lost over 50,000 casualties. The fate of our republic was really decided that we'd be one nation, one union, one government, sharing values that are enormously important to us. And I don't want to overstate it, but I do believe that those values are at stake, not only in this election, but in the way this election was conducted and in what we're going to do about it. Because if we allow elections in the future to be conducted the way this election was conducted, we will have lost our democracy, our representative democracy. During the course of this election, we've come pretty close to losing our right of free speech. There's been censorship that I've never seen before, of an incredible nature by big tech, big networks, big companies. They only allow one side to be heard, and they refuse to allow the other side to be heard. It's almost as if they're afraid the American people, if they should learn these facts, will find out just who they are and what they're about. This voter fraud that took place, which, as you will see from the witnesses that we call, had several dimensions to it, several different ways in which it was done. The most dangerous thing is it is very, very similar in at least 6 states that we've been able to study. In other words, what we're going to describe to you with these witnesses happened in roughly the same way in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Primary device were the mail-in ballots. You know there was a fierce debate over whether we should have mail-in ballots in the first place. Many scholars, many experts always felt that mail-in ballots were very dangerous because they're very easy to forge. It leads to more defrauding. We were warned by Justice Souter, among others. We were warned by President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker in a report that they did on how to make elections more secure. They warned us that the one thing to do is do not go to general mail-in voting because every place it's been used, it's led to tremendous fraud. And that was reiterated, believe it or not, in an article in the New York Times in 2012, an article they have now forgotten they wrote, that explained the same thing. And I think what you're going to find as you study your mail-in ballot procedure here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and then in the 6 other places, this was a terrible mistake. And it allowed the leadership of a party that had become pretty expert at voter fraud to really go wild. So the witnesses we present are going to first show you that in the case of Philadelphia and in the case of Allegheny County and 1 or 2 other counties, the mail-in ballots that were received were not inspected at all by any Republican. They were hidden from Republicans. In the case of Philadelphia and Allegheny County, I can't be absolutely certain, but I do believe the witnesses will show that a Republican never got to see a single ballot. Now, you know how important that is to determining whether it is a valid ballot or not. There's only one time you get to do that, and that's when you separate the envelope that possesses the verifying information from the ballot. The moment you separate them, you can no longer verify. You can't go back and recount. You can't go back and check paper ballot against the machine ballot because it's a private ballot. It's an anonymous ballot. We want to keep it that way. The only thing that identifies it is that outer envelope. At that moment, when they're separated, gone forever. That's the moment at which inspections have been allowed, time immemorial, in America, Pennsylvania, all of our other 49 states. Several of the witnesses here have been doing this for 20 or 30 years. They've never heard of a situation in which a mail-in ballot was just put in without allowing a Republican, a Democrat, even third-party members to take one look at it and object to it, for the very reason that it's too prone to fraud. Think about this. In your state, Republicans were uniformly not allowed, kept out, put in chutes like they were cows to keep them away from seeing these ballots. Never happened before. Not only that, the same thing was done in Michigan, the same thing was done in Wisconsin, and on and on and on. What's the chance that on the morning of November 3rd or 4th, when they started the count, that in each one of those places, the Democrat leadership of these highly controlled Democrat cities that have some history for corruption, and in the case of Philadelphia, a long history of voter fraud. I could show you the convictions. I don't think I have to. What are the odds that they're all going to wake up with the same idea? After years and years of always examining together absentee ballots, all of a sudden, in a year in which we have a couple million of them per state, we're not going to allow any Republicans to see them. The person in Philly figures that out, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, Las Vegas, Nevada? Or is it more likely that this was a common plan that maybe started with the whole idea of having mail ballots because it gives you a much wider range to cheat. When you had just a small number of absentee ballots, like 400,000, you have a certain range that you can cheat. When you have 250 or 2.5 million, you have a much bigger range to do that. So when you hear that testimony about not being allowed to see the ballot, you have to understand it's much more important than just that individual ballot. On election night, when I went to sleep, maybe when you did, President Trump was leading in your state by somewhere around 700 to 800,000 votes, depending on when you went to sleep. That's a huge number of votes. 65% of the vote had been cast. Under normal circumstances, like if this were a fair media, your state would have been called for Trump. I mean, Virginia was called with 10% of the vote. It turned out to be separated by 1%. I think we may have actually won Virginia, but that's another battle. Michigan, we were ahead by 300,000 votes. Wisconsin, more. Georgia, we were down to 90% and ahead. What are the odds that they all switched overnight? They just switched by the next day. I think you're going to see how that happened. And I think there are a couple of statistics that you have to really closely look at. I'll just mention them and then we'll move on to the witnesses. We have calculated, and the evidence will show, that there were 682,770 mail-in ballots that were entered into your votes in just Allegheny County and in Philadelphia that were not observed by any single Republican. Those ballots could have all been for Joe Biden. They could have all been for someone else. They could have had no identifying data. They could have been from the same person. There could have been multiples of them. There could have been no name on them. We have no idea if that's true. And it will be very hard now to kind of put them together. We could ask, and you could subpoena, all of the outer envelopes. It'd be very interesting to take a look at the 682,770 outer envelopes. It'd be very interesting if they were kept. And it would be very interesting to see how many of them weren't filled out. But in any event, under the law of your state, which is set by you, those ballots are illegal. The judge, mistakenly in his opinion, said that we want to disenfranchise 6 million people. We don't want to disenfranchise anyone. We want to disqualify 682,000 votes so that 74 million people are not disenfranchised. Because that's what happened by the cheating that went on here. I'll give you one other enormously puzzling statistic. You sent out in the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania 148 absentee or mail-in ballots. You received back 1.4 million approximately. However, in the count for president, you counted 2.5 million. I don't know what accounts for that 700,000 difference between the number of ballots you sent out and the number of ballots that ended up in the count. That number, 2,589,242, was on your government website until yesterday. And yesterday it was removed without explanation. I'm going to be very interested in hearing what the explanation is. And I can't imagine you could possibly certify without knowing the explanation of that, as well as the explanation to the 22,686 mail-in ballots that were returned on the day they were mailed. That's a trick. How about they were returned, how about 32,591 were returned the day after they were mailed? Another 20,000 were returned before they were mailed. Of course, I think this is a kind of a low count, and I guess the crooks in Philadelphia are disappointed in this. They only submitted 8,021 ballots from dead people, mail-in ballots for dead people. Probably easier for dead people to submit mail-in ballots than it is to vote in person. You had about 30,000 of those. We're checking the records of the cemeteries around Philadelphia. You have 4,984 mail-in ballots that were never requested, and on and on and on and on. Your election, because of these 2 counties and maybe one other, is a sham. It's a disgrace to your state. And finally, I don't need to remind you of this. I think I need to remind America of this. The election for the President of the United States is not run by the governor of your state. It's not run by your election commissioner. The United States Constitution makes it clear who has the responsibility for running this election. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of our Constitution doesn't say that ABC gets to call the winner or CNN. It says each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. It's the state legislature that controls this process. It's your power. It's your responsibility. And I think you know, and you have to convince the rest of your members, Republican and Democrat, they owe that to the people of your state, and they owe that to the people of the United States. Because if this happens without consequence, if they can just enter 600,000 some odd mail-in ballots without allowing a single Republican to view it, what's to say that next time they won't do 1 million or 2 million? I know crooks really well. You give them an inch and they take a mile, and you give them a mile and they take your whole country. So now we'll proceed with the witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Giuliani. I've been informed that we have also been joined on Zoom by Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill, Representative Don Kiefer, Representative Barb Gleim from Central Pennsylvania, Representative Darrell Metcalf from Butler County, and Senator Langerhoek from Johnstown area. Senator Mastriano, would you like to introduce our next panel for the, looks to me like several people for 15 minutes as well.
Yes, thank you, Senator Argo. So our witnesses, first off, Jenna Ellis, do you have any comments for the floor? Or? Thank you. Legal advisor to President Trump.
Thank you very much. And I'll reserve my comments for the end, and I would just echo everything that the mayor so eloquently stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a revised list here. So we'd like to call forth Justin Queter from Philadelphia. Justin, are you here? Okay, outstanding. If you can come up to the table, please, my friend. And Kim Peterson out of Pittsburgh. Kim, are you here? Come forth, please. We have a seat for you here.
All right, as they get ready for those next witnesses, we will take a quick 2-minute break for some of you right here on News Now from Fox. Stay with us.
Yeah, Kayla, could you push those 2 chairs over? Thank you. And that American flag is mine. If you set it on the table, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. And then Greg Stenstrom from Delaware County. You're zooming in, I believe. Oh, he's here? Yeah, of course, I met you. Come on over, brother. You're going to swear me?
Okay, if you can, among yourselves, please divide up the next 15 minutes, and again, we'll hold all questions until the end. Please begin.
I'll start. Thank you, senators and representatives, for inviting me to this important hearing. My name is Justin C. Queter, K-W-E-D-E-R. I am a resident and registered voter in the city and county of Philadelphia. I'm an attorney. I am barred here in the Commonwealth. I am a volunteer certified GOP canvass observer. I was present at the Philadelphia Convention Center during the pre-canvass, canvass processing, and counting of the ballots cast in this year's general election. I was first present as an observer at the convention center and at the count on Election Day. I returned as a volunteer observer to watch the process every day for the next 10 days. I'd approximate I was there for about 85 hours over those 10 days. Part of the reason that I kept going back was so that I could authoritatively speak about what I saw. And again, thank you for letting me be here. Because what I saw was problematic, to say the least. I can tell you that I am an eyewitness to many issues and irregularities that were observed in Philadelphia with the processing and counting of the vote. I was a witness to too many issues and irregularities to cover in a brief opening statement. And as such, I will now focus on just two issues that I did personally observe. First, the Philadelphia Board of Elections processed hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots with zero civilian oversight or observation. The mail-in ballots were handled, processed, opened, and counted in Hall F of the Convention Center. Hall F is a vast room, approximately 350 feet by 350 feet. That's about 120,000 square feet. The Board of Elections erected a fence approximately 50 feet into the hall that ran the length of the room. All observers were corralled behind the fence. More than 100 board workers processed and opened mail-in ballots on the other side of the fence. These masked workers were arranged throughout the 120,000 square feet at a distance from the observers of about 10 feet to more than 200 feet away from us. Unlike what some may have reported in the media, the vast majority, and I'd estimate at least 96% of the board workers were processing mail-in ballots 15 to 200 plus feet from us. Due to the distance of the workers from the erected fences, it was impossible for me or any observer to see what the workers were doing with any type of specificity. The observers were not able to challenge any decision or determination being made about the processing of these mail-in ballots. No civilian oversight over hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots, zero opportunity for observers to observe, challenge, or inspect the mail-ins being opened. I find this to be an issue and to be irregular. Move on to the second point, the pink highlighted duplicate ballots, which I haven't heard about, at least not in the media. As the weeks progressed, the observers were informed that the board was going to be duplicating damaged mail-in ballots that could not be read by the scanners. I was told that there were more than 5,000 of these damaged ballots. I was also told that the actual number was unknown and could be much higher. The process for duplicating these ballots was for two workers to work as a pair. One worker reading out loud what was marked on the original damaged ballot, and the second worker using a pink highlighter to mark the choice on the duplicate ballot. The board's plan then was to run the pink highlighted ballots through the scanners where they would be counted as votes. The board workers did this pink highlighter duplication work over the course of a couple days until thousands of ballots were duplicated with these pink highlighters. On Thursday, November 12th, the observers were informed that the pink highlighter could not be read by the scanners. They all had to be done again. All of the duplicated mail-in ballots had to be fixed. And the Philadelphia Board of Elections' solution to this problem was to give the workers who were working alone, individually, stacks of hundreds of what amounted to blank mail-in ballots. And the workers, individually, were to fill in the correct highlighted ovals with dark pen. No observation. They were marking thousands of blank mail-in ballots. The workers did this double recreation work for hours before the observers realized what was going on, because we weren't told what was going on. Only when the observers confronted the deputy commissioner about this irregularity was a system set up where the workers would show the observers each double recreated mail-in ballot by flashing it at them for a second from a distance of 6 to 20 feet away, for as good as that was. Thousands of mail-in ballots were ultimately counted in this way. Again, I find this to be an issue and to be irregular. As Senator Mastriano recently said, elections are a fundamental principle of our democracy. Unfortunately, Pennsylvanians have lost faith in the electoral system, end quote. And let me add a quote that Philadelphia City Commissioner of Elections Al Schmidt just made when he said about these recent elections in Philadelphia that these were the most secure and transparent elections in Philadelphia's history, end quote. Now, I wasn't around for every election in Philadelphia's history, but I can tell you as an eyewitness, for 10 days, for more than 80 hours, what I saw was not a secure and transparent election. There are major concerns about the legitimacy of hundreds of thousands of ballots that were counted in Philadelphia. Excuse me. All right, let me finish with this. May I suggest to you that any restoration of faith on the part of Pennsylvanians in our electoral system can and will only be accomplished after an investigation into this election, only after the law is properly applied to this election. The idea that we can just move on by making sure that the law is properly applied in the next election is, in my opinion, unacceptable. The issues, irregularities, and illegitimacy of what I saw leads me to conclude that the laws of the Commonwealth and of the United States were not being followed in Philadelphia when hundreds of thousands of ballots were counted in this year's general election. Action must be taken now to maintain our free and fair elections and to preserve and protect our elections' integrity. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Peterson, and I appreciate that I'm here today. Thank you all for having me here today. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I am here to tell you what I witnessed as a canvasser where at the warehouse where they open the mail-in ballots and separate them from the envelopes as we had been discussing. As the afternoon of Election Day, I went to the down to the warehouse to be a canvasser, as a Republican representative, to be able to watch them open the mail-in ballots. And as the gentleman, Justin, just described, as I was led back to the area where we were able to view them opening the mail-in ballots, we were kept in a corral that was at least 15 to 20 feet from any of the representatives, and that was the closest people opening the ballots. There were people that were 50, 100 feet from us. The closest that was 20 feet about, and you could not see at all the envelope, the ballot itself, where they were stacking them, anything that was required that we were able to see. There were also monitors up around the area. The monitors were pathetic, to be honest. They were fuzzy, looked like they were using old technology as far as, we have the most clearest televisions created, in the world now, and these were, probably from the 60s. You're looking at all these multiple cameras, screenshots put together of people opening ballots, but you could not even see at all or witness anything if anything was any misdoing or anything going wrong. It was very discouraging on my part. I was very much looking forward to being a part of that day and representing myself and Pennsylvanians in a fair election. And I was, I guess, discouraged about it. I love this country and I love Pennsylvania. I was not born and raised in Pennsylvania, but I have been here for 30 years. And it is very important to me that this election be fair. And thank you again for having me.
First and foremost, my name is Leah Hoops. I'm from Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I was a poll watcher on the day of election, and I was also present at the counting center in Chester, Pennsylvania. So first and foremost, thank you to this committee and all those involved, and especially Senator Mastriano and former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. To our fearless and brave president, thank you for being our shield and putting us first, and I am forever grateful. It is an absolute honor to be a part of this hearing and to finally have an opportunity to speak about what took place in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I feel as an American that it is my duty to help protect the integrity of our elections, not just for me, but for every American. There are many who have lost life and limb for my right to vote. I want to give a brief introduction and history of how I got involved in this election. 4 years ago, Donald Trump came down an escalator and I knew that he was here to take back our country. I was born and raised in Delaware County in a conservative home. I was taught from an early age to love thy neighbor, defend your country, and by all means, always speak the truth. I took those values throughout my life and applied them in every avenue possible, which brings me up to the present. And about 18 months ago, I became a volunteer and assisted with a campaign for a magisterial judge. In that process, I was approached by my current chairman and became an appointed committee woman for the Bethel Township Republican Party. In conjunction with my committee position, I also started volunteering for the Trump campaign, registering voters, and assisting with events. During this time, I started a watchdog group and reached out to the Thomas More Society. Now, associates, we've been focusing our efforts in election integrity. Our greatest efforts have been in following closely the newly elected and completely Democrat-run Delaware County Council and the Democrat Majority Election Board. This also includes any and all contractors, support staff, and any key players involved. What we found was actually concerning. Not only was private grant money used from the Center for Tech and Life owned by Google and Mark Zuckerberg, but pop-up voter sites were also approved. These pop-up voter sites were placed in heavily Democrat cities, including Chester and Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, in which case the grant money from the CTCL was used to pay for electioneering. It was literally a one-stop shop. Walk in, apply, get your ballot, submit, and you were out the door. But where this didn't take place was in heavily Republican and independent areas. Let's also make note that the voting machine warehouse supervisor is a Bernie Sanders delegate, who was also solely responsible for every scanner, machine, V-card, and all machines with absolutely zero experience in this area. The real story is the $2.1 million spent to move the counting center from the courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania to Okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I forgot where I was. Okay, so the real story is the $2.1 million spent to move the counting center from the courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania, which has been something that has been done for decades, to the wharf in Chester, Pennsylvania. Let me explain to you the layout of the counting center. It is in the middle of a huge parking lot, which sits back on Seaport Drive, next to loading docks. It has multi-million-dollar connections to the company Power HRG and Subaru Park Soccer Stadium. The counting center was on the first floor, in which there were multiple places to bring in ballots in and out of, elevators and many rooms in which workers had access. I was there for 3 straight days. What became of concern was the back room, which had no observers, no line of sight or transparency into the process. There was no cooperation, complete resistance from election night and every day after. It took until our lawyer got an injunction to get into that back room in which pre-canvassing was transpiring. Even with an injunction, which was a joke, we were granted 5 minutes every 2 hours. And the setup was sitting in a chair 20 feet from any physical ballot. I truly wish I had enough time today to recreate what I witnessed and felt during those moments, but we did not gather here today just for me and my experience, but rather a collection of experiences from Americans like myself. What I hope to achieve is for the public to understand is that we have stuck our necks out, have been intimidated, threatened, bullied, have spent countless hours away from our families, friends, and jobs. We have signed affidavits under penalty of perjury, which should be consideration enough to know that this is a very serious issue. I'm here for one thing only, and that is to speak the truth. This is not about party. This is about my country. Every American deserves transparency, truth, and be able to question those in power without fear of intimidation, bullying, or backlash. I hope this committee takes action if needed, and justice will be swift to anyone involved in fraudulent activity. The Republic is angry, disgruntled, tired, beaten up, and ready to defend this country. Yes. Thank you. Without election integrity, we are just another banana republic. I thank you again for your time, efforts, and service, and it is an honor to be here and to be part of a historical moment. Thank you.
It's a tough group to follow.
My name is Gregory Stenstrom. I'm from Delaware County. I'm a father, a family man. I was a former commanding officer and executive officer in the Navy. I'm a veteran of foreign wars. I'm the CEO of my own private company. I'm a data scientist. I'm a forensic computer scientist. I'm an expert in security and fraud. Leah had recruited me for this election, and I was glad. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So for the first part of the day, I was a poll watcher in the city of Chester, and I was with just another former U.S. Marine officer, and the two of us were the only GOP poll watchers in the city of Chester, which is about 40,000 people. Because of the consolidation for COVID, there were 7 polls that we were allowed to, that we were able to make it to in 22 precincts. What we saw out there was pretty orderly and exciting. People were excited to vote. One of the things we saw out in the field was that people, quite a few people had done mail-in ballots. So they came in and they hadn't been updated in the Delaware County database yet. So they would come in and say, the database is not showing me on the database, I'd like to vote. So the process, one of the processes was to give them a provisional ballot. And then they would vote provisionally, and then later on, their vote would be sorted out. That didn't happen. I observed, and the gentleman that was with me observed 7 different polls where the people were given a regular ballot. So they cast a vote and put it in. We let it happen a few times. We didn't jump all over them. It happened a couple of times. We went up. In all cases, the election judges were very forthcoming, very polite. They apologized and they said they couldn't do it. But that somewhat spurred me to go down to the counting center, which Leah described. It's on the Seaport Ave. It's a remote building, not much around it. And I wanted to take a look. All day long, I had been told that there were 10 to 20 GOP poll watchers down there, and that everything was well in hand. And out of curiosity, I decided to go down. I arrived at 6 o'clock with 4 other gentlemen, again, former military and some good citizens from Delaware County. And we weren't allowed to get in until 11 o'clock at night, and we had to get some legal help to get us in. So it took us 5 hours to get upstairs. After that, what we saw here is, what I saw is I really think the crux of this in Delaware County is, as an expert in this, I think it's impossible to verify the validity of about 100,000 to 120,000 votes. Now, Delaware County's got 425,000 registered voters. Approximately 300,000 of them voted. I don't know what the exact number ended up. Mayor Giuliani nailed that number. But of that number, over 100,000 are in question in my mind. What I saw as a forensics expert was an election process that was forensically destructive in the manner it was conducted, with the envelopes being separated from the ballots and gone to the other side of the room. And the problem with that from being forensically destructive is that when you go to do a recount, okay, the machines did a pretty good job of recounting. So if I have 120,000 ballots, mail-in ballots at one side of the room and envelopes at the other side of the room, it's still going to come out 102,000 votes for Vice President Biden and 18,000 votes for President Trump. I don't care how many times you recount those votes, the ballot's going to come out the same every time. So the notion of a recount in a forensically destructive process doesn't work very well. What I saw there was a chain of custody in all cases that was broken. It was broken for the mail-in ballots, the Dropbox ballots, the election day USB V-card flash drives. In all cases, the chain of custody and the procedures that were defined by the Delaware County Board of Elections and Election Process Review they didn't follow one. I couldn't even redline this multi-page document because the entire document would be, they didn't follow any of the procedures. So I personally observed USB V-cards being uploaded to the voting machines by the voting machine warehouse supervisor on multiple occasions. I saw this personally. I brought it to the attention of the deputy sheriff who was there stationed, who was a senior law enforcement officer. and I brought it to the attention of the clerk of elections. I brought it to their attention, I objected, and I said, this person is not being observed, he's not part of the process that I can see, and he's walking in with baggies, which we have pictures of, and it was submitted in our affidavits, and he was sticking these USBs into the machines. So I personally witnessed that happened 24 times, over 24 times. We have multiple other witnesses that saw it, including Democrat poll watchers. And we were told, I was told the next day by the solicitors, well, actually not the solicitor, but the attorney that we had secured, that they said every election they leave a couple of USBs in the voting machines and they're brought back, and generally the warehouse manager comes over and puts them in. So in talking to the U.S. Attorney General McSwain and other law enforcement officers, I found out that was not the case, that generally, you know, more than two is unusual. So they denied they did it, but as of today, 47 USBV cards are missing, and they're nowhere to be found. So I was told personally that these 24 to 30 cards that were uploaded weren't there. Those cards, I demanded that they didn't update the vote live time. They only updated it about once every 2 or 3 hours. I demanded they uploaded the vote so I could see what the result was, and it was 50,000 votes. And I think as a computer scientist, an American, and a patriot, it doesn't matter who those 50,000 votes were. I'll tell you they were for Vice President Biden. But what was shocking to me as an American, as someone who has gone to sea, gone to war, that that could even happen. So several other things that came up was on Thursday, it took us 3 days for them to obey the court order that I secured with Leah's help and the help of the Thomas More Society, who we thank incredibly good patriots. They got us in there. They got the order for us to get in and watch it, look at the back offices, which were locked for 5 minutes every 2 hours. I went in, I was the first one allowed to go in at 1:30 on Thursday, and then again at 3:30 for 5 minutes. The county solicitor had a stopwatch. On the first time, I was not allowed to touch anything. The second time I did. What I observed in the locked room in the back office was 70,000 unopened mail-in ballots. They were in boxes of 500, stacked in neatly. The gentleman that came in with me was a Democrat poll watcher, is a forensic pathologist, a very detailed, very dedicated man, and he took meticulous notes as well. And I verified with him, are you seeing what I'm seeing? We both agreed as GOP poll watchers and a Democrat poll watcher that we had witnessed 60 to 70,000. We had a little bit of a disagreement there. The problem with that was by that time, the mail-in ballots had already been counted. So 120,000 mail-in ballots had already been counted, posted, and done. So my question is, where did the 70,000 ballots go? And nobody knows. We have a picture in here of a large number of boxes that I took that were filled with what appeared to be ballots sitting by the Blue Crest machine. They were there for about 3 hours and then they disappeared. I thought it notable when I watched it, the first when they were taking the ballots up and down. I said, I am an expert in fraud. I saw the ballots going up multiple elevators and racks. And I think a lot of well-meaning people and a lot of honest people were there doing that. They were trying to participate in the process. And I would say that 99% of the people there, the way the process was designed, I believe that people thought it was a non-fraudulent process. I heard that said many times. I was, I said, there's no fraud going on here. I said, well, I'm not, I didn't even bring that up. But I think people saw what they wanted to see, and they saw what was intended for them to see. I called it at one point Kabuki theater. I said it was all designed for us to see it. It was entertaining. There were cameras on it. When we finally got into the back room where the votes were being ingested, as a data scientist, I want to see where the data is coming in. And I wanted to know the universe of the votes. Well, the universe of the votes was only supposed to be 120,000 mail-in ballots. We were told there were 6,000 ballots remaining. So I said, okay, we have a universe of 126,000 votes. And then when I get back there, the universe wasn't 126,000 votes. The universe was 200,000 votes. So that's a problem. I think the last thing I wanted, a couple of other things, is the Blue Crest sorter machine was only manned by one person. You know, people ask me all the time, how do people commit crimes? I know there's a lot of theories here, and I always look for the simplest thing. People that stuff, you know, sticking USB sticks in, putting ballots in. Very simple thing, only takes a couple of people. Doesn't take a big conspiracy. I think people look at things and they use inflammatory words and, you know, like fraud and so forth. As a forensic computer scientist, my interest is in the data. Where did it go? Where did the spoilage go? How did the data come in and go out of the system? So I think as a scientist, we need to look at that. We need to audit that. What was really upsetting to me, and the most upsetting, was I had spoke to multiple law enforcement agencies and literally begged multiple law enforcement agencies. I said, go in, and I said, in order to prove, prove that nothing's happening, and either exonerate yourselves in the process or refute what I'm saying, please. It's a very simple process. Just go get the forensic evidence from the computers. It's a simple process. You turn the computer off. It's non-destructive. Takes moments, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes to do it properly and collect the evidence. You open the computer up. You take a device called a bit blocker. You put it in the hard drive. It's done under the observation of law enforcement officers. They take a forensic image of the drive, put it all back together. It wouldn't have taken more than an hour to image all 5 machines. That was never done, despite my objections, and that was 3 weeks ago. Lastly, when they said, well, we've got all the forensic records and so forth. We just learned 2 days ago that virtually all chain of custody logs, records, yellow sheets, everything was gone. All forensic evidence, all custody sheets in Delaware County are gone. They had a signing party where they sat down and poll workers were invited back to recreate those logs, and our understanding as of today was that they were unsuccessful in getting them all. So we have a situation where we have 100,000 ballots to 120,000 ballots, both mail-in and USB, they're in question. Now, there's no cure for this. There's no remedy for this. As a home charter, we could have a re-election in Delaware County for our own representatives within our own town, but there is no cure for that for the President of the United States. And I don't believe, as a citizen and an observer to this, that anybody could certify that vote in any good conscience. And if the Democrats that have a part of this process, had done things, followed their own procedures, which they created almost unilaterally, we would be in a situation where they could exonerate themselves and they could say, Mr. Stenstrom, you've been misinformed. We have evidence here that refutes what you say. But that's not the case. They can't do that. So I say, if you can't certify that vote, and you can't certify 100,000 votes out of 300,000, then you can't certify Delaware County. And I'm done, and thank you for your time and patience.
And we will continue to listen to witnesses right here in Pennsylvania. More News Now from Fox continues after this 2-minute break.
Mastriano introduced the next 15-minute panel. I want to note that we've also been joined on Zoom by Representative Kathy Rapp from Northwestern Pennsylvania. Doug?
Thank you, panelists. If you can stay in the area, we're going to bring up the next group here. We're going to save questions and answers for the end. Mr. Mayor, I understand my list might not be synchronized. I'm going to ask you to introduce the next folks coming up to testify. If you could pass the mic to the mayor, somebody. Thank you, Walt.
call up four more witnesses like this, or we could now put on the statistical expert who could explain some of this, and then put on the additional witness. Either way you prefer.
Statistical expert sounds good.
Okay, then we'll call Colonel Waldron. And if you don't mind, if I can interrupt and ask him a few questions, can probably get it directed. It's good for me to do that because I don't understand it, so. I'm only kidding. Colonel, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Senator, Colonel, and gentlemen, ladies. My name is Phil Waldron. I'm a retired Army Colonel, 30 years. Spent the first half of my career just like Colonel Mastriano here as a cavalry officer conducting armed reconnaissance, counter reconnaissance. Last half of my career spent in information warfare as a psychological operations officer and information operations officer, conducted computer network operations, electronic warfare, special electronic warfare, deception, counter deception, and OPSEC, and a couple other specialties.
Sir,
you still got a Stetson and Spurs. So I spent all of my time as an operations officer. My perspective looking at this this problem set is how to break in, how to break it, how to destroy it, how to manipulate it. And my team has been researching this specific issue since August. But we're working with another team that's been intently working on this problem set, the voting machine manipulation, for 2 years, since the Ted Cruz and Beto race in Texas in 2018 and the Kentucky governor's race, where there were significant anomalies observed. And I'd like to add that there are many, many more teams like ours, small teams that are joined in this fight, and they're throwing the flag left and right. So there's a lot of folks who are recognizing anomalies. The voting systems in the U.S. And in Pennsylvania were built to be manipulated. They've been used in elections around the world and stolen elections around the world in Venezuela, Italy, Argentina, Singapore, Bolivia as close as 2 weeks ago. The Philadelphia uses ES&S, Pittsburgh uses Dominion, other counties in Pennsylvania use Dominion and other systems. So what's the real deal? So all of these election systems have a common DNA. SGO Smartmatic sold Sequoia voting systems to Dominion in 2010. And then the Diebold company spun off Premier Election Systems to Dominion as a result of an antitrust suit. So the bottom line is that these systems have similar code and similar functions. And just so you know, I know there have been statements to the contrary, but I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who had firsthand knowledge of Hugo Chavez's family members who told him not to worry about the populist threat against Maduro's election in Venezuela. Quote unquote, that it was guaranteed. Their father invested the money to build the SGO voting machine system. So I have no reason to doubt this gentleman. He's sworn an affidavit to this effect. But that's the root of the SGO voting machines. So these systems are not what you've been told. They are connected to the internet and servers outside of the US. They're connected from top to the bottom in the middle. There is no transparency, as our previous witnesses mentioned, as to how the voter information is processed, how and where it's stored. The voting record is able to be modified and or deleted by operators, administrators, and outside threats. Operators can assign votes for write-in ballots, blank ballots, or error ballots in large numbers so that they can be directed toward one candidate or another at the operator's or supervisor's discretion. And many experts have published how easily these machines can be hacked to manipulate votes. As a matter of fact, one of our white hat hackers previously discovered a malware that's present on the servers that captures every login and every password of every operator down to the precinct level that logs into one of these systems. It's just like giving the password to your bank account out, putting it on the dark web. It's not going to be there very long. And just so you probably are all aware, on 30 September, an election storage facility was robbed in your state. 30 USB devices were stolen and a laptop. Those USB devices more than likely had encryption devices. And you've just heard another previous witness talk about the non-standard use of the USB storage devices. So these systems, in a nutshell, allow authorized and unauthorized users to cancel votes, shift votes, preload votes, vote blank ballots, all in real time and in large numbers. They're connected from the top to the bottom. So one bad actor or a team of bad actors can have equally negative inputs. It's been described by another person in another state that we're working with, just like the lotto. Whoever organizes the lotto is always going to win. It's controlling the numbers and it's controlling the margins. Our experts and other academics believe that up to 1.2 million Pennsylvania votes could have been altered or fraudulent. This is what we discovered in the last 22 days. Really, only a detailed forensic analysis of the actual machines and software will truly show how many Pennsylvania citizens have had their civil rights violated. So to use these type of machines with little or no audit trails, little or no transparency of how the votes are processed, where they go, where they're stored, will never leave the public satisfied that we truly have a representative democracy. I'd like to correct something the mayor said. I am not a statistician. I'm a combat officer and didn't do well in math. But I can understand the numbers that he put out earlier. Want to share with you one chart. I believe it's in your package. So what our team has done is focused on the spike anomalies. And these are events where a numerical amount of votes are processed in a time period that's not feasible or mechanically possible under normal circumstances. I believe Greg Stenstrom mentioned earlier the processing of these ballots through machines. There's a manufacturer specified rate of speed that a number of ballots can be imaged and processed. These spike anomalies in this chart really show where for us to look forensically to actually determine what happened with these votes. Our team has looked at these systems, and there are a dozen ways to interdict the voting process in these issues, whether it's mail-in ballot manipulations. They can scan and allocate votes, blank votes, whether it was 70,000 votes left in the back room. There's just lots of ways to interdict these systems. So with that, I'll answer any potential questions.
Thank you. Next panel, please.
Could I just
Yes, sir.
ask him to clarify one or two things? When we look at this Pennsylvania fixing the vote chart that they all have, could you explain at the very beginning what that line means, Biden injection?
So at the very beginning of the chart where there's a circle, it says on election day, what that indicates is there is a spike in loaded votes of 337,000 plus or minus some votes that were added in there in one big batch. So that was an anomaly in the reporting. Normally you would expect to see a smooth curve going up, not any big spikes. That's kind of what Greg was talking about, the anomalies of loading and uploading those votes. So that big spike that occurs there is a prime indicator of fraudulent voting.
And that's 604,000 votes in 90 minutes, is that right?
Correct. This is 337 votes, 337,000 votes in that
in that period of time.
Yes.
And when you look at this entire curve with all these spikes, can you calculate how much of a vote that accounted for Biden and how much for Trump?
Close to 600,000. I think our figures were about 570 some odd thousand that all those spikes represent over time.
For Biden?
Correct.
And how much for Trump?
I think it was a little over 3,200.
just to go back to your original document, this one pager that they all have. Mail-in ballots counted without being observed. Those are the ballots we were talking about that were not observed in Allegheny County and in Philadelphia.
Correct.
Is that right? 682,770. Now, this is the part that is a mystery. Mailed ballots sent out, 1,823,148. But when you go to the final count of the vote, there are 2,589,242 mail-in ballots. What happened? How do you account for the 700,000 mail-in ballots that appeared from nowhere?
So our cyber team uses white hat hacking techniques. They gather a lot of publicly available information, and that information was from the Secretary of State's website. That website has been updated as late as 11/16 this morning with provisional and mail-in ballots, so those numbers are still changing. They changed last night, so it's a continual target.
This is 22 days after the election.
That number, the 2.5 million number is no longer on the website.
Just been taken off?
It's not there anymore.
Is there any explanation for why it's been taken off?
There is no annotations.
But has there been a change made in the 2,589,242 mail-in votes that have been counted in the total vote?
I'd have to check the Secretary of State's website as of.
And could you also check and see, is there any change in the 1,823,148 ballots that were sent out?
The mailed-out ballots number seems to be holding steady.
And was there any other method of producing ballots other than sending them out?
Not that we're aware of, unless as previous witnesses have testified that the potential for multiple ballot counts. So ballots could have been counted.
Have you ever gotten a chance to examine any of these ballots?
No, that would be part of the forensic process. One suggestion, whoever does the analysis is using paper and ink analysis with a micro photo spectrometer that would analyze the ink on those ballots to see if they were mass produced.
More news now from Fox continues.
70 ballots that were entered without a single inspection of any kind. There also appear to be something like 700,000 ballots, mail-in ballots, that were never sent out, that were counted.
There are noted discrepancies in the Secretary of State's
pretty big
report.
discrepancy.
Yes, sir.
And that's been there.
Thank you. We do have to press on to the next panel since we have a lot of questions pending here. Mr. Mayor, could you introduce the next panelists?
So now we have Jane Winters, Gary Feldman, who's going to be on a Zoom. Is he here? Well, then have him come up.
Yeah, please come up as you're called.
I believe Charles Nudo, N-U-D-O, and David Shestakis. I think I have them all. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll start with the men physically in the room here with your testimony, and then go to the Zoom after that, so please.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Gary Feldman. I am a resident and voter of Philadelphia City and County. I'm registered as a Republican. I have been involved with Philadelphia Republican politics for over 20 years now. I've had watcher certificates, and on this past November 3rd, 2020, I was issued a watcher certificate to be the watcher for President Donald Trump. This is the watcher certificate that I was given, and it is issued for President Donald Trump to me. These watcher certificates, I'm not sure the exact year, I'm going to say about 2012 2002 or 2003 are now for county-wide. So everywhere in the county, the watcher certificate is good for. So Philadelphia is city and county, so this watcher certificate, which reads, this certificate authorized the individual to watch in any ward or division in Philadelphia. And that's what the top line. If you want to see the watcher certificate, I'll gladly bring it up. So anyway, I was in my vehicle as kind of like volunteering for the president with an attorney, and he was monitoring any kind of problems that could happen in Philadelphia. His name was Will Chamberlain, and he was pretty good on Twitter and other social media stuff. So we got a word that they were not letting Republican watchers in the polling places in South Philly. So we went to a place which happened to be a funeral parlor where they were doing the election, and I walked in with the watcher certificate in both hands to make sure that they wouldn't snag it out of my hand. They immediately wanted me to identify myself. One of the problems that happens is the Republican watcher certificates are this gold-orange color, where the Democrats are like a light blue. I've never really seen one, but I heard they're light blue. So they know right away that we're Republicans coming in there to watch. So two poll workers, I don't know who they were wearing masks and everything. I produced a certificate, and she starts saying it's not good here. And I'm like, it is. And I said, please read the top line. The gentleman that was with her said, would you like to go outside and talk about this? You know, I was not looking for a confrontation. And the other thing is, too, is I did have my bandana on. They had their face shield, but they weren't practicing social distancing. They were right on top of me. So we did step outside because he wanted to step outside. Will Chamberlain is not a Philadelphia resident, so he's not issued a Philadelphia washer certificate. And he proceeded to take a video of me having a confrontation on the street with these two, I don't know who they were. I don't know if they were poll workers. You know, they never identified who they were. The video, which was released to the public, is a little over 30 seconds on Twitter, and it already has 3.8 million hits on Will's Twitter page. There is a complete video, and it's on my phone, and I know I made it available to the senators. It's over a minute about what happened on the street. I tried to explain this watcher certificate is for the city of Philadelphia. You're in the city of Philadelphia, and you have to let me observe. I'm the eyes and ears of the President of the United States, and they wouldn't allow that.
More news now from Fox. We'll continue next.
Excuse me, be here today. Oh, sir.
Yeah, I just want to add another thing that's really kind of crucial. When this happened, the fact checkers group or organization, I don't even know what they are, started to put disclaimers on the video. Fact checkers said they contacted me. Fact checkers never contacted me. Fact checkers said that it was a misunderstanding. They said that the commissioner's office tried contacting me. They used the name Kevin Feely from the commissioner's office. I don't know who Kevin Feely is. Nobody from fact checkers called me. I don't even know if they have my phone number. And the commissioner's office did nothing to follow up on any of this. I did see Commissioner Al Schmidt when we were doing the canvassing, but we didn't mention anything about what happened that day.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Shostokis. I'm an attorney, licensed to practice law in Illinois and Florida. Some time ago, I was a Cook County Assistant State's Attorney Prosecutor, and during that time, I actually did election law enforcement during the course of that time, including seeing to it that people had appropriate access, precinct openings and closings, that machines were zeroed out. Since that time, I've either been a candidate or a campaign in over 10 other individual elections, and in 2016, I actually worked as a volunteer for the Trump-Rubio campaign in Broward County, Florida. Discovered them opening mail-in ballots in a locked room. Before that was all said and done, we actually had a Broward County judge monitoring everybody's access. He was actually on site monitoring everybody's access to see to it that that could happen, see to it that everybody would have appropriate access. Currently, I am lead counsel in conjunction with Judicial Watch in a suit called Illinois Conservative Union versus the Illinois State Board of Elections for violations of the board in terms of the National Voter Registration Act. Given that kind of background to give you some idea of where I'm coming from on this subject. On October 24th this year, I came to Pittsburgh as a volunteer with Lawyers for Trump. And I was asked to organize folks to do monitoring of the pre-canvass activities during the course of the next week. About myself with some other volunteers made over 500 phone calls. We recruited 50 individuals that were willing to come and canvass or come and monitor the pre-canvass, and along with 25 other out-of-state lawyer volunteers. We had organized all this because, of course, we had 19 in Allegheny County. There were 19 Republicans on the ballot, and so we were able to have credentials through the RCAC for 19 watchers at any given moment. So we had to organize them. So we organized everybody during the course of time, and they had given us credentials in advance. And then 2 days before the election, the Friday before the election, we got a call from the electoral board and said, oh, by the way, you need to submit everybody's credentials in advance, and you need to have everybody's signatures on the credentials that you sign in advance. And of course, we'd already had put together a team of 70, and we'd allocated them 4 hours a time in 4-hour shifts to be able to monitor through the course of the whole period of time. And then over the next 3 days, we scrambled like heck to try and get signatures from the various volunteers and other counsel that were assisting us. Needless to say, we lost about 25 folks that we were unable to get the credentials to in advance and get the signatures back and forth and all the things necessary to do that. So I wanted to mention that you're hearing about huge global issues, but it goes down to the petty as well. It goes down to the petty as well in terms of interfering with his access and interfering with changing rules. I know Secretary Bookvar changed some huge rules, but the local boards, day in and day out, were changing rules as well to make the monitoring process next to impossible. At any rate, we did that, and then we wound up. I went with a group at about 6:45 on Election Day to 901 Pennsylvania Avenue in Allegheny County, where they were doing the pre-canvass. And at the time when we arrived, we were herded into what's best known as the corral. I'm sure you've kind of seen or heard about those things. It was a fenced-in area that was the fence was maybe 2.5, 3 feet high. Closest anybody could get to make any observations was maybe 15, 20 feet from the closest ballot processor to the maybe 150 feet, because we were in about a 20,000 square foot area where the biggest room was taking place. Biggest activity was taking place. But I would mention that the mail-in ballots were coming into that room already sliced open at the top. We have no idea when or where the slicing took place, where the opening took place, or what was in fact inside those ballots, inside those mail-in envelopes. At that point in time, folks were then separating the mail-in ballot from the secrecy envelope. You could see that, that's exactly what they're doing. They put one on the side and one on the other side. And then they take them and put them someplace, and I have no idea. And then the secrecy envelopes would go to another slicing machine, and that'd be sliced open. And at that point, then the ballots would come back, and they'd be divided from the secrecy envelopes. We had really no concept of what was going on. In the room next door, there was a smaller room around the corner that you had to leave the 20,000 square foot room. There was one about 7,500 square feet. And in that room, there was a machine, and the machine would be apparently sorting things by the barcodes. And then eventually, somehow or other, people would come in with big armloads of ballots from the other room. Apparently with no provenance, no explanation of where they came from. And here's an interesting thing that you guys might consider when you're doing this in the future. One of the biggest bottlenecks would take place at this point in time, because all these ballots came in folded, tri-folded, right? And all the ballots had to be flattened. And so they would take the ballots and put them under big stacks of reams and reams of paper to flatten them out, and then there'd be workers kneading the ballots to try and make them so that they could go through the machines. And when everybody's saying, well, you haven't counted anything for, X number of hours, and they said, well, we're trying to flatten the ballots. Yeah, no, it was absurd and obscene. So at any rate, that was, and when everybody was waiting, that's what was going on. They're flattening the ballots for most part. And then there was about 6 machines where they were feeding the ballots. And while they had 6 machines feeding the ballots, as they would go in, 2 or 3 would kick out to a different tray than the other tray. And workers sometimes would take the ones that weren't kicked out and put them in a stack. And then sometimes you'd run all of them through again, and sometimes run 2 or 3. We never had any idea if they were zeroing out a machine, what they were doing. I asked the solicitor, the county solicitor who was there. I said, what's going on? He told me that this was a Pitney Bowes representative working there that had been sworn in as a county representative, and that sometimes the ballot machine doesn't count those things, and then so he runs them through and zip. But there was absolutely no provenance to what was going on in the counting machines. I have no idea, because of course they would just take stacks of ballots that had been sitting under reams of paper trying to be flattened, and then run them through the machine. So we have no idea about that. And so at one point I asked the county solicitor, I said, can you describe for me the journey of a ballot from the time it hits the door to the time that it's counted? Where does it go? What's the process, et cetera? I had a short answer, no. I then asked him, I said, can you give me any written protocol about what is supposed to happen? It hits the door, then it goes to a machine theoretically sorted by barcodes, from what I understood from someone else, so that if there's a challenge in advance of the election, they know where to look, because of course at 5 p.m. on the Friday before elections, you can challenge things for people having died and a few other reasons. And but then I asked, I said, is there any written protocol for that? And he said, no, we have no written protocol for what we're conducting, what we're doing here. So he answered, he's supposed to be the one giving legal advice to people on how to legally handle ballots. And he tells me that he doesn't know how they're handled, and he tells me that there is no written protocol on how they are supposed to be handled. So I might suggest that there was just literally no way to change. I mean, there was no way to challenge. There was no way to look at those ballots. And I would say, in my experience, electoral experience, one of the things that legitimizes elections is the ability of not a disinterested third party to review what the process is, but actually an adversarial third party to review what the process is. And this was completely and utterly absent. I had about 25 other affidavits from other folks that had joined me during the time that had been part of this that describe essentially the same thing over there in Allegheny County. Most of whom were attorneys and had been versed on the comings and goings of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which I might suggest ultimately the last decision in rate canvassing, when the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ultimately said that it doesn't matter how far you're away from the ballots because you don't have the right to challenge anything anyway. I read the opinion and I said to myself, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court just called off elections in the state of Pennsylvania. And I would suggest that the remedy for what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court does lies with the distinguished legislators that are before me. But the fact is if there is no opportunity for anybody to look at them, and the court has the temerity to say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you come in or not. It doesn't matter how far you are, because even if you're there, you don't have the right to do anything.
Sure. If you could summarize, sir, we are running out of
Yes,
time.
I'm sorry. I apologize for being an attorney. No, I apologize, Senator. But I just, I'll summarize in one thing. One of the guarantees in the United States Constitution is that, in fact, every state shall have a Republican form of government. And I would suggest to you, if the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania determines that they're going to run the state and allow the local election authorities to essentially appoint winners, the state of Pennsylvania no longer meets that guarantee as a Republican form of government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we could go to our two.
And more news now from Fox will continue in just 2 minutes, everyone.
And go ahead and start when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Priade-Havey. I am an attorney and a resident of Montgomery County and the chair of the Montgomery County Republican Committee. Thank you, Senators and Mayor Giuliani, for providing me the opportunity to speak. After the primary, our committee prepared and provided to the PA legislative leaders and members of the Montgomery County staff in charge of the election a 30-page report of the mail-in ballot and election day problems and irregularities we experienced in Montgomery County. We made detailed recommendations for changes with the hope that the general election would be smoother. Unfortunately, that was not the case. There are a number of issues that evidence a total lack of transparency regarding the handling of the general election in Montgomery County. First, the Montgomery County Republican Committee was not provided meaningful view of the mail-in ballots at any time despite our requests. Second, we were not provided with regular detailed information about the mail-in ballots over the course of the election despite our requests. Third, we still lack complete and detailed information about these ballots despite our written requests. We were provided our first opportunity to view and learn about the canvassing site on Sunday, November 1st, just 2 days prior to the election. At that visit, the chief operating officer of the county showed us the room where the canvass was to take place. To our shock, we were told we could not directly check the mail-in ballots. After some significant pushback by me, the county agreed to allow 2 watchers inside the room, but they were never able to see the ballots up close. Again, there was no meaningful observation of the ballots and absolutely no check of the ballots by anyone other than the county staff, which is all run by the Democrats, as to whether or not these ballots met election code criteria. At the most basic level, we were not even able to check to see if a voter voted twice or if a voter was deceased. And with the removal of the signature being a check for existing voters, there was no way to protect against someone fraudulently voting for a registered voter. In addition to having no meaningful observation or review of over 200,000 mail-in ballots, we were not provided with the change in rules by the county to allow the curing of mail-in ballots in a timely manner. On Thursday, October 29th, I received an email from Frank Dean, who ran the election for the county, with a list of ballots with what they described as defects, and if the voter had been contacted by the county to cure the defect. At the tour of the canvass on November 1, we were shown bundled mail-in ballots divided by precinct, which the county identified as having a defect, and explained that those individuals had not cured these ballots as of November 1st. The county did not provide the Montgomery County Republican Committee with an opportunity to have an authorized representative present in what was effectively the pre-canvass, a legal term, pre-canvass of the ballots when it reviewed and contacted voters about their defective mail-in ballots. After immediate investigation, it was clear that other counties across Pennsylvania were not allowing this illegal pre-canvassing to take place. In particular, our neighboring county, Berks County, a county that the president won by over 8%, interpreted the law as written and did not contact voters to cure ballots weeks prior to the election as Montgomery County did. A portion of Berks County and most of Montgomery County share one congressional seat. So voters were not treated equally in these two counties in the same district. Since the election, we have received many calls and emails from Republicans with questions about whether their mail-in ballot was counted, expressing concerns that they didn't request a mail-in ballot but received one anyway, that they were made to vote provisional when they shouldn't have, that they have great concerns about the efficacy of this election. There is a real disenfranchisement of voters across Montgomery County. Many people feel their vote did not count. Because we lack the information we need to tell them otherwise, and because we were not able to have any meaningful check on mail-in ballots, we cannot provide these concerned voters with the assurance they need that the process was fair and that the election was honest. In addition to the lack of transparency we experienced in Montgomery County, the Kathy Barnett for Congress campaign found, with just the minimal information that we've been able to obtain, that at least 188 deceased people in Montgomery County voted in 2020. They also found concerning anomalies in the results. For example, more people voted in the small town of Norristown for the very first time than the voters who vote regularly. This occurrence is far outside the norm of what we have seen in past elections. These numbers must be reviewed and analyzed. In fact, a full review of the mail-in ballots across the state must be done. In order for this country to have trust in the electoral process, elections must be viewed as open and transparent. Both the Democrats and the Republicans should be provided with the same information throughout the process, and there should be meaningful opportunity to observe and object, not last-minute disclosures and rule changes. This legislature must reform the election law to provide for such transparency all along the mail-in ballot process from start to finish. And people need to feel confident that the same rules apply to each and every voter in every town and in every county in this state. Thank you.
Okay, next member on the Zoom, you're up? Thank you. Do we have contact?
She's still on.
Okay, there you are.
We're ready.
Please proceed.
For Julie Vahey.
Oh, no, she's going. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Julie Vahey, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County and the executive director of the Montgomery County Republican Committee. I'm here to speak with you today regarding my experience as an observer of the pre-canvass and canvass of the mail-in ballots. In Montgomery County, we had over 250,000 mail-in ballots requested for the general election. In the weeks leading up to the election, I personally trained over 100 volunteers to inspect and monitor the counting of these ballots to ensure the legitimacy of the vote in Montgomery County. Unfortunately, they were never given this opportunity. On Sunday, November 1st, during a walkthrough of the mail-in ballot facility, we learned that no watchers were permitted to inspect or even see the outside envelope of the ballot. After some significant pushback by our chairman, Liz Havey, the county agreed to allow 2 watchers inside the room, of which I was one. As an observer at the canvass, I was corralled into a small, narrow holding area, which is blocked off by tables and plexiglass barriers in the corner of the room. Due to the room layout and location of the holding area within the room, I only had visibility to the space where ballots were flattened and scanned. This was a huge area, and the closest scanner was roughly 6 feet away and the farthest approximately 25 yards away. From my position within the holding area, I had no visibility or access to the room where ballots were sorted, outside envelopes were inspected, and both outside and secrecy envelopes were open. This space was divided from the scanning room by a large white wall, blocking all visibility to the slicing machines, the blue crest sorter, and the ballot storage room. In my opinion, this was a totally separate room and not one room as the county election board argued. During our walkthrough of the canvas facility on Sunday, November 1st, we argued that this was a separate room and was told by the county chief operating officer that we would be able to view this space by security camera footage. The footage from these cameras was streamed to televisions in a conference room on the other end of the building, which was approximately a 4-minute walk away from where the ballot canvas room was. The system was not set up on our walkthrough day, and it was not until I arrived back at the facility at 7 a.m. on election day that I could see the footage was extremely poor quality, and you could only see pixelated images of workers moving around the room and had no meaningful visibility of the ballots. Over the last 10 months in my role, I have spoken to thousands of voters firsthand who have lost faith in the election processes and procedures in Montgomery County and across Pennsylvania as a whole. Today, I still lack the information needed to properly inform voters that their vote was in fact counted. I thank you for holding these hearings today and hope that the appropriate legislative changes are made to restore confidence in our elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Facts are stubborn things, and I appreciate you guys laying it out there. It doesn't make a difference. Mayor, if you can introduce the final panelists before we go to question and answer time.
I believe there are two other.
Two more on Zoom?
Zoom.
Okay, please come forth, friends on Zoom, when you're ready.
Here we are. We're here, but we can't see ourselves. Can you hear us?
We hear you loud and clear. Please begin.
Okay. My name's Charles Nudo. I live in Drums, Pennsylvania. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me on the screen?
You're not on the screen.
No, but please continue.
Okay. Go ahead. My mother. No, we got somebody else.
Well, let's go with what we got. Please start.
Can you see us?
We see two
Yes.
ladies. Go
Can you
ahead.
see us?
Yes, we have the two ladies
Go
on the
ahead,
screen.
Barb.
Barbara Slicka. My name is Barbara Slicka. I went to the voting polls on November the 3rd to vote in person. I waited 2 hours in line, and when I went in, I showed identification, and I was taken up to the polling place. The polling man showed me what to do, turned it on, and said, go ahead. I voted, and I printed it out, and when I got it and I looked at it, Trump was not on there. I voted for Trump, and it wasn't there. My daughter, I called her over, and I said to her, look, his vote is gone. I voted for him. So I called a poster over, and he said, it's not supposed to be seen. It's for privacy. Just put it through the scanner and you're done. It bothered me. It's been bothering me since because I voted, and was it counted or was it flipped? I don't know.
And I'm speaking on my mom's behalf also as a witness. My name is Cheryl Nudo. I was there that day. I drove her to the polls. When she got done voting, she showed me the printout, and she was saying how the president's name that she voted for was not printed out when all the other delegates that she had voted for were on the printout. Me not knowing, because I had not voted yet, how the printout was supposed to look, we went to the pollster that was there and asked him why the president and vice president's name did not print out when all the other names of the candidates printed out that my mother had voted for. It seemed very strange, but not knowing any better, we asked, well, what is the next step? And he said, he said that it did not print out because that's for voters' privacy, that none of them vote, but none of them print out. So we asked him what the next step was, and he said to put it through the scanner. So that's what we did, and we left, and it seemed very odd. Then I went to where I live in Drums, Pennsylvania, which is about 10 miles south of where my mother voted. And I voted, no problem. Everything printed out just as, it should. And I scanned it through. So it just seemed very odd. And we wanted to report that in my mother's area, which was Fairview Township, it seemed very odd that it did not print out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Charles Nudo, and by the way, my mother-in-law is 84 years old. She forgot to mention that. Anyway, my wife then, I'm sorry, she's 80. My wife called me that day, and she was distraught and told me everything they just told you. So I go to my polling place around 3:30, 4 o'clock here in Drums. And when I first walked in, a young gentleman came up to me, started explaining how to vote. And he said, take the stylus, make your choices, then print it out with a printer that's underneath the machine. And I thought, that's odd. I've been voting since 1992. We never had to print a ballot. And I actually thought it was easier to vote in 92 on the World War II surplus voting machines with the curtain. You did your choices, opened the curtain, and they went click, and everything went. All of a sudden, we have to print a ballot. So anyway, I'm pretty good with computers. I made my choices. I printed it out. All my choices are on there, from president on down ballot. And he said, now you have to put it in the scanner. And he turned over a sample ballot and pointed at a weird triangle in the corner and smiled at me. I didn't know what he meant. So I go over to the scanner, and I'm wondering, well, a scanner works face down when you scan, because I have one at home, so I put it in face down or face up. So he's already across the room talking to another gentleman that's about 20 years older than me, trying to tell him how to do it. And I said, are these face up or face down? And he just nodded. He didn't say either way, he just nodded yes. So I put it in face up. So I don't even know if it scanned the blank backside or the voting top side. And anyway, I overheard that conversation, not wittingly or that I wanted to. A man, I'm 58, he was about 78, saying, oh, they said to him, now do you understand? And he said, yeah, I think, but my memory's not too good. And when I walked out of there, I realized it's total voter suppression. My mother-in-law here did not even get a cell phone till last year, has never sat at a computer and keyed anything in her life, has no Wi-Fi or internet service at her house. Neither does my mother. She has a cell phone, but it's a flip type. And these are the people that went by the thousands or millions to our polls and had to go through this system. And I just wanted to point that out. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mastriano, before we turn to our next panel, I want to note that Senator Camera Bartolotta has joined us from Southwestern.
We will continue to listen in here live on News Now from Fox. 2-minute break for some of you. We continue to roll on right here.
We have more? Oh, okay. Thank you, Scott.
I think we have a surprise guest, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is it my turn?
Just hold off 1 second. Just give me a minute.
Okay, it's really hard to hear you guys.
One moment. All right. Are we ready, Molly?
Jenna?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I introduce...
Let them finish their testimony. I'm watching. It's fantastic.
Well, you might as well.
But let them finish their testimony.
He wants to finish?
He wants to finish.
He wants to finish.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, please, can you hear me on Zoom? If you can introduce yourself and proceed.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Olivia Jane Winters, and I'm a professional organizer and a business management consultant, and I live in Philadelphia. I actually was asked to be a minority inspector in 3615. That's the ward in the division. I was just purely doing this to help my mom out. She's a ward leader in a different area of the city. I'm actually I'm a registered Democrat, and I just wanted to help and make sure it was a fair election. I don't care who wins. I care that it's a fair election. I showed up to the polls at 6:30 in the morning. Immediately, I was met with a hostile attitude from all of the people that I had to work with. That would be the majority inspector, the poll watcher, the machine operator, and a committee man who was electioneering in the polls. He was wearing shirts and a hat and a mask for who to vote for. We are about like an hour and a half in the morning. We have a long line of people. We must have had, I don't know, 60 people in line in the building, snaking around the building. And a woman came up and said, I'd like to turn in my mail-in ballot so that I can vote in the booth. And the girl who was clerking for me said, well, if you want to turn in your mail-in ballot, we're going to need to have you fill out this form, and the majority inspector is going to need to sign the form. The majority inspector had decided in the middle of the morning to go home and was not in the polling place for over 45 minutes. To my understanding, you as the minority, I'm sorry, not the majority inspector, the judge of elections, my apologies. She had gone home. And to my understanding, the judge of elections is not to leave the polling place. So she was out of the building. We needed her to sign this form. The man who was electioneering and was a poll watcher, but also a committee man, confronted myself and the clerk and said, you don't know what you're talking about. Anybody can sign the affidavit. Why don't you stop trying to cause problems? Why don't you shut up? Started getting in my face, cursing at me, telling me that I needed to be quiet, that I didn't know what I was talking about, and I should just learn to sit down and not say anything and just let it happen. And my clerk and I said, no, we're not going to let that happen. That's ridiculous. It says very clearly in our training and on this sheet that an affidavit needs to be signed by the judge of elections if somebody's going to turn in a mail-in ballot before they can go vote in the booth. We made her wait. Finally, the judge of elections came back. Not, of course, before he was threatening me. The majority inspector threatened to slap me in the face. And he told me that it was going to become a quote-unquote racial issue. I'm not really sure why that would become a racial issue. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with following procedure and making sure it's an honest election. I felt threatened. I called my ward leader. The ward leader then called the commissioner for Philadelphia, Al Schmidt. Al Schmidt had me call and report that to the DA. And then about an hour and a half after that, the majority inspector told me that she wanted to vote because we had a lull in people coming to the polls, so it was pretty quiet. And I looked her name up so that she could sign the book, and it said that she needed to remit her mail-in ballot or vote provisionally. She said, oh, I threw that in the trash. And I said, well, then you have to vote provisionally. And the machine operator and the same committee man / poll watcher who was electioneering that I mentioned before got up in my face again, told me that I didn't belong there, that I needed to shut up, started cursing expletives at me again, told me that they were going to allow her to do that and that I better be quiet about it. And then they let her go into the polls and vote, and she did not vote provisionally at all. She voted. And who knows, maybe she voted twice. Not to mention, it wasn't until I had actually called our ward leader, who had called the commissioner, who had called the DA, that they then sent representatives down to discuss this with me and defend me. I mean, I had maybe 6 men there because I was being threatened in the polling place. And the committee man that I mentioned earlier who was threatening me then got his cousin involved, who was working the polls as a poll watcher and was also wearing electioneering gear. She got up in my face, demanded to see my credentials, then tried to refuse to give them back to me, told me that they were illegitimate minority inspector certificates. They basically told me they were going to call my council rep and he was going to come down and make me leave. just ridiculous threats. I then testified in a hearing for the city of Philadelphia for them on election day regarding this harassment. And meanwhile, I had mentioned that until we had the deputy sheriff come down and tell us how to actually receive a mail-in ballot and how to vote provisionally, we were not doing it correctly. The judge of elections was not doing it correctly. And I cannot stress this enough. My brother had the same role as me as a minority inspector in a different polling place, and he said they were not doing it correctly either. I don't think that anybody actually really knew how to receive a mail-in ballot. Most of the books that we had to get your authorized signature, some would have a remit ballot little box that you could click, and others didn't have that at all. So if somebody came in and remitted a ballot, I'd almost have to like hand write that in just to keep it as honest as possible. There was no place for that. So I don't see really how they were keeping track of that, because you could easily do both. And I mean, it happened in front of me. My majority inspector definitely voted and then went into the polls and voted again. And I unless you have questions, I'm not really sure.
No.
I think that's pretty much what happened.
Thank you very much. Senator Mastriano.
Thank you. If we can have our final Zoom, I guess it was one or two more, if the next one can come forth.
More news now from Fox will continue in just 2 short minutes.
Okay, are you on? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, over to you. We can hear you.
Am I on?
Yes, please begin. You have the floor.
This is Gloria Lee Snover. I am chairman of the Northampton County Republican Committee. Northampton County is a Democrat county where Republicans win elections. I have been involved in the political process in Northampton County for more than 25 years. I've worked on campaigns for township supervisor to President of the United States. This year was one of the most vast, complex elections I have ever had to oversee as party county chairman. The complexity was due to the new mail-in ballot system and ever-changing rules. The unmanned drop boxes in the general election that we did not have in the primary. Also changing the fact that voters could bring their ballot to the polls and vote on the machine, and many other new procedures. There was mass confusion regarding the mail-in ballot system. I fielded scores of calls from Northampton County voters and collected incident reports from voters and poll watchers regarding the November 3rd election. The typical calls I would field were, I didn't ask for a mail-in ballot. Why am I on the mail-in ballot list? I did not get my ballot. What should I do? It's been weeks. How come my wife got her ballot and I didn't get one? We applied on the same day. How can I vote on the machines if I applied for a ballot? Is it safe to put my ballot in the mail? My ballot says it wasn't received, and I turned it into the election office in person. My ballot says canceled. What does that mean? I voted in person, and it still says not counted. I've been on hold with the election office 70 minutes. What do I do? In turn, because of these questions, I had a number of phone calls and emails, correspondence with the election office and the county solicitor before Election Day, trying to make sure I was disseminating information correctly to the voters, volunteers, and the campaign. One call turned heated when the registrar threatened to turn me over to the district attorney for posting a picture of a voter ballot harvesting a large bag of ballots at a Northampton County drop box. It was my opinion the registrar was more concerned we exposed it rather than the fact that it was happening. The most pertinent information I have to offer this committee was my conversations with the election office regarding curing the disqualified naked ballots which they unlawfully pre-canvassed before Election Day. They actually told me on the phone early in October, they felt them, they held them up to the light, they separated them out in different boxes. Reflecting back on these 3 weeks, in the experience, the major concerns regarding this election are equal protection. Were the Democrats and Republicans treated the same? Were they given the same information and opportunity to vote? Did they equally have an opportunity to cure their disqualified ballot? Not in my county. There was no ability to properly witness the canvass of the mail-in ballots or see the actual ballot. Were there signatures? The solicitor told me there is absolutely no law that allows us to see the counting or to see the ballot. To this day, we have no idea what or whose ballots were counted. Another one, very strange. There's a pattern of reactivated old voter rolls that kept reoccurring on the SURE system. The SURE system is our Pennsylvania voter system. Scores of people that had not voted since the 1990s, more than 22 years ago, were all now reactivated and receiving mail-in ballots. People that didn't vote for Obama or Hillary were all of a sudden receiving mail-in ballots, setting up the opportunity for fraud on a massive scale that would go undetected because voters who never intended to vote would not know. The SURE system is not so sure. We also found in Northampton County more than 1,500 votes where the mail-in ballot was received in the election office on a date before it was even mailed. We have a problem with this election. Thank you for allowing me to share my election experience, and I plead with you to remedy the mail-in ballot process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And our last Zoom, are you there? Can you hear me? And if so, please begin. Is there one more? Nope, that's it. Okay, I guess a Q&A.
Let me begin now with questions from our representatives and senators. I believe probably about 30 minutes, if we may. Oh, we have one additional witness.
Commentator.
Please.
All right. I will introduce to you now, Mr. President. You are connected.
Networks, but I really appreciate being asked to speak, and I'm in the Oval Office right now, and it's very interesting to see what's going on, and this was an election that we won easily. We won it by a lot. A big energy official was on this morning on a important show and said there's no way Trump didn't win Pennsylvania because the energy industry was all for him. I saw, with my eyes what happened, and he told me horror stories, absolute horror stories. So this was very sad to say it. This election was rigged, and we can't let that happen. We can't let it happen for our country. And this election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot. Anybody watching television the night of the election was saying, wow, I was called by the biggest political people, congratulations, sir, on a big win. and all of a sudden ballots were dumped all over the place, and a lot of horrible things happened. And everybody in that room, I want to thank all of the people that signed affidavits and all of the speakers. You're fantastic people. You're great patriots. I want to thank the senators for being there, and it's so important. Day before Thanksgiving, it really represents somebody. Between the voter suppression and all of the horrible things that happened to poll watchers, we have poll watcher affidavits piled up to the ceiling. They're all over. They were treated horribly all over this, all of these swing states. I mean, virtually all of the swing states. And many other things were happening that were horrible, just horrible. But the poll watchers weren't allowed to watch. They were, in many cases, whisked out of the room, not only into pens that were 20, 30, 40, 60, 100 feet away, where you couldn't even see. They were using binoculars. People are reporting that they had to use binoculars, and that didn't work. If you were a Republican poll watcher, you were treated like a dog. And the Democrats had no problem, but they were rough. They were literally pushed out, and it was rough tactics. This is what happened here. This is not the United States of America, what happened, and I think everybody knows that. That's why you're there, and that's why you're so vehement about it. We have many cases of people walking in. A woman, an elderly woman, walks in looking forward to voting November 3rd and says, "Oh, good, where would I go about voting?" "I'm sorry, you've already voted. Your ballot is in." I said, "No, I didn't vote. I didn't vote." "No, your ballot is in. You've already voted." In all cases for Biden, by the way. She said, no, I want to vote." "Nope, your ballot is in." And then they give her a provisional ballot to sign, which goes nowhere. It's a disgrace that this is happening to our country. We won this election by a lot. We got 74 million votes. And if you would have said 74 million votes the day before the election, every single professional in the business would have said there's no way of beating that. We got 11 million votes more than we had 4 years before in 2016. And we got many votes more than Ronald Reagan had when he won 49 states. And nobody would have said we even had a chance of losing. And all you had to do is take a look at the numbers at 10 o'clock in the evening when everybody thought the election was virtually over. And then very weird things happened. But they're not weird to professionals, and they're not weird to Dominion and other people that operate machines, and they're not weird to the people that handle the ballots where they were flooding the market. People were getting 2 and 3 and 4 ballots in their home. People that were dead were signing up for ballots. Not only were they coming in and putting in a ballot, but dead people were requesting ballots, and they were dead for years, and they were requesting ballots. And the whole world is watching us. The whole world is watching the United States of America, and we can't let them get away with it. And we have judges that are afraid to make a decision. We have judges that don't want to do the same thing. A very good lawyer said, "Well, sir, I mean, that's a big statement for a judge to overthrow an election." I said, "Really? If he got hundreds of thousands of votes more than he was entitled to get through all of the things that I'm listening to right now, and you're just covering a few of them, we have hundreds and hundreds of affidavits of stories that are even worse than the stories I'm hearing. Why wouldn't they overturn an election? Certainly overturn it in your state, because we have other states that are just as bad. If you look at Michigan with Detroit, you look at the things that happened in Detroit, where you have a voter, but you have more votes than you have voters. You take a look at Detroit, Michigan. You have more votes than you have voters. And then you have 2 people that don't want to certify. They don't want to certify, and they're harassed violently, and they turned off the cameras during the harassment for 2 hours. And then they said, wow, and they were afraid, and they voted, and then they went back to sign, and they couldn't do it because they said, we can't do it because this is corrupt. This is horrible what's taking place. Think of it, more votes than you have voters. But that was the least of it. They have things that were as bad as that. And this is going on all over. We're doing very well, and a lot of states, a lot of good things are happening in Georgia. We're getting little help from government, but a lot of good things are happening in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They're seeing what happened in Detroit. And we sure are looking at what's happening in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. What happened in Philadelphia, they keep the poll watchers not only in pens, but they keep them out of the building. And the only reason they got back into the building was they got a court order. And then the definition of back into the building was very far away where they couldn't see anything. And they talk about closed circuit television, except you couldn't see it because the picture was so unclear you didn't even know what they were doing. They could have been playing a baseball game. So it's a very sad thing for our country to have this. And they have to turn over the results. It would be easy for me to say, oh, let's worry about 4 years from now. No, this election was lost by the Democrats. They cheated. It was a fraudulent election. They flooded the market. They defrauded everybody on ballots. And I just want to thank everybody for being there. You're doing a tremendous service. This is a very important moment in the history of our country. And you're doing a tremendous service to our country. And don't worry about bravery, because the people that talk the most, they're not the ones you have to worry about. And these are all talkers. They intimidate. But these are not people that you're going to ultimately have to. They push you around. They pushed our poll workers out. Our poll watchers were pushed out of the building. Okay, some got back in, they were put in the pens. But these are not people. Don't be intimidated by these people. But they're bad people. They're horrible people. And they're people that don't love our country. So we don't have to worry about 4 years right now. We have to worry about what happened on November 3rd and previous to November 3rd. And by the way, after November 3rd, when people put votes in and they put them in illegally, they put them in after the polls closed. And one of our great Supreme Court justices made mention of that, and I can't imagine that any justice or anybody looking at it could be thrilled when they vote after the election is over. So I want to thank everybody very much for being there. I want to thank the state Senate, respected people, tremendous people, and you're doing a tremendous service for our country. And if something was done wrong, if this election was won fraudulently, and that's what happened, it was a fraud. And we're talking about, very importantly, many more ballots, many more votes than the number we need. In other words, if we needed 50,000 votes, we're not talking about we found 9 dead people that voted. Of course, there were many more than that, many numbers that nobody even believes. No, we're talking about numbers that are far in excess of the 50,000, far in excess of another state where we lost by 10,000. And they went absolutely wild because we got far more votes than they thought possible. And they've just stepped on the gas, and they got caught. Just like they got caught spying on my campaign, they got caught doing this. So I really appreciate it, and the country appreciates it, and we have to turn the election over because there's no doubt we have all the evidence, we have all the affidavits, we have everything. All we need is to have some judge listen to it properly without having a political opinion or having another kind of a problem, because we have everything. And by the way, the evidence is pouring in now as we speak. And I want to thank Rudy Giuliani for having the courage to do this. There are other lawyers that backed down because they were being screamed at. Rudy is the greatest mayor in the history of New York, and there's a reason. He's got great courage, and he doesn't care. He wants to do what's right. And I told him the other day, Rudy, you were the greatest mayor in the history of New York, and you see what happened to New York without Rudy. You were the greatest mayor, but this is more important. What you're doing now is far more important than being a great mayor of the city of New York and being its greatest mayor by far. By the way, by far. This is going to be your crowning achievement because you're saving our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
I think what you've just heard guarantees that 100 years from now, that this is the most important public hearing ever held by this Senate committee. We turn now for our questions. Representative Ryan.
First of all, thank you very much, Mayor, for being here and for all the testifiers. You know, 16 years ago this week, I was called out of retirement and recalled active duty to go to Iraq to do the elections in Iraq in January 30th, 2005. That was an extraordinarily secure election. As a former commanding officer of a civil affairs group and psychological operations command, I know how to do elections. And what happened in Pennsylvania from a process control perspective was absolutely a travesty.
All right, so folks, there was a lot to really take in right there during these claims and allegations that we've been hearing from witnesses as well as the president. We just heard President Trump phone in there. Obviously, all of these legal challenges will be met inside of a courtroom, and that's where everything will be delegated and talked about, and then we'll see what happens when it all comes from that. I should mention, though, that the breaking that was happening as well during this, the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro for Pennsylvania, saying that this order does not impact yesterday's appointment of electors. We will be filing an appeal with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court momentarily. So this is all has to do about Friday. There will be a special hearing now this Friday on mail-in ballots that will be taking place in Pennsylvania. So right now, as of this moment, the certification has been halted in Pennsylvania pending this hearing that we will talk about on Friday. So we are going to be really taking that all in and then breaking that all down for you as well on Friday. So a lot to uncover there and talk about as we continue on this very Thanksgiving week there. But we wanted to bring that hearing to you. A lot of people were talking about that during this time here. We should also mention that before this President Trump win in Pennsylvania, just this week, there was 5 more cases in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that was tossed out for the Trump campaign. But this one was a big one for President Trump's legal team getting a win in Pennsylvania. And so far right now, halting the certification process that will be coming in a hearing will be on Friday for the mail-in ballot. So we will continue to follow all of that here for you on News Now from Fox. Remember, we are live, breaking, unfiltered as well right here on News Now from Fox. Thank you again for joining us here as we continue to bring you the coverage right here on News Now from Fox, everyone. Yes, sir.
We need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with one another, not with each other. This is the moment where we need to steel our spines, redouble our efforts, and recommit ourselves to the fight. Let's remember, we're all in this together. Sounds trite to say it, but we're all in this together. For so many of us, it's hard to hear this fight isn't over. And we still have months of this battle ahead of us. For those who've lost a loved one, I know that this time of year can be especially difficult. Believe me, I know. I remember that first Thanksgiving, the empty chair, the silence takes your breath away. It's really hard to care. It's hard to give thanks. It's hard to even think of looking forward. And it's so hard to hope. I understand. I'll be thinking and praying for each and every one of you at this Thanksgiving, at your Thanksgiving table, because we've been there. This year we're asking Americans to forego so many of the traditions that we've long made in this holiday, which made it so special. For our families, for 40-some years, we've had a tradition of traveling over Thanksgiving. Tradition that we've kept every year save one, the year our son Bo died. But this year, we'll be staying home. We've always had the big family gatherings at Thanksgiving. Kids, grandkids, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and more. For the Bidens, the days around Thanksgiving have always been a time to remember all we had to be grateful for, and a time to begin to think about Christmas and begin even to do the Christmas list. But this year, because we care so much for each other, we're going to be having a separate Thanksgiving. For Jill and I, we'll be at our home in Delaware with our daughter and our son-in-law. The rest of the family will be doing the same thing in small groups. So I know how hard it is to forego family traditions. But it's so very important. Our country is in the middle of a dramatic spike in cases. We're now averaging 160,000 new cases a day. And no one will be surprised if we hit 200,000 cases in a single day. Many local health systems are at risk of being overwhelmed. That's the plain and simple truth. Nothing made up, it's real. And I believe you always deserve to hear the truth from your president. We have to try to slow the growth of this virus. We owe it to the doctors and the nurses and other frontline workers, care workers, who've risked their lives, some lost their lives, put so much on the line in a heroic battle in this virus against it for so long. You know, we owe that to our fellow citizens who need access to hospital beds and care to fight this disease. We owe it to one another. It's literally our patriotic duty as Americans. It means wearing a mask, keeping social distancing, limiting the size of any group we're in. Until we have a vaccine, these are the most effective tools to combat the virus. Starting on day one of my presidency, we will take steps that will change the course of this disease. More testing will find people with cases and get them away from one another, slowing the number of infections. More protective gear for businesses and our schools to do the same, reducing the number of cases. Clear guidance will get more businesses and more schools open. We all have a role to play in beating this crisis. The federal government has vast powers to combat the virus. And I commit to you, I will use all of those powers to lead a national coordinated response. But the federal government can't do this alone. Each of us has a responsibility in our own lives to do what we can do to slow the virus. Every decision we make matters. Every decision we make can save lives. None of these steps we're asking people to take are political statements. Every one of them is based on science, real science. Now, the good news is there's been significant record-breaking progress made recently in developing a vaccine. And several of these vaccines look extraordinarily effective. And it happens that we're on track for the first immunization to begin by late December, early January. Then we'll need to put in place a distribution plan to get the entire country immunized as soon as possible, which we will do, but it's going to take time. I'm hoping the news of the vaccine will serve as an incentive to every American to take these simple steps to get control of the virus. There's real hope, tangible hope. So hang on. Don't let yourself surrender to the fatigue, which I understand it is real fatigue. I know we can and we will beat this virus. America's not going to lose this war. We'll get our lives back. Life is going to return to normal, I promise you. This will happen. This will not last forever. So yes, it's been a really hard year, particularly hard for over 250,000 people and their families. But I still believe we have much to be thankful for. There's so much to hope for, much to build on, much to dream of. Here's the America I see, and I believe it's the America you see as well. America that faces facts, an America that overcomes challenges, an America that where we seek justice and equality for all people, an America that holds fast to the conviction that out of pain comes possibility, out of frustration comes progress, and out of division, unity. You all know in our finest hours, that's who we've always been, and that's who we shall be again. For I believe that this grim season of division, demonization, is going to give way to a year of light and of unity. Why do I think so? Because America is a nation not of adversaries, but of neighbors. Not of limitations, but of possibilities. Not of dreams deferred, but of dreams realized. I've said many times that this is a great country. We are a good people. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do when we've done it together. Think of what we come through as a nation. How many things we've come through? Centuries of human enslavement, cataclysmic civil war, exclusion of women from the battle box, world wars, Jim Crow, the long twilight struggle against Soviet tyranny that could have ended not in the fall of the Berlin Wall, but in nuclear Armageddon. Look, I'm not naive. I know that history is just that, history. But to know what came before, what's come before, what's happened before, can help arm us against despair. Knowing that previous generations got through the same universal human challenges that we face. The tension between selfishness and generosity, between fear and hope, between division and unity. And what was it that brought the reality of America into closer alignment with the promise of reality, justice, and prosperity? Sounds corny, but it was love, plain and simple. Love of country, love of one another. We don't talk much about love in our politics. The political arena is too loud, too angry, too heated. To love our neighbor as ourselves is a radical act. It's what we're called to do. We must try. For only in trying, only in listening, only in seeing ourselves as bound together in what Dr. King called the mutual garment of destiny, can we rise above divisions and truly heal. Look, we all know America's never been perfect, but we've always tried to fulfill the aspiration of the Declaration of Independence, that all people are created equal, created in the image of God. And we've always sought to form a more perfect union. What should we give thanks for this season? Well, first, let's be thankful for democracy itself. In this last election, the one that just took place, we've seen record numbers of Americans exercise their most sacred right, that of the vote, to register their will at the ballot box. Think about that. In the middle of a pandemic, more people voted this year than have ever voted in the history of the United States of America. Over 150 million people cast a ballot. Simply extraordinary. Many waiting in line 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to vote. If you want to know what beats deep in the heart of America, it's this: democracy. The right to determine our lives, our government, and our leaders. The right to be heard. Our democracy was tested this year. And what we learned is this: the people of this nation are up to the task. In America, we have full and fair and free elections. And then we honor the results. The people of this nation and the laws of the land won't stand for anything else. Through the vote, the noblest instrument of nonviolent protest ever conceived, we remained anew and were reminded anew that progress is possible, that we the people have the power to change what Jefferson called the course of human events. And with our hearts and our hands and our voices, today we can be better than yesterday. And tomorrow we can be still better than that day. You know, we should be thankful, too, that America is a covenant an unfolding story? Do we have what we need to create prosperity, opportunity, and justice? Americans have grit and generosity, a capacity for greatness, and reservoirs of goodness. We have what it takes. Now we have to act. This is our moment, ours together, to write a newer, bolder, more compassionate chapter in the life of the nation. The work ahead is not going to be easy. It will not be quick. You want solutions, not shouting. Reason, not hyperpartisanship. Light, not heat. You want us to hear one another again, see one another again, respect one another again. You want Democrats and Republicans and independents to come together and work together. And that, my friends, is what I'm determined to do. Americans dream big. As hard as it may seem this Thanksgiving, we're going to dream big again. Our future is bright. The fact I've never been more optimistic about the future of America than I am right now. I, honest to God, believe the 21st century is going to be an American century. We're going to build an economy that leads the world. We're going to lead the world by the power of our example, not just the example of our power. We're going to lead the world on climate and save this planet. We're going to find cures for cancer and Alzheimer's and diabetes. I promise you. We're going to finally root out systemic racism in this country. On this Thanksgiving, in anticipation of all the Thanksgivings to come, let's dream again. Let's commit ourselves to thinking not only of ourselves, but of others as well. For if we care for one another, if we open our arms rather than brandishing our fist, we can, with the help of God, heal. And if we do, and I'm sure we can proclaim the psalmist, with the psalmist who wrote these following words: "The Lord is my strength and my shield, and with my song I give thanks to him." I give thanks now for you, for the trust you've placed in me. Together, we'll lift our voices in the coming months and years, and our song shall be of lives saved, breaches repaired, a nation made whole again. Folks, from the Biden family to yours, wherever and however you may be celebrated, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Happy Thanksgiving.
Joe Biden, Thanksgiving address there to America, saying on COVID-19, America is not going to lose this war. Also saying that I believe this grim season of division will give way to unity. They're talking about also the election 2020 process as well. That live look right there, Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden just wrapped up. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for you. Stay right with us here on News Now from Fox, where we do have live feeds available, and we will be bringing them to you live right here on News Now from Fox. Let's continue to roll on right here, show you an update from Boston right now on the latest on COVID-19 there, as well as traveling for Thanksgiving.
Distribute over $29.4 million over 360 local nonprofit organizations in Boston. I want to thank all the organizations that have done amazing work in the city of Boston. We are still taking donations, and you can learn more if you go to boston.gov/resiliency fund. Usually during Thanksgiving, I spend the day serving food at homeless shelters all throughout the city. Obviously this year, that's going to be a lot harder because we can't bring extra people into our shelters. I'll be at an outdoor event with Pine Street Inn, and we should all keep the homeless and hungry in our hearts and in our minds. We've seen unbelievable outpouring of support and generosity this week under very challenging circumstances. For example, we have free turkey care packages with food and other essentials for young people ages 13 to 24 experiencing homelessness. If you're a young person and you know a young person you could use help, contact us here at the city. But you can also, care packages are available to pick up at More Than Words bookstore on Berkeley Street in the South End until 5 o'clock today. So I want to thank More Than Words for your incredible work. I also want to give a shout out. Yesterday, we were at a turkey drive. Representative China Tyler had one in Roxbury. I want to thank Representative Tyler and the young people that helped with that drive yesterday. It was amazing to see so many different organizations in our city come together and different people doing great things. So thank you for that. On the onset of winter begins, additional safety concerns are compounded by COVID-19. So we have a plan in place to make sure that our homeless neighbors are safe this winter. This year, we brought on additional shelter sites to de-densify existing shelters during the pandemic. As we head into winter, we're going to anticipate the need for more capacity in our system. So we have secured capacity of an additional 200 beds of emergency shelter, including beds for women, men, and young adults. I want to thank our staff and our partners as well. St. Francis House, Boston's Rescue Mission, Pine Street Inn, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, the New England Center for Homeless Vets. Thank you, all those great organizations that have been doing amazing work here in the city of Boston for long before the pandemic, but in particular during the pandemic. I also want to remind anyone and everyone to call 911 when you see someone in distress who may be without a home or outdoors for any reason that you see they're in trouble. Call 911 directly. All of this work goes beyond the holidays. Caring for the homeless means fighting to end homelessness. And we work to keep our residents safe and housed every single day. So far during this pandemic, we have gotten permanent rental vouchers in the hands of nearly 1,000 families with children in the Boston Public Schools who are at risk of homelessness. We launched it in front of City Hall in the beginning of the pandemic, and we were able to get those vouchers out to families. We provided permanent housing to over 200 individuals who are chronically homeless. Since 2015, we've built 2,250 units, or we've created 2,250 units of permanent housing for homeless people. In addition, we helped more than 100 young adults who previously been homeless secure housing. That work was part of our plan to end youth homelessness and young adult homelessness in partnership with dozens of organizations, including Bridge Over Troubled Waters. We have also distributed nearly $4.1 million in rent relief to nearly 1,200 households that were at risk of eviction. We've made $8 million more available, and we're in the processing hundreds of applications right now. This work is keeping thousands of people in their homes, and remains great that we can do that. And with Housing Court open again, I want to share a message to those who may be facing eviction. We have funded an attorney from Greater Boston Legal Services to work with you free of charge at Boston Housing Court. When you are summoned to court, we're asking you to request access to that service. We have been advocating for the rights to free legal counsel in Massachusetts. In the meantime, we have used the funds from our anti-racism investment to provide free counsel. We want to make sure that you can access those resources. I also remind everyone that the federal CDC moratorium on evictions remains in place for those impacted by COVID-19 until December 31st. But you need to present a declaration of need in Housing Court to get access to the moratorium. We've created a simple template that you can print and sign at boston.gov/housing stability. We're asking people to spread the word to help people access this document. The reality is this is a national issue. Across the country, the pandemic is hitting communities harder and harder than ever. And on January 1st, when the CDC moratorium ends, we could see a spike in homelessness. So we need Congress to act now, act decisively to prevent yet another public health disaster from devastating the American people. I know that there are lots of distraction in Washington right now, but there are always distractions. There is nothing to stop Congress and the outgoing president from taking action. So we're asking Congress to do that. Our delegation here in Massachusetts has truly been amazing, working up and down from coast to coast here, or from the coast to the west here in Massachusetts. So we're just asking people to do their job before this session ends. I was on a virtual event last night that featured Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Infectious Disease. It was hosted by Reverend Liz Walker of Roxbury Presbyterian Church and Reverend Dr. Gloria White Hammond from Bethel AME. The purpose was to bring health awareness and information to the community. It was a great conversation, and Dr. Fauci showed why he is so respected. One of the things he said is, I'll just wait for this ambulance to go by. One thing he said was what allowed him to do his job in the midst of so much political noise was to focus on his primary purpose and responsibility, to protect the health and safety of the American people. Everything else was secondary. That's a great reminder to all of us, including Congress, of what we should be focused on, what we should be doing, and how we move our country forward and help the people that are struggling the most. Before I open up for questions, I just want to end by thanking all Bostonians. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve as your mayor. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve every day to keep the people of Boston safe. I want to thank every single person, whether you're an essential worker, you're a grocery store worker, you're a nurse, you're a doctor, you're a first responder, you do janitorial services, you work at City Hall, you work at the State House, wherever you work. I want to thank you for the incredible acts of kindness and courage that we all shown this year. We will get through this together, and I just want to, again, thank everyone and wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. I have one pre-question, and then I'll open up for questions here. A question from Kimberly Bookman at WHDH. There have been testing sites closed early today. Are you concerned that people will not have test results back in time to spend Thanksgiving with their family? Great question. The answer to that question is that a negative test result should not change the way that you approach Thanksgiving. You must and have to take all precautions regardless. We cannot test our way to a safe Thanksgiving. Our Thanksgiving guidelines remain the same. Gatherings, we're suggesting that you only gather with current members of your household. Take a full range of precautions to go beyond that. It is true that health centers are testing more patients than ever before, so some people are thinking that this is safe to be able to gather. Honest to God, right now is not the right time to do it. So we're asking people to please continue to physical distance, social distance, do all of the things you can to keep yourself safe and the people around you safe. With that, I'll open up for questions. Yeah. Yeah. The question is, do I expect if the numbers trend up, would I be thinking of shutting everything down, particularly restaurants? The last 7 days we've seen a decrease. We're going in the right direction, at least for the first time in 5 weeks. If we continue in that trend, then there's no conversation about shutting things down. There's no conversation about shutting restaurants down. We actually can have conversations probably pretty soon about bringing people back into schools, things like that. We just need to continue to see that trend. There's been lots of rumors. I want to be very clear on this. Been lots of rumors. I've gotten lots of calls that we're going to shut restaurants down. We're going to shut them down Monday. We're going to shut them down Friday, shut them down Saturday. We have no intention on shutting down restaurants in the city of Boston as of right now. Now, a week from now, if we're in a different place, if our hospital system is stressed, if the numbers continue to go up, we might have a different conversation. But as of right now, we have no plan to shut restaurants down. As a matter of fact, seeing the last bit of average here is encouraging that we're seeing the numbers go in the right direction. We need to continue to see those numbers trend in the right direction. Yeah. So the outdoor spaces for restaurants, so I'm clear on it. If you are a restaurant and you have private outdoor dining, meaning that you have a piece of land that you own, that you have outdoor dining, we're going to allow you to continue that. You contact the license department. If you're a restaurant that uses a sidewalk, a public sidewalk, or public street, that program ends on December 1st. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a meeting. We're having meetings now, actually. And next week, hopefully, I'll be able to announce about the spring, what the spring is going to look like. We will have outdoor dining next year, but we're going to have a talk. I'll be able to explain more how we're going to do it as far as next spring, what the date is, and things like that. So Sean Carter from the Herald said that the numbers seem better this week. They do. They are better. I think there's a couple things going on here, and I'll let Marty jump in as well. Number one, people are listening, and we're doing what we need to do. When I say listening, they're not listening, but they understand the importance of wearing a mask, the importance of physical distancing, the importance of washing hands. More and more people are doing that. I'm looking out now at City Hall Plaza here. There's about 15 people in front of me. Everyone has a mask on. A woman's walking by now with a mask on. It's great. I think more people are wearing masks. Number two, I think that, you know, when the governor did the stay-at-home moratorium between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., I said this a couple weeks ago, it's going to take a couple weeks to see if that has an impact. That could have an impact. You know, restaurants shutting down a little early, convenience stores shutting down, all of that, less gatherings, asking people not to gather more than 10 people in an apartment. We're getting less complaints on that. So I think more people are paying attention to the public health recommendations. Dr. Fauci's talking about it every day on TV, so people are hearing it. There's a direct correlation between physical social distancing, wearing masks, and being careful, than not wearing masks and gathering. When more people gather, more people get sick and take the virus. So I think that all of the precautions that people are taking as individuals is big. My concern about tomorrow is that we, as family members, generally get together. We have no idea where your cousin or your nephew, we have no idea where other people have been in contact with. That's why it's so important to keep it to your immediate household tomorrow. You know, I see my cousins on Thanksgiving and, you know, my aunts, and, you know, and different people. Tomorrow's not the day for that. Tomorrow's the day that I'm going to spend time just with my mother. And it's going to be a small little group of us, literally 3 of us. So I think it's really important that we continue to do that. And I think that's where we're seeing the downward numbers. And if you want to jump in at all, I'll let Marty come up and talk a little bit about
it. Yeah, I mean, I think to the mayor's point, you know, it's pure data as part of it, right? We see a big increase in testing, which is important, and we see less people testing positive. So the metrics are moving in the right way, and the hospital metrics, as the mayor mentioned, are also not, you know, showing the capacity has been stretched yet. But I always am the voice of caution is that, you know, 1 week of data does not make a trend, right? And so the understanding is, can we keep doing all the things that the mayor pointed out? Can we keep social distancing? Can we do what's necessary as Bostonians to make sure that we can continue to see the decrease in activity and continue to go towards the things that we want to see reopen, towards the things that we want to see happen, like kids back in our schools and the ability to do that. So we need to just make sure we're looking for trends, and hopefully this is a trend in the right direction.
What is causing there to be fewer cases, that kind of thing? Like, are there less gathering, or?
No, I mean, the question is, are we seeing things in the data that tells us why, or gives us a better sense? And not yet, right? I mean, again, to the mayor's point, this is the first time in 7 weeks maybe that we've seen any kind of decrease in positivity or number of cases. We do know more people are getting tested, which is really important. You know, just to give you a sense of that, you know, maybe 3 weeks ago, on one of our mobile testing units in East Boston had tested about 800 people in a full week. This Monday, they tested almost 1,000. Right, so we've definitely seen an increase in the usage that, you know, we've been pushing, which I know is tough on the system. So that's important. But I think we just need to keep reminding ourselves that we got a long way to go through COVID, and we need to keep up all the precautions that people are taking on.
The question is, what's the city's role in a potential rollout? Well, not a potential. When the vaccine does come out, what's the rollout? And we've been working with the state right now on plans on how it'll be rolled out. I think that, you know, having President-elect Joe Biden put his committee together, I think that his administration will probably be responsible for it and coming up with a real strong system on how do we get it from the federal government, how do we get it from the manufacturer, the pharmaceutical companies, depending on who comes with the vaccine first, into the streets of America is going to be really important. It'll be a coordinated effort. And, you know, so we don't have an answer on that yet, but we will be talking about that as we get closer. Also, we need to make sure that the vaccine is covered by insurance. If it's not covered by insurance, people won't get the vaccine, just like we're seeing with testing. Testing can be expensive, and lots of people can't pay out of the pocket to get testing. So we have to continue to work on that as well. I actually had a meeting with the Biden, with President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris last week with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. There was 65, 70 mayors on the call, and we were talking about, it was really refreshing to talk about issues that matter. We were talking about the vaccine and getting it out to across America. We were talking about the coronavirus. We were talking about housing policy. We talked about eviction moratorium ending on a federal level. We talked about unemployment benefits ending on a federal, ending in states and getting some help. We talked about infrastructure bills. So, I mean, if that was any idea of how this administration is going to work, I look forward to working with this administration as mayor for the many years to come as mayor. Thank you. Distribute over 20.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are live from Phoenix, Arizona, and so thankful for you joining us here on this beautiful Thanksgiving Eve. We've got a lot to show you today. A lot of it is actually Thanksgiving preps, which is kind of nice, a little bit of a break from a lot of the news that we've been seeing lately, a lot of those COVID-19 briefings, a lot of election results. It's nice to take a little break, a little breather, and get back to some sort of normalcy right now. We are hearing from the CDC, they're warning against traveling for Thanksgiving, but regardless of whether you're traveling or not to see family at home, it is going to be a nice, beautiful Thanksgiving to be able to eat some good food and spend some quality time, even if that is virtually with the ones that you love. Staying on Thanksgiving, we're going to send you out to Houston, where Mayor Turner is speaking at the Cactus Jack Foundation Thanksgiving Turkey Giveaway, because everyone needs those turkeys out there. It's also a drive-through COVID-19 testing site. They're kind of doing double over there. The Cactus Jack Foundation is founded by rapper Travis Scott. So that's a cool story coming from our sister station, Fox 26 in Houston. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, you'll see that event as they give away those turkeys and give away COVID-19 tests. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. We're bringing you all of the live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news throughout the day, giving it to you in full, and no matter what it might be and no matter where it might be across the country. So again, 2 minutes for some of you. For those of you who are staying with us, actually, let's tune in. It sounds like Kamala Harris is speaking right now.
Heard me say 1 in 6 families in America is describing their children as being hungry. 1 in 5 are describing an inability to pay rent. These are real issues, and the folks that we are talking about, whoever they voted for, deserve to have leadership that sees them through the lens of the life they are living, regardless of their party affiliation, and we feel very strongly about that.
Have you spoken with Vice President Pence?
Thank you, Paul.
Not
yet.
But you would speak with him and make that.
Have you spoken with Governor Newsom about your replacement?
Thank you.
Okay, so very brief comments from the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris out there. This is her participating in a Thanksgiving event. Not sure if we will be hearing from her again throughout the day, but just wanted to bring that to you. Again, we're following all of these live breaking news events, and when they happen, we'll have it here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Daytona Everett. Thank you for joining us. We're going to send you out to Houston now.
Trustee still now, Wanda Adams. And so good to see you, trustee. And then, of course, the city council person for this area, Councilmember Carolyn Evans Sabaz. I think that's Travis. Hey, Travis, hold on. And then, I want you to acknowledge the congressperson for this area, for the 9th Congressional District, who's always there, Congressman Al Green. Certainly appreciate him. Let me do acknowledge the principal for Worthing, Everett Hare. Where's the principal? There he is. And his entire team. Let me just say to HISD, this group, just an exemplary job. So thank you, principal, and your whole support team for what you all are doing. And then we, of course, want to acknowledge there's Don Tolliver. Where's Don? There he is. He's sporting my hairstyle today, and then Cactus. I want to thank the Cactus Jack Foundation for making all of this possible. Give it up to them. I want to acknowledge all of them. And part of that is Travis Scott, who is also a part of this group. And Travis, you still there with me, man?
Chase Speed. It's DJ Chase Speed.
DJ, what is
Chase Speed.
My man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, and then Travis, are you still here?
Speaker. Yeah, put him on speaker.
Well, that's new technology, huh, man?
No, that just means I don't have my glasses. Travis, are you there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can it be amplified?
Turn your phone on. And wait for the ambulance.
Say it again. Now, Travis.
There you go. Yes, sir. Man, we in the building. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
Yes, sir.
I wish I could be there. We right around me and Storm getting ready for Thanksgiving, but thank y'all so much. Love y'all so much. I know my mom's there. Chase Speed, Don, thank y'all for coming. Anything we can do, just try to help any family in need at any type of time we need. That's just one thing we want to set out and do. So, I just love the city of Houston. Any time that we can come back. Houston, we want to thank you so much.
Well, look, we appreciate you, brother, man. Appreciate the support. Appreciate what you're doing for the city of Houston and keeping us on the map. And want you to know we haven't forgotten about the theme park either. Okay, we're still focused on that. Astro World 2. All right, we're still focused. So,
bye, guys.
Okay, take care. Okay, take care.
Thank you, bye.
All right, let me know when the next concert is. I think I might be available. All right. Thank you, man. Thanks, thanks, brother. Thanks, bro. Okay. All right. And so, but all of these artists, let me just tell you, the city of Houston is just very, very fortunate. You call on these artists, they come, they give it from their heart, they take their time, they pass out and carry these turkeys. And so I cannot thank them enough for making it possible. About 1,000 people will receive turkeys and supplies today. And let me just say this: someone asked me, what am I most thankful for this year? And in addition to my own family, what I said to them is that I'm very thankful for people like Cactus Jack and all of these other artists who have come, who are sharing what they have been blessed with those who are less fortunate than themselves. That's the beauty of our city. People step up, they see people in need, and they don't wait for people to ask. When you see someone in need, you don't have to ask folk if they find themselves in need. They simply respond. And I know people like Mayor Sandra Hines out of Sunnyside has been doing that for a long time. That's Mother Teresa today. She's the mayor, but today she's Mother Teresa. So she's keeping us all honest, holding us in check. So
Bless you, my son.
yeah. And look, and the reason why I'm wearing this mask is because the mayor gave me this mask, and I wanted to make sure she knew that I was wearing this mask that she gave to me. So, in fact, I'm going to say to people, mask up. And in an event of this kind, I don't walk around with just one on. Generally speaking, I have two on. And so let me just close before I bring up first Congressman Green.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. We're pulling up a live feed for you out of Baltimore, where there was a ransomware attack. All Baltimore County public schools are closed today after the school system was hit with a ransomware cyber attack. School officials are saying that at the briefing this morning. Baltimore County public schools can now confirm that they were the victim of a ransomware attack that caused systemic interruption to network information systems. Their technology team is working to address the situation. So let's tune in now for some of those updates coming out again of Baltimore.
With regards to that, can you let us know if there are any other systems that are impacted? Is it just the computers? Like, what exactly are you guys unable to access at this point?
I think both Jim, Mr. Corns, and the chief have said we're limited on what we can say at this point, and so we'll bring the press conference to a close at this time. We'll update you all as we get additional information.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a question. Why did you inform the public earlier? Why did you wait until you did to inform people? And OLA
we alerted the public this morning as early as 6:30. 6:30 this morning, we started to alert the school community.
Okay, so again, a very quick press conference right there in Baltimore. If you didn't hear it, Baltimore County public schools are closed after the school system was hit with a ransomware cyber attack. They just alerted everyone this morning. You heard that official right there saying 6:30 this morning. They warned them. Once we get more information on this situation, we'll of course bring it to you here on News Now from Fox, but that's what we're all about. We're bringing you these events as soon as they happen. Typically, when these situations are breaking and they just need to get out there and talk about what's going on, there's not a whole lot of information that is shared, considering it's likely an ongoing investigation. So we might get another press conference from them later tonight or today. If we do, we will, of course, bring that to you live here on News Now from Fox. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but we had another live feed just pop up with Governor Pritzker. We're going to play it out for you from the very beginning because we don't want you to miss any of this. The governor probably talking about the COVID-19 rise out there in Chicago and some of those travel advisories that he's put into place. We're just one day ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. So we'll listen in to Governor Pritzker right now on News Now from Fox.
Will continue to be among my very top priorities. But today I want to tell you about a portion of how we will address the short-term COVID-related fiscal issues that we face. The president-elect and the U.S. House of Representatives have pledged to provide state and local stimulus funding to assist us with the short-term deficits that COVID has created across the nation. Because there has been movement among a bipartisan group of senators to support that stimulus, our confidence level is rising, although it remains modest. In addition, the potential for delivery of vaccines in the coming months will help our economy recover, and therefore our state revenues may also see modest improvement. Those two factors improve the likelihood that we will receive help to overcome the short-term deficit that Illinois faces this year. As you know, the Federal Reserve is allowing states to borrow short-term funds to help weather the financial storm created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Back in May, when the budget was passed in the midst of the first wave of the virus, it was unclear how much potential short-term borrowing would be necessary. But we did know that it would likely be one of the tools that we would employ to help us manage our way through this challenging fiscal year. Although the General Assembly authorized as much as $5 billion of borrowing from the Federal Reserve, I am very reluctant to saddle our state with that large an amount of short-term debt. I believe it would be irresponsible to borrow that entire amount given the persistent fiscal pain it would cause over the next 3 years as we would struggle to repay that entire amount. Today is the day we must give notice to the Fed of the amount we intend to borrow. So in light of this pandemic's effects on our state's fiscal condition and my insistence that we look beyond this year to our state's longer-term fiscal condition, today we have notified the Federal Reserve of our intent to borrow only $2 billion, less than half of the $5 billion that's been offered to us by the federal government. This was a joint decision that I made after close consultation with Comptroller Mendoza and Treasurer Frerichs. And I want to thank them both for working together on this short-term strategy to manage the near-term financial challenges brought on by the pandemic. Our collective intention is to repay this line of credit as early as possible after either the awarding of stimulus by Congress or a sufficient recovery of state revenues. It is also important to recognize that we would not have had this tool available to us without the approval of the General Assembly back in May. Let me be clear. While we will continue to take every step we can to manage our way through this crisis, adding debt is not a long-term solution to structural imbalance. Short-term borrowing is a short-term Band-Aid to address the urgency of a short-term problem like one caused by a pandemic. Our long-term fiscal health must also be addressed, but not with short-term borrowing. I have been communicating with leaders and members of the General Assembly to get their input and best ideas to address the long-term fiscal health of our state. I intend to continue working with them over the coming weeks and months to identify the various means by which we will bring long-term stability and balance to our state's fiscal situation. Our goal with this short-term borrowing is to continue managing our backlog responsibly and fight to rebuild jobs and the economy over the coming year. It's my firm belief that short-term stimulus and near-term revenue recovery must be used to repay short-term borrowing from the Federal Reserve. So now moving on to our normal COVID update, I want to start with some good news. As of today, Illinois has tested more than 10 million specimens since the beginning of this pandemic, with more than 1 million done in just the last 10 days. That comes as we are now averaging more than 106,000 tests per day, also a new high for Illinois. Of course, for all that we've done to prepare our physical testing infrastructure for a surge, the simple limits of our laboratories during a time of immense demand across the nation, like we've seen in these days prior to Thanksgiving, have started to lead to longer lines and longer test turnaround times, even at our state labs. While we're doing everything in our power to meet the interest, I want to remind everyone that if you're experiencing symptoms, or if you had close contact with someone who tested positive, or just has concerning symptoms themselves, you should quarantine, even from your family, for 14 days. Remember, even if you test negative, it's possible that you were in fact exposed, and it's just too early for the virus to show up on a test. So don't think of a negative test as any kind of free pass. That's especially true going into this holiday weekend. The safest thing we can do for one another is stay within our own households. But if you are hell-bent on gathering with others outside your own home, please do it with just a few people. And importantly, this is not the year to have everybody over at grandma's house. I know this isn't what anybody wants to hear, but we also know that this crisis may come to an end in just a few months. Every day that we take action to stop the spread gets us one day closer to widespread distribution of the vaccines, with fewer lives lost along the way. Just as importantly, every day we throw caution to the wind, even if it's a holiday, is a day we backtrack on any progress that we've made for our healthcare workers, many of whom don't get to see their families on holidays in normal times. People like Becky Walfeld, the registered nurse clinical lead at Unity Point Health's ICU in Peoria. Becky has been a leader in setting up a new COVID care ICU at UPH Methodist, sitting at the bedside of sick patients with technology so they can communicate with their loved ones at a distance. Or Terry Lamar, an infection prevention and employee health nurse at Touchette Regional Hospital in Metro East. She has tested and educated countless employees and patients for the COVID-19 virus, dedicating countless after-work hours monitoring results and talking patients through their plan of care. Or Dr. Marianne Miller of the Javon Bay Hospital System in Rockford, who designed COVID-19 units in the spring while also providing direct care to patients. Dr. Miller is now hard at work designing alternate care models to help care for the many critically ill patients in Rockford during this second surge. There's too many for the hospital to support the same way as it did in the spring. So tomorrow, this weekend, and just a few months longer, think about Becky, Terry, and Marianne and their families. Think about your own family. Stay home when you can. Avoid gathering. Wear a mask. Keep your distance. And if you haven't yet, put your mask on and go get your flu shot. Doing so helps reduce the spread of that virus, helping our hospital systems better manage this pandemic by reducing the number of critically ill flu patients they have to care for at the same time. Shop small businesses online. And if you'd like, maybe start planning ahead for all the great celebrations and weddings and gatherings that you'll have when this is all over. We can get through this safely. We know how. So let's use the tools that we have. And remember, the best way through this is working together. Have a wonderful and safe Thanksgiving weekend, everyone. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ezike.
Thank you, Governor. And I just want to share that among the things that I'm most thankful for, Governor, is your steadfast leadership through one of the most trying times of our lives. So thank you. And for everyone, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving and a very safe one. I'd like to try to implore one more time for people who may still be planning that get together with multiple households and friends who are not in their immediate household to please, please, please reconsider. We don't want anybody's Thanksgiving dinner to turn into a COVID-19 super spreader event. Our goal is to protect and not infect those that we love and care for. My fear is that 2 weeks from now, we'll start seeing a new spike in cases or hospitalizations because people from various households gather to celebrate Thanksgiving. Please be a part of the solution and not part of the problem, and let's decrease the spread of this virus. Since yesterday, 11,378 new cases of COVID-19 were reported for a total of 685,467 cases in Illinois. Unfortunately, it was reported that 155 additional lives were lost for a total of 11,832 deaths just here in the state of Illinois. These are our mothers and our brothers and our sisters and our grandparents and so many loved ones who aren't going to be with us at the Thanksgiving table or any future holiday. 6,133 individuals were reported to be in the hospital overnight with COVID-19, and of those, 1,208 patients were in the ICU and 679 were on ventilators. In the last 24 hours, more than 114,000 tests have been reported, for a total of more than 10.1 million tests in the state of Illinois. And speaking of testing, if you do gather for the Thanksgiving holiday, remember to get tested afterwards. You can't test out of quarantine if you think you've been exposed, but please know that you can find a list of testing locations on our website, including the 11 community-based testing sites where anyone can get tested at absolutely no cost to you directly. Our testing sites are open on Friday, but of course, remember that you have to wait at least a minimum of 7 days after you think you may have been exposed to get tested. And as the governor said, if you're thinking of shopping, if you're shopping on Black Friday, don't forget your local stores and see if you can shop them online. And you can purchase gift certificates from your favorite stores and give it as a gift to be used in the coming year. While it will look different and perhaps not at all how we want, let's try to make this upcoming holiday season one of cheer and not one of fear for more COVID-19 illnesses and lives lost that could have been prevented. Have a safe, blessed, and happy Thanksgiving. And as always, wear your mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. And of course, also get your flu shot. Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos. Antes de mañana, quiero mandar un feliz día de acción de gracias.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Obviously, she just went into Spanish, so we're going to take this time to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching News Now from Fox. We're bringing you live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news throughout the day. Even on Thanksgiving, I want to tease forward to our coverage tomorrow. We have so many amazing interviews stacked up for you for the holiday, talking about turkeys and how to prepare them correctly, talking about Thanksgiving and holiday travel, talking about what Black Friday might look like this year, which is a little bit different. I just did an interview with a mental health expert, and he's talking about how to be thankful on Thanksgiving, which might be a little bit difficult this year, but it can be done. We just want to say we're thankful for all of you viewers who are tuning in right now, no matter where that might be, across the country, across the world. It is just such an essential time to be letting all of you know how much you mean to us. So again, thank you for watching News Now from Fox. We are going to go back to that COVID-19 update from Chicago. It looks like Governor Pritzker is coming back up right now. This is a live feed that we're going to be taking for you. But again, we're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, Governor Pritzker.
Billionaires and well-heeled Republicans and basically universally the Republican Party that opposed giving a tax break to the middle class and those striving to get there, and opposed taxing the wealthiest people in our state a little bit more. So, you know, here we are in the situation of having to find other avenues to balance our budget and to meet the demands of a structural deficit for our state. But we'll get there. It just won't be, frankly, as fair as if we had been able to pass the fair tax.
Dan Petrella at the Tribune has a question for Dr. Ezike. What will you be watching for as the first indication of a possible post-Thanksgiving surge?
Right, so that's a great question, Dan. So again, the first thing that will happen will be the number of cases will increase. You obviously have to have a positive case before you get people who end up in the hospital, before you have people, you know, that end up on ventilators or unfortunately pass on. So following in the week or two following Thanksgiving, if we start to see an increase in the number of cases, that will be a sign that, you know, maybe there was some spreading at the Thanksgiving holiday.
Patrick at the Illinois, COGFA reports that income tax revenues are actually up so far this year, yet the budget still has a $4 billion hole. There are some legislative Democrats who say they expect you to push forward a tax increase in the lame duck session. Is that your plan?
I think I've been pretty transparent with where we are right now, which is we're going to have to start with looking at cuts to state government. And I think, you know, to get where we need to go, some of those cuts are going to have to be relatively painful. I have met with the leaders. I have consulted with members of the General Assembly to get their best ideas about what it is that we can cut. Look, I've brought a lot of efficiencies to state government since becoming governor. We've expanded our software, our ERP system, to cover 95% of all of the agencies of state government. You know, before I came in office, we weren't even close. That ERP system allows us to bring efficiencies going forward. So that's some of what we've done. We've made cuts internally across state government, but there's much more that needs to be done. And so I'm looking for those best ideas from people on both sides of the aisle.
These will be our final questions. We don't have anything else in the portal, but Jerry at Capital News Illinois, Nick at Bloomberg, and Petrella at the Tribune all are asking, is the $2 billion in borrowing in addition to the $1.2 billion from the MLF in the previous fiscal year, and has there been any repayment of that $1.2 billion?
The $1.2 billion is from the prior fiscal year. You're correct in that. And we have not repaid the $1.2 billion. But as I say, we're in the borrowing this year. We're going to be able to at least cover the short-term losses, from COVID-19. We still have much more work to do, as I've said, to balance the budget, and I'm looking to the legislature to help us do that. But essentially, the last year's borrowing was to cover the losses in the last quarter of last fiscal year. The pandemic started, as you know, really in February, and really began to hit our economy significantly in our revenue in March. So that's from that period of time. And this $2 billion is really to try to cover a portion of the losses from this fiscal year. And to remind everybody, our intention is at our earliest date, whether we receive stimulus or have significant greater recovery of revenues to the state as the economy improves, we're going to look to repay that borrowing as soon as possible.
I actually forgot one from David at the Sun-Times, and there were a couple other people who asked the same question. The McHenry County State's Attorney says he is not going to enforce your indoor dining ban. Can you just give us your reaction to that?
Surprising that a state's attorney doesn't want to follow the law. These are the laws of the state of Illinois. And other jurisdictions are following law and prosecuting these fines, and that's what they are, fines for businesses that are failing to follow the mitigations or that are opening their doors if they're bars and spreading the virus willy-nilly at a time when we're undergoing really a terrible second wave of the virus. So, I would hope that officers of the court, like state's attorneys, would follow the laws of the state of Illinois and do the right thing, because people are getting sick. If you don't do the right thing, more people are going to get sick.
All right, that is everyone. Thanks for your time. Have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll see you guys next week.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was just a little bit of an update coming out of Chicago ahead of the holidays. Governor Pritzker telling people that they shouldn't be traveling right now. That's what we're hearing from a lot of the governors, saying maybe just keep it to a minimum with your household. Certain states are different when it comes to actual restrictions that are put into place. So that is the latest from out there in Illinois. We showed you Lori Lightfoot as well. So we're pretty much covered on Chicago for COVID-19. We're following a couple feeds right now. We should be in just moments getting an update from Kentucky. Governor Andy Beshear is going to be speaking about their COVID-19 response ahead of the holidays. But I was showing you really quickly in Houston that Cactus Jack Foundation turkey giveaway, and I had to kind of cut out of it because we had several live feeds come up from Baltimore about a ransomware cyber security attack for all those public schools. So they were shut down today, and it was a really quick news conference. So we'll we'll try to find that for you and play it out for you in full because it happened so fast. So we'll give you the latest on that, but for now we'll go back to kind of that happy news coming out of Houston until we take you out to Kentucky for another COVID-19 update. We were also showing you in Pennsylvania some of those hearings that are going on from the Trump legal team. You can find all of that on our YouTube page. NewsNOW from Fox, some of that, the president himself phoning in, talking about those voter fraud claims that they have been making throughout this election process. So you can go back and see that if you would like to. Again, you're watching NewsNOW from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, bringing you all of these live, raw, unfiltered feeds from across the country.
Wearing this mask is because the mayor gave me this mask, and I wanted to make sure she knew that I was wearing this mask that she gave to me. So, in fact, I'm going to say to people, mask up. And in an event of this kind, you know, I don't walk around with just one on. Generally speaking, I have two on. And so let me just close before I bring up first Congressman Green, and then followed by the council member and the principal. Well, I'm going to bring up the principal first because we're at his location. Yeah. So let me just say this. I know tomorrow is Thanksgiving. I can't tell people, I can't force anybody to stay home. I can't force anybody to stay home. But what I can say is that understand the ramifications of your own actions. And tomorrow you can come together. You can come together in big numbers. You can do that. But let me tell you, this virus has no respect of persons. Because today I'm reporting, where's my number for today? Today, I'm reporting 1,288 new cases, 1,288 new cases, and 2 new deaths. So I can't force anybody to stay at your own homes and stay away from the large gatherings. I can only say to you that if you come together in big numbers, and especially when you come together in big numbers, and if you're not masked up, if you don't engage in social distancing, and if you don't exercise proper hygiene, I'm going to say to you that the consequences can be severe for your family members, friends, as well as yourself. You may see them tomorrow, but there is no promise about what the future will hold. And especially when vaccines are on the horizon. And in 30 days or less, you know, they'll probably start dispensing vaccines to some people. And then after that, every single month, more vaccines will be coming available. So it just doesn't make sense to just try to come together right now. And then a month from now, things start to get somewhat better. So please, please, and then I'm going to borrow from Councilmember Evan Shabazz, her statement, and that is, it's better to put the mask on than to put the sheet on, okay? And what I mean by that, you know, a mask keeps you alive, okay? A mask keeps you alive. But when you fail to put on the mask and you don't exercise good judgment, and then when you lie horizontal, the only thing that's going to be put on you will be a sheet. Rather the mask rather than a sheet. And I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but I will say to you that it is time to be very, very serious, and especially for communities of color. Let me emphasize that. Especially for communities in color, in the black and brown communities, okay? Especially because when we read these numbers, there's a disproportionate impact on communities of color, low-income communities. And quite frankly, from my perspective, every person is important. Every person has value. And every person, we ought to give them an opportunity to live. So don't cheat yourself, okay? You can party hardy today or tomorrow. And then we may be doing a proclamation for you down the road, okay? So you don't want that type of proclamation, all right? You don't want that. So that's enough on that. I did want to say it because, look, people are cutting up out here.
Keep it real, man.
So come on. So let me just tell you, you know, just chill.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Just chill, slow it down. That turkey ain't going nowhere. All right? So that's enough. That's enough. Let me bring up the principal first, and then after that we'll hear from the councilman. Principal Hare.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, it's a little taller.
Don't rub it in.
On behalf of Dr. Grenita Lathan, our superintendent for Houston Independent School District, and just all of the leaders here, Ms. Wanda Adams, our board trustee, it's truly an honor and a pleasure to host this event. We're thankful for all of the families here in the Sunnyside area, but just all over the city of Houston. These are the types of events that really make these moments and these holidays that special. As Mayor Turner was saying, we want everybody to remain safe, but think about our students and what this impact has, what they can look up to, and legacies that we can leave moving forward. We want to thank the Cactus Jack Foundation, Travis Scott, Don Tolliver, Chase B, UMMC, the City of Houston, and everyone for coming on out. We have COVID testing that's also occurring, so if anybody wants to get tested, we want to make sure that we're getting those numbers up. But other than that, to be here, Worthing Early College High School is truly a place of special love, and we want to make sure that we say thank you for all of this wonderful events. A lot of families are getting fed today, over 1,000 turkeys and all of the different canned goods and things that go along with that. So we truly appreciate it, and we are truly humbled to say thank you for everything that everybody is doing today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Congressman Al Green.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Let me thank the principal also for the outstanding job that he does. And while she is not here, I too would like to thank the superintendent. You know, people say a lot of kind things in your presence. It's what they say behind your back that sometimes really matters. And in her absence, I want to thank her for the many years of service and what she has done during this pandemic. She's really made a difference. I want to thank her. If I may, I'd like to thank the Cactus Jack Foundation, and in so doing, Mayor, I have one of the other certificates. I have one that I think that will be appreciated, and I will have one for all of the contributors, but this one will be symbolic of what we will give to the others. It reads, Certificate of Special Congressional Recognition presented to the Cactus Jack Foundation in honor of your service to the community on behalf of the constituents of the 9th Congressional District, that would be this district. I salute your dedication to providing solidarity, relief, resources for those in need through your turkey drive in the spirit of Thanksgiving across the greater Houston area. With that said, I'd like to present it to the appropriate Cactus Jack person.
Present it to these two.
And the mayor, and of course the, where's the councilwoman? Okay, and the other mayor too. Come on over.
The other mayor.
Come on. I got both mayors here today. Mayor Hines is here.
That's right.
She's incognito, but
right.
she's still here. All right.
We did today.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right. Thank you. And in closing, I just want to let you know that in Congress, we have passed some legislation to help. We haven't done enough. I plan to go back with a message to Congress that the food lines have got to be put in their proper place, which means we want to put money in the pockets of people so that they don't have to be in food lines. This is the richest country in the world, and this is the least that we can do. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember. Well, good afternoon. I am Carolyn Evans Shabazz, the humble and honored council member for District D, which is the district of destination. I'm so very honored to be here in Sunnyside, at the pride of Sunnyside, Worthing High School, where I actually worked for many, many years. And so first of all, I want to thank everyone. And what I am most thankful for is that God has made me a vessel.
He has made me a vessel, along with these other vessels, to provide for our communities. And that right there is an honor and a privilege. And certainly, I'm sitting here looking at the mayor of Sunnyside, and we do need prayer. And so I am thankful that she came dressed in the appropriate attire to let us know that this is the reason for this season. Thankfulness to God. And thank you so very, very much. I think we did not recognize the principal of Alcott, Kim Williams, who brings our babies up to Worthy. And I'm going to say, I've never met Travis Scott, but I think he got the word that I was going to do a wrap-off. And so that's why he didn't show up today. But we have time, Mr. Scott. We have time, and I'm calling you out. But certainly, I am so very honored. Let me define family for you very quickly. Family is just not the person who has your last name or shares your bloodline. Family for this COVID are people who live in your home. We don't want to spread this virus around, and when people are coming in and out from different destinations, we're making ourselves susceptible to this virus. So I'm always honored to be here with the mayor. I'm telling you, it's just been a pleasure to serve with him, and it's always a pleasure for the congressman to be here. These are some hard-working men, and so I thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm a jackass lion. I'm just saying, and I have to recognize. Okay, well, see, we right down the street. I have to recognize my classmate, Carl Davis. Then I see Raheem back here. He's doing some great things in the community. So I thank you so very much. You all, please stay safe. We're going to get on the other side of this. We will make it to the other side if we practice social distancing. And in my case, I'm going to try to social distance myself from some of that turkey and dressing for obvious reasons. But certainly, thank you so very much. We're going to have a wonderful time. We got Christmas coming, and we're going to keep it moving. Thank you. And of course, Dr. Grenita Lathan goes without saying. She is my soror and someone who has put in the work. And so I am looking forward to interim being dropped at some point when greater judgment comes in the fold. And so thank you so very much for you coming, because you are what's important here. Because it's just a few of us electeds, but it's many of you, and we can do nothing. I'm going to repeat that. We can do nothing without the community engaging and helping us to get these things out there. Thank you to the media for getting the word out, because this is a wonderful gathering, and I'm going to turn it back over. And thank you so much, Councilmember Carolyn Evans-Shabazz from the District of Destination. Thank you.
All right. I also want to acknowledge Lil Flip as well for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Look, all of these individuals, Don Tolliver, Chaz B, Lil Flip, Travis Scott, just do a tremendous job. And Chaz B, why don't you come up and just say, I know you didn't want to, but come on, man.
Good afternoon, all of y'all. How y'all doing? I'm gonna keep it short, obviously, but as much love as the city has shown us, and obviously it's a blessing to be born and raised here, the least we can do is give back. So it's a blessing to give out all these turkeys today. I want to also shout out to my good friends, the A-Life group, for helping us out today. And yeah, everybody just stay safe this holiday season, and we're gonna get on the side of this. So.
Thanks, Chaz. Lil Flip. Come on, man.
All right now.
Worthing, Coates in the building, class of 99. Yeah, this is where I went to high school. This is where my dad went to high school. This is where my brother went to high school. So anytime there's something going on and I'm in town or I could be a part of it, I'm gonna get up. I'm not a morning person because I get paid in the evening, but anything that's for other people, I'll get up in the morning, and do this. So, and Travis and Chase and Don Tolliver, them my family. We proud of the new generation of Houston and what we doing for the city. We bringing hope and unity, and at the same time, we got to be safe. We got to mask up, we got to move right. So, you got to try to make your money, but you got to work smart, not hard. Like the mayor says. So, anytime we give back, I hope everybody enjoy their Thanksgiving. I just lost my mother the other day, Mary Weston. So pretty much anytime you with somebody, your mother, tell them you love them, get that extra hug, get that extra phone call, and you know, we go hold it down. Word in class of 9-9. Shout out to Travis. You did, Coats.
Now, I know I'm on the campus of Worthing, you know.
Yeah, we at Worthing.
Yeah, y'all wearing me out today. Worthing, Jack Yates, I tell you, district of destination. All right. Let me, now the Fofo gonna yield to the south side today. And I represent everybody, Fofo, 39, the nickel, you know, the tray, you name it, we all together. I do want to acknowledge Janice Weaver. She's having her blood drive, her annual blood drive, on December the 4th at Texas Southern University. 7 years, and so she is having a blood drive, so please put that on your calendar, December the 4th at Texas Southern University. Now, you appointed me to someplace? Oh, and then, I do want to give special credit, Kim Hatter, who has just been, Kim has just been terrific and helping organizing all of this, taking the lead on all of this, working with my Brothers Keepers program, and now working a community activist on so many levels, working with the artists. In fact, been my direct communication and contact with the artists. So I really want to take the time to acknowledge and thank Kim Hatter for just doing an exceptional job for the city of Houston. And look, underpaid, overused. Come on now. But that doesn't mean we can't appreciate folk. Right. And so I want to thank her, tell her I love you dearly, and appreciate you for what you continue to do. So thank you so very, very much. Okay, Principal, I'm gonna give you the closing word. I've got the other principal here that I did not want to overlook. No, come on, please.
I'm gonna keep it very short, but anytime Worthing has an event, I'm always here to support. Alcott Elementary, I want to also say we're trying to do also keep students in our feeder patterns, so that is something else we're trying to do as well, build an agriculture program. So thank you guys for having us out. We're glad you guys came out and supporting us, and we want to thank you. JY.
All right, JY. Let me, and Takasha Francis, where's Takasha? She's working. I want to acknowledge Takasha Francis, who's the director of Department of Neighborhoods, product of Texas Southern University, and so one of my law students from Thurgood Marshall School of Law. Wow. And I taught at Thurgood for 17 years. And so Takasha Francis was one of my students, and then when I became mayor, I asked her to give up her law practice and join me. So Takasha, thank you so very, very much. Doing a fantastic job. But I do want to take some ownership there. One of my law students. So thank you so very much. Okay, I think, again, let me thank Worthing. Let me thank the principal, his entire support team. They do an exceptional job. The principals of the feeder pattern, the congressman, the city council person. UMMC, the testing. I certainly don't want to leave out UMMC. They are the testing unit, the testing partner for the city of Houston.
Travis' mom.
Miss, we have talked on the phone. This is Travis' mom.
His sister.
And his sister.
Come on.
That's his brother. And wow. Yeah, I'm a distant brother. But come on, Miss Wester, you want to say something? Come on.
I'm so proud that baby Jock, or Travis Scott, is able to do this today.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Houston, for supporting him. We love you.
Look, we love you too, Mom. And so, again, I think we've said quite a bit, but be mindful of your activity between now and over the next several days, quite frankly, over the next 30 days. Just bear in mind, vaccines are going to be made available. So just live your life in such a way that you can bridge until such time as times will get better. So let's not be reckless, and let's not assume that you can't get this virus because you can. So just be very, very careful. That's the only thing that I ask. You know, we're not going to be over your shoulder and all of that. I do want to acknowledge Chief Perez too with HISD. Lopez. I'm gonna say Perez. Lopez. Thank you. Was with HISD for HPD for a number of years. So appreciate you, miss you, and wish you the very best over with HISD. I want to echo what Congressman Green said about Superintendent Grenita Latham, just doing an outstanding job. Really appreciate it, her service, and she's worked this entire year has just been exceptional, and so certainly want to acknowledge her. You know, nobody can get there without a good head. Okay, and if you don't have good leadership, you're not going to have good fellowship. Okay, and things just don't happen on their own. And whether you believe it or not, these are difficult, challenging times for anybody that's in public service. It is not easy, but you do what you do, and then you just move forward from there. So again, that does it for me.
Just a question for the poll, man.
Okay, questions? I'm sorry. Are there any questions? Okay.
Nightclubs continue to be packed with beds in the dark. What can be done?
Yeah, look, there's still, I've had some people to go and kind of survey what's happening at the nightclubs and the bars throughout the city of Houston. Quite frankly, in the city of Houston, bars are not supposed to be open unless they have reclassified themselves as restaurants, and hundreds have. But having said that, there's still too many people that are flocking to our bars and even to many of our restaurants. What I would say to you is that if you go to an establishment and it's too crowded, you really need to turn around and walk out. Okay, as you know, we have the number of crimes have increased in our city, and so we have our law enforcement officers out there trying to cover 5,300 square miles. We really don't have the time to be going to every business establishment to check to see whether or not they're too crowded. At some point in time, people have to care and should have to care enough for their own lives and the lives of their family. They shouldn't have to require somebody from the government to go say, you know, you need to put on your mask, or it's too many people in here. Because what's going to happen, you're going to go to these crowded establishments and you're taking it back home. Okay? So I don't know what it's going to take to get people to understand. I just don't know what it's going to take. You know, we're going to continue to be out there on the front line, but we don't have the necessary resources to be going down every street in the city of Houston, to be going in every club, every restaurant, and telling people that there are simply too many people in here and you need to put on your mask. What I will say at the end of the day, each one of us have to be responsible for our own individual and group behavior. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you not to go visit somebody. You got to make that choice. But I can tell you what's happening at my own house. If you show up and I haven't invited you, you're not coming in, okay?
As for me in my house.
So I can only tell you what's happening in my house. It's going to be a small gathering. Now, what I've said to my daughter and to others, now I don't cheat me on the turkey, the ham, the dressing, the broccoli, and all of that. I want all of that. I want to be able to look at it. But there ain't gonna be too many people around my table eating it.
That's right.
But I want all of it. But at the same time, I want other people to be safe, and I want to be safe, okay? Because at the end of the day, we are responsible for our own behavior. And I don't care what the mayor says or who I am, I cannot stop you from going someplace that you know you shouldn't go. Okay, so that's all I can say. Be safe, enjoy the day too. Certainly.
Just a quick final word to what the mayor said. I want to punctuate it with this. We will get through the pandemic. There's no question about it. The question is whether you will get through the pandemic with us. Wear the mask, you'll get through it with us. Social distance, use your hands, but sanitize. We'll get through it. We want you to get through it with us. Thank you, Mayor.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We do want to break in with some breaking news. President Trump has officially pardoned Michael Flynn. This just coming down in the last 15 minutes or so. Michael Flynn is President Trump's former national security advisor. This move is basically taking direct aim in the final days of his administration at a Russia investigation that he has long insisted was motivated by political bias. I want to pull up this tweet really quickly. President Trump saying, "It's my honor to announce that General Michael T. Flynn has been granted a full pardon. Congratulations to Flynn and his wonderful family. I know you will now have a truly fantastic Thanksgiving." Flynn is the second Trump associate convicted in the Russia probe to be granted clemency by the president. Trump commuted the sentence of longtime confidant Roger Stone just days before he was supposed to report to prison. It's part of a broader effort to undo the results of an investigation that for years has shadowed his administration and yielded criminal charges against a half dozen associates. This action voids the criminal case against Flynn, just as a federal judge was weighing skeptically whether to grant a Justice Department request to dismiss the prosecution despite Flynn's own guilty plea to lying to the FBI about his Russia contacts. This is all coming down from the Associated Press. The move, coming as Trump winds down his single term, is likely to energize supporters who have taken up the case as a cause and rallied around the retired Army Lieutenant General as the victim of what they assert is an unfair prosecution. Trump himself has repeatedly spoken warmly about Flynn, even though Special Counsel Robert Mueller's prosecutors once praised him as a model cooperator in their probe into ties between Russia and the 2016 Trump campaign. This pardon is the final step in a case defined by twists and turns over the last year after the Justice Department abruptly moved to dismiss the case, insisting that Flynn should have never been interviewed by the FBI in the first place, only to have U.S. District Justice Emmett Sullivan refuse the request and appoint a former judge to argue against the federal government's position. So again, this tweet from the president at 2:08 Phoenix time, so just about 20 minutes ago exactly, saying it's his honor to announce that General Michael Flynn has been granted a full pardon. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox, where we're bringing you all of the latest breaking news, live, raw, unfiltered, all throughout the day. This is probably the biggest update that we've seen today, and we'll continue to follow this story as it develops. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we are going to stay in Washington, D.C., but show you a little bit of Vice President Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. She is in Washington today, kind of joining in on some of these Thanksgiving events across the country. So 2 minutes, and we will see you after that.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much for coming down to see us. So we are just honored and touched beyond belief that you would choose us as one of your first options to come down here. We're so happy, and we hope that that some of the work that we do will inspire the work that this administration does. You know, it's interesting right now. During COVID, we've been focused on food, and we're doing crazy amounts of food. 2.5 million meals we've already done. 1.4 million pounds of fresh produce in grocery bags that we've sent out throughout the city. $1 million that we've spent buying that produce from local farms. So this is economically affecting positively the rural communities. But what we've always been about is much more than food. Food has always been the tool that we use to strengthen bodies, empower minds, and build communities. And we've always been focused on putting ourselves out of business, or out of the business of giving away food, and into the business of training men and women to create food and work in restaurants like Jose's. And so that is needed even more, I think, now. One of the things that I think, Madam Vice President-elect, is that one of the silver linings of this dark clouds that we've seen is that more people now are understanding of and willing to listen to the message that we've been talking about for years and elevating this conversation, saying the reason we do what we do is not to feed people, is to cure the underlying cause of hunger and homelessness, and that's poverty. Right. And that's caused by the structural racism and systemic inequality that have existed in this country for years, and the work that is the work that we want to do to create opportunities. And some of those opportunities are represented by these beautiful men and women behind me. Our staff now is 180 folks. 57% of those are graduates of our culinary job training program. Right. These are individuals that have faced great barriers to employment, but now are working with living wage jobs, living wage benefits, and setting examples for what's possible for the business community around the country. So we are so grateful to be able to share some of that work with you, and we look forward to working with you in any way possible as practicing advocates for the next 8 years, and then maybe the next 8 years after that.
Well, give her time, Mike. Give her time.
I know. Let's just get through Thanksgiving, shall we?
We'll take that.
But Mike, I want to thank you. We've had this conversation over the last couple of years at least. And you've invited Doug and me to come and see it, and Jose, all the work that you are doing around the globe. But it's good to be with you. You know, we're looking at national numbers and to all of the leaders, thank you all. Thank you all. All of the leaders. It's so wonderful what you are doing. It's so wonderful. You know, and I've been hearing about your work and your leadership and your courage and the gift that you are giving the community and our country. And so I wanted to come by in the season of Thanksgiving to thank you all also, because you guys are on the front line. You all are on the front line, and you're role models. You're showing what can be done, right? And you're showing the power of lifting other people up. You know, I always say that you measure the strength of any human being. The measure of strength, the muscle, you want to see muscle? The measure of strength is based on who you lift up. That's the measure of strength, right? Not who you beat down, who you lift up. And you all know that. And what we're doing now, I mean, right now in our country, 1 in 6 families are describing their children being hungry. 1 in 5, the last number I saw, can't pay their rent.
1 in 3 children in this city are food insecure.
I know that. And so, you know, and it's also about in the midst of COVID, we're all wearing our masks, right? We have the social distance. We can't see our full faces. We got to try and smile with our eyes, right? And people are feeling alone. So many people are feeling alone. And then, and on top of being food insecure. And so to do what you all are doing reminds people that they're not alone. And that's a great gift that you give as well. So Doug and I wanted to come by just to thank you all, everybody, for what you're doing, and
thank you for taking the time.
and for lifting everybody up.
Thank you.
President-elect. Good to see you, man.
Doug, I can't tell you.
I've actually known this guy well over a decade, named Sparky. Mike Curtin.
These people don't know that, but yeah.
So he's such a good.
His name is Sparky.
He's one of the best people I know. So thank you for everything you're doing, and Chef, you're the best. Thank you for what you're doing and what you're all doing. And
all over the world.
Yeah, I traveled the country, and food insecurity was a big issue that I saw when I traveled all over the country. I saw the food lines. I went to the facilities all around the country. I know as I'm figuring out, you know, the things I'm going to be passionate about, this is definitely one of them going forward. So thank you.
Doug.
We need you.
I'll be there.
We need all the help. And I know you will be guys there. You know, World Central Kitchen, Vice President-elect, exists really because I began as a 23-year-old boy volunteering here, next to men and women like them. I did everything, peeling potatoes, learning from people that were ex-convicts, so they came from the streets, people that got less opportunities than the ones I got. Yeah. And that's why I got
in the one wagon of this central kitchen. I became chairman, all of the above. But what I saw happening in this institution, with the founder, Robert Egger, then followed by the amazing leadership of Mike, was amazing. Robert Egger told me when I was 23, told me that charity is always about the redemption of the giver.
Yes.
When charity should be about the liberation of the receiver. Just get that phrase, put it up above, and that's the mission of this central kitchen, what this man has been doing with all these people and the many people around America and the world right now, even under COVID, just stepping up and bringing a plate of food and showing hope. That's what's happening, and I know you know it.
But you see, the thing, I'll add to the charity piece, because here's how I think about charity. It's the difference between charity and duty. Charity, I got a little extra, I'll help you out, versus duty. Duty to your fellow human being, right? You guys know that, right? It's what we all should understand is the price that we pay for living on this earth, that we have a duty. And you guys know that. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys could be at home right now cooking for yourselves and your own families. But you're here out of a sense of duty to the community and to other people, and especially people who right now are in need. And that's an incredible thing you're doing. An incredible gift you're giving.
It has been an incredible gift for me this last 8 months to be able to come to work and to work with these folks who, every day, we're coming in 12,000, 10,000 meals, and never once is wringing hands, hanging heads, asking why. To say, no, this is a job, this is an important job, we have to do it. And the way they have done this work has just been stunning and inspirational. And it's been the blessing. I've been here 16 years, and this has been not one you wouldn't want to say this has been the best year, but in many ways it has. And it's taught us a lot, just like you're saying. We can't wait to show off what we've learned in a better way when we take off our masks and really show you around. Especially that we're going to move into a new space at the end of next year or the year after, and at River Point, 36,000 beautiful square feet, and we are going to become an amazing food hub for sustainability, jobs, empowerment, opportunity, innovation, and we can't wait for you to be part of that as well.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Well, on behalf of all the people that you all inspire, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. I thank you. And we like to, there's a bakery that's run by former veterans, people who have served, many of whom came back and were homeless, jobless, and it's called Dog Tag Bakery. So we brought you all some cookies. They're individually wrapped, so we'll be safe, but just as a thanks. So we'll leave them here for you.
Yep.
Thank you. And everybody's doing okay? Yeah. Doing okay?
That bakery functions very much like this is Central Kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
And DC Central Kitchen masks too, and I have some T-shirts I'll give to Carly and you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Be well. Take care, and thank you again.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. It's great seeing you. Congratulations again. This is amazing.
Honduras and Guatemala. I'm going to Colombia. I spoke to President Giuliani. I still have already are doing 6,000 meals a day. You're in the United, but we are not. I have just finishing.
So you guys,
it's very holistic. If one or two, it's a very is this 27 years of thinking, okay, I don't know anything about anything. We can bring all these people.
Look at what we did with our bill, right? We can do this and do it in a bipartisan way.
That's what America wants, and you know it.
I agree.
I'm so proud of it. And it's so amazing. Don't stop cooking, okay?
I'm not.
Hello?
I'm cooking.
No, don't stop cooking, okay?
I'm not going to ever stop
cooking. And keep sharing recipes.
I love to cook.
Keep sharing recipes.
I love to cook. I love to cook, so that's why I just love you guys.
She publishes recipes on her Twitter account.
Yeah, I got my own recipes.
As a vice president-elect.
Like my cornbread dressing recipe.
Okay.
So good.
Gotta send some to us.
Okay, you know what? This year we had to really, because I usually cook for the whole family. We have 2 turkeys. This year, we just have this little thing. Because, everybody's got to be safe. So I'm trying to figure out how to scale down my cornbread recipe, because I usually make it for a lot of people. We may have leftovers. If we do, I'll bring them by.
Well, if you need any extra ingredient, let us know.
I'll let you know. Okay. Okay.
Guys, we're going to just take one quick question.
I know you're going to work hard the next 4 years. So
Go ahead, Al.
I know you'll be the right
said this morning that you had made contact with Republicans on the Hill. Does that include Leader McConnell?
I can't speak directly to that, but I will tell you that it has been the priority for the president-elect and me from the beginning that we intend to and will work across the aisle to deal with these most intractable issues that are affecting people regardless of who they voted for in the election. And I can tell you that the president-elect and I take that very seriously. I'm here to talk with folks who are feeding the hungry. You may have heard me say 1 in 6 families in America is describing their children as being hungry. 1 in 5 are describing an inability to pay rent. These are real issues, and the folks that we are talking about, whoever they voted for, deserve to have leadership that sees them through the lens of the life they are living, regardless of their party affiliation. And we feel very strongly about that.
Have you spoken with Vice President Pence?
Thank you, Paul.
Not yet.
But you would speak with him in these
Have you spoken with Governor Newsom about your replacement?
Thank you.
How are you, Mike? Good to see you, Jose. How are you? Hi, guys.
Mikey.
Hi, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much for coming down to see us.
You're watching News Now from Fox. We just wanted to break in one more time with this new information that we have. President Trump has officially pardoned Michael Flynn right there. You saw him tweeting out. He said, quote, "It is my great honor to announce that General Michael T. Flynn has been granted a full pardon. Congratulations to Flynn and his wonderful family. I know you will now have a truly fantastic Thanksgiving." Flynn is the second Trump associate convicted in the Russia probe to be granted clemency by the president. Trump commuted the sentence of longtime confidant Roger Stone just days before he was to report to prison. This is obviously a developing situation right now, but just in this past hour, President Trump tweeting out, making that announcement. This is just part of a broader effort to undo the results of an investigation that for years has shadowed his administration and yielded criminal charges against a half dozen associates. So just want to bring that to you once again here on News Now from Fox, where we're bringing you all of the latest breaking news. It's live, it's raw, and it's unfiltered. We're going to stay in Washington, D.C., but this time for a different reason. We're talking about some of these firefighters who saved a man's life this summer. Officials in Washington, D.C. holding a press conference to honor those firefighters who saved this man's life. So we'll play that out for you here on News Now from Fox. Again, thank you for joining us. Some of you are going to be going out to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when we come back. But again, breaking news today. In the past hour, President Trump officially pardoning former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn on this Wednesday morning.
Department arrived with 10 of DC's bravest aboard 6, Medic 2, Engine 16, and Ambulance 16. There were 3 members above Ambulance 16 that Saturday afternoon. Firefighter EMTs Jose Torres, Fredis Lopez Contreras, and Kenneth Blanchard. The patient was moved and CPR continued. Michael was still without a pulse and was not breathing. The team quickly applied the AED and delivered a single shock. And with that, and certainly with the help of the bystander CPR from Angel that was performed before their arrival, Michael Fontaine was back among the living. On Medic 2, firefighter Brian Rathbon and his team transported Michael to the hospital. He was breathing on his own by then with a pulse of 180. Again, this all began with bystander CPR. Angel, who jumped in to start this life-saving chain of survival. When you download the PulsePoint app on your phone, and for those of you who haven't already done so, I urge you to do so today. You will be notified when someone goes into cardiac arrest within 2 blocks of your location. The bystander CPR, as occurred in this case, can provide our members with that jump start that can mean the difference between life and death. And COVID-19 should not deter any of us from doing what is needed, bystander CPR, when lives are on the line. For their life-saving actions, Michael Fontaine is here to help us present his lifesavers with cardiac arrest save coins. Michael? Let's start with EMS Captain Brent Panic, Sergeant Paramedic Jason Stadler. Not here? Okay. Firefighter EMT David Williams. Firefighter EMT Adam Corcoran. Is he here? No. Firefighter EMT Ryan Yasko. And Tu Nguyen, who could not be here today. And from Ambulance 16, Firefighter EMT Jose Torres. Firefighter EMT Fredis Lopez Contreras. And Fire EMT Kenneth Blanchard. And from Medic 2, Firefighter Paramedic Brian Rathbon could not be here today. Congratulations, and thank you very much. And now I'd like to invite Michael up here to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. We're here today to celebrate all of you and the EMS teams around Washington, D.C. and around the country. I think it's really important that we're here today to be able to celebrate some good in what's been a really tough year for a lot of people. And we haven't been able to get together as a community very much this year, but I think it's really special that we're able to do so today. And I just want to thank everyone here, again, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Everyone have a great Thanksgiving as well. My little brother Luca is going to come up quickly. I forgot. I'm sorry. Luca has a project he's working on with the DC Fire Department, and he's doing a great job, and I'm going to let him talk about it a little bit.
Good morning. I'm Luca Fontaine, and Mike is my big brother. I'm 12 years old and in 7th grade at Holy Trinity School. First, I want to thank all of you for saving my brother's life. You are all true heroes to me and to the rest of my family. Second, because you did so much for Mike, I decided I wanted to do something for you. I met firefighter Tate and learned about food on the stove and all it does to improve the health of DC firefighters. I made this my 7th grade service project. My goal was to raise $5,000. I'm happy to report we already have raised close to $7,000. For this great cause, early tomorrow morning, Thanksgiving Day, Mike, my dad, and I also will be helping firefighter Tate deliver turkeys to all of the firehouses. We are looking for other ways to help too. Happy Thanksgiving and thank you again.
Good morning. I first want to thank Chief Donnelly for giving me the opportunity to say a few words today, and welcome the Fontaine family here to Engine 16. While I'm grateful to serve in this great department with these members, I am even more grateful that God used them to save the life of Michael Fontaine on August 1st. While we are here to recognize the work of these 10 members, there's one person that I would like to recognize, and that's Luca Fontaine. Luca is a 7th grader at Holy Trinity in Northwest DC. Last month, I received an email from Luca telling me the story of his brother and how he wanted to contribute his time and energies to help firefighters after they saved his brother's life. He also shared with me how firefighter paramedic Brian Radvon came to the hospital to visit Michael after the incident. Luca would later explain that he had a 7th grade service project that was coming up, and that he wanted to and that he had read about food on the stove and wanted food on the stove to be the recipient of his fundraising efforts. After 3 weeks, Luca had raised over $7,000 for food on the stove to help assist us in providing tools and resources to help firefighters live a healthier lifestyle through enhanced nutrition and exercise. We are grateful for Luca and his generous contribution to us, and we want him to know that his work and generosity will hopefully one day save the life of a firefighter from our greatest threat, which is heart disease. Luca, while I do not have a coin to give you, I want to give you this food on the stove pen. This pen represents your selflessness and your commitment to serving those who serve us every day. Thank you. A portion of your donation will feed firefighters tonight, a dinner that we will have prepared for them, for everybody involved, and their members at their firehouse, which will be filet mignon and crab cakes. So we thank you.
Picture. John, you need a picture. Just stand it. Come in front. Yeah.
Give him an elbow. There we go. Thank you.
So in the short time I've been the acting chief, I think I've been to 4 or 5 of these already. Every one of them really is remarkable in the number of lives one thing we do touches. So thank you to the Fontaine family, to Luca. Thank you for paying it forward. That's what everybody's here for, right? This is the sort of Thanksgiving that none of us have ever experienced before. We can do this together, creating stories and outcomes similar to Michael Fontaine's. We all still have so much to be thankful for. As a village, we can work together to make sure that those in need, or those that need help, are receiving it. To our members and our employees, I urge all of you to give help to our neighbors and community programs that may need some added assistance during these unique times. The DC One Fund is an opportunity to help by donating. Whether you choose to donate to Food on the Stove, Heroes, the Burn Foundation, or any of the other organizations that serve the community, your donations to the DC One Fund turn into real help and assistance for those who are counting on us throughout the year. Please consider giving. Remember, we're all in this together. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. My wish for you is health and safety. Thank you all. That concludes our formal portion.
Watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are going to cut into that event. Looks like it kind of wrapped up there to bring you yet another event stepping back in to COVID-19. One of our sister stations actually did a one-on-one with Dr. Fauci talking about all of the latest COVID-19 updates, including vaccinations as well. So we'll listen into that. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We're monitoring a couple of different events for the rest of the day. We're talking about some of those storms that are going on in Dallas. We'll have a live report from the ground out there. We're obviously following the Biden campaign and what they are doing. We just heard from Senator Kamala Harris for a little Thanksgiving event in Washington, D.C. We saw Joe Biden. He had a Thanksgiving address as well, which we will probably play out a little later tonight here on News Now from Fox. But for now, let's hear from Dr. Fauci here on News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett.
All right. There are some news reports out about new coronavirus task force reports that are calling on Americans to make significant behavior changes. What kind of changes are we talking about?
You know, what we're talking about is not necessarily behavior changes. It's getting everybody on the same page of implementing certain public health measures that we know make a difference in preventing surges of infection, as well as to blunt the surges we're seeing. They're really easy to implement, but we haven't had consistent implementation of that. Universal wearing of masks, maintaining distance, you know, the 6-foot rule, avoiding crowds and congregate settings, particularly indoors, doing things outdoors to the extent possible, given the constraints on weather, more so than doing them indoors, washing your hands as often as you can. We believe that if we did that in a consistent, uniform way, we will be able to curtail and contain this. Also, vaccines, plural, more than one highly effective vaccines is on the way. So given the fact that we want ultimately to crush this outbreak the same way as we did with other pandemic outbreaks like smallpox and polio and measles, that we can do it. So the fact that we have help on the way with a vaccine should incentivize us even more to double down and do these public health measures and say to yourself, you know, the vaccine is coming soon. I'm going to do everything I can to prevent myself from getting infected and from infecting other people.
Will these reports be made public soon? And I think people would hear this and say, this is what we've been told all along. Why now? Why is there this emphasis?
Well, I mean, I hope we're talking about the same thing. This is the same thing that I've been talking about for a very long period of time, is that when you look at what we know, as a matter of fact, can help contain spread of infection, we're not universally and uniformly doing it. Some states are doing it differently, less aggressive. Some are ignoring it. I mean, we have a very divisive situation in our country where certain individuals actually think that wearing a mask is a political statement and refuse to do so. So those are the kind of things that we want to make sure that uniformly we all pull together and are in this together.
Do you foresee there being more of a national strategy and things like a national mandate to wear a mask?
Well, I'm not so sure there will be a national mandate, but certainly there will be a strong encouragement to utilize masks. If there is a national mandate, if the President-elect Biden decides to make a national mandate, I would encourage people to abide by that mandate. If the decision is made not to have a national mandate, I would hope at least at the local level that people strongly adhere to that, whether it's mandated by a governor or a mayor or what have you. I think we just need to make sure it gets done.
GSA just last night allowed this transition to move forward. Can you talk about what that's meant for public health matters? And today, have there been any new conversations with the Biden transition team?
I have not yet had conversations with the Biden transition team, but I thoroughly expect that as they implement this transition process, that we will be engaging with individuals, almost all of whom we've had experience with over the years in dealing with and public health measures. So we look forward to that interaction.
How helpful was that GSA announcement? What was your reaction when you heard that news yesterday?
Well, I was very pleased to hear that because I have served 6 presidents and have been through 5 transition processes. And I can assure you that smooth transitions from one administration to another is extremely important in getting the new administration to really hit the ground running. So I was very pleased to hear that the decision was made to allow a transition process to begin with the appropriate support.
Let's talk about students and schools. And obviously we have college students who are now home for Thanksgiving break, home to all different places in the country. They would then be potentially returning to college, only to come home again over Christmas. Is that the right strategy? What would you say about what's happening with colleges and universities?
Well, you know, you've got to be careful because different colleges and different universities do things differently. There are some that have not paid strict attention to testing the students and doing surveillance testing. Those who have done that have shown that the level of infection among colleges, if you do surveillance and you do the appropriate response when someone gets infected, that the overall infection rate is low. That's not been the case with every college. So I don't think it's one size fits all. But having said that, the CDC has recommended that particularly for this holiday season, that you limit travel and that you are in a situation, for example, for Thanksgiving, that you don't have very large numbers of people in the house, particularly people who might have just come from a traveling situation where they were being at airports. I know this is difficult to do in a holiday season, but we've got to remember if we take care this holiday season, we may have many, many more free of this challenge that we're dealing with COVID-19.
Do you think colleges should maybe rethink that transition time where, again, students come back to school from Thanksgiving and then, you know, again, are just coming home again for Christmas? Should students maybe hold off and going back to school until the new year?
Well, I think you've asked about 5 questions there in that, and it's going to be really kind of difficult to answer each of them. I think one size does not fit all. I think in general, as a broad default position, we should try to limit travel, limit congregate settings, limit situations, particularly now that we are in an upsurge and entering an even more vulnerable period where you have the cold weather, which necessitates your being indoors much more than outdoors. We've got to take particular attention to doing the things that would put us at less of a risk of either acquisition or transmission. Because remember, help is on the way. We have more than one vaccine that will start to be implemented in the deployment of the vaccine literally by the middle and end of December, with much more being done as we get into January, February, March, and into April. So we need to hang in there and implement these public health measures. In fact, it should be an incentive to double down and do it even more. And I'm not talking about locking down the country or shutting down the country. I'm talking about the implementation of some reasonably simple types of public health measures that I just mentioned. If we do that together with a vaccine, we can go a long way to containing the surge of this outbreak.
When it comes to younger students, we've seen school districts in our area rolling back plans to expand in-person learning. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that and see if you thought there was a way forward to get more students back in school prior to a vaccine being widely available.
Yes, I've been saying for some time now that the default position should be, to the best of our ability, to get the children back to school or keep them in school. Because we know, as a matter of fact, if you take some simple, proper precautions, that children in school, K through 12, if you look at having a system in place where you could respond to any infection, that the infection rate among the children is much lower than one would have thought. So it seems that the best thing to do for the welfare of the child, as well as the teachers, as well as the parents who might have to modify their schedule, that without ignoring, you must pay attention to the safety and the welfare of the children. But the reality may be that it is better to keep the children in school. I've often heard people say, and I've responded, is that it is much better to close the bars and keep the schools open than it is to keep the bars open and close the schools.
Just more of an emphasis on education versus some of the other things that people are focused on. You live in DC, you work in Montgomery County, you are one of us here, and I wanted to get your observations about what we are seeing here in this region when it comes to COVID-19.
Yeah, we're seeing a disturbing acceleration of cases. We were in reasonably good shape before this late fall spike has occurred. And it's really involved, if you look at the map of the United States, and it's called a heat map, you see things light up in red when you have an increase in test positivity, which leads to an increase in cases, an increase in hospitalizations, and then ultimately increase in deaths. We have not been exempt from that, both in the District of Columbia and in the areas surrounding the district, you know, in Virginia and in the counties in Maryland surrounding the district. So we've got to be careful like everyone else.
Obviously, DC, Maryland, and Virginia are so interconnected, and yet there are different restrictions based on different areas and different counties. Do you think that this might be the time for everybody to get on the same page, or do you think that these individual strategies are working sufficiently?
Well, you know, there are some differences, and I believe that the authorities, the elected authorities, the governors of the states, the mayor of the city, are really trying their very best to get their arms around this and to get this contained. So let's hopeful that as we do the things that we're talking about, the implementation of the public health measures, together with the vaccine that's coming soon, that this entire region, the district and the surrounding states, will be in a situation where the level of infection will dramatically come down the same way as it dramatically went up.
You've probably seen that here in Montgomery County. The county executive has made the suggestion of going back to phase 1 restrictions. Do you think that could be helpful, or do you think it's necessary at this point?
You know, I'm going to leave that up to the authorities because I have not looked. I've been looking at the country as a whole. Before I would make a recommendation locally, I'd want to see a little bit more about the specifics of the data before I actually make a pronouncement about what they should be doing. I'd be happy, which I do, confer with the authorities in that. In fact, I will probably be speaking tonight to the Commissioner of Health of the District of Columbia, as a matter of fact.
We need to wrap up.
Yeah.
Is there a specific reason, or is that a regular meeting?
No, it's a regular meeting. We meet with people from throughout the country all the time.
Sorry, we need to wrap up. I apologize.
I just wanted to ask you, of course,
this is out. I have to go. I have a live something else. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to hit a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We got more live COVID-19 updates from around the country.
Thanks, Les. We'll go next to Dirk Vanderhart with OPB. Go ahead, Dirk.
Thank you. My question is for Director Allen. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the vaccines that we're anticipating next month. When are you anticipating getting those? How many doses? And what needs to happen before we know for sure that that those are going to be able to be used?
Well, my understanding right now is that none of the vaccines have formally submitted for an emergency use authorization, but that's anticipated. for the Pfizer vaccine, I believe Monday. And FDA has committed to a quick and transparent turnaround on its review. They've committed, for instance, to posting the original documentation online while it's being reviewed. That'll enable the review process that we, Washington, California, and Nevada are engaging in to occur at the same time as we look at it, so that we can all provide a measure of assurance to the public about safety and efficacy of the vaccine. We anticipate receiving something on the order of 30,000, the ability to vaccinate 30,000 people later in the month of December, and then continue to receive shipments of vaccine at an increasing rate, particularly if the other two vaccines that seem to be headed toward approval come online. Those numbers are much less clear right now, but we expect to learn more about that in the coming weeks.
And those would be coming from the federal government?
I'm sorry?
Or would those be coming from the federal government?
The vaccine?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the federal government will be shipping vaccine directly to certain recipients like long-term care facilities, and then we will receive vaccine that will then be distributed to different parts of the state, depending on the populations that we're trying to vaccinate. The first vaccinations will go to frontline healthcare workers who are in contact with coronavirus patients.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dirk. We'll go next to Mike Zucchino with KDRV. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi. Through all of these measures, school metrics have not been impacted at all. And I'm just wondering, it seems a bit out of place to have limited in-person instruction of up to 20 students per classroom for 2 hours a day, even in a red zone like Jackson County, where Medford has currently 29, or has had 29 cases amongst its staff and 5 amongst students. So at what point might limited in-person instruction be dialed back so teachers, could potentially work from home and not have to be in a classroom with students?
So, Mike, I am focused on making sure that we get our children back into the classroom as quickly as possible. We know that comprehensive distance learning is really, really challenging for a lot of kids, particularly for our younger kids. But I know from hearing from my students on the Healthy Schools Reopening Council that for high school students, comprehensive distance learning is challenging, not only from an educational standpoint, but from a social and emotional one as well. We also want to make sure that our students, our teachers, and our professional staff are safe. And that's why we moved forward with the metrics that we are moving forward with next week, because we want to focus on getting our children back into the classroom safely. Dr. Seidlinger, do you want to talk about the health concerns and the issues in terms of the classroom?
Yes, thank you, Governor Brown. I think what we know about schools, as you mentioned, cases that were amongst staff and students that were associated with schools. And what we've seen as schools have reopened to in-person instruction is that, yes, as case rates in communities have gone up, we've seen more staff or students who attend school who are diagnosed with COVID-19. What we haven't seen is an increase in spread within those schools. The safety guidance we have in place in Ready Schools, Safe Learners that isolates those cases and quarantines those who are there potential contacts has limited the spread within schools. So those individuals who come to school got that disease in the community, and we're able to stop the spread of that disease with the guidance we have in place. So yes, as cases go up in the community, we are seeing more cases, and that can impact students and staff participating in limited in-person instruction. But that limited in-person instruction is designed for small groups and limited time to provide some teaching in person that can't be accomplished as well with comprehensive distance learning. As cases rise, we encourage conversations between schools and local public health and state public health to determine if a move to comprehensive distance learning, including eliminating limited in-person instruction is prudent, or if those cases can continue because of the extreme benefit of having those students in front of talented teachers and the measures we have in place to lower risk to provide for the safety of the students and staff that are on that campus in very small numbers and limited cohort sizes.
Thanks, Mike. Just a reminder for the reporters on the line, if you can use the raise your hand function under the participants tab to get in line to ask a question. We'll go next to Amy Green with the Oregonian. Go ahead, Amy.
Yes, hi, thank you. On November 13th, Governor, when you announced the 2-week freeze, Oregon was averaging 900 cases a day. Today, it's averaging 1,200 cases a day. So why are you loosening many of the strict restrictions when the crisis has only worsened? What would you say to critics who believe that you're bending to industry pressure by loosening the restrictions? And I do have a follow-up question.
Thank you. Look, as I said earlier, my goal here is to protect the health and safety of Oregonians across the state. What we know is that there is a large portion of community spread in most communities across Oregon, but Oregon is very geographically diverse, and from a population perspective, we have communities of fairly high density and communities of fairly low density. There's counties like Wallowa County that have very few people, frankly. Commissioner Roberts there likes to say, oh, we like to stay further than 6 feet apart from most of our community residents. So we have this very diverse geographic and population base, and we've got communities where there's minimal amount of spread. A one-size-fits-all approach did not make sense moving forward. It is not a sustainable place for Oregon to be in. I'm in the business of, frankly, saving lives, but also preserving livelihoods. And moving forward with these metrics, what we are trying to do is balance those two things, move forward with activities like personal services that require very rigid safety protocol where we know we can keep people safe, limiting access where activities are less safe. For example, in extreme risk, gyms and recreational facilities indoors are still closed, and then moving to outdoor dining under limited circumstances so that folks can go out to eat in very small groups. So again, it's going to be for the long haul. It's not for the short haul. I know it's really hard for Oregonians to make these sacrifices. I know it's tremendously hard for our businesses, both large and small across the state, but we know we need to do this in order to slow the spread of the disease and reduce the transmission, preserve our hospital bed capacity, and ensure that we have adequate healthcare workers to protect us in the event we get sick from COVID, suffer a devastating illness, or are in an accident.
Yes, thank you. So the follow-up question, like in Multnomah County, the restrictions are also going to be loosened by and large. So are you saying that this is an acknowledgement that the 2-week freeze, or I guess it would have been a 4-week freeze in Multnomah County, was not sustainable, the stringentness of those restrictions?
Look, we knew that the freeze was not sustainable. It was not designed to last over the long haul. As I said earlier, we had been in process of developing these metrics. There are only a couple of circumstances of very minor changes in terms of the freeze to the extreme risk. Our goal, again, is to make sure that Oregonians are safe, to continue to go about their lives, and to continue to reduce the spread and slow the transmission of the disease. Dr. Seidlinger, do you want to follow up?
Sure. Thank you, Governor Brown. I think as the governor stated, when we went into the freeze, it was very clear that this was a temporary solution as cases rose, and that we would come out of the freeze into some new kind of risk level assessment that would help us get through the winter until the vaccine is readily available. The changes that were made between extreme risk and the freeze criteria did open up some additional activities with measures in place to try and reduce the risk by lowering the gathering size and lowering party size, for example, in outdoor dining facilities. Other measures are more stringent with increased or decreased capacity on retail establishments. Because we know that these are things that are going to be in place for the counties with the highest spread over some time. But it gives counties, the individuals in those counties, some information about the steps they need to do to protect themselves, which are going to remain the same: wearing our masks, keeping our distance from others, and gathering small, to what businesses can expect right now as they come out of the freeze, if they're in extreme risk, or as cases go down, which activities will be allowed, again, to try and keep risk down, but as disease rates in communities go down, allowing some more of those activities to take place. It doesn't mean things are back to normal. It doesn't mean that we get a free pass to do whatever we want. It doesn't mean that, when we get to green, that everything is good. There are still restrictions there, and until the vaccine can help us combat this virus, these are the tools we have to combat the virus. And yes, these measures in the freeze take some time to take hold. And so we've continued to see cases, but we hope in the coming weeks we'll see those level off. And as people heed the guidance, heed the regulations, that we'll see a decrease in cases. We worry about Thanksgiving tomorrow with the tremendous pull to get together with families. But we hope people are really going to do that in a way that lowers their risk, in a way that doesn't put their relatives and loved ones at risk for going to the hospital, and in a way that doesn't mean we see a spike in deaths before the end of the year holidays, because that would be tragic if the next time families need to get together is to bury a loved one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. We'll go next to, we have time for just a few more questions, so we'll go next to Bryce Dole with the East Oregonian. Go ahead, Bryce.
Yeah, hi. My question is for Dr. David Zonis. I was told by public health officials that hospitals here in Umatilla County and other East Oregon counties, which will typically transfer patients to large hospitals like OHSU for better or more specific treatment, that they're concerned that some of these hospitals might not be able to do that just because of the capacity issues caused by the spike in cases. Can you confirm if this is or is not happening currently, or is this kind of just like another concern that's on the horizon? And if it is happening, like what needs to be done to ensure that everyone receives ample treatment?
Yeah, thank you. It's an important question. And so I would say that at this point, it is a concern. As I previously mentioned in a different question, there is a surge plan, and the state is distributed through various regional hospitals. And one of the, I suppose, silver linings that has come out of this pandemic is that multiple hospital systems have met regularly and have collaborated so that we're treating it as one large system where we can identify open beds, availability, so both capability and capacity, so that we can place patients who are ill in any of those beds. And we have an ability to see this across the entire state. The number of beds, though, are limited in general. At this point, we have an ability to care for everyone who needs our help. But as Governor Brown previously mentioned, the staffing issue is a very real one. And so we are currently not in that position where we would be turning away care for patients who need higher levels of care, specifically in hospitals and say in the metropolitan area that have more specialty services available, more ICUs that can be staffed. But it is a concern that we are all working through right now.
If I could add to that, Bryce, I think you ended your question with the exact absolute right question, which is what needs to be done to ensure people have access to adequate care. And what needs to be done is every Oregonian in every part of the state, no matter how rural or urban or suburban, needs to do the things that we've been talking about. Limit the size of holiday gatherings, limit the number of households, wash hands, cover coughs, wear a mask, all these things that we've been talking about for months now. People need to do that everywhere because these hospital systems are connected to each other in an interdependent web. And so the fact that your local hospital may not seem to be full doesn't necessarily mean that there's not somebody in that hospital that needs to be transferred to Portland or Boise or Tri-Cities or something like that for a more advanced level of care. So what needs to be done is all Oregonians really need to do their part to keep people out of the hospital.
Thanks, Bryce. We have time for just one more question, so we're going to go to Alex Zielinski with the Portland Mercury. Go ahead, Alex.
Hi, thank you. I'm curious, you mentioned that the federal government is expected to ship 30,000 vaccines to the state in December. Does that number include or exclude the vaccines you said were going to be directly sent to long-term care facilities?
Yeah, thanks. And just to be clear, it's enough to vaccinate 30,000 people. It's not clear to us yet, in fact, what the math is on that. We've been having ongoing conversations. As recently as yesterday, I was on the phone with General Perna, who runs Operation Warp Speed, and there's still a lot of lack of clarity, and so I can't answer that question with specificity. What I do know is the amount of vaccine that will come out initially will not be as much as we'd like it to be, but that it appears that things are poised for that number to ramp up fairly rapidly, particularly if there are multiple vaccines available to distribute.
And Alex, just to give you a perspective, Pat mentioned roughly 30,000 vaccines for December. Our top priority will be will ensure that the vaccines go to our healthcare workforce, particularly those caring for COVID patients. But our healthcare workforce is roughly 300,000 folks. So you can see that we're a long ways off from getting the number of vaccines that we need to vaccinate our entire population. And then secondly, both the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines are 2 doses. So we would get a first batch in December and then a rolling batch, hopefully in January. All of those folks that got the initial vaccine in December would then need to be vaccinated again. So it will take some time. The good news is there is some light at the end of the tunnel. I want to close out by thanking Oregonians for making these tremendous sacrifices to keep your friends and families safe this holiday season, also to protect yourself. I know it's really, really hard, but please stay safe this holiday weekend in hopes that we can celebrate a wild and raucous Thanksgiving in 2021. Take care.
Outrageous.
As you can see there, that is the update in Oregon. We continue to bring you the very latest here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. For some of you, stay right here with us. We're going to get an update, an earlier incident that happened in San Jose. A church stabbing happened earlier this week.
All right, thank you everyone for being here and for being patient. A little bit slower with working with one arm here. Okay, so on Sunday at 7:54 p.m., we began receiving 911 calls reporting multiple people being stabbed at Great Baptist Church, located at East San Fernando Street. Grace provides meals and shelter services for people experiencing homelessness. As the incident unfolded, church staff and volunteers were preparing for meal service and overnight stays. The first unit arrived on scene within 2 minutes of the first 911 call. Callers reported that a male was actively stabbing people in the church. Callers reported the suspect was still in the church, armed with a knife. Another told a dispatcher that a man was going crazy, stabbing people, and there was blood everywhere. Arriving officers saw people fleeing the building and were told of several casualties and mass chaos in the church facility. Fire department personnel arrived shortly after that in donned protective gear. They entered an active, unsecured scene accompanied by officers. The unknown dangers of what was inside was significant and real. The suspect's location had not yet been confirmed, but your officers and firefighters did not hesitate. They went in and rendered aid in an active scene. Reports of the suspect's location varied. It was unclear where he was. A responding officer with less than a year on the job spotted an individual in the area who matched the suspect's description. The suspect was on foot. Without hesitation, this officer reacted and apprehended the armed and dangerous suspect. This happened just mere 12 minutes after we received the first 911 call. I have no doubt that this officer was aware of the mass violence this suspect was responsible for and the danger he posed to the public and to himself as he took him into custody. Courage is not something we can mandate in our officers, yet it's omnipresent when our community needs it most. Inside the church facility, we located 5 victims with major trauma from stab wounds. 1 victim was pronounced deceased at the scene. 4 were transported to local hospitals. At the hospital, a 2nd victim succumbed to their injuries and was declared deceased. 3 other victims remained hospitalized in serious but stable condition. The demographic makeup of the victims in this case is very diverse. They include 4 males, 1 female, Vietnamese, African American, and Caucasian. Because of this, we needed to be extremely thorough in this investigation in search of any bias motivation toward any community that was represented amongst the victims. To that end, we have not found any evidence that this crime was bias motivated. 4 of the victims are community members experiencing homelessness. 1 victim is a city employee and volunteer at the church shelter. We will not be releasing or confirming the names for the privacy of our victims. We have not received a confirmation from toxicology tests as of yet. We do have reports from witnesses that the suspect appeared to have been under the influence of drugs prior to the attacks. The seemingly random nature of this act likely may be related to drug use, but we can't confirm that at this point. We do want to reassure the community that there is no reason to fear further acts of violence at our churches, places of worship, shelter aiding the unhoused, or any other critical service center because of this incident. The suspect is Fernando Jesus Lopez. Look at that. The suspect is Fernando Jesus Lopez. He is homeless and has been a frequent guest at Grace and has taken shelter there in the past. He also worked there with staff to set up for services for fellow unhoused individuals, which he was doing the night of the incident. His criminal history includes convictions for disturbing the peace, providing false information to an officer, resisting arrest, assault with a deadly weapon in which he received a 2-year prison sentence, a felony domestic violence, which we received 5 years probation from San Joaquin County, and in 2020, a misdemeanor domestic violence arrest, which resulted in a warrant. Lopez was on probation out of San Joaquin County for domestic violence and had an active warrant out of our county for failing to comply with the conditions of release in the most recent arrest. On 3 prior occasions, Lopez had been deported and then ultimately returned to the United States. On his latest misdemeanor domestic violence arrest in Santa Clara County, an immigration detainer was sent that although notification would have been allowed under SB 54, the California Values Act, was not honored and he was subsequently released. Our district attorney asked for Lopez to be held due to this crime and his history and his current arrest, but the judge made the decision to SORP him anyway. SORP stands for Supervised Own Recognizance Program. You know, as police chief, I'm constantly concerned with how to keep our community safe, particularly when there's a history of repeated violence. We need to use all the tools available. Currently, the Santa Clara County policy prohibits responding to immigration detainers, which allowed the suspect to be released. Suspect Lopez was also released by a judge following the same domestic violence arrest in Santa Clara, despite having a violent history on what is known, as I mentioned, Supervised Own Recognizance Release Program, promising to appear in a court at a date in which he did not do. I received the question, what could have prevented this tragedy? I won't point to a single thing, but rather a multitude of tools and opportunities that were not utilized or failed. It is also unfair for the burden of rehabilitation to fall on places like Great Baptist. Clearly, we need to do more. As a police officer, I know what it feels like to have the actions of one person paint the many, so we must not follow such flawed tendencies in this case. One thing that I want to make clear, and I want to make this abundantly clear, the actions of this suspect in no way reflect that of our diverse beautiful immigrant community that we have in San Jose, which we embrace, which we welcome, and which we know they enrich our city and our community. Our immigrant community should not in any way be likened to the actions of this violent individual. It is our intent to promote a safe community by building and strengthening relationships with communities of color, and in particular, our large and again, beautifully diverse immigrant community in San Jose, who work hard for their families and are valued members of our community. And with you, we also stand. Over the past 3 days, our detectives have interviewed over 30 people, many who identified themselves as unhoused. These individuals, despite experiencing the unthinkable trauma of this attack and the everyday struggles of being unhoused, were key to our investigation. They assisted us without hesitation and provided critical pieces of information that would have otherwise been lost in this investigation. Tragically, they can't return to the church this evening to get out of the cold. I thank each one of our community members who trusted and assisted us during this very difficult time. Much like our undocumented community members, the unhoused community should also not be feared, stigmatized, or lumped in with the actions of one individual. This incident is not reason to oppose having shelters, but a call to have more, coupled with resources. I know the trauma of this incident has created a large wake throughout our community. My heart, our heart, goes out to the loved ones and friends of those we lost and those who are still recovering in local hospitals from injuries sustained in this brutal attack. I will point out that recently our city's police and fire departments undertook a year-long effort to train jointly for this type of incident, one we hoped would never happen, one where mass casualties and ongoing violence is occurring. Our two departments trained to provide tactical emergency medical care and prevent further loss of life. This joint response with our brother and sister officers from brother and sisters from the San Jose Fire Department acted upon without hesitation, and I do believe it saved lives. I especially want to thank Chief Sapien, his men and women of the San Jose Fire Department, as their brave actions and embracing the life shift partnership that we have. As I'm in the sunset of my career here in San Jose, I certainly did not want to see this type of tragedy before I left. But there is one thing I've learned from this tragedy. What often follows is equal amounts of human excellence. In this incident, we see that everyday heroes volunteering to help our most vulnerable while dealing with the pandemic. We see officers and firefighters while running towards danger to save lives. We see that despite a very challenging time for law enforcement, a lone rookie officer, undeterred and unafraid, apprehending a fleeing, armed, and dangerous suspect. We see the coming together of our community, our entire community, after a tragedy, knowing that despite our differences that we have in San Jose, we are all San Jose. With now, I'll turn it over to Mayor Liccardo.
Thank you, Chief. Our hearts go out to the loved ones of the two victims who perished in this attack. And we pray for the rapid and full recovery of the three surviving victims, including our colleague at the City of San Jose, Nguyen Tran. They are all still being treated. We're informed that Mr. Tran is recovering and will be released soon. I want to echo Chief Garcia's admonition to our entire community that nothing about this attack, everyone should check their car alarm. Nothing about this brutal attack should cause anyone to generalize or cast aspersions over our unhoused neighbors who are brutally challenged every day to survive in the streets of our city, nor on our immigrant community, the overwhelming majority of which consists of neighbors who are working hard every day to support their families, and we certainly do not need to be making unwarranted generalizations based on this brutal attack of a single individual who obviously had very, very serious issues, which I won't attempt to diagnose. But several days removed from this terrible tragedy, we cannot avoid the conclusion that this was preventable. Multiple system failures led to this moment. And I'll begin with one failure that I will own, and that is the fact that the suspect and 4 of the 5 victims were all unhoused. And we have to do more to get our residents off the street into safe and dignified housing. And that will be the top focus of my remaining 2 years here in office, as it has been. And we obviously have much more work to do. But we also cannot ignore the fact that the suspect fell through the cracks of drug treatment and criminal justice systems. Fundamentally, we need to return to a more balanced approach in criminal justice. Reform cannot simply be a word applied indiscriminately to anything that empties the jails. Reforms must be evidence-based, must take into account the rights of the accused and of victims in the community, and above all, make our communities safer. Residents that suffer the most from violence in our community and in every community are disproportionately residents of color, immigrants, low income, and as here, our unhoused neighbors. Changes in our criminal justice system have not made our communities safer. This pendulum has swung too far. And let me begin with the defendant's drugs use, which I know at this point, as the chief so a court can hold the threat of punishment, including potentially jail time, over the head of a defendant who has a history, as here, of domestic violence and other violent crime, so that if they do not meaningfully engage in testing and treatment, there are consequences. That is not happening today. And even if a judge wanted to order a defendant to treatment, there are inadequate residential treatment beds available, and that capacity is not centrally managed or triaged, so treatment becomes catch as catch can. This is not a problem unique to our county. It's the reality that police officers and residents throughout the state of California are having and experiencing in the overwhelming majority of interactions we see with methamphetamine users engaged in criminal conduct on our streets. And our failed approach with inadequate sanctions and inadequate treatment imperils our community and increases the burdens on our police officers. Second, I cannot understand why a defendant with multiple prior convictions for domestic violence was released without bail on a new domestic violence arrest this June, over the strong objections of our district attorney. Indeed, his most recent conviction was this year in San Joaquin County, and he was still on probation for that felony offense, a probation term which he had violated. This defendant should not have been out on the street. And finally, as I publicly advocated in 2015 and again in 2019, in those very rare circumstances where an undocumented offender has a record of violent or serious prior convictions, the county should be acting in accordance with the state's Values Act and notifying ICE that a person will be released out into the community unless ICE responds. In this case, I'm told that the county received an ICE detainer request but did not notify ICE of the defendant's release. The Values Act was crafted by then Senate Pro Tem Kevin De Leon and signed by the governor in 2017. And it provides a very balanced approach for protecting our law-abiding immigrants from the risk of deportation while enabling notification of federal authorities in the rare circumstances of an undocumented immigrant with a violent, predatory criminal record. The state has set out a balanced approach that both protects our immigrant community and public safety. The county should do the same. The county has had several opportunities to do so, including last year after a horrible murder. There are several other serious crimes that have resulted similarly after there has been notification to the county. But they don't make the news cycle. And for the safety of our community, I urge the county to follow the California Values Act. This suspect had a long record of domestic violence and drug use, and he should have been in jail, in federal custody, in drug treatment, or in jail in his own country, but not on the streets in our community. These failed policies are all within our control to change, and we need to change them. We'll be happy to respond to any questions you have.
Well, I'll say this, the mayor and I have been lockstep on this issue with regards to a change in the policy. I'll say this, and I understand the arguments that have been made with regards to one incident can't dictate policy change. However, how many incidents does it take? How many lives does it take to institute some change? Having said that, what I will say is this is a very difficult issue. It's a very polarizing issue. And we need to come together as a community to figure these things out together. Because, you know, it's obvious that things need to change, but we're going to have to do it together. Obviously, we know that I could sit here and rant along with the mayor with regards to changing the policy, but we know we have to work together. We don't have control over the county policy. We have to work with our county, with our community, to ensure that our community is safe. And so we have to be thoughtful about it. But again, my stance hasn't changed. I know the mayor's stance hasn't changed with regards that, again, and I will say this clearly, we are here to protect the vast majority of our undocumented residents and our immigrants here in San Jose that work hard for this city, that work hard for their families, that make San Jose better, that make this country better. But we are not here to protect violent criminals that prey on our communities. That was our stance in 2019. That is my stance today. And having said that, we just need to be collaborative with our community and our county to work these issues out.
Could I just respond to the question briefly? If I could just respond quickly. Yeah, thank you. In 2007, I led an effort to make explicit a policy that had long existed in this city, that we would not engage law enforcement here in San Jose Police Department in immigration enforcement, that we would ensure that our community knew that they could call the police without any fear of deportation or notification of ICE. And we continue to stand by that policy strongly because we know how critically important it is to ensure the safety and confidence of every member of our community, including our undocumented neighbors, that they can call 911. And I continue to stand by that policy. But as I have repeatedly said publicly in 2015, again in 2019, and again today, as the chief articulated, that policy is not about protecting violent predatory felons. It's about protecting the otherwise law-abiding members of our community who happen to be undocumented.
The next concrete step, and to be honest, last night I had a conversation with the president of the board, with President Chavez, and we had discussions about things, and I have no doubt that we will have further discussions moving forward on a few issues. This is not simply about the ICE detainer. I understand that's going to get headlines, and this is not simply about the detainer. If we don't fix the problems that we have in our criminal justice system, where we can't seemingly find a way to hold violent criminals accountable, then nothing works. So I know that the detainer issue is going to get a lot of attention, but what should get equal, if not more attention, is the fact we can't keep violent felons accountable in our county, regardless where they're from. And so those are two major issues that I think that as a county and as a community that we need to tackle. You know, we had a very long. I mean, that was a long process that we had last year. The county didn't change its policy. We all know that, but again, that doesn't mean we close the door on anything. We have to continue to have communication. As I made mention, you know, we hope there was not going to be another incident, but as we know, hope is not a good strategy, and so we really do need just to get together, roll our sleeves up together with our county partners and with the community to find some better answers, because we cannot turn to our community every year to tell them the same thing. We have to work together, as I mentioned earlier. How many more incidents need to occur before there is a policy change? So we need to work together, and I know we can with our community, with our county, and we need to continue the conversation. We can't stop. But the one thing that I will say that I didn't mention in my comments before is that regardless the hurdles, regardless the roadblocks, regardless the decisions judges, the irresponsible decisions that judges make, the men and women of this police department will never stop taking violence off our streets. We will never stop. If we have to take a violent individual off our streets 20 times because someone made an irresponsible decision, we will take them off the street 20 times. And I want our community to know that.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no question the city needs to do more, and I think all of our partners would agree, county, all of our nonprofit organizations, we're all trying to do more. My own staff has been involved in helping one of the residents try to find another site. I know that our housing department's been engaged with the other residents. So I can't tell you at this point, I know exactly whether that the shelter space has been found. I do believe that there was shelter vacancy as recently as last week when I had checked, but I have not checked in the last few hours. Yeah, I can. Since it's become public information, there's a GoFundMe page and everything else. So my understanding is Nguyen is recovering. I have not spoken with him, but I have heard from those who are close to him that he is recovering and that he is going to be released soon from the hospital. He worked in the Office of Economic Development, but he was doing a host of things. For example, he was working most recently on our census efforts and outreaching to the community, which, by the way, he and others on his team did a stellar job because we are the top city in the country, and being able to reach out in a very diverse city where we know there's a lot of fear of talking to the government. He was able to work with community groups in the community to be able to encourage folks to come out, and you know that's consistent with what I've heard from so many who have worked with him, including a member of my staff who was a former roommate of his, is that he just had an incredibly generous spirit. It has an incredibly generous spirit, and was passionate about serving and volunteered for the unhoused community at Grace, and was just is a model person in every way. And so, you know, my heart goes out to him and his family and to all of the victims of this attack. We know there's going to need to be a lot of healing.
That was the update there in San Jose. Such a horrible tragedy that happened last Sunday. As we take a live look right now at the Capitol here on the eve of Thanksgiving. You're watching News Now from Fox, and we will be going to a quick 2-minute break right here. When we come back, we'll take you to Fox 2 Detroit. They provided some content there. The Doctor is In segment. We try to do this every week where they talk to a doctor about the latest that they're seeing about the COVID-19 pandemic.
In about 3 hours, Henry Ford Health System is holding a news briefing on the increasing number of COVID-19 cases. We know that cases have been spiking, and now we're also seeing a rising number of deaths. This is according to the state's records. So let's get more information on this as we head into the holiday weekend. This morning, the doctor's in. We're talking with Dr. John DeLetta, chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Henry Ford Health System. Doctor, good morning to you on Skype.
Good morning, Dina. It's great to be with you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate as much information as we can get because we want to put people at ease, but we know that there is a high level of concern. So can you kind of paint the picture for us, Doctor? What are you dealing with today?
Well, in our emergency departments around the Henry Ford Health System, we have certainly, since mid-October and into early November, seen an increased volume of patients presenting in general. But at the same time, in that population of patients that are presenting, we are certainly seeing an increased amount of acute respiratory symptoms and absolutely an increased number of COVID-19 patients.
Okay, so you're talking about busy emergency rooms, not just with COVID-19, but is that, as you look around the room today, can you give us an idea of how many patients you're seeing? How bad is the problem right now?
Sure. So within the Henry Ford Health System, on an average day, we see approximately 600 patients to 700 patients throughout our emergency departments across our system. We have continued to see that number of patients over this time period. And again, early in November, we did see a slight spike in the number of patients we were seeing. However, we continue to see a mix of our basic emergency medicine types of patients that we would expect to be presenting on any given day. But obviously, over the past month and a half, we have seen a preponderance of cases that are presenting to us with acute respiratory problems, fevers, and symptoms of COVID-19.
All right, gotcha, doctor. So just to be, when you talk about the numbers, I like hearing the numbers. It helps us put it in perspective. So on a normal pre-pandemic, the emergency departments would see how many cases?
Slightly 600 to 650 a day.
Okay. And the number that you're seeing now, that number has not changed, you're saying, but the type of illness is changing?
The number has slightly increased, but the most drastic, obvious thing that we are seeing is that mix of patients. The types of symptoms that are presenting in the emergency departments are clearly what has changed.
Gotcha. Okay, good. I know one of the messages that you want to get out real quick, and then we'll continue this conversation in our next hour, Doctor, but it also is very safe. The emergency room is one of the safest places to be as far as avoiding COVID, ironically enough, right?
That's absolutely correct. Since March the 10th, our emergency departments have been observing all CDC guidelines. We have had universal mask policies in place for all staff, all visitors in our buildings. And the way that we screen and cohort patients who are coming into our emergency department for care allows us to be able to maintain physical distancing and maintain an environment of safety that prevents at all cost exposures to potential sources of infection.
All right, very good. Let's break it down with the doctor who's dealing with this all in very real fashion. A chance for the viewers to ask the doctor questions and get them answered live on the 9. The doctor's in. We're talking with Dr. John DeLetta, chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Henry Ford Health System. Doctor, welcome back.
Good morning, Dina. It's nice to see you again.
We do have a couple questions from viewers that I want to get to right away. Our first question from Rachel. What do you do if a patient in the ER is wearing their mask on their chin? Do you ask them to wear it properly? In other words, what is the policing like? And doctor, as an ER doc, what do you say about masks? How effective are they? What's your knowledge of the research when it comes to mask wearing?
Sure, I'll start with that. Masks are simply the absolute best protection an individual person can utilize to protect themselves and others from COVID-19. The evidence is strong. A simple mask in our community when you're in public wearing it not only protects yourself, but protects others from potential exposure. So when patients present to the emergency department or visitors present to the emergency department, we absolutely require mask usage. If patients or visitors are unable to wear the mask appropriately, we educate very politely and very professionally on appropriate mask usage in terms of covering both the nose and mouth with a good fit across the lower portion of the face. And we educate such that when that patient or visitor is no longer in our presence, they have the appropriate education and the appropriate knowledge on how to keep themselves safe and their loved ones safe going forward.
Doctor, let me just follow up on the mask question, because I've heard some people say, well, there are still germs. You're touching, maybe you're putting your mask in your purse and then putting it back on. Your eyes are still exposed. So there's a lot of people who have some reasons that they think, the mask isn't really doing that much. Can you explain? I mean, in my opinion, at least it's something we can do. Explain to us how it's protecting us or how it's protecting other people.
Certainly. We know that COVID-19 is spread through respiratory droplets. And it's those droplets that the mask prevents from traveling distances through the air and potentially landing on another person or being inhaled or by another person or touching their mucous membranes in their mouth, their eyes, etc. And so I guess the best analogy I would give is I would challenge your viewers to put a mask on and then try to blow out the candles on a birthday cake. You simply can't do it unless you cheat. And that is essentially what's happening when you wear a mask. It is eliminating an incredible amount of the potential droplets that we exhale or that we breathe out of our nose, or if we cough or sneeze. That spray that's created that you can't see. However, that mask is preventing that from traveling any distance away from you. So we know that as well. The exposures of COVID-19 or being exposed to COVID-19, it matters in terms of how close you are to another person, but also that quantity, if you will, within the droplets or the quantity of droplets that potentially are spread or sprayed. And that mask just absolutely eliminates the overwhelming majority of those droplets and therefore decreases the risk of that potential exposure.
All right, doctor, I'm going to get in one more quick question. I know we got to go. Sure. We got to let you go. Multiple vaccines in the works. One viewer asks, what do we know about any reasons to be hesitant in receiving one? What can you tell us about that, doctor? And I know this is a tough question to answer at this point.
No, that's okay. I'm very happy to take that question. I strongly and will strongly advocate for the use of COVID-19 vaccines going forward. The Henry Ford Health System has very proudly participated in the Moderna trial, as well as various portions of the Pfizer trials. And we feel very strongly about the results and the early results that we're seeing right now. We know that part of any strong public health campaign, vaccinations are part of that strategy and part of the tactics that are necessary to continue to not only flatten this curve, but eliminate this from our communities. Now, at the same time, however, being vaccinated is a personal decision, and all personal healthcare decisions should include a consultation with your doctor.
All right. Very good, doctor. Good information this morning. We appreciate your time. I know it's busy for you, so thank you. Have a good holiday. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. It was my pleasure to be with you this morning.
All right, well, that was an interesting discussion with the doctor there from our sister station in Detroit, Fox 2, talking about all things coronavirus. And we're going to be bringing you more news on the coronavirus as these states and these cities have issued more restrictive lockdowns and advisories ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow. But before that, we just want to thank you for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, starting off the 4 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, Mountain Time. It's about 6 p.m. there on the East Coast on this Thanksgiving Eve. And remember, here on News Now from Fox, everything is live, everything is raw, it's all unfiltered. We try to bring you things in their entirety. A lot of live things happen at once, so if we can't get to something as it's happening, we'll play it back out for you just after the fact. And there's no bias, there's no opinion. We do offer context and some analysis, so we just want to thank you for watching. Follow us on Twitter, too, if you can, at NewsNowFox as well. We also are just giving you a lot of great Thanksgiving content ahead of the holiday. We know it's been a tough year in 2020, so in the meantime, we just wanted to show former President Barack Obama just tweeted a nice Thanksgiving message for those who are interested, and we just want to put that up on the screen for you and read that out for you right now. And he says, quote, "Let's do all our part this Thanksgiving to keep people safe and healthy. Celebrate virtually if you can. Wear a mask. And as always, listen to the experts. The choices you make could save lives." So that's the former president there. And we did show you a message from the president-elect Joe Biden as well from earlier today. And if the president does tweet or offer any more Thanksgiving greetings, we will bring that to you here as well. Probably some of you saw the Thanksgiving turkey pardon at the White House, the ceremony yesterday. So we were glad to bring you that live as well. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick commercial break here on News Now. Some of you will see this, some of you won't. It's 2 minutes long, but we'll see you right back afterward. And in the meantime, I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to go to a live report in just a matter of minutes from those severe storms that hit the Dallas area just last night. We want to put up some video for you of the damage that some of our affiliates captured in the aftermath of that. And let's take a look at that, and we'll get a live report from the scene there in just a matter of minutes. And as you can see, some of the destruction from those storms, we'll have a better sense of what type of system swept through the area in just a matter of minutes. But as you can see, some definite structural damage there in the Dallas area. I don't believe we have any reports, though, of casualties, thankfully. There was a tornado warning in effect for the area late last night, I believe around 9:30 local time. As you can see, that vehicle is pretty mangled there.
Hey, Obi, you saw the Kelly Ward thing in there? The story we just had in the last segment. Whoever wrote it called her Congresswoman Kelly Ward. Yeah. Yeah, just so it doesn't get passed on.
And there's some pretty destruction, pretty devastating destruction, roped off by police tape. Emergency crews there look like they were on the scene of that last night. I believe this is coming to us from last night in the Dallas area. So we just wanted to show you some of those pictures before our live conversation with one of the reporters on the ground that's been following these storms and the aftermath of them in the Dallas area. Kind of rare, especially at this time of the year, to have such a strong storm system move through. In the meantime, let's take you out to some of the scenes as well. It looks like we do have that reporter, and he is standing by. Bear with me one moment. All right, and like I said, we are going to be speaking to Stephen Dial out of Fox's affiliate in Dallas about what the situation is on the ground after these storms hit last night. Stephen, what are local officials saying, and is the debris being swept up there, and has there been any casualties?
One was seriously injured. No one has died from this EF2 tornado that swept through last night. The National Weather Service here saying that's the preliminary report, that it was an EF2, winds at about 115 miles per hour. Again, a lot of people very thankful for life, but a lot of people are without a home. About 75 families are displaced after this storm swept through the southern part of Arlington, which is about 25 minutes outside of Dallas, very close to the Dallas area. And so we've been talking to people describing the roof being peeled off. As you can see, the roof behind us right now, they're trying to clean up that debris. The roof is on multiple cars, some people standing outside seeing if their car is in any good shape to be able to be removed after they clear this area. But a lot of damage. The good news is no lives lost and no serious injuries.
And Stephen, I was just kind of curious as well, you know, this really came up so suddenly last night. Did people have time to take cover and prepare for this, or was it just so sudden? What was the advisory? How long was it last night for people to prepare themselves?
So around the 8 o'clock hour yesterday, there were multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. It was a long line that kind of went across the Metroplex, our metro area here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And then around that 9:30, 9 o'clock time, that's when things got more severe. Sirens were going off. I actually worked last night, and in the area that I was in, which is about 15 minutes away from here, we could hear the sirens very loud, blaring. A lot of people on social media talking about hearing the noise and the sirens. And so there had been warnings for about 30 to 40 minutes about severe weather prior to the real storm approaching this area.
And just lastly, we wanted to ask as well, going forward, as the people look through the rubble there, are you talking to any people who may have survived this and kind of put your weather hat on here as well? This is pretty rare at this time of year, isn't that right? It's pretty late to get something so strong this late in the year.
Yeah, I know the Dallas area is no stranger to severe weather. We actually had a EF3 tornado closer to the Dallas area back in October, so we just kind of hit a year anniversary for that, but definitely no one expecting a tornado to happen the day or 2 days before the Thanksgiving holiday, where a lot of families being urged to not gather, but I mean, let's be real, some are gathering. And so we talked to some people out here. One woman told me that she had her Thanksgiving preps already done. She was sitting on the couch last night, and then that's when the storm happened. She said her granddaughter covered her body, and then the ceiling fan fell on top of them and some other debris. She came back today here with her family members, and they were able to recover her husband's ashes. And she says that she's thankful for that, and she's thankful that she'll be able to still spend this day tomorrow with her loved ones. And so everyone being thankful. Of course, it's a terrible time. Everyone has been focused on a pandemic and just staying healthy and surviving that. And then on top of it, 75 families are displaced because of a tornado. Again, the good news out of this is no serious injuries and no one has lost their life.
All right, Fox 4's Stephen Dial there in, I believe, Arlington, assessing the damage after that tornado last night. Thanks for the update, Stephen. Appreciate it. And And 2020 just does not let up, especially now with some severe weather that we're glad to bring you here on News Now from Fox with that update. And we'll be following the story into today and possibly tomorrow if there's any updates that we can give you here. We want to take a quick commercial break. It's going to be 2 minutes long. Some of you will see it, some of you won't, but we'll be back right here on News Now from Fox. And in the meantime, let's take a live look at the White House. We love to show you these scenes. Nighttime. The sun has already set, 6:15 on the East Coast. We have a lot of great content, Thanksgiving-based content, too, to show you into this Thanksgiving Eve. Coming up, we have another live report about how food banks across the country are struggling to stay stocked with donations as the holiday season is upon us. But let's sit right here and we're going to figure out what we want to play next. All right, and I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to just remind everyone here on News Now from Fox that we show you everything live, and everything is raw and unfiltered. There's no opinion and there's no bias. We do offer context and analysis, but we want to switch gears here and take it back out to more coronavirus news. We are the place for all of the coronavirus news here. We show you press conferences from state and local officials in their entirety. So we want to go out now to King County. That's the county that comprises Seattle, Washington, and they're giving an update about the situation there. So let's listen to that.
By structural racism that require deep investment and commitment to address. And that's why we have declared racism a public health crisis in the midst of a pandemic. This newest COVID-19 report shows us once again the important differences by race and geography that we see in health. In this case, we have seen especially hard impacts in communities of color in South King County, and see these differences play out in this report. At the end, where and how people live and work, their workplaces and households are important factors in exposure to the coronavirus. Not everybody has the same options to limit their exposure. If we take the most recent 60-day period, in terms of household impact, approximately 30% of all cases of residents who identified as Hispanic, Latinx, Asian, or Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander were likely exposed in a household setting. For workplace settings, excluding healthcare workers, Hispanic Latinx residents had the highest proportion of likely exposure in non-healthcare workplaces. In healthcare settings, among Black residents, and these are both patients and visitors, 15% of cases had likely exposure within a healthcare setting. This is higher proportion than any other race ethnic group. And then for community and social gatherings, white residents more often had community settings as a likely source of their exposure. That's by race. If we look by geography and we take some cities or regions of our county, for example, North Seattle and Shoreline area, 35% of the likely exposures are at community or social gatherings. That's more than double the rate for community and social gatherings in other areas of South King County, areas such as Auburn, Federal Way, and Kent. And when it comes to workplaces, again, these are often not optional settings. In North Seattle and Shoreline, only 13% of likely exposures were non-healthcare workplaces, while the rates are almost double that in some of our South King County cities. So in conclusion, for areas like North Seattle and Shoreline, as well as in the white population, more common exposure settings are community and social settings. At the end, many of these settings are optional to visit. At the same time, there's a tendency for higher numbers of connections to workplace and households in many of our communities of color. We also see this trend in areas like South King County. We are reinforcing here what we have reported early on in terms of our racial inequities and why communities of color carry a disproportionate burden for COVID-19. Many people of color live in large or multi-generational households, which make it harder to limit exposure within households. They are also overrepresented among essential workers who have to be at job sites and commute during the pandemic. Also, let's not forget, many immigrant families have also been excluded from unemployment benefits and federal stimulus programs and payments, adding to the pressures of having to go and work in person. Sadly, many of our communities have had to make gut-wrenching choices between going to work in person so they can put food on the table or staying home and protecting their families. For us in public health, it's important to point out how these factors, how we live and work, as well as who has access to resources and wealth, are major factors, not just for COVID-19, but health and well-being overall. So we will continue, for example, preventing COVID-19 among our workers and at workplaces. We are providing resources to workers so they know their rights. We want employers to support employees in staying safe in workplaces and also to support those who must isolate and quarantine. Also, as King County, we continue to support in the house those who need isolation and quarantine, most recently adding a stipend program to support those low-income workers and families. So as we do this, though, we can't lose sight and also address the long-term issues, including structural racism and the corresponding deeply embedded inequities in access to opportunity and health in our region. So thank you. Back to you, Sharon.
Thank you very much, Matthias and Dr. Duchin. Now we have time to take some questions from our media partners. I'd encourage you to use the raise your hand function. And if you can start with asking one question, that will ensure that we can address as many questions as possible, and then we can loop back as time allows. So with that, I'd like to begin here, and I will unmute you. Let's start with Anna Boyko-Ryrak, and please also share your news outlet.
Hi there, Anna Boyko-Ryrak, KUOW Public Radio. Tomorrow is likely, unfortunately, going to be a day of some COVID transmission. What is Thanksgiving going to do to these numbers?
Thank you, Anna. I am very concerned, even afraid of what Thanksgiving is going to do to these numbers. I think there's a potential to see a dramatic increase even beyond the numbers that we're seeing currently in both cases, hospitalizations, and subsequently deaths. Very worried. And that is why we're asking everyone to please do whatever you can to understand the risk here, both to individuals and the community, and to understand that we're not asking people to give up Thanksgiving, and we're certainly not asking them to give up Thanksgiving next year or any years subsequently. But what we're asking people to do is limit the way you celebrate Thanksgiving this year, if at all possible, to the people you live with, and understand that every additional person that comes into the household or anyone who travels to attend a Thanksgiving gathering will introduce additional risk to you, your family, and your community.
Thank you. Evan Bush, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm with the Seattle Times. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm wondering if the underlying data for this report will be made publicly available so people can take a closer look at some of the nuances here.
Yeah, Evan, I would like that to be possible. The data systems are very messy, so I will need to talk with our epidemiologists and see how we can do that. And I want to thank you and others for your patience. I know you've been asking about this information for quite a while, and I hope you find that what's in it is very consistent with what we've been communicating to you. But the challenges that our epidemiologists have been grappling with to integrate data from multiple systems. As you know, some cases are interviewed by the state health department, some are interviewed by our health department, and just the absolute volume of work and overload has made data quality and data management quite challenging. So I am supportive of doing that to the extent possible. that we can get the data out in a format that would be reliable and interpretable.
Thank you. Lindsay Sheldon, go ahead.
Hi there, Lindsay Sheldon with Cairo 7. Dr. I wanted to ask you about the support for departments to distribute the vaccine. You tweeted about that again last night. Could you talk about the kind of funding and resources that local health departments need to properly get that vaccine out to the population, and what the role is of a local health jurisdiction when it comes to distributing those doses?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In general, what I said about this yesterday is that it was very appropriate that we invested billions of dollars in Operation Warp Speed to develop vaccines. But with respect to preparing state and local health departments to actually deliver those vaccines to the public, it's been more like Operation Status Quo. We have a tremendous challenge ahead of us in organizing the systems to develop partnerships with healthcare providers and hospitals.
And so we've just been listening to this coronavirus update out of King County, Washington. That's Seattle, those of you who don't know. So we're going to go back to it. But first, we want to take you out now to Philadelphia, or I'm sorry, to New Jersey, where Fox multimedia reporter Katie Byrne is standing by for us. And she has a really great story about what we can do, especially with food banks going into the Thanksgiving holiday, because they're looking for donations. Isn't that right, Katie?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Andrew. This is the Food Bank of South Jersey, and these trucks here behind me help get food to more than 95,000 people a month. And workers say that number could keep going up because so many people are hurting from the pandemic.
People in line will roll down their windows and say thank you for being here. I had no idea I would ever need food.
From California to Texas to Florida, thousands of people have been lining up for help feeding their families.
We've seen an average of 60% more people showing up for food distributions all across this country.
This is something that people always love to get when they get their food donations. We're seeing people that we've never seen before, people asking for assistance for the first time. They lost their job because of COVID. They can't get out of their house because of COVID.
And some food banks are struggling.
The donations aren't keeping up with the increase in demand.
At the Food Bank of South Jersey, volunteers are working to feed as many people as they can for Thanksgiving.
Last year, we gave out 13,000 turkeys. This year, by tomorrow, we will probably distribute 22,000 turkeys.
We're getting full, Beth. I used to drive by all the time, and I said, boy, I'd like to work there.
Jim Alturo has been a volunteer for most of his life.
It's priceless to me because it's really what I wanted to do. One of the reasons I retired early was that I could pay it forward.
He says he's in it for as long as it takes.
And it's not going away. It's not going away. We're going to be here for a while.
Now, workers here say the winter months are the hardest because people are dealing with higher utility bills as the weather gets colder, and after the holidays, donations typically go down. So here at the Food Bank of South Jersey, they're trying to do their best to stay on top of that. Andrew?
Katie, I noticed you're standing in front of some of those food trucks there. Can you tell us what we're seeing behind you, and are those trucks going to be delivering food amid the holiday and tomorrow?
Yeah, so these trucks are part of the South Jersey Food Bank, right? So this is in Pensacola, New Jersey, the largest hunger relief organization here in this area. And these trucks are what gets the food out to the people who really need it. So I was here at the South Jersey Food Bank earlier this week, and I watched them kind of putting together some of these boxes that are going to go out ahead of Thanksgiving. And you might be wondering, what kind of things are they doing ahead of the coronavirus and keeping that in mind. And everyone's wearing masks and gloves, and they have a lot of new rules in place to make sure that they're touching boxes, touching food as little as possible, and of course wearing gloves if they have to do that. So it's encouraging, seeing everyone here on site doing what they can to make sure as many people as they can help have something to eat for Thanksgiving and be able to enjoy that time with their families. Andrew?
All right, Fox News multimedia reporter Katie Byrne there live for us in South Jersey. We appreciate it, Katie. We hope you have a good Thanksgiving as well.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right, and like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft, and this is News Now from Fox. We, in the middle of all these live events we show you all the time, we do have great reporters in the field working on really great stories for the news of the day. So we're glad to give you those as well, especially these Thanksgiving-themed stories. Nothing not being touched by the pandemic, even food banks going into the holiday to get food for people who need it. So we're glad we could bring you that story from Fox's Katie Byrne. We're going to take a quick commercial break. This will be 2 minutes. Some of you will see it, others won't, but keep it here with us on News Now from Fox. We appreciate you watching. And remember, here on News Now from Fox, everything is live and raw and unfiltered. We also have a Twitter account if you want to follow us at News Now Fox, and a website, newsnowfox.com, so you can tell all your friends and family when you see them tomorrow on Thanksgiving where they can watch us as well. We're going to go back out now to that press conference being held on Zoom from earlier amongst local officials in the Seattle area discussing the disproportionate impacts the coronavirus has on minorities living in the Seattle area. So we're going to go back to that and let's listen in.
As they're designated by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices to develop immunization clinic logistics that take into account the risk of COVID-19 transmission, to monitor the supply of vaccine as it comes in and the need for 2 doses in populations, the data systems that are necessary to monitor inventory allocation, vaccine dose administration and need for second doses, incredible amount of work that needs to be done with the community on engagement around vaccine safety and concerns around vaccine uptake and equitable access, and putting systems in place to ensure the vaccine will be available to ensure equitable access and uptake. Those are some of the challenges that are being faced by state and local health jurisdictions. In all states, the CDC has charged state health departments with leading vaccine implementation and allocation planning. And in Washington state, we're in discussions with the state actively right now to understand how we're going to divide up the different roles and responsibilities. I do know that based on discussions with our team and with the Department of Health, that we need tens of millions of dollars in Washington state alone to meet the demand that we see to optimally be able to deliver vaccine to our communities over the next year or so.
Thank you. Simone Del Rosario.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Duchin. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more, gauging your concern over these long-term care facility outbreaks. And, are we seeing sizable outbreaks again? And is there a concern about staff members being able to care for them when they're also impacted by this? Are we seeing staff who are asymptomatic that are still treating residents at these facilities?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So a couple of things. One is that most of our long-term care facilities have been screening their staff weekly in order to pick up asymptomatic staff members who might otherwise not be recognized until they develop symptoms and exclude them from the workplace. So that's a very good thing. That's been ongoing. However, no screening test is perfect, and we know that the higher the rate of COVID in the community, the more we all have it, the more we take it into our workplaces, whether those workplaces be long-term care facilities, manufacturing sites, food service establishments, or anywhere else. There is a lot of COVID out there, and it is inevitable that healthcare workers will introduce COVID into their workplaces, regardless of whether that's a long-term care facility or acute care hospital. So everyone needs to be vigilant for that. And that's one of the challenges that we're trying to address in getting the public to limit their activities to drive that rate of transmission down and decrease the risk for healthcare workers and other essential workers of introducing COVID into their workplaces. We are very concerned because we've seen, a significant increase in both the number of facilities that are having outbreaks and the size of those outbreaks. Over the summer, we were very successful in limiting the size of the outbreaks through rapid testing and enhanced infection control measures that are still in place. But with the sheer degree of transmission that's happening in our community now, we should expect to see COVID being introduced anywhere and everywhere we go. And that includes our long-term care facilities. So again, reiterating the need for an all-of-community response here to protect the most vulnerable, as well as our own families, friends, and household members.
Thank you. And I'm going to pivot for a moment to a question from our community, from our Facebook live stream. And perhaps Matthias or Jeff, you want to weigh in here. But a comment about the longstanding inequities that we've seen by race and also by place in King County. And a question about what are some of the ways that the community now is working to address some of these inequities and any steps that public health may be taking to partner with communities.
Matthias, please go ahead.
I'm happy to start with that. I mean, part of it is we can't do this alone, and we, have some of the information, have some of the resources, but really we need a community-wide response as part of this. So we do have a pandemic and racism community advisory group that is about 40 organizations across sectors, and half of those are community-driven organizations, and they're connectors to helping spread the word. We just recently, in the last couple of weeks, got $500,000 out to also a group of additional organizations to address very specifically racial inequities in South King County and in communities of color. So this is us providing the resources and then having those organizations, that's close to 50 organizations and individuals and leaders, getting the information and for the Pacific Islander community, the Black community, the different various immigrant communities. We also have a robust group of community navigators and liaisons that have been our leaders that are embedded in community as part of organizations. And we've been increasing the number of people who are doing that work, and they're trusted messengers, they're from community, and they're the ones that are able to connect with people and provide the information and then tell us what is needed, what we need to adjust, what we need to change. But what part of the challenge here, and this is what we've been saying, is to do only so much with information. And our community has been taking extraordinary measures to get the information out. But sometimes when people are making some very tough choices or in very difficult situations, there are things that also are just, you can't just message. These are just deeper issues, such as what's been highlighted in this report in terms of household settings or workplace settings. So we're trying to do things to minimize the inequities in South King County and communities of color. But again, we have to be thinking also long-term and some of the deeper issues that are involved here.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Charlie Harger. You're unmuted.
Thank you, Dr. Duchin. Charlie Harger, Como News Radio. I would appreciate it if you could perhaps describe where we're at right now with the increasing hospitalizations and the lag of a few weeks before we unfortunately see deaths increase. How bad might this get?
Well, thank you for your question, Charlie. Like much of COVID-19, it's hard to predict precisely where we're headed, but all indicators right now in King County suggest it's going to get very bad, particularly if people gather in significant ways over Thanksgiving or subsequently, and if we don't do something differently. As you know, we've been providing information and asking the public to limit their activities and take steps to prevent COVID transmission for weeks now, yet we're still seeing a relentless rise in cases that is now being followed by a significant rise in hospitalizations, significant impacts on our healthcare system. So theoretically, if we don't get this under control, what we can see is the hospitals filling up. That means they're at capacity both in their critical care, intensive care units, and with the amount of staffing that they have, cannot care for critically ill patients who absolutely need that otherwise. And I don't know how else I can express it, that is about as bad as it gets with respect to, the impact on our healthcare system, people not getting life-saving care that they need. And we're hearing about other hospitals in other parts of the country approaching that point now. So clearly, if the outbreak continues to progress the way it's progressing now, we will reach that point. I can't tell you precisely when that will happen, but we absolutely need to turn this around before then.
Thank you. Heidi Grover, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Heidi Grover from the Seattle Times. I'm wondering about public transit. We've seen an uptick in positive tests among employees at a few local agencies, and I'm wondering if there's any effort to track spread specifically among transit workers, or anything you can say about how that industry compares to some of these other essential jobs.
Thank you for the question. I do not have data on transit in particular, and I do know that we're seeing cases reported from, as I said, across the community, from every type of workplace. We're seeing outbreaks, as you can see in the report, from multiple sectors. I would need to work with our team and see if we've heard anything in particular about transit. I mean, clearly, any enclosed space presents special challenges which need to be met with increased ventilation, distancing, and masking. But I'm not aware of anything in particular that that's going on in transit at the moment, and we'll check with the team.
Thank you. We have some follow-up questions, it looks like, so we'll go ahead and start with Evan Bush. You're unmuted.
Thanks so much again with the Seattle Times. Dr. Duchin, I'm curious, the testing access early in the pandemic might affect how this data presents. How much of this data and the trends that you're seeing as far as households and let's say healthcare settings, how much of that do you see as a real increase versus just an increase of who's being tested and who's being evaluated for COVID-19?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, there are a lot of things that impact, how we hear about cases, to the extent that we hear about cases and where we hear about them. Initially, with the outbreak focused in long-term care facilities, that's where most of the testing was happening, and testing access was limited throughout the community. However, I'm confident that the trends are pretty reliable because we didn't see, they're consistent with our hospitalization trends. So for example, where we see trends increasing in numbers and we see hospitalizations tracking. If we had seen hospitalizations going up without detecting cases going up in the community, that disconnect would have led us to wonder whether we were missing significant transmission in community. But the fact that you raised, that people may not have been seeking testing, or testing may not have been available as widely across the time course of the epidemic, and how testing access changes and testing patterns change, clearly impact what we detect. As does the issue of restrictions. So early on in the outbreak, we had stay home, stay healthy. And so people were not in workplaces, many workplaces were closed and so on. So, you have less opportunity for workplace outbreaks, and in some sectors in particular, the non-essential, and less people moving about in social or community settings. But during the entire course of the outbreak, we ask about various activities. And so the proportions of people who report the different activities should be relatively reliable. I mean, things do change also with our data systems. We bring on new case investigators. At times we can ask more thoroughly about people's activities. When we have fewer cases, we can do more investigation and investigate more thoroughly the ones that we do hear about. But as you can imagine, with 900 cases a day, 800 cases a day, we're quite overwhelmed, and we're not able to spend as much time gathering information from the cases that we do learn about. So your question is spot on, that there are a number of limitations in interpreting this data, and the points you raised are among them.
A shift now to another community question. This is a Seattleite who is now in Australia, and obviously we are watching what is happening globally and trying to learn lessons across the globe. The question is, why doesn't King County follow another approach, which is happening in Victoria, Australia, which is fully lock down and borrow money to provide basic income? So this gets to a policy question, but any perspective on that, Jeff?
Yeah, well, I think that we all recognize how COVID spreads. It spreads when people are in contact with one another. And fully locking down and preventing people from being in contact with one another is the most effective tool. However, it comes at tremendous cost. And we absolutely need to have economic support for those who are impacted by any restrictions, either in the workplace setting, be it owner or employees of workplaces. So this is something we're trying to balance now. You know, the availability of support for our community, the economic impacts of restrictions, and the need for restrictions. You know, whether we need to absolutely stop all activities or a subset of activities. But you're right that countries that have gone to full lockdown with support of their citizens and of their businesses and their economic sector are doing something that I think we would like to be able to do here.
A few more follow-up questions. Simone Del Rosario, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Dr. Duchin. You said a little while ago that you've been warning people for weeks about the increase in transmission, and yet they continue to gather. This is really our last chance to reach people before they either elect to gather with family tomorrow or agree to stay just in their household. And I know a lot of people will adhere to your advice, but there's many more who will not. How do you feel when you've continued to raise this alarm and hear that people are still going to continue their gatherings?
I mean, I think about this a lot. All of my public health colleagues think about this a lot. My colleagues in healthcare and on the front lines, dealing with the real impacts of this epidemic, with the human illnesses, the suffering, what it's doing to our communities, think about this a lot. Why are we as a society continuing to do things that cause terrible personal pain and suffering, that cause a tremendous amount of preventable illness and economic costs? And it leads to tremendous disappointment, frustration, across the board. It's hard to understand, but I think one way to think about it is that our society in many ways values individual liberty over societal good. And this is a cultural and social tradition in the United States in many places. And I think we haven't had to come together as a community to the degree that we really need to do so now. And it's something a lot of people just aren't used to and comfortable with. That coupled with just the difficulty of the COVID-19 prevention measures and the duration that we need to adhere to them, the endurance that we need. That's quite understandable. I mean, I understand why people are getting fatigued. I understand how hard this is. But I also wish that people would be able to themselves understand the need to accept that relatively short-term discomfort and pain and endure through these difficult measures so that we will have a better long-term outcome with more people surviving, with less damage to our economy. And we've got what appear to be highly effective vaccines on the horizons, making me feel that this spring we will be entering a phase where we'll be finally potentially be able to control this outbreak on a more sustained level. But clearly we have to get through this very difficult winter first.
Thank you. And I know both Jeff and Matthias mentioned this in our Public Health Insider blogs about the actions that we can take to reduce discretionary activities, given those that don't have that option if they're doing essential work in the community. Matthias, is there anything you wanted to add about that?
Well, I think it is important to recognize that workers do have rights, that you should be able to isolate and quarantine when it's necessary. And we want employers also, I know many of them are cooperating, they're doing the right thing, but we also want workers, because we have heard of situations more anecdotally of where people are having a hard time staying home and are fearing reprisals. So want to make sure that people know and workers know that they also have rights. And we also are very thankful and encouraged by the business community and everything they've been doing to support workers. But there's still some situations that hopefully we can get everybody in line to really know that when we stop these transmissions in some of the workplaces, it's actually for a greater good, as Dr. Jeff Duchin has been saying.
Thank you. And I think we have time for one more question, one more follow-up. Anna Boyko-Wyrock, you're unmuted.
Hi again. Talking about the household exposure, since it is the largest source of, or most likely source designated, what does that indicate about the success of the county's quarantine and isolation facilities as being a place where people of color, for example, want to go to get out of the house so that they don't spread the virus?
I can start, and then maybe Matthias may want to add as well. But this virus is incredibly widespread throughout our community. And although many infections can be spread in the household, and the household has been shown through research to be a high-risk transmission venue, there's always, someone who brought it into the household. And so not all infections aren't, generated de novo in the household, they're spread in the household. So people acquire these infections from other people in the community. They come home into the household and then they can spread to other household members. Many household members do not choose to go to isolation quarantine. They prefer to stay with their family, or they cannot leave their family. So there are issues in that sense. And there are also issues around the fact that this virus spreads very quickly before people know they have symptoms. So for example, by the time we reach a case, just the few days that are necessary for the case to realize they're sick, to seek testing, to get that test result for us to contact with them, that's already spread to several household members. And so we're really mostly looking at that third generation of spread interrupting and focusing more on the community members, because this disease spreads so rapidly. The generation time is so quick that in most cases, by the time we reach a household, the household members that have been infected may already be symptomatic or infected. I'll let Matthias also comment on what factors that might lead household members who are exposed but not yet ill to accept quarantine.
So I think Jeff hit it too. I know it's an important, the isolation quarantine sites are very important for the homeless community, most definitely. And we do have, and we talked to some of our community leaders and people who are talking to those who have the option to go to some of the locations, and they talk about the challenges in terms of actually doing that. And we've done efforts like the site out in Issaquah that will handle families. And I think still with that, the preferred method that we're hearing, at least from community, is often to be able to isolate and quarantine at home. So I think all the other support services that are offered in terms of food and other things that people can get in their household is extremely important. But at the end, I think some of the issues that Jeff Duchin was just mentioning about asymptomatic individuals and other situations make this extremely complex.
And I would also add that these isolation quarantine facilities are especially important for people living in congregate settings, because there's more people vulnerable there and the risk of spread is much greater. But we do have very high occupancy in our isolation and quarantine facilities. Nonetheless, even though we have lots of household transmission, we still have many people taking advantage of those facilities, and theoretically that is preventing even more spread in the household and in the community.
Thank you very much. It looks like we're having just a little bit of background noise, but Matthias, I'd like to turn it over to you for any last thoughts or words, and then we'll also turn it back over to Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's extremely important as we think about inequities. It's not just thinking about the communities of color or South King County that are disproportionately affected. It's what everybody else can do to actually support this. So there's some long-term things, but even around when there are things that are optional that people don't necessarily have to do, just when we think about some folks that don't have a choice and do have to actually live in certain household settings or do have to go to work, that means the greater responsibility for other people to do their part. Because sometimes we think, okay, what can I do? But the more that we can actually have everybody else follow some of the, follow the restrictions, stay away from gatherings, those kinds of things, it will reduce the amount of disease in the community that is affecting everybody. And then we'll also help reduce the numbers of infections that we see in our most impacted communities. But there's this direct correlation, and this is what everybody can do in terms of coming together to support the well-being of everybody.
Thank you. And Jeff, any final thoughts?
No, thank you, Matthias and Sharon. Thanks everyone for joining. I want to just reemphasize that this outbreak has gained tremendous momentum at the moment, and it is going to continue to impact us for weeks, even after we change our behaviors and start doing what we need to do to decrease transmission. Folks need to realize that this is not something that is a problem for only those who have social gatherings and community gatherings. It's not only a problem for household transmission. It's not only a problem for the workplaces, restaurants, for manufacturing, for faith-based places of worship where we've had outbreaks, but this is a problem for all of us. This is an all-of-community public health emergency, and we all need to step up and play our role in protecting one another. Thank you so much, and I hope everyone has something to be grateful for this Thanksgiving. I'm certainly grateful for the work you're doing to help us get the word out.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, that was local officials there in King County, Washington, talking about the coronavirus there and its disproportionate impact really on the minority communities that live in and around Seattle. So we want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break as well. We have a lot more coronavirus news ahead. We also have a lot more great Thanksgiving content for those of you who are traveling, for those of you who are cooking and entertaining and hosting as well, and seeing how this holiday is different with the pandemic still raging across the country. But first, that commercial break. We'll see you back in 2 minutes. Some of you will see this, some of you won't. So stick with us. And like I said, News Now from Fox is all live, it's raw, it's unfiltered, and we're playing that out for you here on this Thanksgiving Eve. So we're going to stick to more coronavirus updates. This one coming out of the state of Indiana. We don't have many usually out of the state of Indiana, so this is kind of a treat, it's kind of rare, so we want to listen to health officials there in the Hoosier State talk about the situation and how they're getting it under control.
We're going to go directly to the governor, Governor Holcomb, who's still in quarantine.
Dr. Box, thank you. Good afternoon to all who are with us today. Again, we have a full menu of updates to go over this afternoon. First, we'll hear from Dr. Box and then from our friends at the Fairbanks School of Health, Dr. Nir Menachemi and Dr. Paul Halverson, who will present the results from their third round of findings on the COVID study here in Indiana. But I also wanted to say, just as an aside here at the outset, that as Dr. Box just mentioned, we are still in quarantine. We are following Dr. Box's orders. We're doing fine. No symptoms developing for either of us. I'm learned that I'm somewhat of an impatient patient. This is one of the first times I've been pinned down, but thanks to technology and I guess coffee, December 1st will get here when it gets here, but not a day too soon. In the meantime, we'll be celebrating Thanksgiving home alone. Better safe than sorry. Maybe we'll make up for it next year with family from around the state and around the country coming in, and maybe do 2 Thanksgivings next year. But that doesn't mean we're not going to be giving a lot of thanks and wishing a lot of others good health and strength and the food and clothing and shelter that they need, because we know so many folks are in need and so many are stepping up to help fill that need. This year has reminded us both of just everything that we took for granted in years past, and even the most basic things like assembling and obviously packed crowds, whether it be at church or at school or at work, at sporting events, all those traditions and annual rituals or routines that have had to be adjusted or postponed. We no longer take those things for granted, and we look forward to the day when we can see that light at the end of the tunnel, when we can get back to this next new normal, when vaccines are readily available to the masses and therapeutics. We're still practicing everything that we need to do in the meantime, but that we're going to round that 4th turn, so to speak, here in Indiana at some point. But we got to do all the necessary things to get there. So I just wanted to put an extra shout out of thanks to all those who are doing just that. I really have been encouraged lately by so many folks who are doing even more than they were doing prior, putting others above self and doing everything that they can to do individually to help slow the spread. And that means masking up and physically distancing, washing hands. You all know the drill, but can't say it or do it enough, because all those good actions add up. And I am thankful that over the last, 4 days now, we've seen our average 7-day positivity rate tick down ever so slightly. Way too early to say this is a trend, and we have a long way to go, obviously. But when you go from 12.2 to 11.8 to 11.6 to 11.4 to 11.2, I really do attribute that decline to more and more Hoosiers individually stepping forward and recognizing the stress and strain on our healthcare network, on all the doctors and nurses and assistants, on our caregivers, and really doing all we can. And that's that will continue if we continue. And we've got a long list of communities that are doing just that. But at the very same time that 7-day average positivity rate is ticking down, the number of people hospitalized continues to rise, and the number of daily hospital admissions is continuing to go up as well. And so while on one hand we see a decline, on the other we see an incline, and we've got to be able to muster the strength and the wherewithal to make sure that over the course of the next few weeks, when it's getting colder and colder and there is more travel, people are going inside, and few months before we get to that ultimate light at the end of the tunnel, that we're doing all we can to help our healthcare network and all those care workers so that they can continue to care for those who are in the greatest need. So we'll continue, my office, myself, next week, before Wednesday, 2:30, same time next week. I will be meeting with local elected officials and businesses, hospital officials. Again, we do this on a day in, day out basis, but I want to have a very organized set of data and get those updated perspectives and input from local community leaders about their status, about what they see that the state and local communities could be doing more in terms of our partnership as next week gets here. And we'll continue to make sure that we're getting our color-coded county metrics out and in place and sharing those with those local officials. Again, I've got a long list of communities with me all the time, and with every day there's another local community where the rubber meets the road that is asking us for support and for help. And so, as I mentioned last week, the Department of Homeland Security and the ATC have both been performing regularly scheduled inspections of commercial properties, et cetera. And the state fire marshal, who has a staff of 40 code inspectors, have been working with counties, with local officials, with businesses to promote those good practices and that education. The fire marshal staff has visited over 70 sites, including facilities, as I just mentioned. The state excise police have inspected more than 1,500 alcohol permitted premises. Of those 1,500, by the way, 47 were found not to be in compliance with masking or social distancing. And so we have seen through those 1,500 and only those 47, with education efforts, nearly every single one of those of the balance, that 47 balance, have come into compliance. And so this can work. It will only work if we're doing it together and sharing what works, again, individually, whether that be a person or a small town or a big city. So look for more of that type of partnership. And with that, I'll cease to drone on, and I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Box, to introduce our guests after your full report.
Thank you, Governor. Unfortunately, we continue to see high spread of COVID-19 across our state. Our color-coded map has 17 counties this week in red, down from 21 last week. Once again, we have one county in yellow, but 74 counties are in orange at level 2.5, which indicates community spread is approaching very high level in these communities. That's very concerning, especially with Thanksgiving tomorrow. We know that many people are ignoring our pleas and the CDC's pleas to stay home and limit Thanksgiving to your immediate household. You can see that in the video images coming out of airports around the country. Based on the spikes we've seen after our holidays, I'm concerned that many of these orange counties will wind up in red in the next 2 weeks. I cannot repeat this enough. Bringing together large groups of people from outside your immediate household puts everyone at risk for COVID-19. Our hospitals are being inundated with COVID patients. There is still time to make the hard choice today so that you can enjoy many more tomorrows with your loved ones. You heard last week about the hospital surge and how it's impacting not just people with COVID, but individuals who have other conditions such as heart attacks and strokes. The number of people hospitalized with COVID or COVID-like symptoms continues to rise and was over 3,300 yesterday. Daily hospital admissions also continue to increase at a significant rate. We also, unfortunately, are seeing an increasing number of deaths, especially among residents of long-term care facilities. Yesterday, we saw the highest number of deaths reported on our dashboard, with more than 100 Hoosiers losing their lives to this virus, and another 63 deaths were reported today. Seeing these numbers is beyond heartbreaking, especially when we realize that about half of the deaths in the last week occurred among our vulnerable residents in long-term care facilities. In addition to sending the Indiana National Guard to these facilities, we've partnered with the Bowen Center to re-engage people willing to serve in our healthcare reserve workforce. The Bowen Center launched its Hoosier Healthcare Heroes Call to Action survey again on November the 13th. In just 1 week, more than 4,300 unique individuals responded to the survey. This included 752 retired healthcare professionals, 290 healthcare students, and 3,312 active healthcare practitioners. Of these, nearly 12% said they could serve full-time. The remainder indicated they could volunteer for either a partial shift per week or up to 3 shifts per week. The respondents included doctors, nurses, dentists, pharmacists, and many others. Facilities that have a staffing need will be connected with reservists to help fill those gaps. The Bowen Center will facilitate this connection. We've been able to connect these reservists with local health departments also. I have heard from several small health departments that are struggling to keep their doors open.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are reporting here from Phoenix, Arizona, and we are bringing you all of the live, raw, unfiltered feeds from not only across the country, but across the world right now, around the world. We're going to bring you some of today's top headlines right now. We've got a lot to bring to you today. We haven't really done this before. We want to show you things that are happening not only in our country, but also in other places as well, because this whole world is kind of dealing with the pandemic, but also dealing with other breaking news as well. So let's take a look at this right now. So here's a shot right here of Meghan Markle, now the Duchess of Sussex. She's revealing that she had a miscarriage in July. The wife of Prince Harry wrote in an opinion piece in the New York Times today that she felt sick and could tell what was happening as it occurred. Meghan saying that she was sharing her story in the hopes that it would help others and open the lines of communication with their friends or family who have suffered a similar loss as well. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan have one son named Archie. He was born last year. So unfortunate story out there. Let's head out to Brazil now. A bus and a truck crash in Brazil, killing at least 40 people. The devastating collision happening today in the city, the capital of Sao Paulo. Local TV reports are showing that the mangled remains, there's only mangled remains of that bus right there. You can see those shocking images. Fire crews say 37 people died at the scene right there. It's not clear yet how many people are injured, though. An investigation into the cause of this deadly crash is underway right now. Now to Notre Dame. Dangerous scaffolding is successfully removed from the cathedral more than a year after that massive fire. We all remember that scene. The removal of 200 tons of roof scaffolding was completed yesterday, despite some experts fearing that it could cause more of the church to fall down. The historic cathedral was under restoration when that massive fire broke out on April 15th in 2019, causing the spire to fully collapse. The scaffolding remains standing, though. Restoration officials say it might have melded the cathedral in the fire, keeping it in place. Just an amazing story out there. And today's big headline we're saving for last. Diego Maradona was pronounced dead today. The Argentine soccer player who scored the Hand of God goal in 1986 and led his country to that year's World Cup title before later struggling with cocaine use and obesity, was pronounced dead today. He was 60 years old. His spokesperson, Sebastian Sanchi, said that he died today of a heart attack 2 weeks after being released from a hospital in Buenos Aires following brain surgery. The office of Argentina's president said it will decree 3 days of national mourning. And the Argentine Soccer Association expressed its sorrow on Twitter as well. This tweet you're looking at is from Fox Soccer. One of the most famous moments in the history of the sport, though, like we were just talking about, the hand of God goal, came when Diego punched that ball into England's net during the 1986 World Cup quarterfinals. England said the ball went in off of his hand, off of Diego's hand, not his head. Diego himself gave conflicting accounts of what happened over the years, at one point attributing the goal to divine intervention. And what a perfect name, the hand of God. So there you have it. Those are some of the headlines from across the world. You're watching News Now from Fox. We wanted to bring all of those to you as we continue to follow all of the nation's news here in America as people get geared up for Thanksgiving, get geared up for the holidays. Other stuff is happening in other spots across the globe as well. So again, thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We're going to send you back to that briefing coming out of Indiana talking about COVID-19. But first, we're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, you will have the latest out there in Indiana.
And because their staff are sick or in quarantine, the Bowen Center was able to connect one department that was at risk of being down to 1 employee with 10 reservists in their area who had expressed a willingness to help. We also announced the Student Step Up to Serve workforce last week that engages college students. As of Friday, nearly 250 college students had expressed a willingness to assist in hospitals, long-term care facilities, to assist with COVID testing or vaccine sites, and in K-12 schools and other settings. More than 19% offered to serve full-time. More than 62% offered to help 2 to 3 shifts per week. I encourage any college student who has the availability and the desire to help to sign up for the student workforce at the link that you see on the screen. We continue to experience high test volume, which is creating longer turnaround times for results. To help address this, we've distributed nearly 90,000 Bionex Now tests to 50 local health departments to help with community testing, and we're working with other local departments to help them get the authorization they need to also be able to use these tests. We will be working with local health departments that have these rapid tests to add them to our testing map so that the public knows where they're available. These tests should only be used in symptomatic individuals who are intended, and it's intended to help with community testing. They are not for use in schools, businesses, or other sites at this time, and they are not intended for redistribution to EMS or other entities. You must be symptomatic and within 7 days of onset to meet the criteria to receive these tests. These tests provide a rapid result, and a positive test in a symptomatic individual is treated the same as a positive PCR test. Having these rapid answers in symptomatic individuals allows local health departments to quickly inform the patient of the positive result and provide on-site instruction about isolation. It also allows us to jumpstart the process of notifying close contacts of their need to quarantine to prevent further spread of infection. And it helps to reduce turnaround time for results and ease the burden on labs across the country, including those here in Indiana that are stretched beyond their capacity due to the huge increase in testing. Finally, I want to provide a quick update on the status of COVID-19 vaccine. Pfizer has applied for the emergency use authorization from the FDA, and a meeting is scheduled in early December to determine whether to issue that authorization. Once that approval is issued, states have been told to be prepared to receive vaccine in as little as 48 hours. Moderna is also expected to seek its emergency use authorization soon. We are communicating this expected timing to our hospitals and frontline healthcare workers so that they will be prepared and we can prepare their staff to receive the vaccine when it arrives. For this vaccine to be effective, people will need to ensure that they get both doses in the recommended time frame of 21 or 28 days. The COVID vaccine is not like any other vaccine in that it provides a high level of protection with a single dose. The COVID vaccine does not do that. Both doses are necessary for it to be effective. So that 95% effectivity we've been talking about is only if we get that second dose. I saw a recent poll that showed that only 58% of Americans were willing to get the COVID vaccine. I want to remind any Hoosiers who might be hesitant to get the vaccine that these vaccines will not be approved for release until a thorough review of their safety at the federal and state levels is completed. Both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are reporting side effects such as fatigue and headache, and in some cases fever. This is normal. It does not mean that the vaccine gave you COVID. This is the normal immune response in your body to getting a vaccine. Many people experience similar symptoms after getting a flu shot or a shingles vaccine. These are temporary effects and will wear off quickly, and the benefits of the vaccine will far outweigh these side effects. The vaccine will protect Hoosiers from contracting COVID-19. It will not be a get-out-of-jail-free card. As a state, we still need to wear our masks, practice social distancing, and stay home if we're sick for the foreseeable future until we're able to vaccinate a large portion of our population. And we anticipate that that process will take many months. The vaccine is a critical tool in our efforts to resume what resembles a normal life. But in the meantime, please stay the course. Continue wearing your masks, practicing social distancing, washing your hands, staying home if you're sick, and getting tested. That's the best way to help us get to the other side of this pandemic. Now it's my pleasure to welcome back our Fairbanks group, Dr. Nir Nimekemi and Dean Halverson. Dean?
Thank you, Dr. Box. It's great to be here with you today, and I want to express our gratitude to both you and to Governor Holcomb for leading Indiana's COVID-19 response. I'm especially grateful for the fact that you have really put science and the data in front of your decision making, and that allowing that guidance to help make these critical decisions. I'm also especially proud of our partnership with the state. You know, the Fairbanks School of Public Health has only been around for about 8 years now, and our partnership is really important because our school was created with the idea of protecting and improving the health of Hoosiers, and especially as we support both our state health department and local health departments across the state. So as Dr. Box mentioned, I'm Dr. Paul Halverson, founding dean at the Fairbanks School of Public Health, proudly on the IUPUI and the IU Fort Wayne campuses. Since April, our team of researchers has led a statewide prevalence study to understand the spread of COVID-19 in Indiana. It's been a really complex operation that has highlighted the ability of Hoosiers to mobilize quickly and to coordinate across multiple state agencies and private organizations to support the health and well-being of everyone in our state. While several other states are developing plans for testing on this scale, Indiana remains the only state that has conducted random sample testing statewide. And it's now in 3 phases, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment. It's exciting, really, to showcase what Indiana can do. I'm pleased to introduce now my colleague, Dr. Nir Nimekemi, who has served as the lead scientist on this testing initiative. He'll present key findings from Wave 3, and I'll highlight some of the overall findings that the Indiana prevalence study has revealed and has contributed to the overall knowledge about the virus to date. Dr. Nimekemi is the Fairbanks Endowed Chair of Public and Population Health and leads our Department of Health Policy and Management. He also is a scientist at the Reagan Street Institute and teaches at both the IU School of Business and the IU School of Medicine, in addition to his responsibilities at the Fairbanks School. Nir?
Thank you, Dr. Halverson. I wanted to remind everyone that the purpose of the Indiana Prevalence Study has always been to determine, at multiple points in time, the cumulative number of Hoosiers that have ever been infected with the coronavirus. Knowing this information tells us how much the virus has infiltrated into our state's population and can provide Governor Holcomb and Dr. Box with key information to enhance their decision-making. Now, the number of infections is not the same as the more commonly reported number of cases. As I've noted in a previous press conference, cases represent just the tip of the iceberg. As can be seen on this pyramid, infections include everyone who may be positive for the coronavirus at a given point in time. People at the bottom of the pyramid are those that are infected, but probably do not know it because they have no symptoms. Right above them are people with some but very mild symptoms. As you move up the pyramid, you find infected people with more serious symptoms who seek medical care. Some of those will be hospitalized, and fewer, but notably some, will die. Cases are those who under normal circumstances test positive. Because testing most frequently occurs among people on the top half of the pyramid, usually in response to having serious symptoms, cases represent only a fraction of all infections. It's now clear that people on the bottom half of the pyramid are responsible for significant spread of the virus. In Wave 3, we utilized two exciting new approaches to reliably determine the number of Hoosiers that have ever been infected. Both approaches yielded similar results, and the second approach was also validated with experimental data. Therefore, despite the findings being preliminary, we are fairly confident in them. The first approach enhances our previous method of random selection and testing by adding historic testing data, including previous positive status on individuals that were randomly selected. As the pandemic has progressed and the testing availability has increased, getting sufficient participation in studies from randomly selected volunteers has been challenging, not only here in Indiana, but across the globe. By leveraging historic testing data with the help of the Indiana Management Performance Hub, we are able to get accurate counts of previous infections in our randomly selected group. Those without a previous positive test result were invited to participate in testing as before. Our second approach, which yielded very similar results that I will momentarily present, utilized unique in the world information generated in Wave 1 of our Indiana prevalence study. Specifically, using the random sample from April 2020, we were able to calculate the probability of death from COVID by age, which we published in a leading medical journal. Previously, determining the number of infections that resulted in death was elusive. Everyone had to rely on less reliable case counts to determine the proportion that ended in death. Luckily, Hoosiers' participation in Wave 1 of our study generated the best data of its kind, allowing us to get a reliable rate of death by age. If you recall, during Wave 1, which was in April, nursing home residents were excluded from our study because of the restrictions of residents entering and exiting such facilities. As a result, we backed out nursing home deaths from our calculations. Specifically, we had determined that among people younger than 30 years of age, one death occurs for every roughly 19,500 infections. This risk of death rapidly increases across the age groups, such that among those over 65 years, we determined that one death occurs for every 43 infections in this age group. With this information, again, only possible due to the first wave of the Indiana prevalence study, we were able to mathematically estimate the number of cumulative infections by analyzing the ages of everyone who's already died of COVID-19 in Indiana. Using this second approach, we determined that by the end of Wave 3, in the first week of October, approximately 7.8% of Hoosiers have ever been infected. There was a notably lower prevalence in the higher risk, older age groups. Given the troubling increase to newly reported deaths in the past month, we calculated the current cumulative number of infections in Indiana using the same approach. As of Friday, October 20th, less than a week ago, we believe the population prevalence was 10.6% in Indiana, with worrisome increases, especially in the oldest, most vulnerable age groups. So what does this all mean? At an almost 11% population prevalence, we are very, very far away from the approximately 70% needed to achieve herd immunity. Without a vaccine, if infections continue to rise in Indiana, so will the death toll. As you saw, yes, generally speaking, deaths are rare for people under 30 or 40. However, deaths are far more common in the older age groups. Also, we now know that, and we have evidence to suggest that an increase in infections among younger Hoosiers quickly translates into more infections and thus more deaths among older Hoosiers. This is exactly what is occurring right now to explain the increased reported deaths and the strains on our hospitals. Every Hoosier has the responsibility to protect themselves and everyone else in the community by practicing all of the proven ways to reduce the spread of the virus. In closing, if the virus continued to spread until 70% eventually got infected prior to a vaccine, an additional 13,000 Hoosiers, and that doesn't include the Hoosiers currently in nursing homes, would lose their lives. Comparatively, that's many times more deaths than has already occurred in Indiana. Pushing to achieve herd immunity without a vaccine simply risks losing many lives in and outside of nursing homes. Now, the good news is that the same exact strategies needed to prevent the loss of lives, like wearing masks and social distancing, are also the things that we can do to protect our economy. Let me turn it back to you, Dr. Halverson.
Thank you, Dr. Minikemi. Your scientific leadership has been really vital to the success of this endeavor, and I would say your persistence in the midst of trying to manage a whole lot of things. This study has been really important, and you've done great. We genuinely support appreciate the strong support from each and every person who got tested. And as Dr. Minikemi mentioned, it's hard right now to find people that want to respond to the opportunity for testing. But we had so many that did, and that we're very appreciative of that response. It's clear that Hoosiers are really appreciative and want to participate to contribute to our national understanding of COVID-19. And again, we say thank you. As a result, the following is a highlight of the knowledge that we now know as a result of our testing program. First, this work was the first scientifically accurate study to determine that 40% of infected individuals are asymptomatic. That means that prior to our study, there were many people walking around without symptoms with the novel virus who were unaware that they could infect others. And this is so important now as we recognize that we have got to take precautions even if we feel fine. Our early data also suggested that the loss of taste and smell were key symptoms specific to SARS-CoV-2 infections, especially among people not otherwise getting tested. And again, that has now become a very key, these are two very key symptoms in the diagnostic workup. And as Dr. Minikemi mentioned, being able to determine the true mortality rate by age and other characteristics was the first in the this was really the first in the world finding, and that has really been important because it, just as you've heard, this important information is key to understanding so much more about the disease. And I guess it's really important to underscore the fact that as we see the mortality tables, you can see that the older you are, the more likely you are to die from this infection. That's not to scare anyone, but it's to recognize in particular that we must take extra precautions to protect our older citizens. And frankly, at over age 60, so that includes a lot of us that really need to pay attention. And that means that we need to be very vigilant, in particular around reducing exposure to the disease. That it may mean foregoing in-person church services. It may mean reducing density in crowds and in other activities. And it may also mean being very, very careful here at Thanksgiving. The Indiana prevalence study was also the first to show that cases only represent a small fraction of infections. At the time that we did our first wave, we found that 1 out of every 11 true infections were actually counted as a case, which means that, again, to use Dr. Menachemi's term, that tip of the iceberg was important to understand. The people that were our cases that we would have otherwise really only concentrated on were really just a small fraction of the people who were really infected. Also, our targeting testing efforts demonstrated a disproportionate positivity among African Americans and Hispanic individuals, which again demonstrates the health disparities within our state and in other states around the country. Lastly, in wave 1, the study demonstrated that public health.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Average. Just wanted to cut in really quickly and bring you a little bit more of breaking news. Michael Flynn has officially responded to President Trump's full pardon of him. He tweeted out today, so let's take a look at that. His Twitter handle, General Flynn, saying hashtag fight like a Flynn, lucky us, God bless family, tagging several of his family members right there, and at the very bottom, covered by our bug right there, but Matthew 19:26. They also put out a bit of a statement as well, which I'm going to read for you, the Flynn family in general. They said, the Flynn family is an American family, and like all American families, we love our country. We believe in the Constitution of the United States and that justice in this remarkable republic must prevail for all citizens equally and always. We believe that our right to freedom and liberty are God-given, and that we will fight for these rights until the bitter end if they are unjustly denied by any government, institution, or individual. For 4 long years, our family and millions of American patriots stood arm in arm together with our brother, General Michael T. Flynn, fighting the vicious, deep-rooted corruption of government institutions and vengeful individuals intent on destroying General Flynn and our country in shameful defiance of justice and the rule of law. Those individuals have disgraced the United States of America. The perpetuation of this political persecution of General Flynn was further fermented by Judge Emmett Sullivan's refusal to dismiss the fraudulent prosecution. Judge Sullivan's inactions are a reprehensible assault against the Constitution and will live in infamy the world over and is his legacy. Today, the Flynn family is grateful to President Donald J. Trump for answering our prayers and the prayers of a nation by removing the heavy burden of injustice off the shoulders of our brother Michael with a full pardon of innocence. We thank President Trump for recognizing our brother's sacrifice in the battle for truth, our Constitution, our republic, and all that America stands for around the world, a true beacon of liberty. We're forever appreciative to President Trump for giving back to Michael his freedom in undoing a hideous wrong. Michael's determination and resilience in the face of this battle exemplifies his decades of dedication to this nation as a soldier and leader of men and women in service protecting the very rights he was denied. Let our nation never allow this violation of an American civil rights under the law happen again. Our nation is at a crucible moment in history. Let it be heard across this great country and around the world that tyranny will not topple us. Masks will not silence us. Threats will not stop us. Evil will not triumph. We are Americans. We stand on the shoulders of the greatest forces and heroes of bravery and courage the world has ever known. This is our legacy and our obligation to defend now and for generations to come. The Flynn family joins all American families and patriots in this fight for our rights, our values, our way of life, and our republic. May God bless President Trump, his family, and all families during this very important American tradition, Thanksgiving Day. It's truly a time to give thanks. The Flynn family wishes everyone a very happy Thanksgiving, and God bless America. This all coming as President Trump tweeted today that he's granted a full pardon to former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, ending a legal saga brought about by special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. So this continues to be a developing situation. Clearly, again, two different sides of the aisle when it comes to this pardon, as President Trump is about to step out of office and President-elect Joe Biden will be stepping in very soon. So again, you're watching News Now from Fox, where we're following all of these developing details from breaking news stories from across the country and at our nation's capital as well. So the White House is something that will continue to develop. The stories coming out of there will continue to develop. And again, if you're just joining us right now, President Trump did decide to fully pardon his former national security advisor, Michael Flynn. You're watching News Now from Fox, and we just want to tell you a couple of things. We're bringing you all of these feeds live, raw, unfiltered, no bias. We're trying to just present the facts to you guys and let you make up your mind for yourself. We have a Twitter account at NewsNowFox, which you can go to. We post a lot of these breaking news stories. We also post a lot of the interviews that we do and events from all throughout the day. So it's a really, really good place to kind of stay up to date on everything that is going on. So again, thank you for watching right now. I do want to take you out to some lighter-hearted news. Speaking of the White House, it is officially holiday time at the White House. You can see they were decorating today. Bring in some of those wreaths. It's not even Thanksgiving yet, so I guess they're really kicking it into full force. A lot of people already decorating their houses, because you just need a little cheer in this 2020 year. This is a full live stream, which we're just gonna kind of let breathe for a moment. I'm sure these decorations will be absolutely gorgeous on the White House. Obviously, this was from earlier today because it is light outside there. Right now, it's about 5:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona, Mountain Standard Time. But a little bit later out there in Washington, D.C. Just want to tease for tomorrow as well. We're going to have full coverage here on News Now from Fox for your Thanksgiving Day. So pull us up, put us on. We're going to have all different interviews ranging from how to make your turkey taste good to how to be happy on Thanksgiving and how to be thankful. We brought you earlier the pardoning of turkeys at the White House. That was a fun event. Our own Andrew Kraft did an interview with the Turkey Association, who's in charge of those famous turkeys. We'll probably be playing a lot of that out for you tomorrow here on News Now from Fox as well.
Oh, yes.
So just a little time lapse for you of decorating at the White House. You can see things going up pretty quickly out there.
380-1054.
Some wreaths. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Christmas tree was just delivered to the White House yesterday. So things are going up to celebrate the 2020 Christmas holiday this year. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more News Now from Fox. For those who are sticking around with us, thank you so much for staying with us on this Wednesday night, this Thanksgiving Eve. We briefly brought out to you that Indiana COVID-19 update, so we're going to go back out to Indiana and play the rest of it out for you. We've got a lot more to get to tonight. Other press conferences from across the nation, as well as some stories from our sister stations across the country talking about all different topics that you need to know about Thanksgiving travel, COVID-19 vaccines, all of the above. Again, thanks for watching News Now from Fox.
Measures worked effectively to keep infections at bay within Indiana communities. And that's so important because there is hope, and we have good reason to be hopeful now with the vaccine on the horizon. Now is the time to double down in terms of our precautionary measures, the public health measures that Dr. Box mentioned. When I reflect on the groundbreaking and enduring contributions Indiana has made to the fight against COVID-19 throughout this study, I'm proud to call myself a Hoosier, and I hope you are too. Given everything we've learned, it is imperative that we continue wearing masks, physically distancing ourselves from others, and washing our hands for 20 or more seconds. And again, as we look forward to vaccine and a healthier and more normal 2021, let's remember that, again, this message that Dr. Box gave is so important, especially around Thanksgiving. Just because you have a genetic connection with your family, and I know this is a little counterintuitive, but because we like to think of if we're part of the same family, we can share the germs, everybody will be protected. But the reality is, just because you have a genetic connection does not mean that if you're not in the immediate household that you can relax and not wear a mask. You need to be sure that we are isolating appropriately, trying to reduce that exposure. Be careful. We're worried about this holiday. I think all of us in public health in particular are worried about this holiday. Let's get through this one so that we can celebrate really the Thanksgiving of getting through COVID-19. And again, our hope, Governor and Dr. Box, is that our study has been helpful to you as you lead our state through this important public health crisis. Thank you, and back to you, Dr. Box.
Thank you, Dean Halverson and Dr. Nemekemi. Such important words of wisdom, and I'm so glad that you'll be able to stay on with us in case during our question and answer time they have questions for you. Rachel?
Abdul Hakim Shabazz, Indy Politics.
Early Thanksgiving. 2 questions real quickly. Dr. Box, from you, is there any data out there on once someone contracts COVID-19, how long they have it before, say, some of the symptoms tend to go away or disappear? And for you, Governor, Representative Stutzman penned a letter, was on Facebook, saying why she was stepping down, very critical of your administration, stay-at-home orders. Any sort of reaction to that?
So I'll go ahead and start, Governor. So, most people, if they are going to become symptomatic, will start to see symptoms between days 5 to 7. But as you know, Abdul, many people are asymptomatic with this, especially our younger population. So if you look at the entire population, maybe 40 to 45% of us never really develop symptoms, and our even younger population, that may be quite a bit higher, 60, 70, and even higher than that. So really, it's the reason we have such a difficult time controlling this disease.
Yeah, and I would my only reaction, Abdul, is good morning to you, whatever time zone you're in or whatever exotic place you find yourselves in celebrating this Thanksgiving. Afternoon here. In reaction to your question, I would say that I only wish her and her family well. So many. She points to a very important topic, and that is that so many individuals and so many Businesses have had to adjust and make changes to safely deal with the reality of this uber contagious, easily transmitted virus, this pandemic that's unprecedented in all of our lifetimes, and making sure that we're all doing everything that we can, not just to save lives and care for those who are in need of it, but also make sure that our healthcare network isn't strained beyond the ability to care for our neighbors. And it's just on the flip side of the coin, beyond inspiring to see all the small, medium, large Hoosier businesses that have become very creative, safety first, paramount, but become very creative in negotiating their way through this pandemic. And we will continue to not just be in contact, but rely on information from businesses all over the state of Indiana in every sector. And while it's encouraging to see some sectors actually having a better year than this year than they did last, as hard as that is to kind of wrap your brain around, others are hurting, and especially our hospitality industry. And there's nothing more than I'd like to have, massive conventions back and air travel back. That day will get here, and has been mentioned already a few times. When we get to that point, when we have vaccines, when we're down to a responsible level, and those packed gyms and packed churches become safe to do, all that hysteria that comes with it, that I look forward to that day. But until then, we have to be informed, and then we have to act on that information.
Meredith with WLFI.
Hello, Meredith.
Hi, good afternoon, Governor. Good afternoon, Dr. Box. So my question is concerning the 47 businesses that were not found to be in compliance. Was there any area in the state that was found to be more of like a problem area than any other parts of the state? And how were those businesses reprimanded, or were they reprimanded? And how are you making sure that they're continuing to now follow compliance now that they've already been warned, I guess, at least once?
Yeah, no, not to, and I don't know if Joe Herons is on deck here. We do have, I don't think Steve Cox, I think he is out in the field actually as we speak. But no one area stood out, but we have still, and Meredith, taken been in the posture of education and helping, and then working at making sure that the local, not just health department knows, but is taking the lead locally as well. Joe, if you're available, feel free to chime in. If not, we can get Meredith a breakout for you on those 47 of the 1,500 where they are, so you've got a kind of a pin in the map and see what the follow-up is. But it's all been local, and like I said, and what's been shared with me is most have been appreciative of, oh, that's how we can do it. And that's why I just, again, want to applaud so many local efforts, not just as of late, but they're starting to accumulate. And that's going to make a big difference across the whole state of Indiana, not just putting a blanket or having a blanket reaction, but looking at this regionally, county by county and regionally. And when we see Marion County and Allen County and St. Joe County thinking regionally, Elkhart, Monroe County, Vigo County, Hamilton County, Fishers, Petersburg, Marshall County, Tippecanoe County, West Lafayette, Lake Station, Huntington, Howard County, Clark County, Floyd County, Whitley County, Davies County, DeKalb County, Valparaiso. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. And these are all folks that are stepping up, not just in capacity, but in different efforts, communication. We've been in very close communication, regular, with AIM and with AIC, with our counties and our city sister organizations, and we'll be continuing to step up, and that's why we carved out that $20 million to help with educational efforts on the ground. That's what's going to make a difference, not just in the state of Indiana, but I think that's what's going to make a difference across the country.
Brandon Smith, Indiana Public Broadcasting.
Afternoon, Brandon.
Afternoon, Governor. Afternoon, Dr. Box. I have a question for you, Governor, and then a question for Dr. Box. First to you, Governor. What is the status of the $20 million, I think it was, that you're sending to local communities to help with this education effort around COVID-19? Have those funds been sent out yet? What's the status there?
Yeah. We put together the program, as you allude to, communication about that program went out to all of the counties last week, formally on Friday, to all the cities and towns. The IFA, the Indiana Finance Authority website has been updated, so they're ready to receive all those grant requests. And we did clarify, I think there was a couple questions about, was Marion County included in that as well? And yes, the answer is yes, they are. So we'll process as we receive.
And then Dr. Box, you talked already about how worried you are about a spike related to Thanksgiving, because we see a lot of people just ignoring all of the advice. What advice do you have for communities and healthcare systems who are sort of bracing for this surge amidst this already ongoing surge?
So our healthcare systems are doing an amazing job across the state of Indiana. They are partnering and collaborating with the state and with each other within their regions. And I think that is what we're going to have to continue to do. We're going to have them reach out when they need something, if they need to transfer patients, if they need more ventilators, if they do need more staff. We need to be there to try to help answer the calls that they have. And I think that our hospital system is incredibly well positioned to do that. They have been amazing partners from the very beginning of this pandemic with us.
Abigail with the Brown County Democrat.
Afternoon, Abigail.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Governor, Dr. Box, and happy Thanksgiving to both of you. I have two questions, and I think they're probably both for Dr. Box. My first question is, which days' data were used to inform the decision to change counties' color statuses today? We see that for Brown County, test results for November 19th to 24th are marked preliminary, and we know that recently test results were taking as long as a week to come back for people here. And do we have a full week's worth of data to accurately judge our level of spread?
So we use the data as of midnight on Sunday night. So it is a full 7 days of data, and whatever data has come in that time frame with regards to tests. So yes, if those tests lagged, if there was a 5-day wait or a 7-day wait for that to come through, then that has lagged a little bit there. We are seeing Optum turnaround times improving and working very hard to make sure that that's the case also with our local health department turnaround time. We don't have a lot of control over the national labs, but we are truly redistributing labs across the state of Indiana, have looked and sent labs to an external lab in another state, and are continuing to investigate every possibility. I think the use of the point of care tests with the BioNext cards also at our local health department testing sites not only gives individuals an immediate response to you're symptomatic and boom, your test is positive. So you need to isolate, and we need to know who your close contacts are, and here's the information for them. But it also helps to take the burden off of our labs or to decrease that burden.
Pierce with ABC 57.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Governor. It's actually Brian Coneybear at ABC 57. Pierce is my producer. Back to State Representative Christy Stutzman, who just announced her resignation because of she says, coronavirus restrictions on businesses. She runs the Barns at Napanee, which is a restaurant and entertainment venue, and she says it's been so difficult to run that business that she's had to do more work there and take on more responsibilities there, so she cannot be a full-time state legislator as well. And she says there was no input or approval from state lawmakers on these COVID restrictions, that they were your unilateral decisions. What's your response to that?
I'll let her speak for herself.
But you will not respond to that. You do not run these kind of things by any state lawmakers. It is your decision to put in the restrictions along with the health department?
Well, ultimately, it's my responsibility. And it's, as I said earlier, we are informed by multiple sources, including physicians, epidemiologists, scientists, business owners, various sectors, legislators, leadership. And I checked in with leadership on a regular basis over the last, months, asking if there was any appetite whatsoever for a special session, and there was none. And so I am seeking to continue to be collaborative. Ultimately, in a public health emergency, and with whether it's funding or agency decisions, that is, the buck stops on my desk, and that's my responsibility. And we can debate it, and we can certainly and will continue to. I'll be doing more, did a lot of meetings this week, and we'll be doing, as I mentioned, next week. We are informed businesses in northern, central, and southern Indiana, small, medium, and large, with organizations, with local officials. And so, I would have welcomed her input and still would. But I can't pretend to understand all the intricacies of that business or the projected blame on any one individual. We're living through a public health emergency, and we've got to rely on one another to get through it.
Carly with WPTA.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah, my question is just county and local health officials to make changes and restrictions. What types of things would you maybe recommend county by county be doing right now?
Well, and Dr. Box, you might want to talk a little bit about kind of the local Department of Health office and how we're working with them to make sure that they have the information. I mentioned capacity limits. And again, this has to be tailored toward each locality and what they're experiencing and what the testing and the tracing. And as we get more and more positive cases, tracing gets harder and harder and harder. Maybe Dr. Box, you can talk about that a little bit as well. But each local community, whether it be a mayor that we're talking to all over the state of Indiana, one might say, we're having issues with in-person church services. One might say we were having issues with sports gatherings. And so they addressed those origins of the spread. And that's what I would recommend as we become informed about where this is occurring, addressing those issues. And if it's bars or if it's gyms or if it's a curfew or if it's capacity, if it's there's a whole long list of different approaches according to what's going on in that local community. And so that's why we've taken this approach of how do we work with our local government and local elected officials to weather the storm. Dr. Box, anything to add to that? Or
I would only add that I think that we had several phone calls this week with not only the local public health individuals and the hospital representation, chief medical officers, CNOs, and also CEOs, but we also included elected officials from those areas. And it was a really good forum for elected officials to hear the struggles that their hospitals in their region were having. and the difficulty in being able to make sure that they could give optimal care to every patient that came through their doors. And so those kinds of things like, you know, as you mentioned, Governor, putting a curfew potentially on the area, or making sure that individuals are understanding that, you know, you could put a sign on your door and should put a sign on your door that says no shirt, no shoes, and no mask, no service. We all got used to the no shirt and no shoes. There's no reason we can't get used to the no mask. And encouraging them to make sure that if individuals want to come in and get service, this is what it's going to require. And if individuals are not able physically to wear a mask, then there's home delivery for pretty much anything that you want to get these days, and how we can help individuals do that. So we just go through bit by bit what those recommendations are, and they pick and choose the ones that work the best for their communities.
Yeah, and I would say, just if I could, Rachel, before we move on, what we're trying to do, again, is avoid, with the stress and the strain of our healthcare network, we want to make sure folks are informed and they realize just what we might have to give up in terms of potentially elective procedures or in a community, because it's been the case where I've just experienced this personally, where people say, well, I didn't know how stressed our local hospital was, but it does make a difference when you see the positivity rate, when you see the spread, when you see the hospitalizations in your local community, and you start to realize, you know, a cancer patient or an elective procedure might be put on hold if we continue on this trajectory. And so that's what we're trying to prevent. And right now we're being reactive because we're at, 12, 11% positivity rate. We got to get back down toward that 5% and then get to, some months down. We look at this in a very short-term and long-term simultaneous way. And that is short-term, daily, weekly, and a month, and then long-term, we're looking at 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. And we can see, again, I want to give people hope going into Thanksgiving that we will come around turn 4, and there will be therapeutics and vaccines available, multiple, and we've got the plan, as you've heard Dr. Weaver in the past and Dr. Box talk about today, deploy those. But until that time, and then through it, we're going to have to practice these, as Dean Halverson said, precautionary measures.
And I think, Governor, the point you made is really important, and that is that we can be very thankful that we do have vaccines that are showing this kind of efficacy and this kind of safety with no major complications. We could right now be having a group of vaccines coming back showing that they really didn't work. We had no idea, and that there are major complications or side effects with it. So I feel very blessed and very thankful that this year we do have that light at the end of the tunnel, but we've got to get past this burden right now and these high number of cases that we have, and the only way we're going to do that is if we start following these mitigation measures.
Bob with WTHR.
Afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon, Governor and Dr. Box. Governor, I'm very pleased that you and Mrs. Holcomb are continuing to feel well. So thank you for taking my questions.
Ready for me to get back to work.
I want to make sure you have a little bit of background for my questions here today. This week, 13 News reported the number of backlogged and pending unemployment claims in Indiana had grown to more than 1.2 million claims by the start of this month, which is a significant increase from the backlog just a couple of months earlier. And I've received hundreds of desperate messages from Hoosiers waiting for their unemployment, many of whose claims have been delayed and pending for 4, 5, 6, 7 months or more. And a contracted worker who talked to these people every day when they call the Department of Workforce Development call center helpline says that the Department of Workforce Development won't allow the contracted workers to resolve simple issues that could help relieve the backlog of cases. And the whistleblower says that those contracted workers who the state has paid $15 million to over the past 6 months, and I quote, really cannot help anybody at all because we are not allowed to. So I actually have a couple of questions for you about that. One is, what concrete steps, if any, are being taken to help alleviate the large backlog of pending unemployment cases that the state's facing right now? Second, will the state be shifting any resources so that the 300 contracted workers at Navient who answer the phones might instead actually be able to have the authority and training they need to resolve pending claims? And third, the state just extended Navient's contract for an additional year and $8.5 million when it appears that the contractors answering the unemployment helpline really can't provide much help. And I'm wondering why the state chose to do that.
Yeah. Fred Payne, I think you're at the ready. Would you please, you got all three of those questions, but will you please articulate or share just exactly the job descriptions and what Navient has been hired to do, how they're doing it, and then how the agency itself, adjudicators, et cetera, are following up, which are two different tasks. And then maybe you could, Fred, also add, not as an excuse, but as part of the education, your efforts to make sure that fraud isn't overtaking tax dollars as well.
Yes, Governor, thanks. And I think the question, understanding the question, I'll just start off by saying Navient was hired to help with an unprecedented volume of claimants navigate the unemployment system through our call center. The Navient contact center agents have provided significant help to hundreds of thousands of Hoosiers. And we are very appreciative of the work that they performed and the dedication that they've shown as contract employees doing that work. But Navient is only a portion of the DWD's efforts to meet the needs of claimants during this pandemic. We significantly increased the staff across the UI program. The role Navient played has been designed based on, in part, federal law and the complexity of the system and the time constraints of the pandemic. Their work has been adjusted as appropriate in our system. And the work at the call center that the people are doing is helping folks every day. But they're not all engaged in claims investigation work. That's not what they were all hired to do. Some do help on specific issues that are outside of customer service calls. But keep in mind, claims investigation work requires significantly more training than could be accomplished in a short period of time. So we do have the ability, and we do continue to move resources around to meet the demands and to meet the needs. Now, in terms of the number of claimants who are continuing to wait on claims that go beyond 21 days, first I'll say that, again, as we said from the beginning, every eligible Hoosier who files for unemployment insurance benefits will be paid their benefits. We've not wavered from that. We have had more than about 905,000 Hoosiers to request benefit payments. We have paid over 736,000 of those Hoosiers to the tune of about $6 billion in benefits. Now, the individuals who at this point are awaiting payment, there are a variety of reasons for that. Now, some of those in that number will include those who just filed for this week. But they're waiting because of standard claims adjuster issues, just some standard issues. Some of them are going to be denied. Not every individual who requests payment is eligible for payments. But then I'll also talk a little bit about the massive amount of fraud. If we ended up having a system that paid quickly and that we didn't require individuals to jump through a few steps, then fraud would overtake our system. And right now, I think everyone is aware of the amount of fraud that's occurring in the United States right now. Indiana is not one of the states, or is not a state that's left out of that mix. So we're dealing with a lot of the fraud. And we've put in a lot of measures to address fraud. Now, does that slow down our payment process? Absolutely. We want to make sure that we are providing eligible Hoosiers the payments, and we're not getting the information or getting payments out to those who don't deserve it. So we're continuing to work through that, and we are adjusting every week. When we end up seeing some of the downstream impact of some of the new processes that we had to put in place, or new programs that we had to put in place. As you recall, when we put those new programs in place, we did them pretty quickly. We did them in a matter of days and weeks, not months and years. And when you're doing that, sometimes the troubleshooting that would necessarily be in place, if you had months and a year to put those things in place, you can do those. So we do find from time to time that there are some downstream impact of troubleshooting that we have to adjust to, and we're doing that on a constant and a consistent basis. But I want to make sure that I do confirm that we are still paying Hoosiers at a rate of about 80 to 85% of those who file claims within 21 days. Our claims that go beyond 21 days, it's not in the millions. That is not accurate.
Thanks, Fred.
That concludes today's briefing. Governor Holcomb's next briefing will be next Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us. I'm Daytona Everett. We are bringing you all of these COVID-19 press conferences ahead of the holiday. It is about 6:15 out here in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's Thanksgiving Eve. A lot of you probably already hanging out at home, maybe getting prepared for a big Thanksgiving feast tomorrow. Happy holidays, happy early holidays. We'll have full coverage here on News Now from Fox tomorrow for Thanksgiving, talking to experts about everything you need to know to prepare those turkeys. We're talking about COVID-19. We're talking about mental health. We're covering all of the bases. We're also speaking a little bit with the Salvation Army, talking about the need for food this year. A lot of food insecurity, a lot of families unable to, put those dinners on the table. So important topics, definitely something you don't want to miss. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. But first, we're going to play out this story from our sister station in Chicago about teaching kids how to have gratitude during this time. So this is our sister station WFLD out there. After this, we'll take a commercial break, and then we'll play more out for you here on News Now from Fox.
And during this time of Thanksgiving, we all often reflect on the things that we are grateful for. But what about our children? Our next guest says it's important to teach our children to reflect and verbalize what they are grateful for. We are joined by Devorah Sides with Children's Lighthouse North Center, an early learning center that serves children in Chicago. Good morning to you, Devorah. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So you guys kind of did your own little experiment with your group, and I love this. You asked your kids at Children's Lighthouse to talk about what they are grateful for. So let's start with, why is it important to instill gratitude in children that are so young?
Well, it's a great habit to start really young. Teaching gratitude increases kids' positive emotions. It helps with optimism. It helps them feel happiness and love. It increases enthusiasm for things. And ultimately, you're going to end up with a kinder and more generous child if you can teach these skills at a really early age. And then if they feel grateful, it helps in stressful situations. They can cope with stress more easily and recover more easily. And it's just a really good way to boost their self-esteem.
So what are some activities that parents can do at home to encourage their children to practice that gratitude?
Well, I mean, the first and most easy thing they can do is start with some verbal prompts. Give them some ideas. What are you grateful for? Can you name 3 things that you see in the room that you're grateful for? Can you name 3 things that you can hear that you're grateful for? Another thing you can do with slightly older children is encourage them to keep a journal so that they can note down things that made them happy, made them feel really good. And so then they have a written thing to go back to that says like, oh, look at all these good things in my life. And kind of similarly, but for like little kids, you can do a gratitude jar where the whole family contributes to that, and you can actually see what you're grateful for all in one place.
And once you start saying it, then they get what you're going after, and then that's how they can learn as well. But I want you to share with us some of the responses that you got from your students when you asked them, because I understand you got some pretty great responses.
Well, the single most popular response we got was, I'm grateful for my parents, or I'm grateful for my family.
Right.
Which we're always happy to hear in young children. But we also heard, I'm grateful for my teachers. I'm grateful for my friends. I'm grateful for my pets. It kind of went all over the map, but everyone was super excited to tell us some things that they were thankful to have in their lives.
Okay, so if people want to go and learn more about your centers, where can they go? What's the website?
We're at childrenslighthouse.com/North Center Chicago.
Thanks for joining us. I think good information for all of us, not only for the kids, but also for the adults. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Happy Thanksgiving. And during the
Watching News Now from Fox, that was from our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago, talking about how to teach those kids to have gratitude during this time, what they are appreciative for. Sometimes those kids can be kind of funny in their responses, what they're grateful for. But like I said, we're going to take you out to a news conference from Austin, Texas. Austin Public Health was talking about coronavirus cases and how to be safe ahead of Thanksgiving. So we're going to play that out for you right now here on News Now from Fox. And we do just want to remind you, we're bringing you all of the live, raw, unfiltered news from across the country. Bring it to you as we see it, when it pops up. It's kind of a slow night right now as people are getting ready for Thanksgiving. To see any of our interviews, any of our events from throughout the day, go to our Twitter page, News Now Fox. We'd love for you to give us a follow on there so you can see everything. So if you miss something, you're not actually missing it. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, that update from Austin. Again, I'm Daytona Everett. Okay, so we obviously are having some technical issues on that, a few audio issues. So instead, we're going to switch gears and go to this update from a doctor. Our Safe Sister station in Chicago, Fox 32, broke down with a COVID-19 medical expert what to be expecting during this time of the year. And we'll get that press conference figured out for you in Austin, Texas.
We have connected with Dr. Zeke once again, so let's go back out to Northwestern Medicine. Good morning, Dr. Zeke.
Good morning.
Okay, I wanted to start talking to you about the CDC reconsidering reducing the quarantine period. Tell us why they would do this.
Well, there's two things that are driving this. The first is that we're finding with COVID fatigue, people just simply are not willing to quarantine for 14 days. They're not willing to miss that much work, that much school, et cetera. And so they're trying to figure out ways to shorten that period and still be safe. Mm-hmm. The second is that we have a lot more testing available than we used to. So they've worked in a negative test in their algorithm to figure out when people can return to work and school.
Okay, but I have to say, it makes me a little nervous to think we were told 14 days and now we're being told, okay, you know what, 10 will do just so you can get out and about. Is this going to cause a health threat in any way?
So much greater than 90% of people after day 10 have already shown symptoms. And so that is a very small percentage that is left, and we feel with a negative test that should further eliminate that. And it's, again, much preferable than people that are just plain not going into quarantine at all because they don't want to spend that 14 days out of sync.
Okay, now let's talk about this New York Times article. They did an interview with several epidemiologists who say household gatherings do spread coronavirus, but they do not make up the bulk of the cases that we're seeing and not solely responsible for this surge, as so many of our leaders have been saying. They say nursing homes, factories are still the hot spots. Is not enough being done to reduce the spread in those facilities? And as a result, are we as a country not getting control of this because the rules are so disjointed and not universal? It seems like almost cherry picking.
Sure. People are trying to do the best they can with a very small amount of data. We have a saying in academic medicine, and that is the lack of data to prove something is not the same as having data that disproves something. And what that means is when they look at the sources of these coronavirus infections, there's a lot that they can't figure out where it came from. For instance, the Minnesota data, they found in over 200,000 infections that about 6% they could trace to restaurants and bars. About 8% they could trace to large community gatherings. And they couldn't prove that there was a very significant amount that came from small home gatherings. But 56% of the infections, they had no idea where they came from. And therefore, it still could be that they're coming from small, untraceable contacts with friends and family. So we have to do things that make sense in the absence of data. And if you're sitting around a table inside with people not wearing masks because you're eating, we say that is a potential source. Yes, it's not the only source, but coming up on a Thanksgiving holiday, we ask people to use some common sense. And if they don't absolutely have to get together, that's one way of limiting the spread.
Okay, good explanation there. Let's talk about the vaccine, because news today that when that vaccine does become available, there are going to be side effects. So we've been warned it's not going to be a walk in the park. Tell us what those side effects are, and are you concerned it's going to prevent people from getting this vaccine?
This is a very powerful vaccine. The more powerful the vaccine, the greater the side effects. And people were experiencing headache, muscle aches, even fevers, and that's very common for this magnitude of a vaccine. I also see it in the Shingrix vaccine that reduces your risk of shingles by over 90%, close to 97%. There are people that have fevers up to 103 with that vaccine, but it only lasts a day or two at the most. So I do think it's important that people know that so that they don't get the vaccine right before they go on vacation or right before a big event. But it shouldn't prevent people from getting the vaccine and being protected for a long period of time.
Okay, and finally, tomorrow, Thanksgiving, the beginning of the holiday season, there's been a big push to tell people it is not too late to cancel your large gathering plans. So here you go, Dr. Zeke, your final word on this.
So just like that gentleman said earlier in the broadcast, we want people to know this is a very real situation, that the virus is exploding all around us. So everybody's going to have to make their own decisions based on their exposure history, the risk of the people at home. But the safest thing to do is to stay at home right now so that people stay healthy for future celebrations in a less dangerous time.
Well, I want you and your family to have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. Thanks for all you do for us here. We appreciate you. So have a wonderful holiday season, but hope to see you next week.
Wonderful. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay. You're watching News Now from Fox. That was Fox 32 Chicago talking about that new CDC quarantine length that they announced, and then also vaccine side effects. Kind of interesting topics right there to be diving into. So we did get that audio figured out for the Austin Public Health briefing ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. So we're going to play that out for you here on News Now from Fox. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but after that, you'll get that full briefing.
And keep your distance.
Thank you. Now to our pool reporter, Ryan Otulo from Austin American Statesman. Ryan?
Good morning.
The first question is from us. What would need to happen for Austin to begin treating patients at the convention center? Is that close to happening?
So we're not close to that point just yet. In order for the convention center to open as the alternate care site, we would have to have exhausted our hospital resources, filled all of the beds, filled the hospitals to capacity, and also exceeded their surge capacity as well. The hospitals are taking several measures to expand their capacity as much as possible to have extra beds. However, what we are finding a rate limiting step here is the staffing. Where we have beds, we have equipment, but the staff are needed to take care of those patients. And as more people are out sick with the virus or exposure to the virus, then that reduces the available staff. We count on our hospital partners to let us know when it's time, when they need to cry uncle and when they're full, although we are monitoring their status on a day-to-day basis.
From Estonia, Dr. Pickett said yesterday that demand for COVID testing has increased, but that turnaround times are still quite quick. Are you concerned about lab backlogs like those over the summer?
Well, we'll always be concerned about that happening again, although we have more lab partners that can perform the tests, and our various labs have increased their capacity for performing those tests. So we're fortunate in that right now we are not bumping up against the limits of that capacity. If demand increases, continues to increase significantly, then we may get to that point again, although right now we look like we're in very good shape.
And I'll just add that, as Dr. Pickett mentioned, there are plenty of labs out there in the community that are offering laboratory testing or tests available for COVID, and a lot of rapid testing that's gone online and is available to the community. So we hope that will help reduce the turnaround time. And we are seeing increases coming into Austin Public Health as far as lab results and reporting that we're following up on. But we're hoping we don't have that backlog like we did back in June and July.
From KVUE, last night, KVUE did a story on a nightclub reopening its doors Friday, despite Travis County prohibiting bars and nightclubs from opening. Does Austin Public Health think it's okay that the COVID-19 response team only works until 8 p.m. and therefore its code inspectors cannot find violations at bars and nightclubs that are open later?
The enforcement team is a team of several members. Along with code enforcement, you have the Fire Marshal's Office, you have Austin Police Department, and Environmental Health Services. And so the goal is that if anyone has a concern, we would want them to go ahead and call 311, and we would make sure that the appropriate individual will be dispatched for that response. One of the other things is very that we want to just remind folks, because a lot of times individuals don't want to reach out and make that call. But it is important for you when you have that call and you make that call to keep us all safe, and our staff will respond.
From CBS Austin, what does contact tracing show are the most recent spreader sites beyond extracurricular activities at schools and at private gatherings?
I would say some of the things that we're starting to see are club activities, like club sport activities, or activities where folks may be enrolled in I don't want to say a gym, but you know, lessons of some sort outside of the home, but they're sort of still kind of mostly tied to those extracurricular activities that you see. And again, a lot of them are still tied to social gatherings, people attending baby showers, people attending weddings, and in some cases, people attending funerals. You know, again, right now, I just want to re-emphasize, we're getting at the point where we have cases that are climbing each day and we're seeing high numbers. We have widespread community spread of COVID. So if you are outside of your home and you encounter a person that is not part of your household, you are placing yourself at potential risk for a disease transmission. So right now I would say there isn't you need to be mindful that there might not be a safe place for you to be, that you need to keep your distance and avoid high risk behavior.
The department is averaging, our 7-day average is 300 tests in our community. And so it's important for us, as Dr. Pichette said, is that we are at a point of community spread. And so if you're around individuals that you may be even having dinner with, you tend to let your guard down with individuals that don't live in your household. So it's going to be important for you to maintain that mask when you are not eating, and make sure that you are also using your social distancing as well, even in a setting where you're having maybe a dinner with a friend. The other thing that is important that we are seeing across the board, you did mention extracurriculum, and that those are, you know, pretty significant. So whether it's football, whether it's dance clubs, whether it is other types of clubs, those are the types of settings where we are seeing, that's where our contact tracing is showing the infections are happening.
Director Hayden, I think you said here 300 tests a day. Did you mean 300 cases a day?
300 cases a day, 300 positive cases a day. Yes, thank you.
I was going to say, we're doing a lot more than 300 tests a day. We're doing well over 1,000 tests a day.
From Co-op Radio, the initial national vaccine distribution plan is based on population, not on risk or COVID case numbers. Secretary Azar leaves it up to the individual states to determine how they distribute their pro rata vaccine allotments. What has the governor announced to you?
The department is working very closely with the Texas Department of State Health Services. We are in weekly meetings with them as we discuss the state's plan. It is going to be important for us to ensure that we get that information firsthand. We bring that back to our community and we share it with our partners, as well as our Vaccine Distribution Coalition Task Force. And so we will continue to provide those updates. So we will be ready to provide the vaccine when it comes to our city and town.
And I'll just add that the Department of State Health Services has just recently released the guiding principles and priority groups that their vaccine planning committee has established. And so they've created a vaccine advisory panel who's determined what priority groups would be the first priority groups to be vaccinated. And so as we obtain and collect that information from them, it helps us guide us in our planning so that we can be prepared to distribute vaccine accordingly.
From KXAN, what preparations are Austin Public Health and the Code Enforcement Department making to enforce COVID-19 guidelines on Thanksgiving? Will code enforcement officers be staffed and responding to complaints, or will that be left to the police and other departments?
We encourage individuals, if they have any concerns, to go ahead and dial 311. At that time, the responsive department will respond to that call. We typically do have individuals that are working, even if it is a holiday, and so we are ready to respond.
From community impact, does the city or county have any additional flu vaccine distribution events planned that will also serve as COVID-19 vaccine drills?
We have completed 2 events this year. One, a smaller scale event at Dove Springs Recreation Center. And then the larger scale event was held at the Expo Center. Prior to that, our staff participated in a virtual tabletop exercise. And so based upon that, those experience with those events, as well as our plans that we have in place, we are ready to provide distribution, whether it's at a clinic or whether it's at a pod. We are ready. Point of dispensing unit, we are ready to provide vaccine to our community.
And I will add that you can always go to austintexas.gov, I think /flu or /flu, to identify locations where you can get a flu vaccine through our Big Shots program or our Shots for Tots program. Again, it's also available in commercial retail pharmacies. You can step up and get a flu vaccine in those locations as well. But again, as we begin our vaccine planning and distribution of vaccine, we're looking at all modalities that we typically use for vaccine distribution, whether it be for flu, to be used for COVID vaccine as well.
From KView, for those who are traveling, what recommendations would you give for them to do so as safe as possible? And what should they do when they arrive at their destination or return home from traveling?
Well, the first recommendation, of course, is to avoid traveling, particularly in groups and gathering with groups. The fewer the people you're around, the safer that's going to be. Anytime you have to be around others, we recommend that happens outdoors, that you wear a mask, and that you keep 6 feet distance between you and those others. Now, we are grateful to see that there are a lot of people who are going and getting tested right now, that this testing demand has increased. However, a test does not buy you a ticket to a gathering. As we've seen, you can be incubating the virus and test negative initially, and then still a day or two later develop symptoms and be infectious. So it's important that people understand the limitations of testing prior to gathering, that it does not mean that you are safe to attend the gathering necessarily. And of course, if you're feeling any symptoms, even mild symptoms, such as a stuffy nose, a sore throat, a fever, a loss of sense of taste or smell, then do not be around other people.
And I will just add to what Dr. Pickett says is in our case investigation, what we're typically seeing on a lot of our positive cases more recently is that many individuals think that they are suffering from allergies. You know, I thought it was just allergy symptoms. could be nasal congestion and scratchy throat or mild sore throat, and they end up being positive. So even some of these mild symptoms could be indicative of COVID-19. So if you experience any type of symptom, you need to consider that you are infectious in some way until you have a test that proves otherwise. So you need to be careful. Just to add on with what Dr. Pickett also said about travel, if you do travel, you need to avoid any kind of high-risk activities at your destination. So you are entering into a place or into somebody's home, and you have not been in their home for, for 14, you haven't been able to quarantine yourself for a 14-day period, and you may have placed yourself at risk en route to that destination. So just be careful that you are, just make sure that you are avoiding high-risk activities, keeping your distance, and making sure that you continue to wear your face covering when you are around other individuals.
Co-op Radio asks, what are your criteria for successfully achieving herd immunity in Texas?
So we think that immunity of somewhere around 70%, 60 to 70% of the population will help. However, it is very important that we do not try to achieve this herd immunity through the spread of infection. The mortality and the morbidity, the long-term effects of this virus are just coming to light now, and the personal cost of getting herd immunity through uncontrolled spread of infection is just far too high for us to bear. Our best bet for achieving that herd immunity is, as we have with other diseases, and that is through vaccination.
And a measure for success for me would see a downward trend of positive cases and a flattening of the curve again. That to me would be the ideal measure of success.
And for me, success would be is that, we have the vaccine, we have a cure, we have most of the people in Austin, Travis County has received that vaccine. And while we're moving through that process, we continue to wear our mask and social distance and wash our hands. And lastly, we definitely get that positivity rate below 3%.
From KXAN, how soon do you believe Austin residents will have access to the vaccine, and at what percentage? And does APH have any plans to assist rural areas with vaccine distribution?
Our vaccine coalition task force is a regional task force. We have members from Williamson County, Hayes, Travis, and Bastrop, as well as the state of Texas. And so in those conversations, we are definitely planning our efforts together. And so we are, with those relationships that we've built, for example, with Bastrop County, we are planning very closely with them because they are a smaller county. They're right next to us. And so it's going to be important for us to continue those conversations. As far as what we are anticipating, we have to follow what the state has provided for us as far as the timeline. We know the initial timeline in December. We will receive for phase 1. And so we're looking forward to phase 2 because phase 2 will have additional providers. So not just the hospitals, but it will also include Austin Public Health and community care, for example, but we'll have other providers that are typically pharmacy providers in our community. And so that will help us to be able to provide the vaccine across our community starting hopefully January, moving further into the year. We can never anticipate exactly how much we are going to receive, but we will be ready to provide the vaccine to our community with our partners.
From Fox 7, what is your level of concern that the airport is full of people traveling? And are we going to see higher numbers post-Thanksgiving?
I'll just say my level of concern whenever I see any kind of people congregating in any situation is that they are placed themselves at risk of disease transmission and being potentially exposed to a COVID positive person. We are already in a state where we have increases in cases in our community and throughout the United States and throughout our state. You know, the city of Austin's faring much better than other areas of Texas. However, we do have increase in cases. And so I would definitely expect that in 2 to 3 weeks, we will have an even higher number of cases that result from gatherings that occur over the Thanksgiving holidays. And I have concerns about that.
I share Janet's concern, and we know that folks are getting together during this holiday season. We know that these family gatherings are driving a lot of spread of infection, and we will, as we did after Easter and Memorial Day and Independence Day, we will see families that are devastated by the spread of this disease. According to an Ohio State study, the respondents, 38% of them said that they did plan to gather in groups larger than 10 during the holiday, and a quarter said that they had no intention of doing any kind of protective measures such as masking or distancing. So when I hear that and I see that here's this national holiday that is associated with family and togetherness, that worries me a lot for what we're going to see a couple weeks from now.
I too share the concerns that Dr. Pickett and Janet has shared with you. We know that we will do everything we can to really provide any type of assistance. You know, we will say these are the things you can do that will be a low risk. These are the things that will be a moderate risk. And these are the things that will be a higher risk. And so as we have prepared in the past, we're hopeful because we've had some folks that have shared that they did make changes with their plans, and they are going to do things virtually. They have created new traditions, and so we are excited to hear about that. However, we are prepared with our staff and our teams just to be in a collaborative space once we return, and we'll continue to monitor how the infection rate is happening for us in Travis County.
Thank you, Stephanie. That concludes our media availability for today. We'd like to say thank you to APH Director Stephanie Hayden, Dr. Jason Pickett, and Chief Epidemiologist Janet Pichette, and to our pool reporter from Austin American-Statesman. Thank you for joining us today, and have a great one.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was an Austin COVID-19 update warning people against gathering for the holidays. We're going to play out another press conference for you, this one coming out of Santa Clara County in California. The statewide curfew for counties in California's purple tier, which is the most restrictive in California's tiered system to respond to the pandemic. They're requiring retailers to close their doors from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. and residents to shelter in place as well, with some exceptions, such as for grocery stores, which might be a big one for Thanksgiving. But Santa Clara County specifically will also be stricter in enforcing capacity limits and social distancing protocols this weekend by suspending the grace period for fines starting on Thanksgiving and lasting until Sunday. So let's listen in to those health officials out there talking about the suspension of these enforcements. Also, something to look forward to in the next hour. Andrew Kraft will be taking over. He has a live interview to talk about Michael Flynn and that full pardon from President Trump today. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into what that means. So again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're bringing you live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news throughout the day from across the country. Let's head to California for this update.
And unfortunately, we've had to come out several times because the situation's not getting better here in Santa Clara County with respect to COVID. It's actually getting a lot worse. Yesterday, we had 512 new cases reported to us, setting yet again another record. 213 hospitalizations, including 45 new hospitalizations, yet again setting another record. Our COVID cases and hospitalizations are surging here in Santa Clara County, just as they are elsewhere in California and across the nation. But we're very concerned about what is happening here in our community. We are extremely concerned about what this means for our hospital's ability to care for not only people with COVID-19, but for other people who need access to care in our hospitals. This is a time of year when normally hospitals get more full, and a lot of the models and projections don't account for that. And so we're even more concerned than with some of the surges we saw, for example, over the summer. We do not want to be in a place where we see the kinds of challenges in our hospitals that unfortunately some communities elsewhere in the United States and around the world have had to deal with. And so we absolutely need everyone to come together here in Santa Clara County right now for this Thanksgiving to do our collective part to stem this COVID-19 surge. First, for Thanksgiving, we are urging all residents, do not have gatherings and do not travel, period. We know that can be difficult. We know it's been a long time, but right now is a critical moment. Second, with respect to shopping and retail, we all want to patronize our local businesses, but we've got to do so in a safe manner. That's important, obviously, for the health and well-being of our residents. That's important to avoid serious illness and death. It is also important to support our local economy to rein in this surge. To do so, we will be having ramped up enforcement. We're engaging other partners, such as County Fire and many others, to help with those efforts. We will be looking vigorously at capacity. We do not want crowds. That a crowded situation promotes the spread of COVID. It is imperative that people wear face coverings, maintain social distance, and that all businesses are enforcing those requirements strictly and at all times. We know that we can do this together as a community. We've done it before. We will do it again. But the time to act is now. And the time to act is now precisely because we do have so much to be grateful for. this Thanksgiving as a community, and we want to be able to continue to be grateful for those so many things, including our families, our friends, and our neighbors. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Marty Fenstersheim.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me with my mask? If I yell? Yes? Okay. So, as Mr. Williams was saying, we are really, really concerned. All of the metrics that we have been following that have done well in previous months are now going up very steeply. Our positivity rate in general in our county is rising, and especially in our most affected communities, in the Latinx community, it's rising even faster. Our case reports have told us that our numbers are higher than they have ever been. If we look back in July, when we were really worried about an increase then, we saw 385 cases as a maximum in July. And as James reported, and as we have seen, our numbers are now much higher. We were at 512 cases today. Tomorrow may be higher, and we expect that to be the case. Hospitalizations. We need our hospitals. Not only is this the winter season when we see more flu, but we're expecting to see more COVID cases in the hospital, and they only have a limited number of beds. We can't depend on our counties next to us because they are under the same stress and strain. They can't provide us with beds in their counties, so we are on our own, and our hospitals are hurting at this point. We have got to do what we need to do to protect them. Social distancing. So what can we do? The basics is, how do we save those hospital beds? We save those hospital beds by keeping people out of the hospital. How do you keep out of the hospital? You keep from getting infected. I know the messages are the same. We're tired of it. We're all fatigued, but we have to continue on. Social distance, stay away from people at least 6 feet. Try not to gather in large groups of people. Try to limit the numbers of people around you. And I have my mask on, and I keep it on all the time because recent studies have even shown that this mask is so important, and it can prevent 60, 70, 80% of infections. And some new data has also shown us that the majority of time when we are infecting others is when we are not experiencing any symptoms whatsoever. Perhaps up to 60% of the times when people are infecting others or are infectious themselves, they have absolutely no symptoms. So if you're worried about staying away from somebody because they have a cough or they look sick, be more worried about the people that are close to you that have no symptoms. And we sometimes think that our family members, our friends, we know them, they're okay, they've done the right thing. Not the case. We need to take responsibility for each other and take care of each other, and this is what we have to do. It's just not that hard to put on a mask and leave it on. As far as our holidays are concerned, we're hearing really distressing data that people are traveling, and that's not good. We need to take this time, this holiday season, to just stay at home with our families, keep the numbers very small. Maybe next year. The hope is that next year we can enjoy our Thanksgivings with our families and our winter holidays also. But this year, we just have to basically be more strict because it's going to protect your family, yourself, your coworkers, and it will allow people to not have to go into the hospital and not fill up the beds, and we will save lives. I can't stress this enough, and I urge everyone, in order to save lives, please take the responsibility of doing it. It is not so hard to wear a mask. Do it this year, and next year, I think things will be better. Thank you.
morning. Michael Ballier, the Director for the Community and Business Engagement and Enforcement Branch here in the Emergency Operations Center. I'm here to just reiterate what we said earlier this week, which is our team will be taking an enhanced enforcement approach in the coming days to help stem some of the surge of what we're seeing right now. It is critically important that businesses that are operating have filed their social distancing protocol, and as a consumer that you understand the expectation that business has on you and that we ask you to honor that. You can look up if a business has filed their social distancing protocol on the county's website, which is sdp.sccgov.org. Our enforcement officers will be looking at a variety of things, but in particular, we'll be looking at capacity limitations, making sure that stores aren't overcrowded, making sure that those social distancing protocols, that orange check mark has been posted, and that the business is committed to doing the right thing. We'll also be looking at face coverings and enforcing face coverings at the business locations. It's critical for the employees in those locations as well as members of the public to ensure those precautions are being taken. We have also announced that as part of our enhanced protocol and enforcement, we will be suspending the grace period that we many times provide to business owners, again in the hopes of ensuring that they are well prepared in advance of a potentially busy shopping season. Our goal continues to be compliance with the health officer orders, and in fact, just building upon much of the education and outreach that we've been doing for the last several months, are now at a point where it is vital that we ensure accountability at every level. It's important to note that enforcement officers will not be asking for money on the spot. Business owners that are assessed a fine will be provided the appropriate instructions on how to pay that fine. And in addition, our enforcement officers will be easily identifiable. They will have appropriate identification as well as identifying vest that will clearly mark who they are. I just want to again, point out to everybody that at this point we really need everybody's assistance in ensuring a safe shopping season. And I want to appreciate some of our partners, such as Chief Bowden, who is here to assist us in some of those efforts by being some of our eyes and ears out there, in addition to some of our other partners throughout the county. And so I'll turn it over to Chief to say a few words.
Good morning. I'm Tony Bowden, Fire Chief, Santa Clara County Fire Department. Thank you for being here today. I just want to reiterate some of the comments that you have heard so far and just add a little bit more from the fire perspective. It's been a tough year. We're all fatigued. Our firefighters are fatigued from a very difficult wildfire season that include dealing with COVID-19 during that wildfire season, and our healthcare workers are fatigued as well. And what we've been saying around the firehouse is COVID-19 fatigue is a real thing. But this is a pretty amazing county. I'm very proud and honored and humbled to work for this county because of the resiliency that Santa Clara County has always exhibited. The time today is the time for all of us to rally. And I want to provide you with one acronym, the very first one I learned in the fire service, and that was TEAM. Believe it or not, it's an acronym. Together, everyone achieves more. It's not big efforts, it's little actions. And together, those little actions combined will help this county, again, be the resilient county it has been and get through this pandemic. But it will take all of us. Santa Clara County Fire is very happy and proud to support the county in the efforts through this holiday weekend to ensure that our businesses are in compliance and keeping limitations on the folks for the health order into those businesses so that we can save lives. So with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Chavez. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Bowden. And I do want to say thank you to all of you being here today. And what he said is right. Like all of us, we can do something about keeping people safe. So what can you do this weekend? I know for many of you that shopping and Black Friday is a part of your tradition, your holiday tradition, getting those deals. Here's what I want to implore upon you. One is, let's not crowd into any store. Know that you're going to wait, and let's bring just the knowledge that we're going to wait. Be patient. Bring a book, bring your iPhone, bring something to read, bring a chair if you need to and you can't stand a long time and you're going to be outside of a store waiting to go in. What we want to make sure of is that we're creating environments where everybody is safe. We're doing the safest things we can do for each other. And I also just want to remind you, we have a lot of essential workers that don't have the option of not going to work. And if you are behaving in an unsafe manner, you're putting the person who's putting groceries in a bag for you, you're putting the person who's stocking the shelves, you're putting the driver who's bringing that food to those stores, you're putting the clerk who's helping you choose a gift in danger. So let's be kind, let's be patient, and let's do this together. The last thing I want to say is that I just want to acknowledge something that Chief Bowden said that I think is really, really critical. When we think about this holiday, at least for me, I think about gratitude. And I am so grateful to each of you who've really done what you can to keep yourselves and your families safe. I'm grateful to the healthcare workers who haven't missed a beat, who are working really hard now, even as our hospital beds are filling up. I'm grateful to the members of the EOC who've been getting information out in every language imaginable, haven't had a day off, haven't had time to spend with their families. I'm grateful to the people, the men and women, the fire department and our police officers are going to go out, and code enforcement officers, to make sure people are being safe. And I say that because I think in an abundance of gratitude, let us treat each other like we are family, because our lives really do depend on it. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to head into question and answers next, but before we start, I want to let everybody know that we do have PIO representatives to provide one-on-one interviews and statements in Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese after this press conference. We do have Assistant Health Officer, Dr. Elsa Villarino, who will be providing a Spanish language statement after the Q&A portion is done. So we'll start with Q&A. To make sure everyone's questions are answered, I will be calling on folks. I see you over there. Okay, I'm going to turn that over to James to provide my answer. Sorry. So can you repeat the question?
All right, so we've been listening for about the last 20 minutes to this press conference out of Santa Clara, California, about all of the coronavirus restrictions that they've put in place, especially with the Thanksgiving holiday just tomorrow. We did want to hit this other big story of the day that we've been mentioning here on News Now from Fox, having to do with Michael Flynn, and we're just going to play some of this file video for him at the moment. And I just want to read some of the particulars of the story. President Trump pardoned his former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, today, ending a years-long prosecution in the Russia investigation that saw Flynn twice plead guilty to lying to the FBI and then reverse himself before the DOJ stepped in to dismiss his case. The president tweeting today, "It is my great honor to announce that General Michael T. Flynn has been granted a full pardon. Congratulations to General Flynn and his wonderful family. I know you will now have a truly fantastic Thanksgiving." But we do have, we want to break this story down for you, and we're being joined by Princeton political science professor Keith Whittington. And Keith is joining us live via Skype here. And he's going to break down the nature of the presidential pardon and the power and where it's derived from for us here on News Now from Fox. Keith, thanks so much for being with us today.
My pleasure.
I kind of wanted just to wonder at the moment, you know, this has always been something, especially lame duck presidents. They have the power to do this. They they kind of hurry to do this in the last months of office. But in your estimation, President Trump has issued a number of these pardons, especially to close friends and close allies. Is this unprecedented, or is this kind of a run-of-the-mill type thing for presidents who are going out of power?
Well, I wouldn't say it's run-of-the-mill, but nor is it unprecedented. We've seen past presidents, especially, as you say, after the election, as they're about to leave office, issue often their most controversial pardons. Some of those pardons are sometimes to close associates, either to that president or sometimes past presidents of related administrations. So George H.W. Bush, for example, issued a series of pardons to figures from the Iran-Contra scandal late in his presidency. So we've seen some of these kinds of things before. One thing that's striking about President Trump is he's issued a lot of controversial pardons all through his administration. He hasn't saved them up until this lame duck period, but undoubtedly we're about to get a stream of controversial pardons now.
And Professor Whittington, do you expect kind of more pardons? I mean, we only have so many days left of the Trump administration. Are you anticipating this? Are you watching this for even more pardons, especially those who are tied up in the Russia investigation as well?
It seems very likely that President Trump is going to pardon more people. I think the question is just who exactly he winds up pardoning and when. One thing that's a little striking about the president's practice in issuing pardons is he doesn't just issue dozens of pardons all at once. He likes to string them out, issue them one at a time. And so we will probably get a steady drumbeat through his remaining days of office of additional pardons. Undoubtedly, lots of people involved in the Russia investigation, either who've already been prosecuted and sometimes convicted, but may also pardon some people who have not yet been brought up on charges simply in order to cut off the possibility of future investigations and prosecutions.
So I kind of want to just transition the conversation now to kind of focus more on, for those who are not constitutional scholars, they don't follow politics.
Sure.
This seems like a lot of power to place in one individual in the executive branch. Can you kind of walk us through where does this power derive from? Is it in the Constitution? And has it been abused more recently in modern presidencies rather than in the past? So we can kind of talk about that. This is NewsNOW from Fox. We have a lot of time. It's a digital stream,
sure.
So feel free.
Yeah, it's a quite sweeping power, and so in the sense that it's not constrained in the federal Constitution. The president has pure discretion to issue pardons. On the other hand, one of the reasons why the pardon power is entrusted to the president is because it's also a very selective power. It is only the power to pardon a single individual of federal crimes specifically. So it has lots of consequences for that one individual, has a lot fewer consequences for the political system as a whole, unlike, say, for example, whether or not the president could withdraw funds from the federal treasury on his own without congressional approval. The president does not have that power precisely because that's the kind of power that's seen as much more consequential. And as a consequence, the Constitution takes more care to limit that power. The pardon power that exists in the U.S. Constitution is mentioned explicitly, the president in Article 2 of the Constitution, which lays out the president's power, specifically grants the president the ability to pardon people for crimes against the United States. It doesn't impose any real restrictions on that power, either as to process or the kinds of crimes that can receive a pardon. That's a power the framers were familiar with. Existed with colonial governors. It existed in the English system. Before that, it was exercised by the monarch. And that's one of the components of the English system that they carried forward into the American system. And likewise, of course, the state constitutions include very similar powers for state governors as well. But in part, out of an experience that sometimes the pardon powers are used, the pardons are controversial. A lot of state constitutions impose a lot more restrictions on how governors can exercise the power than we have done with federal constitutions. The states have learned from experience, decided governors with the same kind of power the president has were going to be too likely to abuse that power, and so they're a bit more imposed. Undoubtedly, the Trump administration will generate some calls for a constitutional amendment of the federal Constitution to try to rein in the pardon power a little bit and limit how presidents might be able to exercise it.
That was also something I was wondering as well. Has there been in the recent past, any efforts to limit this sweeping power, whether outside groups or through the courts or even in Congress? Can you maybe speak to something like that?
Sure. Well, there's not much that the courts can do, or even Congress by statute can do to restrict how the president exercises the pardon power. There's not a lot of case law on the pardon power, but there is a little bit. And in the cases in which these scope of pardons have been challenged in the courts, the U.S. Supreme Court has tended to say that the president has a great deal of discretion here. It's a quite sweeping power and can't be restricted by Congress. And there have been occasions in American history where Congress did try to limit the consequences of presidents issuing pardons simply through statutes. And the courts have been clear that you can't do that. So really the only way of seriously restricting the presidential pardon power is through a constitutional amendment. Controversial pardons do generate some talk about the possibility of constitutional amendments. That's true of other features of the Constitution as well, that when there are particular controversies surrounding some particular aspect of the Constitution, suddenly people start talking about the possibility of amending it. We've seen that with the Electoral College, for example, that we ignored for long periods of time, but then when there's some controversy, suddenly we want to amend it. That's true about the pardon power as well. None of those proposed amendments have gotten very far. There's lots of disagreement about what exactly a pardon amendment ought to look like. So you can imagine an amendment that specifically carves out lame duck pardons and excludes the president from his ability to issue pardons after the election and before the next inaugural. You can imagine a constitutional amendment that specifically disempowers the president from self-pardoning. There's lots of controversy about whether or not self-pardons would be valid, but we can take those controversies off the table by having an explicit constitutional amendment. You could imagine a constitutional amendment that restricts the ability of presidents to issue pardons to family members, for example, which is one of the sources of controversy in the past and might well be a source of controversy again coming up. But again, it's been hard to actually settle on any specific set of restrictions that we might want to impose on the president's pardon power. And then, of course, moving it through the process of actually passing a constitutional amendment is always very difficult. And there's other things Congress wants to do that often seems more pressing.
I kind of wanted to just kind of compare outgoing presidencies at the moment, or just presidencies themselves. We already mentioned that, the President Trump has issued these pretty consistently throughout his term, not saving all of them for these last several days. But in your estimation, has President Trump issued more or less pardons than presidents in the past, or is the nature of his pardons something to look for that's especially unique?
I believe he's issued fewer pardons than a lot of recent prior presidents have. President Obama, for example, issued a very large number of pardons, many near the end of his term of office. President Trump has been, I think, more selective about who he's willing to pardon. He's been more focused on pardoning particular individuals rather than very large groups of individuals. But a lot of those pardons have been controversial, whereas prior presidents are often pardoning people for things that are relatively uncontroversial. There are people who have been convicted and already served their sentences in the past. They've done something to redeem themselves in their lives, and the pardon is a way of recognizing that. President Trump has used his pardon power more selectively, but in some ways more controversially. By focusing on crimes that seem more controversial, people who are closer to him than presidents normally do, people who have not demonstrated the same kind of extended process of building their life after the offense, such that it seems like they've really turned a new leaf on their life. That's not been the general practice of how President Trump has approached pardons, although he has issued some in that regard. President Trump's also unusual in that he hasn't really used the Justice Department. Traditionally, presidents rely upon the Justice Department to vet potential pardons, to make recommendations to the president about who ought to be pardoned, assemble evidence about those people and what offenses they were convicted of or being accused of, and try to inform the president about how to exercise the pardon power relatively consistently over time. President Trump has largely ignored the Justice Department. He's acted on his own in issuing pardons, and as a consequence, his pardoning has been more idiosyncratic than lots of prior presidents have.
And just for those watching too, maybe just in Article 2, 101, can you kind of just describe, the difference between a pardon, issuing a full pardon and granting full clemency? Can you kind of make the distinction?
Sure. So a pardon completely relieves the individual of the potential guilt of his offense, so he cannot be tried in a criminal trial, can't be convicted and sentenced. A commutation, on the other hand, often is issued later, after people have already served the sentence, or at least part of the sentence at that point, and merely grants a partial relief from the legal burdens of having been convicted. Whereas a pardon can be issued even before somebody is prosecuted for a crime, let alone after they've already served the sentence, for example, after a conviction.
And just lastly, Keith, thanks for sticking around here on NewsNOW.
Sure.
But I wanted to kind of go into the parameters of the Michael Flynn case. So this has been, a years-long effort at the DOJ. Recently, the most recent news coming that the DOJ wanted to dismiss the charges against him. There's been appeals after appeals on that. There's always been this talk of the pardon power, but Professor, he pleaded guilty twice to lying to the FBI. The president fired him for lying to Vice President Pence about the nature of these calls and interactions with the Russian ambassador at the time. So, kind of, in your view, what are the unique elements of this special pardon, since this has been going on for so long? Kind of just maybe lay some of those out for us, if there are anything, out of the ordinary.
Wow, the whole Flynn case is just extraordinarily unusual in how it is played out. Of course, Flynn was caught up in the initial Russia investigation, was investigated as part of that initial effort to find out what happened in the 2016 elections and what the Trump administration, or rather the Trump election campaign connections might be to Russia. And Flynn came to the attention of investigators very early on. And was questioned about some of his connections to Russia and some of the activities he was engaged in. He pled guilty to lying to the FBI and responding to some of those questions in ways that the FBI thought hampered their investigation. Not uncommon for people to be prosecuted for lying to the FBI when they do so. What's highly unusual about this case, of course, is how politicized it has subsequently become. Of course, it had a political starting point in that it was involved in this investigation of the election. But ultimately, the Justice Department has reassessed how it wanted to approach the case. There were concerns that the president was interfering with the prosecution of individual. There were disagreements inside the Justice Department between the Attorney General and line prosecutors about how to pursue this particular prosecution. So all that has been extremely controversial. And one of the points of discussion during that period when there was some back and forth about how to pursue the prosecution was whether it would have been more appropriate if the president really thought that the prosecution was excessive and unnecessary to simply pardon Flynn. As a consequence, the president would take personal responsibility for having made that decision. It's a much more clear-cut exercise of his power than trying to interfere with decisions about prosecuting individuals. And it retains the norm that we've tried to build up over time that presidents shouldn't be involved in individual prosecution decisions, but rather, to the extent that they can, it ought to be left to the professionals in the Justice Department. So in some ways, given how this has played out across the Trump administration, this is the better solution than the one that the administration had sort of settled on earlier, and that it's much better and cleaner and better, I think, in the long term for the institution, for the president to simply say that he thinks this prosecution isn't fully justified. He thinks Flynn doesn't deserve to serve time for what he's done. And as a consequence, the president will take the responsibility to issue a pardon in this particular case.
Well, we appreciate you breaking all the particulars of that down for our viewers. Professor Keith Whittington there from Princeton University, we appreciate your time on this Thanksgiving Eve, for sticking around with us here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
All right, well, that was a really enlightening conversation just about that major news of the day, that President Trump pardoning Michael Flynn, his first national security advisor. Remember, he was only on the job for about 3 weeks before he was fired from that job and then was ensnared in the Russia investigation, the Mueller investigation. This has been a years-long process. And like Professor Whittington said, it'll be interesting to watch out for and observe if any more pardons are coming. Remember, Trump now is in his final days of his administration. We call it the lame duck period, where a lot of presidents who are outgoing of power make these decisions and pardon people or grant clemency to people already serving time. So we'll be on the lookout for that here at News Now from Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you want to follow me on Twitter, go to @AndrewKraft. If you want to follow News Now on Twitter, that is @NewsNowFox. We would love a follow. We're getting a lot of followers. We appreciate that. There you can find clips throughout the day of the major stories that we cover here on News Now from Fox, where everything is live and everything is raw and everything is unfiltered. No opinion and no bias. Like you just saw, we give context and analysis of the day's top stories. You know, if too many things are happening live at once, we always try to play them out after the fact if we can't get to them at the time. So if you want to tell your friends and family that you're seeing over Thanksgiving, where they can find us, you can go to newsnowfox.com and they can find all of our platform partners there and hopefully earn another viewer. We would love that. In the meantime, we're going to keep it on politics for now. There's been a lot of Thanksgiving messages from the president-elect and the vice president-elect, Harris and Biden. So we're going to play out their statements from earlier today. We're going to take a quick commercial break. So stick with us. This will be 2 minutes long. Some of you will see it and some of you won't, but we appreciate you, and don't go anywhere. And like I said, President-elect Joe Biden issued a Thanksgiving address today from Wilmington, Delaware. So we're going to play that for you. It's about 20 minutes long in case you missed this from earlier. So we hope you enjoy it.
My fellow Americans, Thanksgiving is a special time in America, a time to reflect on what the year has brought, to think about what lies ahead. You know, our first National Day of Thanksgiving, authorized by the Continental Congress, took place on December 18th, 1777. It was celebrated by General George Washington and his troops at Gulf Mills on the way to Valley Forge. And it took place under extremely harsh conditions and deprivation, lacking food, clothing, and shelter. They're preparing to ride out a long, hard winter. And today, you can find a plaque in Gulf Mills marking that moment. Here's what the plaque reads. It says, "This Thanksgiving, in spite of the suffering, showed the reverence and character that was forging the soul of a nation." Forging the soul of a nation. Faith, courage, sacrifice, service to country, service to each other, and gratitude even in the face of suffering have long been part of what Thanksgiving means in America. You know, looking back over our history, you see that it's been in the most difficult circumstances that the soul of our nation has been forged. And now we find ourselves again facing a long, hard winter. We fought a nearly year-long battle with a virus that has devastated this nation. It's brought us pain and loss and frustration. And it's cost so many lives. 260,000 Americans and counting. It's divided us, angered us, set us against one another. I know the country has grown weary of the fight. We need to remember we're at war with the virus, not with one another, not with each other. This is the moment where we need to steel our spines, redouble our efforts, and recommit ourselves to the fight. Let's remember, we're all in this together. Sounds trite to say it, but we're all in this together. For so many of us, it's hard to hear this fight isn't over. And we still have months of this battle ahead of us. For those who've lost a loved one, I know that this time of year can be especially difficult. Believe me, I know. I remember that first Thanksgiving, the empty chair, the silence, takes your breath away. It's really hard to care. It's hard to give thanks. It's hard to even think of looking forward. And it's so hard to hope. I understand. I'll be thinking and praying for each and every one of you at this Thanksgiving, at your Thanksgiving table, because we've been there. This year, we're asking Americans to forego so many of the traditions that we've long made this holiday, which made it so special. For our families, for 40-some years, we've had a tradition of traveling over Thanksgiving. Tradition that we've kept every year save one. The year our son Bo died. But this year, we'll be staying home. We've always had the big family gatherings at Thanksgiving. Kids, grandkids, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and more. For the Bidens, the days around Thanksgiving have always been a time to remember all we had to be grateful for, and a time to begin to think about Christmas and begin even to do the Christmas list. But this year, because we care so much for each other, we're going to be having a separate Thanksgiving. For Jill and I, we'll be at our home in Delaware with our daughter and our son-in-law. The rest of the family will be doing the same thing in small groups. So I know how hard it is to forego family traditions. But it's so very important. Our country's in the middle of a dramatic spike in cases. We're now averaging 160,000 new cases a day. And no one will be surprised if we hit 200,000 cases in a single day. Many local health systems are at risk of being overwhelmed. That's the plain and simple truth. Nothing made up, it's real. And I believe you always deserve to hear the truth from your president. We have to try to slow the growth of this virus. We owe it to the doctors and the nurses and other frontline workers, care workers, who've risked their lives, some lost their lives, put so much on the line in a heroic battle in this virus against it for so long. You know, we owe that to our fellow citizens who need access to hospital beds and care to fight this disease. We owe it to one another. It's literally our patriotic duty as Americans. It means wearing a mask, keeping social distancing, limiting the size of any group we're in. Until we have a vaccine, these are the most effective tools to combat the virus. Starting on day one of my presidency, we will take steps that will change the course of this disease. More testing will find people with cases and get them away from one another, slowing the number of infections. More protective gear for businesses and our schools to do the same, reducing the number of cases. Clear guidance will get more businesses and more schools open. We all have a role to play in beating this crisis. The federal government has vast powers to combat the virus. And I commit to you, I will use all of those powers to lead a national coordinated response. But the federal government can't do this alone. Each of us has a responsibility in our own lives to do what we can do to slow the virus. Every decision we make matters. Every decision we make can save lives. None of these steps we're asking people to take are political statements. Every one of them is based on science, real science. Now, the good news is there's been significant record-breaking progress made recently in developing a vaccine. And several of these vaccines look extraordinarily effective. And it happens that we're on track for the first immunization to begin by late December, early January. Then we'll need to put in place a distribution plan to get the entire country immunized as soon as possible, which we will do, but it's going to take time. I'm hoping the news of the vaccine will serve as an incentive to every American to take these simple steps to get control of the virus. There's real hope, tangible hope. So hang on. Don't let yourself surrender to the fatigue, which I understand it is real fatigue. I know we can and we will beat this virus. America's not going to lose this war. We'll get our lives back. Life is going to return to normal, I promise you. This will happen. This will not last forever. So yes, it's been a really hard year, particularly hard for over 250,000 people and their families. But I still believe we have much to be thankful for. There's so much to hope for, much to build on, much to dream of. Here's the America I see. And I believe it's the America you see as well. America that faces facts. An America that overcomes challenges. An America where we seek justice and equality for all people. An America that holds fast to the conviction that out of pain comes possibility. Out of frustration comes progress. And out of division, unity. You all know in our finest hours, that's who we've always been. And that's who we shall be again. For I believe that this grim season of division, demonization, is going to give way to a year of light and of unity. Why do I think so? Because America is a nation not of adversaries, but of neighbors. Not of limitations, but of possibilities. Not of dreams deferred, but of dreams realized. I've said many times that this is a great country. We are a good people. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do when we've done it together. Think of what we come through as a nation. How many things we've come through? Centuries of human enslavement, cataclysmic civil war, exclusion of women from the battle box, world wars, Jim Crow, the long twilight struggle against Soviet tyranny that could have ended not in the fall of the Berlin Wall, but in nuclear Armageddon. Look, I'm not naive. I know that history is just that, history. But to know what came before, what's come before, what's happened before, can help arm us against despair. Knowing that previous generations got through the same universal human challenge that we face. The tension between selfishness and generosity, between fear and hope, between division and unity. And what was it that brought the reality of America into closer alignment with the promise of reality, justice, and prosperity? Sounds corny, but it was love, plain and simple. Love of country. Love of one another. We don't talk much about love in our politics. The political arena is too loud, too angry, too heated. To love our neighbor as ourselves is a radical act. It is what we're called to do. We must try. For only in trying, only in listening, only in seeing ourselves as bound together in what Dr. King called the mutual garment of destiny, can we rise above divisions and truly heal. Look, we all know America's never been perfect. But we've always tried to fulfill the aspiration of the Declaration of Independence, that all people are created equal, created in the image of God. And we've always sought to form a more perfect union. What should we give thanks for this season? Well, first, let's be thankful for democracy itself. In this last election, the one that just took place, we've seen record numbers of Americans exercise the most sacred right, that of the vote, to register their will at the ballot box. Think about that. In the middle of a pandemic, more people voted this year than have ever voted in the history of the United States of America. Over 150 million people cast a ballot. Simply extraordinary. Many of them waiting in line 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to vote. If you want to know what beats deep in the heart of America, it's this: democracy. The right to determine our lives, our government, and our leaders. The right to be heard. Our democracy was tested this year. And what we learned is this: the people of this nation are up to the task. In America, we have full and fair and free elections. And then we honor the results. The people of this nation and the laws of the land won't stand for anything else. Through the vote, the noblest instrument of nonviolent protest ever conceived, we remained anew and were reminded anew that progress is possible, that we the people have the power to change what Jefferson called the course of human events. And with our hearts and our hands and our voices, today we can be better than yesterday. And tomorrow we can be still better than that day. You know, we should be thankful, too, that America is a covenant, an unfolding story. That we have what we need to create prosperity, opportunity, and justice. Americans have grit and generosity, a capacity for greatness, and reservoirs of goodness. We have what it takes. Now we have to act. This is our moment, ours together, to write a newer, bolder, more compassionate chapter in the life of the nation. The work ahead is not going to be easy. It will not be quick. You want solutions, not shouting. Reason, not hyperpartisanship. Light, not heat. You want us to hear one another again, see one another again, respect one another again. You want Democrats and Republicans and independents to come together and work together. And that, my friends, is what I'm determined to do. Americans dream big. As hard as it may seem this Thanksgiving, we're going to dream big again. Our future is bright. The fact I've never been more optimistic about the future of America than I am right now. I, honest to God, believe the 21st century is going to be an American century. We're going to build an economy that leads the world. We're going to lead the world by the power of our example, not just the example of our power. We're going to lead the world on climate and save this planet. We're going to find cures for cancer and Alzheimer's and diabetes. I promise you. We're going to finally root out systemic racism in this country. And this Thanksgiving, in anticipation of all the Thanksgivings to come, let's dream again. Let's commit ourselves to thinking not only of ourselves, but of others as well. For if we care for one another, if we open our arms rather than brandishing our fists, we can, with the help of God, heal. And if we do, and I'm sure we can proclaim the psalmist, with the psalmist who wrote these following words: "The Lord is my strength and my shield, and with my song I give thanks to him. I give thanks now for you, for the trust you've placed in me. Together, we'll lift our voices in the coming months and years, and our song shall be of lives saved, breaches repaired, a nation made whole again. Folks, from the Biden family to yours, wherever and however you may be celebrated, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, we wanted to show that for you in case any of you missed it from earlier this morning out of Wilmington, Delaware, where President-elect Joe Biden made a lot of messages that you heard from him on his campaign as well. The idea of restoring the soul of America, a time to heal, you heard him say there. So that was President-elect Joe Biden wishing his, I guess, Americans, yes, happy Thanksgiving from his family to yours. So we're glad we could show that to you. We're going to play Senator Kamala Harris from earlier today as well. She held an event, I believe, at a food kitchen today, so she made some remarks there. But before we do that, we want to take a quick commercial break. This will be 2 minutes long. Some of you will see it and some of you will not, but stick with us here on News Now from Fox. And we are almost in the 8 o'clock hour, 10-2 here in Phoenix, Arizona Mountain Time. Almost 10 p.m., if I can do my math right, 10 p.m. on the East Coast. So we are just in this extended live coverage that we started a couple weeks ago. We're now going to 11 a.m. here in Phoenix, 1 a.m. Eastern Time, and then starting back up again, 6 a.m. Eastern Time. And remember, on News Now from Fox, everything is live and it's raw and it's unfiltered. So we bring things to you as they're happening, when they're happening. If we can't get to it for some reason, we'll get to it just a little bit after the fact to show you. And there's no opinion and there's no bias. We just want to show it to you as it is with some context, some clarity, and some analysis. So in the meantime, follow us on Twitter if you want, at NewsNowFox. That's our handle. Follow me on Twitter if you want, at Andrew Kraft. But let's go out now to Senator Harris, Vice President-elect Harris now. And she's holding an event from earlier at this food kitchen.
See you, Jose. How are you? Hi, guys.
Marky.
Hi, everybody.
I appreciate
Happy
it.
Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much for coming down to see us. So we are just honored and touched beyond belief that you would choose us as one of your first options to come down here. We're so happy, and we hope that this that some of the work that we do will inspire the work that this administration does. You know, it's interesting. Right now, during COVID, we've been focused on food, and we're doing crazy amounts of food. 2.5 million meals we've already done. 1.4 million pounds of fresh produce and grocery bags that we've sent out throughout the city. $1 million that we've spent buying that produce from local farms. So this is economically affecting positively the rural communities. But what we've always been about is much more than food. Food has always been the tool that we use to strengthen bodies, empower minds, and build communities. And we've always been focused on putting ourselves out of the business of giving away food and into the business of training men and women to create food and work in restaurants like Jose's. And so that is needed even more, I think, now. You know, one of the things that I think, Madam Vice President-elect, is that one of the silver linings of this dark cloud that we've seen is that more people now are understanding of and willing to listen to the message that we've been talking about for years and elevating this conversation, saying the reason we do what we do is not to feed people, is to cure the underlying cause of hunger and homelessness, and that's poverty. And that's caused by the structural racism and systemic inequality that have existed in this country for years. And the work that is the work that we want to do to create opportunities. And some of those opportunities are represented by these beautiful men and women behind me. Our staff now is 180 folks. 57% of those are graduates of our culinary job training program. These are individuals that have faced great barriers to employment, but now are working with living wage jobs, living wage benefits, and setting examples for what's possible for the business community around the country. So we are so grateful to be able to share some of that work with you, and we look forward to working with you in any way possible as practicing advocates for the next 8 years, and then maybe the next 8 years after that.
Well, I know. Let's just get through Thanksgiving, shall we?
We'll take that.
But Mike, I want to thank you. We've had this conversation over the last couple of years at least. And you've invited Doug and me to come and see it, and Jose, all the work that you are doing around the globe. But it's good to be with you. You know, we're looking at national numbers and to all of the leaders, thank you all. Thank you all. All of the leaders. It's so wonderful what you are doing. It's so wonderful. You know, and I've been hearing about your work and your leadership and your courage and the gift that you are giving the community and our country. And so I wanted to come by in the season of Thanksgiving to thank you all also, because you guys are on the front line. You all are on the front line, and you're role models. You're showing what can be done, right? And you're showing the power of lifting other people up. You know, I always say that you measure the strength of any human being. The measure of strength, the muscle, you want to see muscle? The measure of strength is based on who you lift up. That's the measure of strength. Right now, who you beat down, who you lift up. And you all know that. And what we're doing now, I mean, right now in our country, 1 in 6 families are describing their children being hungry. 1 in 5, the last number I saw, can't pay their rent.
But 1 in 3 children in this city are food insecure.
I know that. And so, you know, and it's also about in the midst of COVID, we're all wearing our masks, right? We have the social distance. We can't see our full faces. We got to try and smile with our eyes, right? And people are feeling alone. So many people are feeling alone. And then, and on top of being food insecure. And so to do what you all are doing reminds people that they're not alone. And that's a great gift that you give as well. So Doug and I wanted to come by just to thank you all, everybody, for what you're doing, and
for taking the time.
And for lifting everybody up.
Thank you.
President-elect.
Good to see you, man.
Doug, I can't tell you.
I've actually known this guy well over a decade, named Sparky. Mike Curtin.
These people don't know that, but yes.
So he's such a good.
His name is Sparky.
He's one of the best people I know. So thank you for everything you're doing, and Chef, you're the best. Thank you for what you're doing and what you're all doing. And
all over the world.
yeah, I traveled the country, and food insecurity was a big issue that I saw when I traveled all over the country. I saw the food lines. I went to the facilities all around the country. I know as I'm figuring out, you know, the things I'm going to be passionate about, this is definitely one of them going forward. So thank you.
Doug.
We need you.
I'll be there.
We need all the help.
And
I know you will be guys there. You know, World Central Kitchen, especially that exists really because I began as a 23-year-old boy volunteering here, next to men and women like them. I did everything, peeling potatoes, learning from people that were ex-convicts, so they came from the streets, people that got less opportunities than the ones I got. Yeah. And that's why I got in the one wagon of this Central Kitchen. Then I became chairman, all of the above. But what I saw happening in this institution, with the founder, Robert Egger, then followed by the amazing leadership of Mike, was amazing. Robert Egger told me when I was 23, told me, that charity is always about the redemption of the giver.
Yes.
When charity should be about the liberation of the receiver. Just get that phrase, put it up above, and that's the mission of this Central Kitchen, what this man has been doing with all these people and the many people around America and the world right now, even under COVID, just stepping up and bringing a plate of food and showing hope. That's what's happening, and I know you know it.
But you see, the thing, I'll add to the charity piece. Because here's how I think about charity. It's the difference between charity and duty. Charity, I got a little extra, I'll help you out. Versus duty. Duty to your fellow human being. Right? You guys know that. Right? It's what we all should understand is the price that we pay for living on this earth. That we have a duty. And you guys know that. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys could be at home right now cooking for yourselves and your own families. But you're here out of a sense of duty to the community and to other people, and especially people who right now are in need. And that's an incredible thing you're doing. An incredible gift you're giving.
It has been an incredible gift for me this last 8 months to be able to come to work and to work with these folks who, every day, we're coming in 12,000, 10,000 meals, and never once is wringing hands, hanging heads, asking why. To say, no, this is a job, this is an important job, we have to do it. And the way they have done this work has just been stunning and inspirational. And it's been the blessing. I've been here 16 years, and this has been not one you wouldn't want to say this has been the best year, but in many ways it has. And it's taught us a lot, just like you're saying. We can't wait to show off what we've learned in a better way when we take off our mask and really show you around. Especially that we're going to move into a new space at the end of next year or the year after at River Point. 36,000 beautiful square feet. And we are going to become an amazing food hub for sustainability, jobs, empowerment, opportunity, innovation. And we can't wait for you to be part of that as well.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Well, on behalf of all the people that you all inspire, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. I thank you. And we like to, there's a bakery that's run by former veterans, for veterans, people who have served, many of whom came back and were homeless, jobless, and it's called Dog Tag Bakery. So we brought you all some cookies. They're individually wrapped, so we'll be safe, but just as a thanks. So we'll leave them here for you.
Yep.
But, and everybody's doing okay?
Yeah.
Doing okay?
Dog Tag Bakery functions very much like this. It's at our kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
And DC Central Kitchen masks too, and I have some T-shirts I'll give to Carly and you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Be well. Take care, and thank you again.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. It's great seeing you. Congratulations again. This is amazing.
I'm going to Colombia. I spoke to President. I still have my already are doing 6,000. I have
So you guys
is very holistic. If one or two is a very is this 27 years of thinking, okay, I don't know anything about anything, but we can bring all these people.
Look at what we did with our bill, right? We can do this and do it in a bipartisan way.
That's what America wants, and you know it.
I agree.
I'm so proud of it. And it's so amazing. Don't stop cooking, okay?
I'm not.
Hello?
I'm cooking.
No, don't stop cooking, okay?
I'm not going to ever stop
and
cooking.
Keep sharing recipes.
I love to cook.
Keep sharing recipes.
I love to cook. I love to cook. So that's why I just love you guys.
She publishes recipes on her Twitter account.
Yeah, I got my own recipes.
As the vice president-elect.
Like my cornbread dressing recipe.
Okay.
So good.
Gotta send some to us.
Okay, you know what? This year we had to really because I usually cook for the whole family. I have 2 turkeys. This year we just have these little things because everybody's got to be safe. So I'm trying to figure out how to scale down my cornbread recipe because I usually make it for a lot of people. We may have leftovers. If we do, I'll bring them by.
Well, if you need any extra ingredient, let us know.
I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay, guys, we're gonna take one
quick question.
I know you're going to work hard the next 4 years.
Go ahead, Al.
I know you'll be the right
said this morning that you had made contact with Republicans on the Hill. Does that include Leader McConnell?
I can't speak directly to that, but I will tell you that it has been the priority for the president-elect and me from the beginning that we intend to and will work across the aisle to deal with these most intractable issues that are affecting people regardless of who they voted for in the election. And I can tell you that the president-elect and I take that very seriously. You know, I'm here to talk with folks who are feeding the hungry. You may have heard me say 1 in 6 families in America is describing their children as being hungry. 1 in 5 are describing an inability to pay rent. These are real issues, and the folks that we are talking about, whoever they voted for, deserve to have leadership that sees them through the lens of the life they are living, regardless of their party affiliation, and we feel very strongly about that.
Have you spoken with Vice President Pence?
Thank you, Paul.
Not yet.
But you would speak with him and
Have you spoken with Governor Newsom about your replacement?
Thank you.
So that was Senator Harris there. She took a few questions from the press, her protective press pool there, alongside celebrity chef Jose Andres at the D.C. Food Kitchen there ahead of Thanksgiving. She was with her husband, Doug, as well. So we showed you President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris and what they did today. We want to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us. This is 2 minutes long, and we'll be right back. And for those of you joining us, it's just a little after the 8 p.m. hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, a little after 10 p.m. there on the East Coast. Let's take a live look right now at the White House. On this Thanksgiving Eve, President and the First Lady not going to Mar-a-Lago this year, to Florida, as they normally do. So we are live tomorrow here on NewsNOW from Fox, so we'll be monitoring any of the developments out of the White House or the administration in case there are any. And remember, here on NewsNOW from Fox, you're watching things that are all live and they're all raw and unfiltered because, you know, nothing's cut down or edited to make it shorter. We want to bring it to you as it is, as it plays out in real time. You know, if we can't get to something at the moment because there are multiple live events happening, we'll get to it later after the fact. So another thing, you know, no bias, no opinion here. We are just facts, just real news. No bias and no opinion. We do offer a little a little context and clarity and facts as well. So we want to transition now to some more coronavirus news. We bring you these press conferences daily from state officials and local officials. We haven't really heard, though, from the Rhode Island governor, Gina Raimondo, lately. And the hospitalization rate, in her words, is at an alarming rate in the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island right now has some of the strictest restrictions, especially going into this Thanksgiving holiday. So we want to play out this news conference that she held earlier today in the state capital of Providence from Gina Raimondo. She said, quote, "We cannot sustain the current rate of hospitalizations." So we're going to play that out for you. It's about an hour and a half. So for any of those Rhode Islanders who are in the state who are watching or those traveling to Rhode Island, we hope this is informative for you. We're going to play it in its entirety.
I'm going to be having these press conferences on Thursdays. Obviously tomorrow's Thanksgiving, so today we're doing it Wednesday, but next week, Thursday, 1 o'clock, every Thursday, 1 o'clock through the end of the year. As always, though, if you can't find the time to tune in, I would encourage you to sign up for the daily email. If you haven't done that yet, you can get daily updates at governor.ri.gov, governor.ri.gov. And I would really encourage you to go ahead and sign up for those. Over the last few weeks, we've heard from Rhode Islanders whose lives and families and livelihoods have been deeply impacted by COVID. We've heard from public health experts and emergency room doctors on the front lines. There have been TV interviews, not at this press conference, but throughout the past couple of weeks, TV interviews with retail store owners and public service announcements on the radio and the newspaper from restaurant owners. Every single one of them has had the same exact message. Please take COVID seriously. Take it seriously. It's a deadly disease. Wear your mask. Don't have social gatherings, especially on Thanksgiving, and follow the rules. Because if you don't follow the rules, if we don't follow the rules, people are going to lose their lives, lose their loved ones, lose their jobs, lose their businesses, lose their livelihoods. So today we are going to hear from Sheila O'Connell, a Providence resident. And I want to thank Sheila for having the courage to stand up here today and tell us her story. Sadly, Sheila lost her mother-in-law to the virus in May. And she's been dealing with the challenges of being distanced from her own mother, who's in Wingate Blackstone nursing home, assisted living facility for months. And today she's going to share with us her experience and why it's so important that people in Rhode Island follow the rules over the next few weeks. Before I turn it over to Sheila to share her story, I have some new announcements today and of course want to go through the data. So let's begin as we always do, and please put the data up on the screen. Yesterday, we had 845 new cases out of a total of about 15,000 tests. That's a percent positive of 5.6%. Very sadly, we lost another 10 Rhode Islanders. You'll also see the weekly data, and unfortunately, it's continuing in the trend that we've seen for more than a month now. New weekly cases per 100,000 has risen to 628. It feels like yesterday I was up here saying we were at 56 or 70 per 100,000. Now we're at 628 per 100,000. This is the highest we've ever seen, higher than at any time in the past 8 months. Cases are increasing all across the state. It's not just in 1 or 2 cities. The percent positive, 6%, this week is the same as last week, and that mostly reflects our increased testing. New hospitalizations were up to 313 last week and continuing to rise at a really alarming rate. The number of new hospitalizations has almost tripled in the past 5 weeks. I'm going to say that again. That is a scary number. As someone who's been tracking this data every day for the past 8 months, we've never seen that. New hospitalizations tripling in 5 weeks. I had a call early this morning with the heads of Lifespan and Care New England. They're ready. They are getting ready. They're getting ready to open the field hospitals. They are doing everything they need to do to surge in their hospitals. But you can hear the stress in their voices. And I want to say thank you to them and their team. Because of this data that you see on the screen and because the alarming rate of our new hospitalizations, the pause in Rhode Island will go into effect on Monday. The pause goes, it's a 2-week pause, and it will start on Monday. As I spoke about last week, the pause is primarily aimed to reduce the strain on our hospitals, our healthcare workers, and to save lives. The hospital increase, the rate at which we're increasing is unsustainable. We cannot sustain this current rate. We will not have the capacity of beds or staff. So I just want to be clear about where we are right now. We must take this pause seriously. The pause goes into effect on Monday for 2 weeks. If we don't take it seriously, our hospitals will be overwhelmed within a matter of weeks, and we will have to turn patients away. And that is a horrible thing to say. It's not a threat, it's just a mathematical reality. If we let our hospitals get overwhelmed, which will happen on the current path we're on now, there will come a time in Rhode Island in the next few weeks, by the end of the year, that folks will be turned away for heart surgeries that have been scheduled, cancer treatments, cancer screenings, other serious operations. In just the last week, our hospitals saw their designated COVID beds filled. All the designated COVID beds are filled, which means all the hospitals have been forced to use their Tier 1 plans. That means staff has been reassigned to COVID beds to cover COVID patients, and there are longer wait times and just less attention able to be paid to each patient. Both of the field hospitals are ready to start taking patients as early as next week, and we leave it up to the discretion of the hospitals as to when and how that happens. So what this means is if we let COVID get further out of control, it doesn't just mean that we're going to lose Rhode Islanders to COVID. It means we're going to start to lose Rhode Islanders to other diseases because they can't get access to care in the hospital that they need. And Rhode Islanders will struggle across the board with health issues because we're just not going to have the staff to take care of them. This is made doubly difficult because of the fact that every state in the country is suffering a similar fate. So as we are trying to build up our staffing and, relying on companies that provide outsourced staffing, every state in America is calling the same outsourced staffing companies. And if you look at what's happening in the upper Middle West, they're in a lot worse shape than we are. So unfortunately, the only option we have right now is to take this pause seriously. Last week, I talked at great length about all the rules that will be in place for the 2-week pause, and I'm not going to go over all those details again today. As a reminder, the slide we showed last week, as well as a very detailed list of questions and answers, are available at reopeningri.com. Check it out if you haven't. If you're curious, what are the rules of the pause, please go to reopeningri.com. But I do want to address 3 questions that I have been asked over and over again in the last week since I announced the pause. The first question is broadly, what should we be doing in the pause? Listen, I know everybody's busy, everybody's stressed. You probably don't have time to go check out a website. I get that. I want to be real and meet people where they are. So I'll try to make it simple. For the next 2 weeks, plan on staying home as much as possible. Stay home for 2 weeks. If you could stay home for 2 weeks, that's the best thing to do. If you can work from home, if you have a kind of a job that allows you to work from home, please do that, work from home. Obviously, if you can't work from home, if that's not the kind of job you have, go to work. We want you to go to work. You need to make money, business needs to continue, go to work, wear your mask, be safe. Kids, go to school. The children have to get to school. With each day, more and more studies are coming out about the harm to children of staying out of school. If you have to go to the doctor, take your children to the doctor, go get your flu shot, go to the pharmacy, go to the grocery store, go ahead and do all of that. But, limit it. Put your mask on, go to the grocery store, go to the doctor, go where you need to go, wear your mask, wash your hands, go home. Have dinner with your family or whoever you live with. Keep your social gathering limited to the people you are living with. I want to be very clear about this. That doesn't mean your best friends or your closest family unless they live with you. It's not okay to hang out with your brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, best friends in the next couple of weeks if they don't already live with you. And if you don't need to go somewhere for work or school or essential items, then don't. Please don't. It's only 2 weeks. It will make a difference if everybody does it. So, sports facilities and gyms are closed, starting Monday for 2 weeks. Bowling alleys, movie theaters, casinos, closed. Bars, closed. And as I said, no play dates for your kids. Don't go to your friend's house. Just 2 weeks, lock it down, and do things virtually. Talk on the phone, keep up with loved ones via text, check in on people, make sure folks are doing fine. I will say this, I know it's coming upon the holiday season, everybody's anxious to shop. So shop local if you can, please. Small businesses are hurting, and shop online. Our commerce team, and I want to say thank you to the Commerce Secretary, has partnered with shoplocalrhodeisland.com. It's an online directory of Rhode Island businesses created by one of Rhode Island's own homegrown businesses, Visual Thrive. It's a fantastic website. It's awesome. It's like built by Rhode Island for Rhode Island. It already lists over 1,500 Rhode Island businesses. Rhode Island Monthly and the Rhode Island Foundation and our tourism bureaus are joining forces with us to get the word out. So if you are lucky enough to have the money to go shopping this holiday season, please do it locally, please do it online, and you can do it at shoplocalrhodeisland.com. If you're a local business and you want to sell your wares on that website, please go ahead and sign up and you can be listed for free. I will say one of the things that has really bothered me through this crisis is it feels like the big guys keep getting bigger and the little guys, the small retailers in Rhode Island, are really struggling. So every dollar counts that you can keep local in the local economy. And of course, if you can do it virtually, all the better. The second question that I have been asked is, what should I do before the pause starts? A lot of people, which is heartening to me, so people are getting ready to pause. First, let me say what you should not do. Do not have a big bash to get ready for the pause. It's amazing to me how many people have asked, hey, is it okay if we have like one last hurrah, one last big dinner, one last big get-together? No, absolutely not. The whole point is to stay with the people who you live with. So please don't do that. What you should do is, make a plan. Make a plan. How are you going to stay connected virtually, by phone, when you can't be with the people who you want to be with? Figure out how you're going to stay active and fit even though you can't go to the gym. Figure out how you're going to deal with social isolation or being alone in these 2 weeks. So I would ask you to, make a plan. It's a couple of weeks, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be lonely. And just think about it now so you can be successful. By the way, that includes Thanksgiving, which is tomorrow, which I know is a lot of people's favorite holiday. I want to begin in the spirit of Thanksgiving with a thank you to all of you, and there are many who've canceled your plans or altered your plans so that you can be safe. Thank you. I know that stinks and it's hard. So thanks. I really appreciate it. I would say it is not an exaggeration to say you're saving lives. That is not an exaggeration. If you had that tough phone call with mom and dad and said, I'm not coming over for Thanksgiving this year, I know that's tough. Or with your brothers and sisters or aunts and uncles and said, I'm just not doing it. You saved a life by doing that. And next year, you can have twice as big of a Thanksgiving. So I want to say thank you. If you haven't done that, it's not too late. You still have a day. Think about what I'm saying. Please, don't do it for me. Do it for the people of Rhode Island who are going to lose their lives and lose their jobs and lose their businesses if we don't take this seriously. So think about it. If you're still planning on a party tomorrow with people who you don't live with, I'm asking you to give that a second thought. If you are going to go ahead and have folks over who you don't live with, I am begging you to wear your mask when you're not eating, leave the windows open. I heard some people are having the dinner in their garage with the garage door open, wearing masks, socially distanced. Do whatever you can to stay safe. For those of you who are traveling, please get tested at the airport when you arrive home. Over the weekend and Monday, there will be free rapid testing at TF Green Airport. It'll be in the baggage claim area of TF Green through Monday, and it's only 15 minutes. We're using the new 15-minute test. So please get tested. I would love to see us test 1,000 people over the weekend. By the way, I did that new test this morning just to check it out myself. It was negative, and it's easy to do. It's easy to do, and it's painless, and it takes 15 minutes. So please, when you go to baggage claim, get in line, keep your mask on, get a test, and wait the 15 minutes. If you are positive, call your friends right away, tell them you were positive, whoever you were with, get home and isolate. And if you were negative, you can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. The third question I've been asked is what supports will be available for businesses in Rhode Island to help us get through the 2-week pause. And as promised, I have announcements to that effect right now. So today, now, I'm announcing an additional $100 million of support for Rhode Islanders and Rhode Island businesses during this 2-week pause. The program that we've developed is meant to ensure that companies who are being put out of business or severely limited by the pause can get a check in their bank account quickly to help make up for the lost revenue of these 2 weeks. The goal here, as I said last week, is significant, quick, and easy. So it's $100 million that we're going to put out. By the way, I've also been asked this. The $100 million I'm announcing today is additional and on top of the $50 million we've already put out through Restore Rhode Island, the millions we've already put out through Take It Outside and support for arts institutions and hotels, and the $45 million we put out in the Back to Work new training programs. So it's a new $100 million initiative that'll be out the door and in your pockets in the matter of weeks. There are two components of this, some to businesses, some right to folks who will be unemployed. And I'd ask you please to put the slide up. So first, let's start with the business component. We're allocating $50 million to support businesses that are going to be closed or severely limited during the pause. Restaurants, bars, gyms, sports facilities, recreational facilities, event-related businesses, movie theaters, etc. We're trying to make this as simple as possible, but also follow the guidelines from the federal government. All you have to do is fill out a form self-attesting that you've been impacted by this 2-week pause. And the Division of Taxation will send you a check of up to $50,000 to help you get through the pause. The size of your check will be determined based upon how much revenue we think you're going to lose in those 2 weeks. I would ask to every business that receives that money to please use the money to continue paying your employees during those 2 weeks. So if you can get the money and hang on for 2 weeks and keep as many folks employed as possible, that's what we are aiming to do. The goal Here's the goal. The goal is everyone pays attention to the pause, follows the rules, and we start to open you up again in 2 weeks. I know you don't want to lose employees, so I'm asking you to keep folks on and use the money to pay them. The application will be available on tax.ri.gov starting Friday of this week, day after Thanksgiving. Tax.ri.gov, and you'll have 2 weeks to apply. So, you know, if you know you're going to struggle, if you know you're a bar, you're a gym owner, you're a restaurant, you are eligible. So starting Friday, tax.ri.gov, apply, and our goal is to start getting the money out the door on a rolling basis as quickly as possible. My goal is to have money going out the door within a week. More details of that program will be on the tax website later today. The second half of the new investment, another $50 million, is going to go directly into the pockets of Rhode Island families who are going to be put out of work. And I'd ask you to please put that slide up. Here's how this one will work. Every Rhode Islander who's currently receiving unemployment benefits or the pandemic unemployment insurance during the period of the pause is going to receive an additional $200 a week. So for 2 weeks, that's $400. This is for everyone who is on unemployment during the pause. If you apply during the pause or if you're already there. There's no additional application. The benefit will be automatically added to your check. Department of Labor and Training will begin processing these payments. The goal is by December 6th. In addition to all of that, we're also going to be providing more support to low-income Rhode Islanders through cash assistance programs, and we're going to be providing income support for nursing home workers and home care workers during this period of the pause, because they're going to get crushed continually as the numbers go up. Finally, if you're an undocumented Rhode Islander, sadly, in my view, you are ineligible for any of the benefits that I just said, but yet you are struggling and you're probably working in a difficult industry. We still have money available through the We Are One campaign. Those are $400 debit cards, and you can contact Dorcas International, DIIRI.com for more information. Thanksgiving's a brutal time of year to have no money in your pocket. The holidays are tough, and to have no money in your pocket and to be ineligible for a lot of what I just rolled out is unbelievably painful. So if you are undocumented and you need a hand, don't be afraid and don't be ashamed. We still have $400 debit cards available. Call Dorcas International or go to their website. In addition to the $100 million that I just talked about, we're also dedicating another $1 million to the Rhode Island Food Bank and Farm Fresh Rhode Island to support their essential work to make sure Rhode Islanders are fed through the rest of the year. The next 2 weeks are going to be tough. I don't want to pretend that they won't be. I don't want to say that staying home for 2 weeks is going to be easy. There'll be nothing easy about it. And I hope that this money that we're going to put out the door, $100+ million, will help to get you through the next couple of weeks. I can't emphasize enough how important it is, though, that we really hunker down, because the consequences are going to be like worse than we've ever seen. And I think that pretty soon every Rhode Islander is going to know somebody in the hospital, going to know somebody out of work, going to know somebody whose business went under. And so the best thing that we can all do is really look ourselves in the mirror and say, you know, do I really need to have that party? Do I really need to allow that play date? Do I really need to try to sneak by the rules for the next 2 weeks? Because I think the answer is no. And if you put your plans on hold, you're going to be saving lives. Okay, shifting gears, I want to give you an update on our approach to testing and contact tracing. I want to say thank you to my team. We have worked so hard over the past 3 to 4 weeks to stabilize and improve our operations. And I want to say thank you. Rhode Island continues to be a leader in testing. We ran more than 110,000 tests last week alone. But the truth of it is, and as Rhode Islanders tell me, our system is far from perfect. And I'll be the first to say that. The demand is higher than it's ever been, and our systems were just not built to handle this volume. Having said that, I hear you. Governor, it takes too long to get a test. You're too slow with contact tracing in K through 12. It's too hard to find out the results. It takes too long to hear from contact tracers. I hear you, and I'm telling you, it's better, and it's going to get better. It's already getting better, and in the next few weeks, it's going to get even better. Over the next month, we're making major changes to our testing system by adding a lot more supply into the system. We have 3 goals in the new testing approach. Number 1, I want everybody to be able to get tested within 24 hours of developing symptoms. I know you can't do it now, we're getting closer, but the goal in the next month, everybody ought to be able to get a test within a day if you have symptoms. And we have to improve our access, easy access to asymptomatic testing. So how are we going to do that? To accomplish it, we are dramatically expanding the state-run testing system. To tell you, right now we average about 5,500 daily tests through the state-run systems. That's on top of, doctors' offices, hospitals, colleges, private businesses. By the time the pause ends, so in the next 3 weeks, we're going to double that capacity. And to ensure people with symptoms get tested quickly, we're going to actually reserve 3,000 tests a day on portal.ri.gov just for people with symptoms. So that means you can still call your doctor if you feel sick to get a test, but also you can go straight to the portal and schedule a test directly. That's huge, and we're going to guarantee thousands of tests a day. That's for people with symptoms. If you're asymptomatic, I know it's tough to get a test. It takes time. So starting next week, December 2nd, every Rhode Islander can get tested through the portal. Everybody, every Rhode Islander can get tested, even if you're asymptomatic, through the portal. It doesn't matter your age group, if you're a close in contact industry. I know now there are categories. We're getting rid of that starting December 2nd. How are we going to do it? To meet the demand, we're going to be deploying the new NewsNOW testing. And that's the one I talked about earlier. It takes 15 minutes. It's pretty easy. It's painless. And it is effective at quickly identifying if people are infectious. It's a totally different kind of test. It requires no equipment. It's a little kit. You get the kit, you swab 5 times in each nostril, you put it into the kit, you close the packet, and you wait 15 minutes. So not only, starting next week, will everyone be able to get a test, but you'll be able to get your results within 15 minutes on site. I want to be very clear. 15 minutes isn't 10 or 12 and a half minutes. Please be patient. It's a full 15 minutes that you have to wait. Please be kind to the National Guard and other folks who are doing the testing. Patience and kindness will go a long way. And this is going to be a game changer. I have a good deal of hope for this. And so starting December 2nd, we're going to roll this out. To scale up the capacity quickly, we're also adding more testing sites, just like we've done over the past few days with our testing site at McCoy Stadium and Stop and Shop in Greenville. Next week, we're going to be opening new asymptomatic only testing site at the Dunkin' Donuts Center. And we'll scale up that site over the next few weeks so it has the capacity to run 5,000 of these Binax tests every single day. So what did all that mean? Bottom line is, starting next week, we are really ramping up our testing capacity. If you're sick, you can still call your doctor and get a test, or you can go to the portal and schedule your own test. If you're not sick, but you just want to get a test, like for example, if you did hang out with people over Thanksgiving, starting next week, you can also schedule that through the portal, and we're going to have the opportunity to do thousands of those a day, and you'll get your result, within 15 minutes. The second goal is to implement more robust testing for high-risk populations and high-density communities. So we're using the same kind of Binax Now test to do targeted testing starting in our high-dense communities. So this week, for example, we launched a pilot program in Central Falls. Central Falls has been hit really hard, and it's a very high % positivity. So we're targeting our effort in Central Falls with testing. By Monday of next week, we'll be scaled up to have the capacity to run 1,000 tests a day just in Central Falls, also using the Binax Now test. So that program will be open to the entire Central Falls community, regardless of symptoms. In an ideal world, which is not the one we live in, but in an ideal world, we test everybody in Central Falls. Now, I know there's people in Central Falls hearing me say that, and you're nervous. You're nervous. You're scared. You don't know what that means. You don't know who these people are. You don't know if it's going to hurt. You don't know where the results are going to go. So I'll say this. No one's going to get the results. No one's ever going to ask you about your immigration status. It's quick, easy, and painless. As my son told me this morning, if mom can do it, anyone can do it. And I need you to please come out and get tested. It'll be in your community. You can walk up, go ahead and get tested. It's the single most important tool we have to keep the community safe. Going forward, starting the week of December 6th, we're going to be running cyclical tests with Binax Now for all of Rhode Island's healthcare workers, teachers, and students at select schools, all of our first responders, and then we're also going to be partnering with the Broad Institute to allow businesses to order and conduct tests for their own employees. So I've heard from a lot of manufacturers. I had a meeting with the Manufacturers Association the other day. I know you want to do more tests, so give us a couple weeks. The week of December 6th, we're really going to ramp up testing so you can test all of your employees on a regular basis in your manufacturing operation. We're going to be partnering with the Broad Institute to make that happen. And for teachers and students, first responders, healthcare workers, again, in an ideal world, we would test everyone on a regular basis. We won't get that done, but we want to move in that direction, leveraging the new Binax Now tests. The final goal is to make sure everybody has access to the results within 2 days. Thankfully, we're not seeing the issues with the labs that we saw over the summer. Our biggest problem now is that people don't know how or when to access their test results. And I understand it's been confusing. So to that end, this is more big news. Yesterday, we launched a new texting system to let people know their test results are available. So you go get your test. We'll shoot you a text saying your test result is available, or something like your test result is available, or you have an important message. You then go to the portal, portal.ri.gov/results, and get your results. Here's the key. You need to provide your cell phone number when you get tested. That number is the number we'll send the text to. You're going to receive a text message. If you give us your cell phone when you get tested, we will text you as soon as the results are ready. You go on the portal, you find out. We just rolled this out. We sent more than 12,000 texts yesterday alone. I think this is going to be a game changer. It's quick, it's easy, less use of phone calls, text. Here's the thing. The minute you get your results, if you're positive, go home, stay isolated, and call your contacts. Call your friends or text your friends, hey, I'm positive, I was with you yesterday. That's your obligation to your friends and your family, and let them know so that they can go get tested and they can isolate. While we ramp up the testing system, we're also strengthening our contact tracing. And again, I heard it, I heard you, I'm sorry, we got clogged up in the system, especially in schools, but it's a lot better now. We don't have a backlog anymore in K-12. We are on it in K-12. We've made a huge amount of progress in this area in the past week, especially in the schools. We're calling all K-12 contacts now within 24 hours, and we've eliminated our backlog. And just like we're doing with result notifications, we're exploring other uses of technology to improve the contact tracing process. Technology that will reduce the amount of time you'll be on the phone doing interviews and allow you to share information about your contacts electronically. And we're trying to do a better job engaging schools, engaging business partners in the contact tracing process. So, you know, what we want to do, here's how I think about it. When people find out they're positive, they do pretty much isolate. By and large, when people find out they're positive, they take it seriously and they isolate. So we need to identify as many positives as possible, as fast as possible, let them know as quickly as possible they're positive. And when you find out you're positive, we need you to do two things. We need you to isolate, and we need you to own the responsibility of immediately telling all your close contacts. Hopefully you're still keeping a contact tracing journal. If not, using the Crush COVID app. By the way, we're up to 95,000 Rhode Islanders. Let's get to 100,000. But that's what you have to do. And so we're trying to move in that direction of using technology, ramping up our testing, speeding up the system, and getting folks into isolation quickly. So I'm asking you, to be part of the solution. Two more quick things. Nursing homes. I created a bit of confusion yesterday, so I'd like to clarify that. In the spring, when we were new at this, we required patients being discharged from a hospital to a nursing home to have 2 negative tests before leaving the hospital. That is no longer our policy. Why? Because we learned the hard way that that's not the gold standard. It's not the best and safest thing to do. Why? Because a test is one moment in time. You can test negative today, on your way out the door of the hospital, test negative, catch COVID on the way to the nursing home, arrive at the nursing home positive, or in a day. And by the way, we've seen that happen. Testing's important, but when it comes to nursing homes, it is not the gold standard and not what the CDC recommends. We saw it. Patients would leave the hospital negative, then develop symptoms, and then we had an outbreak in nursing homes. So RIDO, the Department of Health, updated its guidance to align with the CDC guidance. And instead of the 2 tests, we're working with nursing homes to establish isolation units for positive individuals and requiring 2-week isolation period after the patient is discharged. Quarantine and isolation is the gold standard, So we're asking nursing homes, number one, we're asking nursing homes to accept these patients. Please, we need the room in the hospitals. Many and most nursing homes are not nearly at capacity. We need you to go ahead and accept the patients. And two, we would like you to isolate those patients coming from hospitals for 2 weeks, and we have support and support teams to help you do that. So I'm sorry if I created confusion yesterday. Finally, I have a very important announcement, perhaps the most important and interesting of anything I've just said. Yesterday, I received a letter. It came directly to me, handwritten in pencil, on a piece of construction paper, from Eliana, a 6-year-old from Cranston. Eliana asked me, "Dear Governor, is Santa allowed to come this year? And can the elves make gifts, or will the elves have to quarantine?" So, Eliana, I have great news. It turns out Santa and his elves are immune from COVID. The top doctors in America, Dr. Fauci himself, said Santa cannot get COVID, neither can the elves, neither can the reindeer. So if I were you, make the list, be good, and know that Santa's elves are hard at work right now in the North Pole, making presents for kids. And he's going to be able to deliver presents to your house and not have to follow any of the coronavirus rules. By the way, it's only Santa that has that dispensation. I'd like to end before turning it over to Sheila and then coming back for your questions, to say thank you on a very personal level from me to the people of Rhode Island and to my team. This has been one of the most difficult years of our lives. For some people in Rhode Island, it has been brutal. They've lost a loved one. Tens of thousands of Rhode Islanders have lost somebody that they love this year. At our peak, we had 200,000 Rhode Islanders on unemployment insurance. Businesses have gone under, cupboards are bare, people are struggling, people are anxious. On the other end of the spectrum, we have a lot of people who haven't had a single day off. Single moms barely getting by and working 50, 60, 70 hours a week as nurses or certified nurse assistants or aides, home care workers, people working in nursing homes. My own team, the National Guard, didn't get a day off. There's really nowhere you can go that you can't find somebody struggling or suffering. Yet through it all, Rhode Islanders have stepped up. Not perfectly, nothing's perfect, we're not doing perfectly, and we have to try to, clamp down the next 2 weeks. But I am so grateful to have led and lead at every point with confidence that the people of Rhode Island care about one another, care about our community, have big hearts, take care of their neighbors, and want to do the right thing for Rhode Island. And it's because of that that we are doing much better than a lot of other places. It's because of that that we're going to get through this. I said last week we're in the 7th inning. There will be vaccines soon. But I don't often get to say thank you, and I'll never meet most of you, but I just want to say thank you. Because I get tons of letters every day. A lot of you have thanked me. I want you to know I read all of those and they keep me going. I usually read them at 2 in the morning and they really keep me going. But to you, if I could thank every one of you, every doctor, every nurse, every member of the National Guard, every restaurant owner, every store clerk, everybody who's checked in on a neighbor when I asked you to, everybody who's given money to We Are Rhode Island, every one of you, from my family to yours, thank you and happy Thanksgiving. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sheila.
Thank you, Governor. I was asked to speak today about my experiences during the pandemic with my mother, who lives in assisted living in Providence, and also my mother-in-law, who lived in a nursing home, also in Providence. In mid-March of this year, with COVID cases rising so quickly, All family visiting to nursing homes and assisted living communities was suspended at the direction of the governor and the Rhode Island Department of Health. This ban on visitation continued until about mid-July, when COVID cases were much lower and the situation was more under control. And then facilities were allowed to open to a very limited sort of pre-scheduled family visitation. This continued for a few months, but then unfortunately, with the most recent rise in COVID cases in our state, visitation has again been suspended. Not being able to see your loved one in person is extremely difficult and quite emotionally taxing for everyone involved. Not only for the older person, who it's probably worst on, but also for all the family members that worry about them because they can't see them with their own two eyes to know that they're okay. And it's also difficult for the people who work in senior congregate care settings. It just makes a hard situation for them that much harder. However, restricting the visitation was a necessary step. The way this virus spreads, older people and people in congregate care settings are particularly vulnerable, which creates a perfect storm for our nursing homes. The Department of Health did a very, very good job in virtually impossible circumstances. They did all kinds of things like weekly testing at facilities, sending in immediate outbreak response teams, just everything they could. But unfortunately, like every other state and like most countries in the world, we saw a lot of loss in our nursing homes. And one of the lives lost was my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law, Joan, had dementia and lived in a nursing home in Providence for several years. Her children, her husband, and lots of other extended family members visited her often, and she loved having family visit. It just was the best thing. Sadly, she contracted COVID in May and died shortly afterward. Given that there was a restriction on family visitation in place from mid-March until about the time she died, mid-May, that just meant that there were 2 months where none of her family was able to visit her, nor she to see them, of course. And no one could even say goodbye to her. This heartbreaking scenario happened to hundreds of families in Rhode Island during that same time period. As for my mother, who lives in assisted living in Providence, before the restriction on family visitation, we saw each other quite a bit. I was often at her place, just hanging out in her apartment, having a cup of coffee, having a nice chat, going for a walk outside, watching a funny TV show, or we'd go on outings. We'd do our favorite thing, which for both of us is to get ice cream. Just a normal circumstance. And we both really enjoyed those times that we spent together. But even more than that, for me, I was so glad that I could see with my own two eyes in her physical presence that she was okay every time I was there. And we all want to know that our loved ones are okay. And ideally, we want to see it for ourselves. After the restrictions on visitation started in March, we couldn't see each other in person or go anywhere, but we talked every day on the phone, sometimes multiple times a day. And that's a good thing. We're lucky that we can do that. But as time went on, my mom got kind of lonely and depressed, understandably. The staff at her place, who are just wonderful people, they pop in 3 times a day to bring her a meal, to just check on her, make sure everything's going all right. And that's nice, but it doesn't take the place of an extended conversation or a walk with a friend or a family member, just that extended engagement sort of thing. That's so good for all of us. I think we all know that for anyone, loneliness and depression can lead to confusion and cognitive decline. But for people in their 80s, 90s, or above, that's even a much riskier proposition. And I worried terribly during this time of no visitation that my mom could go downhill mentally and perhaps even physically. We weren't going outside for walks together. And I worried that at her age, she might never recover from this if it happened. I was also extremely anxious for Rhode Island to be able to bring COVID cases down so that I'd be able to see my mom again and so that we could go back to doing the things together that keep her engaged and that we both enjoyed doing. COVID cases are increasing again in Rhode Island, and older people with existing health conditions, or older people and people with existing health conditions are the ones we all know who are most at risk. And I can't deny or change any of that. But what I can do, and what I am doing, and what my family is doing, is control my own behavior to avoid adding to the problem. In my extended family, we are all following the guidelines that we've been given. In addition to wearing masks when we're out of the house and social distancing and washing our hands, we now are following the recent guidance which says we should only see mixed socially with the people who live in the household with us. So, of course, that means for my husband and me, we'll have a very quiet and small Thanksgiving, just the two of us, but that's okay. We'll connect with family members by Zoom, by telephone, whatever we can to be in touch. And we are looking forward to better days ahead when the virus is controlled and we can all gather freely again. And better days are coming. The promising news of the 3 vaccines has really lifted my spirits and my mom's spirits too. My mom and I talk about this almost every day when we talk on the phone. I'll remind my mom that a vaccine is coming fairly soon. And due to her age, she'll be in one of the first groups that will be able to get the vaccine. And as my mom says, hey, sometimes it pays to be old. I personally have come to understand during the pandemic that what each one of us does can have a huge impact on those around us. It's very tempting to think or to say, I'm healthy, I'm not going to get COVID, I'm not worried about it, I just want to do what I want to do, I'm just going to see who I want to see. But the more people who do that, the more someone's going to get COVID, and someone else is going to get it, and someone else is going to get it, and the last person down the line might be that older or health compromised person that's going to get it and get sick. Then people will die. My mother, at age 89, values her life greatly, and she still has things that she wants to do in her life. She does not want to get COVID, she does not want to get sick, and she does not want to die before her time. And I'll bet you the other 10,000 or so people who also live in senior congregate care in Rhode Island also do not want to get COVID, do not want to get sick, and do not want to die before their time. And their families definitely do not want to see this happen to them. On a side note, but a very important one, I think so much about all the great people who work at my mom's assisted living community, which happens to be Wingate Residences on Blackstone Boulevard. These people, and so many like them, have worked incredibly hard under extremely stressful conditions to keep the residents safe and healthy, and also to make their lives as nice as possible during the pandemic and the challenging situation of isolation. They have done so much. And they all deserve our utmost appreciation and our respect. And I feel that we can respect these dedicated workers in part by doing everything we can to stop the spread of COVID in our state so that they do not get sick and so their families don't get sick. In closing, I'd just like to say that lots of times when we're talking on the phone, my mom will say to me, "When do you think this pandemic is going to end?" And I'll say, "I don't know, Mom, but I do see light at the end of the tunnel. It is going to end, and there are lots of things to be hopeful about, such as vaccines." And my mom will then often say, "Well, I've been through a lot of things in my life, and you've been through a lot of things in your life, and we'll get through this too. We're tough, and we'll get through this." And I'd like everybody to think about this. We are all tough. And if we can all follow the guidelines that we've been asked to follow to prevent the spread of COVID in Rhode Island, we will get through this. And we'll get through it sooner. And we'll be able also to protect some of our most vulnerable citizens and restore their quality of life sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Governor, why did you feel the need to get tested this morning, and how do you know Ms. O'Connell?
I've been getting tested every week for the past month or so, 6 weeks maybe. So today was my day. It's usually Thursday, but I thought we wouldn't do it on a holiday. And I decided to try the new Binax system so that I could say I've tried it. I don't know Ms. O'Connell, but we get lots of constituent email and such. And so she was willing to come and share her story. As I said, we get lots of, we met today, and I'm deeply grateful for you sharing your story. And we had, I don't know Eliana either. I get, lots of mail every day.
Governor, do you have any expectation during this pause on how many small businesses could close? Is there any estimate of that or way to quantify what you're expecting to happen to these businesses that you hope to help with this aid, but maybe someone would say it won't be enough?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I could get you data on exactly how many gyms there are, how many bars there are. It's thousands if you add the bars and the gyms and everything. Restaurants, I decided to leave open, so they'll be impacted, but...
I think you misunderstood. How many do you think may go out of business?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me, how many? Due to the 2-week pause? I think very few. I'm sorry, Brian, I misheard you. I think very, very few. I mean, number one, it's only 2 weeks. And number two, we are going to get these checks out the door, which are meant to compensate the businesses for the revenue that they're going to lose in those 2 weeks. The way we're doing it is we're looking at the revenue that businesses had last year. And then we're saying, okay, what's 2 weeks of that? And then we're going to give them that amount of revenue. So bottom line is, I hope very, very few. I think very, very few.
Governor, how do you plan to sort of monitor how the pause is going, whether it's going smoothly, whether people are following the guidance? I know you've mentioned tracking, mobility tracking.
Yeah, so exactly. So we're gonna track mobility tracking. How much are people moving? We have lots of measures of that. How many people go over the Pell Bridge? How much traffic is on 95? Google mobility, et cetera. We'll be tracking cases, number of cases a day. Test positivity. Test positivity is a leading indicator. We're really ramping up our testing. So we'll see test positivity staying the same, going down, going up. And then inspections. So we will have a lot of inspectors. Like, are the bars really closed? Are people wearing masks? Big box retailers, we're going to be very focused on that. Obviously, Black Friday. So anyway, the combination of those things will help us.
How do you respond to people who have some privacy concerns around, especially phone-based mobility tracking? A lot of people say they're already kind of uncomfortable with the degree to which they're tracked under normal circumstances. Does this go beyond that?
So it doesn't. I'm using all publicly available data. So there's no additional data. It's whatever is available, and that's already been being tracked, and we're just putting it into our model.
Governor, can you touch on the decision on the gyms? We're hearing from a lot of health clubs that they feel that there wasn't an outbreak, and why wasn't it considered maybe just restrictions on the number of people that are inside as opposed to a complete shutdown during the pause?
So first of all, I feel for them, and I hear that. Look, gyms, the CDC has found and has urged that it's just hard to control the disease in a gym. People have a hard time keeping their mask on while they're exercising. When you're running or exercising, you're breathing heavy, and so that's a problem. It's indoors. It's like everything we have to try to avoid. Indoors, no windows, poor ventilation, locker rooms, breathing heavy, and also people move around a lot. Like when you get your hair cut, you can sit and leave your mask on the whole time. So it's not perfect, and I feel for them, which is exactly why we're going to put the money out the door right away to compensate them for the lost revenue of those 2 weeks. But there's enough data in Rhode Island, all over the country, to say gyms are a problem.
And just quickly, what is your reaction to certain school districts, all of them, even like K through 8, immediately all going to distance learning?
Yeah. You know my view on this. I think it's a real shame. It's totally unnecessary. It's hurtful to the children. There's still, even in the midst of where we are now, with a lot of cases, no outbreaks in schools to speak of. Our contact tracing and testing is working. I just think it's throwing the towel in on the kids, and they deserve better.
Governor, in regards to the grants for businesses, we're told for some restaurants, for example, that have multiple locations, will the $50,000 that is available for each business go towards each of their location, or is it just as a whole? For example, Cello's has multiple locations.
So it's how this is being done through taxation. So it depends on like what's the taxable unit and the data that we have for what they reported last year for their taxable income. So there's by the end of the day today, there'll be a FAQ up online on tax website, and they can get these questions answered.
Governor, I have a question on, you mentioned earlier, sort of preempted one of my questions on giving $1 million to the Round Food Bank. And this is sort of a two-part question, so I'll ask it all together. The Round Food Bank on Monday issued a report that had a number of key findings. One is that food insecurity, hunger, had effectively tripled from 9% of households in Rhode Island in 2019 to about 25% of households in 2020. And the other key takeaway I got from that report was that households with income under $40,000 were twice as likely to have an adult who had lost their job due to COVID. And they've made a number of specific proposals, requests, such as reinstituting pandemic EBT, which was a special program that ended in June that was intended to prevent children from falling into hunger. And in addition to that concern, yesterday a group mostly under the umbrella of the Tenants Action Project in Rhode Island, I think it's called, Tenant Network in Rhode Island, in collaboration with some Brown students who developed some data under housing opportunities for people everywhere, Project Hope they call themselves, and they're in cooperation with Direct Action for Rights and Equality and the Child-Led Action Project. And they identified what they consider to be a second epidemic of evictions since the courts have reopened in June. And I'm not going to mention exactly what they reported because I haven't had a chance to verify it myself. But their goal in their statement yesterday, what they said was to name and shame lawyers and landlords who have been carrying out large numbers of evictions. Their lead lawyer mentioned here, they say, had filed 229 evictions in the last couple of months during the pandemic. The second on their list had filed 221 evictions. The third lawyer on the list had filed 168 evictions. And they name a number of large landlords, including at least one who specializes in affordable housing. That's the number 3 item on the list. One of their landlords cited had filed 44 evictions during the pandemic. Another 40, another, I'm sorry?
Can you get the question?
Yeah. And there's also a significant amount of variation there between municipalities, where Providence in particular experienced 542 eviction filings, Woonsocket 238, Kentucky 198. And they have a number of specific requests, but their main one, I think, is that they want you to follow Connecticut's practice and impose an eviction moratorium by executive order. There are 2 bills in the General Assembly, one in the House and one in the Senate, that would establish the authority to do that clearly.
So you put your finger out on an incredibly important issue, and I'll say a few things. First of all, this is exactly why in this $100 million of aid, half of it is going directly to individuals. So many of those studies that you reference will also tell you the best way to prevent an eviction is to give people cash assistance. So everyone who's currently on unemployment is going to receive $200 a week additionally for the 2 weeks of the pause. I would love it. I would strongly urge the General Assembly to pass an eviction moratorium. We've gone around and around this issue at this press conference. It's not clear that an executive order would have much effect for legal reasons that we don't have to go into. But I think when the General Assembly convenes, I would certainly support some sort of a moratorium. I also think that this is absolutely not a Rhode Island issue. This is a national crisis. It is a national crisis of housing. And I would like to think this will be at the top of the agenda if and when Congress reconvenes to do a stimulus. Two last things. I have now before the General Assembly a $65 million affordable housing bond. Let's get that on the ballot as quickly as possible so we can start building housing, which is going to be sorely needed. And then secondly, we have had some success with the COVID initiative I rolled out months ago. It's a mediated program, and we are helping people stay in their homes. So all of which is to say, I hear you, I agree. There's no silver bullet. We need to build more housing, $65 million, let's pass the bond. We need to get cash into people's hands so they can pay their rent. In addition to the $400, as I said in my comments, I went over it quickly, Department of Human Services in Rhode Island is also going to be increasing cash assistance to low-income families with children, so that will help. And then we ought to ban evictions, I agree, for a period of time.
While it's understood that your executive authority is somewhat limited, and that's been discussed previously, one thing that I think you clearly would have the authority to do, disagree with me if you do, would be to provide legal assistance to tenants facing eviction. And
that we are doing. That's part of this mediation. It's legal assist. So if you feel like you're on the verge of being evicted, we have a mediated program where we will provide free legal assistance, work with the landlord, help you pay your rent for a period of time, and come up with a settlement, like an arrangement with your landlord to figure out how you're going to stay in your apartment.
Governor, in regards to testing, again, you said you want to double the testing capacity. What's the number that you're looking to hit?
Well, we're at 5,500 now, so 11,000.
Governor, James Bissett from Providence Business News. I got a couple questions. First part's for you, and then the next part's for Dr. Scott. So with the business funding support that's going to be coming, it's going to be expected that many businesses are going to be applying for it because $100 million is a pretty big pot. And it's only going to be a 2-week window for these businesses to apply. So can you provide some more details on how the state will handle the high demand of businesses applying for this from a staffing perspective so that the funding can reach these businesses, as you say, get them out the door as quick as possible?
Yeah. So we have the staff, and we believe we'll be able to meet the demand. If I need to add more staff, I'll add more staff. This is not an onerous process. So this is pretty simple. It's going to be done online. All you have to do is self-attest that you have lost revenue due to the pause, my regulations. Then there's a formula by which we will calculate how much you are owed based upon your revenue losses, and that money will flow through taxation. I mean, the Department of Taxation, unlike Commerce, they're in the business of doing this, putting checks out. Here's an important thing. The law now is such, the federal law is such, that this money turns into a pumpkin at the end of the year. So we don't have a lot of time, so everyone ought to apply quickly, and we'll get the money out the door as quickly as we can.
And the other thing too is I've talked with some businesses as well, and some of my fellow outlets as well have done this. They've also raised concern that this pause, even if Rhode Island does the best that it very can over the next 2 weeks, they're still worried that it could extend beyond 2 weeks, as they've sort of seen this situation before early in the spring. So obviously you try to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. So what contingencies plans are in place in the possible event that December 13th comes? It's like, all right, the situation is not good enough to end things right now. We have to extend this more.
So from the beginning, from day one of managing this pandemic, I have said I need to take it a day at a time, and I'll make that decision when I get there with the best data that's there. My intention and goal and desire is to start to dial up the economy, not put the switch on, dial up the economy at the end of the 2 weeks. The best thing that those restaurant owners and gym owners and everybody could do is get all their friends and family to follow the rules. Because if they do, we won't need to extend the pause.
So, but what if the pause does get extended? Is there any...
We'll deal with it when we get there.
Okay. And then my question's for Dr. Scott. So what, obviously things are plans are now in place to start to work toward opening up the field hospitals. We have spoken with officials from Care New England who have told us that staffing for those hospitals is going to be pretty thin. We heard that there will be one, right now it's going to look like one nurse could be dealing with at least 25 patients during the overnight hours. So the question is, what will it be like for patients being admitted to the field hospitals, and what assistance, if there is a staffing shortage, how is the state going to help address that to make sure that the treatment is being done, you know, at the best that it possibly can in these field hospitals if and when they do open?
A number of conversations have gone on in preparing for that. The governor shared earlier today during her talking points that's why the main message for individuals is to really follow the rules during this pause so we can minimize how many people we have going out to hospitals, how much of the staff is being taxed with doing that. In these hospitals, it's tremendous what has been built and put together. It is not the same as the brick and mortar hospital setup because of the obvious equipment and other items that are there. It will serve the role of caring for the individual, particularly with the treatments that we have available where people are not as sick as they are. But it is not an endpoint that we want to be in as the state. It is where we are going as of now, and that's why we need this pause to really help redirect that change. We're working closely with the hospital leadership in supporting what mechanisms are in place to get additional staff, whether bring folks in or redeploy current staff that are in place or get volunteers to work with us. It's an all hands on deck approach that is being taken, and we really want that message to get out to all Rhode Islanders. The work you do during this pause will help us be able to handle what's happening and where we're going now.
Last three, Wayne, Steve, Pat.
Yep, Governor, I have a question. If the CDC and FDA on December 10th authorize the Pfizer vaccine, I think that's widely expected, not guaranteed, when will it get here in Rhode Island, and who will be getting it first?
So they're currently planning, as far as I know, to send it via, UPS and FedEx. We are right now spending our time planning so that we will be nearly immediately able to start vaccinating people as soon as we receive it. In fact, we have a work stream on my team right now making those plans. Exactly who will receive it depends on exactly how much we receive and when and such. And we're still refining those plans. But as a general rule, we're going to start with healthcare workers and then nursing home residents. But the plan, Wayne, that what we're trying to do is we want to get it out the door, like right away. As soon as we get it, we want it to be able to get out the door. I had a call this week with other governors and the Operation Warp Speed team, and we're putting our logistics in place so we can be ready. I do want to be very clear though about something. I agree. I believe if everything stays the way it is, there'll be vaccine in Rhode Island in December. People should not hear that and think they're going to get vaccinated this year. It's going to be small quantities for healthcare workers and maybe nursing home residents. Broad vaccinations, I think we're going to have to wait until, early spring.
Governor, earlier this morning there was a car rally circling the State House, and preceding it was a rally of some dozens of people, and the Lieutenant Governor and others, small business coalition, it calls themselves, said they were pressing you for $75 million additional for small businesses in the pause. By the time we got over here, there was a news release from them asking for $150 million. You're offering $100 million, I think. Are you aware of these other things going on and these dollar figures that are floating around, and how much money do you have to offer, and is this the max that you're outlined today?
So this is where we are now. $100 million is a significant infusion into Rhode Island's economy. I will note it is significantly more than any of our neighbors, and actually significantly more than most states in terms of how much we're putting into the economy to stimulate the economy from our federal stimulus. We have this $100 million I think it's appropriate to put that much money out in light of how much suffering there is in the business community, but it speaks for the majority of what we have left in our stimulus monies. And so I'll just leave it at that.
They shouldn't expect any more.
Probably not. Probably not, yeah. So there's about 185 million in total unspoken for, and I just put out 100 million. So there's just not that much less.
Governor, in the 30 or so years that I've lived in Rhode Island, sadly, it's always been a last to lead, first to bleed style economy. Meanwhile, while we all understand the exigent need for bailout money to a degree, given the current situation, a lot of the problems in Rhode Island's small business sector, in terms of their frailty, existed long before COVID. And this just exacerbated the situation. Talking about high taxes, high fees, and expensive cost of doing business. Now, we find ourselves where we are going to, at some point, you just alluded to it, reach a finite point where in terms of debt and certainly tax collection and a tax base are going to be able to unable to finance this continued wave of check writing. At what point in time does the state of Rhode Island wake up, and we spoke a few weeks ago about shared sacrifice, understand that there needs to be budget cuts, there needs to be a drastic shrinkage of government itself, and in light of the Senate President's op-ed to the Providence Journal this weekend, where he painted a rather rosy, almost Pollyannish picture of what they were going to do in this legislative session, there seems to be no fear or no imminent action to shrink government so that businesses have an opportunity to rebound in the state. What do we do here?
So a few things. Make no mistake about it, there's going to be cuts. I promise you, after we get done balancing this budget and next year's budget, you will not be sitting there saying, when are we going to cut? Because unless Congress provides a substantial additional stimulus, which I actually hope they do, the cuts are going to be very brutal. Secondly, I guess I don't agree with your view of why our economy has struggled. So, like since I've been governor, we've cut taxes every year. We have the lowest corporate tax rate in New England, and our property taxes are high for sure, but business taxes and income taxes are in line with the region. The problem in Rhode Island's economy is that we held on to old line manufacturing for too long, and we didn't reposition Rhode Island's economy for jobs of the future. And the way to do that is investments in research and development, investments in job training, investments in getting companies that want to be here, that are in growth industries, who want to hire Rhode Islanders because of the talent that they need. And so if you ask me what's it going to take, what I think it's going to take is continued focus on high growth industries and training and educating Rhode Islanders to be poised and positioned to get those jobs. If you look across America right now, now everything's pretty bad, but pre-COVID, the hottest economies in America were not the places that have the lowest taxes. They were not. They're the places that have the highest concentration of talented workforce in industries that are growing. So that's where we need to continue to go and replace the old line manufacturing that we had. That's why we're investing $50 million in back to work. That's why we made community college tuition free. That's why we're, investing in innovation. But I agree with you. We have to have reasonable taxes and reasonable regulation. But I strongly disagree with the economic theory that if you cut taxes to the bone, you'll have growth, because frankly, it hasn't worked anywhere.
But relative to the small business community, however, it's not a question of where we stand or even saying tech. where you've done a lot of work. It's not a question of where we stand relative to New England, it's where we stand relative to the entire country. And our entire cost structure, not just taxes, but our entire cost structure, whether it be utilities, taxes, rent, everything is completely out of whack, and a lot of that is driven by the high cost of government. Government has become the single biggest force in our local economy.
But that's true in almost every state. Government is the biggest employer in most states. And again, since I've been governor, we've cut every single year. Rhode Island has the fewest number of FTEs in state government per capita of any state in the country. So, like, I hear you. I cut every year. I've been trying to cut taxes. I used to run a small business. It's tough. So I've been trying to cut taxes at every place that we can. And there will be cuts to government, but we also have to provide affordable health care, high-quality child care, high-quality education, high-quality public schools, and then demand quality so that folks can get trained so they can get decent jobs. My point was the growth engine has to be cranked up, and that engine is in these innovation-based businesses.
Just one follow-up question on the vaccination program. You've spoken about this board here in Rhode Island, which will do a review. In terms of the accelerated release in the program with Pfizer, how will that board interact with that potential smaller December rollout?
With great thanks to the expert panel that we have, we will be using all available data to really assess for Rhode Island the best way to proceed. Many of the members of our teams are on calls with our national and federal partners on a daily basis almost. And so any and all access to the data is what's going to be provided to our board so that we can use that to inform the most aggressive way to go forward.
You know, yesterday the General Assembly appointed its own COVID vaccine task force. Do you view that as helpful, or?
It could be, yeah. I mean, I give them credit for wanting to be part of the solution, and so I appreciate the effort. And the hardest part about the vaccine, it will be distribution, and will be helping Rhode Islanders to gain confidence that it's safe. And so when I lie awake at night worrying about the vaccine, I worry about logistics and refrigeration and how we're going to get it done. But I really worry about how do we get into every community, every vulnerable community? How do we convince people that it's safe? And if you think about, members of the General Assembly, they are really close to their neighborhood, their community, their district. So I give them credit for stepping up to be part of the solution. And, I think I have to say I give the new speaker a lot of credit. He's been on the job about a week and he's already saying, let's be part of the solution for COVID. So I think it's a good thing. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving.
All right, John.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, we're glad we got to play that for you. For any Rhode Islanders on the stream who may be watching, or those traveling to Rhode Island for the holiday, that was quite an informative press conference from Governor Gina Raimondo. This restrictions pretty strict, pretty tight there in Rhode Island, urging people, if you're not in the same household, to not even get together in the next few weeks. That was the advisory from the governor there, as hospitalizations rise, in her words, at an alarming rate. So it's about 9:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona Mountain Time, 11:30 there on the East Coast. I want to thank everyone for watching. On this Thanksgiving Eve, I'm Andrew Kraft, and this is News Now from Fox, where everything is live and raw and unfiltered, and we give everything to you as it's happening. We don't cut things down or edit things to make them shorter. There's no bias or opinion. We do offer context and clarity, but we want to thank you for watching here on this Thanksgiving Eve. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Some of you will see this, some of you will not, but stick with us here on News Now from Fox. We have a little more programming left into tonight. And speaking of the coronavirus and all of these new restrictions that are being issued by state governors and local authorities, where cases are just rising out of control, a lot of advisories and recommendations have been going into place, but are really, really hurting small businesses, especially restaurants, and especially restaurants in Los Angeles County, where indoor dining, as of, about half an hour ago, or excuse me, not just yet, they're on West Coast time in Los Angeles, but in about a hour and a half's time, in Los Angeles County, indoor dining will not be allowed, and we want to take it out now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They had a conversation surrounding this and how, especially Mayor Garcetti and Governor Newsom, people are not happy with them about this because indoor dining has been going on since the summer, and now it is no longer allowed due to the rising cases there. Even the California Restaurant Association went to court just yesterday to block this order from taking place tonight. A judge declined, though, to immediately intervene. But according to the president of the California Restaurant Association, they said the recent order, with no stated scientific basis from LA County, single from our sister station in Los Angeles, Fox 11, about exactly what's happening. And I just want to remind everyone who may be watching, who lives in Los Angeles or the county or California, but that order goes into effect at 10 p.m. local time there in Los Angeles, where no indoor dining will take place, I believe, for about a month's time to get case numbers under control. So let's listen to that.
Good evening, welcome to this Fox 11 News special report on this Thanksgiving Eve. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Dr. Drew Pinsky.
In 3 hours, in-person dining closes in LA County. Some restaurant owners fighting back, others are giving up. Phil Schuman, live for us tonight with more. Phil.
That's right, a tough night. Some restaurant owners are hiring lawyers, filing lawsuits, others enlisting the support of business leaders, chambers of commerce, trying to force the county to reconsider this drastic decision, in their words. Other restaurant owners say, you know what, they just can't fight any longer. For 7 years, locals filled the outdoor tables at the El Segundo Beach Cafe. The owners weathered the last COVID-mandated shutdown, but this time, there's no money left to pay the bills or the 7 employees.
Very tough day, yeah. It's bittersweet, everybody's coming out to support us, but we're still closing down.
Such a great spot out here and a very loyal following. And it's really sad to see a place like this go.
Far from the coast, the owner of the iconic Abbey in West Hollywood is sad too, but he's vowing to fight back.
We're more than just a restaurant. We're a safe place for people.
It's by now a familiar story. Owners spend tens of thousands to set up outdoors, to comply with cleaning and safety protocols. They cut staff, only to be forced to shut down again without, they say, clear science to justify it.
We are seeing a government who doesn't have the answers. We get that. But you are arbitrarily making decisions affecting people's lives.
Right now, the closure is for 3 weeks, but we know that it will extend through New Year's. And it will probably put me out of business forever, like many other small businesses.
Emotional moments at the Abbey in West Hollywood, Drew and Alex. And now Dr. Barbara Ferrer, County Public Health Director, and the Medical Director of the county, Montu Davis. Now, they concede that contact tracing cannot attribute the spike in COVID to outdoor dining. However, they said it's the only retail establishment that's open where people spend extended periods of time without their masks on. That's their motivation, their rationale for taking this controversial action.
Phil, one of the things that you reported on earlier is this idea that they want there to be more relief for the restaurant industry, basically saying to the government, hey, if you're going to shut us down, you got to help us out when we're unemployed. What do they want? Tell us a little more about that.
Well, there's a coalition to reopen, a group of business leaders that spoke out today, and one of the things they're asking for is that a statewide task force that'll look at best practices once the restaurants reopen, how to keep them open. But in the meantime, they want the state to set up an emergency worker interruption fund to help both restaurant owners and also the employees. The city of West Hollywood, for example, where we were today, said that they spent 7 figures out of their own reserves to help employees and business owners, and they think that something much larger scale should be done statewide. Of course, federal money isn't coming anytime soon, like the PPP we had during the first shutdown.
And Phil, I have to say that this logic that we don't have scientific evidence, but we're going to do it anyway, is sad in the face of the fact that there are other things that is evidence-based they could be doing. They could be doing proper health messaging. They could be doing contact tracing. They could be doing localized lockdowns. There's lots of things they could be doing if they were improvising a little bit or had better judgment. I just keep saying the same thing. Same people that closed our parks, same people that told us we couldn't lie on the beach, same people that closed the horse trails. Right. Those were horrible decisions, and this will not look good in the history books.
When you're right, and I don't think that Dr. Ferrer and her colleagues would necessarily disagree with you. But again, they're looking at a drastic spike in numbers, the threat to the hospital system they keep talking about, not just hospital beds, but whether there's enough staffing should those hospital beds fill up. And they're saying, look, you're at a restaurant, even though you're outdoors, you don't have your mask on, that spreads COVID. We're going to take action where we can, something we can control.
Again, except no evidence that they're spread. Zero evidence that they're spreading there. They're declaring spread, much as they did on Labor Day at the beach. Zero evidence, and locked us down anyway. And it has had such a profound effect on our mental health and financial health. I cannot stand it.
I mean, the point is that there may not be enough evidence to say that it's worth locking down. But if you do have a bunch of people that aren't in the same family, all sitting together closely at a table, talking, laughing, spitting potentially, I mean, isn't that not create an environment where there could be spread?
Alex, your point,
that's a different point than saying it's worth so much evidence that we got to shut it down.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, Alex, yes, that looks like a candidate for where there could be trouble. Let's go study it. Oops, no evidence. There's no evidence that anything's happening there. Right. Zero. So although it looks like something, nothing there.
Phil.
But while you study it, people are getting sick and people are dying.
Not from this, though.
And
Not from this.
And,
they are. You're right.
The
They've got to do something.
leaders feel like they need to take action.
Well, something more efficacious, I would say. But anyway.
It is interesting, though, that LA County is the only county in all of California that is deciding to do this. Because they do not have special LA data, which they point out. They're using a CDC study that's available to everybody, and they are the only health department that has determined that this is worthwhile.
Pasadena. Watch Pasadena. See how we do there. I mean, there's a perfect case example, and if next week or 2 weeks things are still going down in Pasadena, maybe you want to follow suit.
Yeah. All right, Phil. Thank you for your reporting all week on this. Happy Thanksgiving to you and to your family, and we really appreciate having your perspective on the show.
Absolutely.
All right, so that was our partners there out of Fox 11 Los Angeles talking about that really controversial ban on indoor dining set to take effect in just a matter in a couple minutes here in Los Angeles. And a lot of people are not happy, especially small business owners, especially restaurant owners, taking issue with health officials in Los Angeles, with the mayor there, and with Governor Newsom. So we'll be monitoring that and see if any of these small business owners who are a part of the California Restaurant Association will be granted any relief by a judge there in Los Angeles County. So just want to reiterate and reset here. It's a little, well, it's almost 9:45 in Phoenix, Arizona, where we are based. NewsNOW from Fox, where we do all this for you who are watching. We thank you so much for watching. On this Thanksgiving Eve, we do have, as you know, an East Coast Bureau, as we call it, in Orlando, Florida. You may recognize Pilar and Rain and Regina, and they take over at 6 a.m. in the mornings. And so remember, we're all live and raw and unfiltered here on NewsNOW from Fox, with no bias and no opinion. We just offer some context and some clarity on the news events that are happening during the day, and boy, are there a lot of them. We cover breaking news throughout the day, live events throughout the day. We don't cut them down and we don't edit them to make them shorter. We roll them out in their entirety as they're happening. And if we can't get to something because something else is happening, we'll play it just after the fact for you here on NewsNOW for Fox. And that's the whole idea of what NewsNOW is. I want to thank you for watching. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you want to follow me on Twitter, @AndrewKraft, would love a follow. If you want to follow NewsNOW on Twitter, it's @NewsNowFox. And we clip some of the highlights from the day's coverage as well. Interviews with reporters in the field about the biggest stories of the day, the biggest live events of the day. We clip those for you as well, that you can go back after the day's over and rewatch them. Or if you didn't get to them the first time, get up to speed with what's going on around the country, with what's going on around the world. So speaking of that, we want to just show you some of these scenes that we always get at night. Really great scenes, especially out of the nation's capital, where there's the White House right there, the executive residence. We don't know what President Trump or the First Lady are doing tomorrow. They usually go to Mar-a-Lago in Florida for the Thanksgiving holiday. They're not doing that this year. We saw President-elect Joe Biden today give an address, a Thanksgiving address from Wilmington, Delaware. We saw Senator Harris, Vice President-elect Harris, rather. She was in D.C. visiting a food kitchen that's operated by the celebrity chef Jose Andres. And she was with her husband, Doug, the future first husband. Never have had that before in the country's history. So, or excuse me, second husband, not first husband. So, in the meantime, we do want to play some of the great content our sister stations put together for us throughout the day, ranging from celebrity interviews, coronavirus updates, interviews with doctors, everything. Just a great smattering of miscellaneous content for you. So let's kick it off, especially about Thanksgiving travel, what to do around your loved ones during a pandemic. The holiday season is upon us, but we haven't had to do this during a pandemic in quite some time. So this is from our sister station, Fox 5 New York, breaking down everything about holiday travel for Thanksgiving.
Millions of Americans plan to travel this long Thanksgiving weekend, despite the CDC warning against it. Many agree with him. Between today and Sunday, AAA expects that most travelers, nearly 48 million people, will drive, a drop of more than 4%. 2.4 million will fly, down by nearly half, AAA says, compared to prior years. James Ferrigno arrived at LaGuardia from Charlotte, North Carolina. He told us he saw his plane get cleaned.
I felt more safe flying than driving, because when you drive, you got to stop at rest stops, and you have to stop off at the restroom, and you don't know how good those places will clean.
Another flyer acknowledged that getting on a plane is a gamble.
I think it's a risk like everything else. Going to the store, going to the doctors. As soon as somebody in your house leaves and comes back, there's a risk.
Doctors warn the risk is death.
Make no mistake that people will die because of Thanksgiving gatherings. I know that this is a lot to ask, but a virtual, safe Thanksgiving will potentially prevent an ICU Christmas.
It's clear that millions will opt for an in-person Thanksgiving. Ferrigno, one of the travelers we met at LaGuardia, sounded undaunted by the pandemic.
We definitely fly soon. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm thinking of going to Disney World.
Every December, the Shrine of Our Lady of Our Guadalupe, it draws thousands of Catholics to Des Plaines, a pilgrimage that for worshipers of faith is more than just a religious festival.
But in a decision that is certain to be disappointing to many, the Archdiocese has decided that with surging COVID numbers, this year's event should be held virtually. Joining Anita and I this morning is Father Ezekiel Sanchez. Father, good morning to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Father, for getting up early. You know, for many worshipers, December the 12th is a deeply spiritual date in their lives. Many make that pilgrimage to Des Plaines because they are suffering in some way. As the rector of the shrine, what is your message to people who this year, perhaps more than in years past, really wanted to make that journey?
Well, it's not unique that we're going through even the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe, which is in Mexico City, has also canceled their events as well for the same reason. There is no way we can mitigate this pandemic and avoid people getting sick, especially when they come in mass. Hundreds of thousands of people come. But it is a very painful pill to take primarily because, I remind everybody that, most of us use our faith to get us through hard times and also be grateful in the good times. But this particular year has been extremely difficult. Most people don't realize that the poor are the ones who often don't have health care. They don't have access to things. And they're quite frightened of what's to come, especially at the expense of a loss of a family member. And so when people come to the shrine, they do all kinds of motivations. It's celebrations, letting out joy, fun, but also they have their soul in their heart. It's a very strong thing that they have. And it's beautiful to behold. Finally, we get to see a gathering of people that doesn't have to do much with rock stars or political rallies, but something that has to do rather for developing people's hope and encouragement.
Well, this is one of those things where you will see people sort of walking on their knees, basically, for miles just to get to this shrine so that they can put their requests before Our Lady of Guadalupe, light a candle. So they were not going to be able to do that this year, like out in the public, because of coronavirus. So if on the 11th and the 12th of December you're doing this, what do you envision this online virtual feast looking like?
Well, it's an entire day thing, so we're making preparations for programming online, especially masses, devotional opportunities, devotional hours, messages, including a message from the Archbishop of Mexico City, our own cardinal here, Blaise Supich. But also, the concept is to do what we can to at least get the spirit out there, which is words of encouragement and opportunity. So we're also inviting people to certain activities. For example, carefully light a candle, have a light on your window, just to show solidarity that even though that we're all going through something, such as this pandemic.
Quickly, Father, we're out of time.
Strength is numbers.
But we're out of time. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just have to ask, though, because the feast day, we know it's a day of celebration. You mentioned that. It's a day to celebrate miracles. You're living proof. You survived a plane crash 2 years ago in Mexico, and you credit Our Lady of Guadalupe with saving your life. Real quick, can you give our viewers at home maybe a thought or two about surviving that day?
Sure. Normally when you crash into especially on takeoff where you have the full power of the engines, I can't explain anything else. I went into prayer, and so did everybody else there. But it's my personal experience, and I said, I asked for help, and it arrived. Thankfully, no one got lost on the airplane. And as I got back here at the shrine, there were also survivors here at the shrine when I got back already praying before her. So
incredible
I'll
story.
take it, I'll take it, and that's what I'll say.
I would too. We're glad you're alive, and we're glad that you're able to join us this year for the feast. And God bless you and your family on this Thanksgiving.
We have connected with Dr. Zeke once again, so let's go back out to Northwestern Medicine. Good morning, Dr. Zeke.
Good morning.
Okay, I wanted to start talking to you about the CDC reconsidering reducing the quarantine period. Tell us why they would do this.
Well, there's two things that are driving this. The first is that we're finding with COVID fatigue, people just simply are not willing to quarantine for 14 days. They're not willing to miss that much work, that much school, etc. And so they're trying to figure out ways to shorten that period and still be safe. The second is that we have a lot more testing available than we used to, so they've worked in a negative test in their algorithm to figure out when people can return to work and school.
Okay, but I have to say, it makes me a little nervous to think we were told 14 days and now we're being told, okay, you know what, 10 will do just so you can get out and about. Is this going to cause a health threat in any way?
So much greater than 90% of people after day 10 have already shown symptoms. And so that is a very small percentage that is left, and we feel with a negative test that should further eliminate that. And it's, again, much preferable than people that are just plain not going into quarantine at all because they don't want to spend that 14 days out of sync.
Okay, now let's talk about this New York Times article. They did an interview with several epidemiologists who say household gatherings do spread coronavirus, but they do not make up the bulk of the cases that we're seeing and not solely responsible for this surge, as so many of our leaders have been saying. They say nursing homes, factories are still the hot spots. Is not enough being done to reduce the spread in those facilities? And as a result, are we as a country not getting control of this because the rules are so disjointed and not universal? It seems like almost cherry picking.
Sure. People are trying to do the best they can with a very small amount of data. We have a saying in academic medicine, and that is the lack of data to prove something is not the same as having data that disproves something. And what that means is when they look at the sources of these coronavirus infections, there's a lot that they can't figure out where it came from. For instance, the Minnesota data, they found in over 200,000 infections that about 6% they could trace to restaurants and bars. About 8% they could trace to large community gatherings. And they couldn't prove that there was a very significant amount that came from small home gatherings. But 56% of the infections, they had no idea where they came from. And therefore, it still could be that they're coming from small, untraceable contacts with friends and family. So we have to do things that make sense in the absence of data. And if you're sitting around a table inside with people not wearing masks because you're eating, we say that is a potential source. Yes, it's not the only source. But coming up on a Thanksgiving holiday, we ask people to use some common sense. And if they don't absolutely have to get together, that's one way of limiting the spread.
Okay, good explanation there. Let's talk about the vaccine, because news today that when that vaccine does become available, there are going to be side effects. So we've been warned it's not going to be a walk in the park. Tell us what those side effects are, and are you concerned it's going to prevent people from getting this vaccine?
This is a very powerful vaccine. The more powerful the vaccine, the greater the side effects. And people were experiencing headache, muscle aches, even fevers, and that's very common for this magnitude of a vaccine. I also see it in the Shingrix vaccine that reduces your risk of shingles by over 90%, close to 97%. There are people that have fevers up to 103 with that vaccine, but it only lasts a day or two at the most. So I do think it's important that people know that so that they don't get the vaccine right before they go on vacation or right before a big event. But it shouldn't prevent people from getting the vaccine and being protected for a long period of time.
Okay, and finally, tomorrow, Thanksgiving, the beginning of the holiday season, there's been a big push to tell people it is not too late to cancel your large gathering plans. So here you go, Dr. Zeke, your final word on this.
So just like that gentleman said earlier in the broadcast, we want people to know this is a very real situation, that the virus is exploding all around us. So everybody's going to have to make their own decisions.